Chapter 154. Set out. Although Earth Peak only has 5 designated spots, everyone in Earth Peak, top and bottom, are all very happy. XiaoMo only hears about the 5 chosen people yesterday from Brother Yang. Elder brother and second brother were decided a long time ago. So there are only 3 remaining spots. 2 of them are disciples from Earth Peak's other elders. The person chosen for the last spot is someone XiaoMo did not expect. It's 6th brother, Mao Can. After that, after asking around, he finds out why it is. At first, to appear fair, Kongwen only gave each elder 1 spot. Because if he gives an extra spot to either of them, the other one won't be happy. So Kongwen simply gives that spot to Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen has been in charge of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs for many years. His contribution to Earth Peak is also quite significant. Giving him the spot is only right. After hearing this, the 2 elders no longer make a fuss. But this was only decided by Kongwen and company the day before. Xiao also only found out about it yesterday. As for why XiaoMo knows that Xiao doesn't know, it's because last night Xiao came looking for him. Knowing that his dad has a spot, the first one he thinks of is him. He indicated that he can ask his dad to give the spot to him. Regarding this, XiaoMo doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really doesn't understand why Xiao is so eager to give the spot to him. But he really can't accept it. Put aside that Ling Xiao already secured a spot for him. If Uncle Xiao really gives the spot to him, Kongwen is bound to get offended. He can't be part of that. XiaoMo can't help asking, 5th brother, why do you insist on giving me the spot? Xiao is momentarily taken aback. Without any warning, his face turns red. It's a while before he mumbles softly, isn't there a saying that one should not let one's own fertile waters flow into the fields of others? Actually, I also have my reasons. XiaoMo is stunned. He simply never thought that this could be the reason. But hearing the words he adds on at the end, he knows that this 5th brother is being awkward again. Can it be that he is afraid that he would object? Fine BA, what is your reason? He relents and asks. Xiao rolls his eyes here and there while saying, you also know that my dad has always been worried about my safety. If I can form a bond with a magic beast, the old man would be able to stop worrying. So, I was thinking, if you chance upon a magic beast in the Paradise Realm, maybe you can help me get one to the best of your ability, Bay. Whatever level is not important to me. As he finishes speaking, his eyes start to be evasive. At first, this wasn't his intention. He purely had a stroke of inspiration making up an excuse for XiaoMo. But what he said is not entirely an excuse. In reality, he really does want a magic beast. It's just that once he finishes speaking, he himself starts to feel embarrassed, so he added that the level doesn't matter. What he doesn't know is that his words sparks an idea in XiaoMo. In the end, XiaoMo still doesn't accept his good intentions. He doesn't want to make it difficult for Uncle Xiao. Seeing his resolve, Xiao doesn't say anything anymore. That night, after sending off Xiao, XiaoMo starts to pack his things. Although Ling Xiao said that he would move in with him a few days ago, he didn't carry it out immediately. XiaoMo can also roughly guess the reason why. He must be too busy. But this suits him just fine. But not long after Xiao leaves, Ling Xiao also came to see him. The reason is precisely to talk about the opening of the Paradise Realm. He told him that he already made the necessary preparations. He asked him to pack up his things and then go to the foot of Earth Peak this afternoon and wait for him. When the time comes, he would go pick him up. Because the opening of the Paradise Realm is close at hand, in order to arrive beforehand, Tianxan sect and the other sects would set out 2 days before. So the date to set out is set for this afternoon. They would most probably arrive the morning after tomorrow, if nothing unexpected happens. When XiaoMo is making his preparations, other people are also making theirs. XiaoMo hears that the one leading the Earth Peak disciples this time is Kongwon. But because Kongwon is a level 8 mage with half a foot inside the level 9 domain, he is also subject to the restrictions, like for martial artists. Speaking about Paradise Realm's restrictions for mages, XiaoMo only found out about it after asking Ling Xiao. Before, he only knows that the Paradise Realm has entry restrictions for martial artists. The universal restriction is star level and below. So celestial level and above are all banned from entering. But the restriction is also similarly effective against mages. Mages are the same as martial artists, divided into 12 levels. Star level corresponds to a level 6 mage. Kongwon is a level 8 mage, so he can't enter. Hence, he can only bring the disciples until outside Paradise Realm. This is undoubtedly good news to XiaoMo, because he doesn't want to bump into Kongwon inside the Paradise Realm. If that happens, it would be very awkward for him. After that, XiaoMo calmly waits for the time to set out. But he is worried that he would miss it, so he doesn't dare to refine magic pills. Because once he starts to refine magic pills, he would easily lose sense of time. He doesn't want most of the group to have left before he realizes that he himself has been left behind. But he clearly forgot one thing. If he can't find him, Ling Xiao would certainly come up to look for him. There is still half an hour to go. It's time for the people to assemble. XiaoMo opens the room door. It's very quiet all around. After making sure there is no one around, he tiptoes away quietly. Not long before, Brother Yang came to find him. At that time he wanted to ask him to go together to join in the fun. But he was refused by XiaoMo because he wants to go to the foot of the mountain to wait for Ling Xiao. But he doesn't want others to know, so he can only do it in secret. Yang Yi also doesn't think much about it. Seeing that he doesn't want to go, he leaves with the other disciples. The foot of Earth Peak is not far away, approximately a 5-minute walk. XiaoMo has only been waiting for 2 minutes before Ling Xiao appears behind him. He almost punched him in shock. Actually, he really wants to do it, but after considering the consequences, he restrains himself. Little brother, you're so punctual. Ling Xiao hugs his waist from behind and buries his head in his neck. He rubs his face on him as his voice is rather languid. XiaoMo rolls his eyes at him. I'm not you. Do you think everyone is like you? Elder brother Ling, are we going straight or are we going to join everyone else? XiaoMo asks. The everyone else he is talking about is obviously the warrior division and the mage division. The combat ability of mages is very weak. So they would definitely set out together with the warrior division. No need. I made an excuse to let them go set out without waiting for me. After that, junior brother Zhou and I will make our way there. Ling Xiao says. This is what he told XiaoMo he would do beforehand. As long as you strike first to gain the advantage, when the time comes, even if Tang Fan objects to him bringing XiaoMo in with him, it would be too late. XiaoMo knows that the junior brother Zhou he speaks of is himself. Although it has all been arranged, he still feels that it is not quite right. He can't help from feeling troubled, saying, is it fine to do it like this? Ling Xiao knows what he is referring to. He laughs, don't worry. Zhou Peng himself agreed. Furthermore, I already agreed to find a magic beast with high combat ability for him. Zhou Peng is actually quite a good person. No matter what he says, he would agree without hesitation, although he is curious as to why he wants to treat XiaoMo so well. But, the moment he hears that he wants to bring XiaoMo to the Paradise Realm, he immediately gave him his spot. Although his loyalty is to Lin Xiao, and not him, but because he is loyal to Lin Xiao, he doesn't mind helping him increase his strength. As for Tang Fan, I've already figured out how to deal with it. Ling Xiao's lips curve up in a gentle smile mixed with a hint of evil. That hint of evil wipes away the assuring look from his face, leaving him looking even more dangerous. He knows that Tang Fan would definitely object to him bringing XiaoMo into the paradise realm. It may even cause him to dislike him. But so what? He has already found the person he wants to find. By the time the matter with Paradise Realm is over, he may have already brought XiaoMo away with him. Ling Xiao speaks as if he has a well-thought-out plan, so XiaoMo pouts a few times wordlessly. A while later, the both of them reach the foot of Tian Xi insect. Tang Fan already set out with the whole group of people. All the larger winged birds were already taken away by them. Only the smaller ones are left. Most of them can only seat 3. Ling Xiao asks stewardly to give them a winged bird that can seat 3. In no time, the winged bird carrying them soars up to the skies. Stewardly on the ground shows a puzzled look. The Grand Master clearly told him that it would be the third-generation disciples Lin Xiao and Zhou Peng. How did it change to Lin Xiao and Earth Peak's XiaoMo? Stewardly can't make any sense of it after thinking it over 100 times. Too bad no one gives him the answer. The speed of the winged bird is very fast. The swift figure weaves through the clouds. Only a vast expanse of whiteness lies in front of them as the wind whistles past their ears. Luckily, it's not winter. Otherwise, the ice-cold wind whipping past his face would be very painful. But XiaoMo is still not too used to the speed of the winged birds. Every time he takes one, he has to cover his face. With his half-closed eyes, he looks over at Ling Xiao beside him with jealousy, envy, and hate. Ling Xiao is elegantly yet languidly leaning back on the chair with his long and slender legs hanging over the front seat. His laid-back appearance really makes a certain person jealous. XiaoMo finally understands why he chose a winged bird that can seat 3. Looks like this is the reason. How hateful. He also wants to do that. As if sensing the resentment coming from a certain someone, Ling Xiao tilts his head to look at XiaoMo. He points to the empty space in his arms, raising the corner of lips while saying, "Little brother, do you want to sit here?" XiaoMo imagines for a moment how it would look like if he sits there. His face immediately turns red. Wouldn't that mean he would be straddling Ling Xiao? He glares at him in anger and shame, tearing his head open. Don't want. Really don't want? My arms are very comfortable. Oh. Ling Xiao persists, getting up halfway to lean towards his ear. His ambiguous breath teasing his sensitive earlobe. Then he looks with satisfaction as his ears turn bright red and spreads to his cheeks and neck. I said I don't want means I don't want. XiaoMo is shamed to anger, pushing him away. After being pushed away, Ling Xiao doesn't insist. Instead, he smiles like a cat that caught a fish and leans back on the chair. He says leisurely, "Little brother, I know you are very shy. It's all right. My arms are forever open wide for you. You can throw yourselves in my arms anytime you want." XiaoMo bares his teeth with lips drawn. He won't ever throw himself in his arms of his own accord. Ling Xiao seems to be able to understand the look in his eyes. But he only smiles without saying anything. There is nothing absolute in this word. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way out. As a result, the minute night falls, XiaoMo shrinks into Ling Xiao's arms of his own accord. It can't be helped, this person is rather afraid of the cold. Although there are clothes in his magic bag, the thin flimsy things are simply unable to ward off the cold air of the night. It's not as effective as Ling Xiao, this magnificent wall of flesh. As for Ling Xiao, this is his long-awaited moment. He confidently hugs the person as if it is his right. Saying that it's to keep him warm, he rubs him once over all over his body, not forgetting his little brother. Or it should be said, paying most attention to the little brother. As a result, XiaoMo passes the night feeling hot and bothered, seriously overheated. The next day, he wakes up in Ling Xiao's arms. His first reaction is to hit him. When he covers his chest, he uses the opportunity to run into his dimension to take a bath. Ling Xiao didn't take off his clothes when he played with him last night because he was afraid that he would catch a cold from the cold air. As a result, he released inside his clothes. When he woke up this morning, his whole body was feeling uncomfortable. The second night, Ling Xiao was still planning on using the same old trick. But XiaoMo doesn't give him the chance because he realizes that what he did last night was stupid. Clearly he can hide inside his dimension and not subject himself to this kind of torture. He only has to make sure he doesn't use his soul to move his dimension, and he would be able to come back out on the winged bird. So, Ling Xiao spends a very desolate night all alone with the SESE rustling wind. The next day, XiaoMo comes out to see Ling Xiao beaming at him. That handsome face shows no sign of resentment from being left in the cold. Instead, there is an unfathomable hint of excitement. Rays of light are coming out of the eyes looking at him, making his scalp feel numb. He thinks of a ravenous wolf that has caught sight of its prey. Why is it so terrifying? Then, as his heart is seized with terror and trembling and fear, the winged bird reaches its destination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155. 10,000 Python Demon Plane. Although the Paradise Realm is called the Paradise Realm, the place where it is located is 100% dangerous. Because the Paradise Realm is located in the 10,000 Python Demon Plane. It is said that other than the Doomsday Forest, it is the second most dangerous place. Inside, there is the old nest of pythons. The whole demon plane is occupied by thousands and 10,000s of evil heavenly pythons. The strongest ones are level 9, equivalent to celestial level fighters. Because it is so, every time the Paradise Realm opens, Tang Fan will lead the way, just like 50 years ago. Qingcheng sect and Xingluo group are also like that. Unless there is a emperor level and above practitioner present, only then will that level 9 evil heavenly python of the 10,000 python demon plane not dare to appear. XiaoMo stands on top of the winged bird. He looks into the distance at the 10,000 python demon plane, and gets a huge shock. The whole 10,000 python demon plane's terrain is like an exceptional and heaven and earth colossal python. Its serpentine form is entrenched in the middle, from east to west, cutting of mankind from the 10,000 python demon plane. In the middle of the majestic mountain range, bursts of gray smoke rise up continuously, much like the gray smoke that fills the air before a volcano erupts. Behind this mountain range is the territory of the evil heavenly python, and that's the only magic beast found there. All other magic beasts don't dare to step into there because they will be poisoned to death by the gray smoke without the need for the evil heavenly python to make an appearance. But the strange thing is that the gray smoke that rises up from the mountain range has never spread out of the 10,000 python demon plane. That is to say, as long as practitioners don't enter into the demon plane on their own, even if they stand on the edge of the 10,000 python demon plane, they would not be poisoned by the gray smoke. So, when XiaoMo and Ling Xiao arrive, they see a group of people assembled at the edge of the 10,000 python demon plane. Among the group of people, there is a group of people that XiaoMo is familiar with. They are those that came over earlier, Tang Fan and his group of people. With this glance, XiaoMo realizes that the number of spots Tian Xin sect has is 40 to 50 people. Subtracting the 10 or so mages, there are 30 over from the warrior division. A huge group of people standing there, extremely eye-catching, especially Tang Fan. He is the emperor-level practitioner who attracts the gazes of 10,000 eyes. The moment he appears, he would attract everyone's attention. Quite a few people go up to him one after another to give their greetings and make small talk. Other than Tian Xin sect, there are also the two big forces Qingcheng sect and Xingluo group. Of the people from Qingcheng sect, XiaoMo only recognizes one of them. The one wearing a resplendent fluttering blue robe with silvery white silk thread embroidery glittering like crystals on the robe. Dazzling rays restraining the shadows. Setting off the man, making him appear like a cool and crisp spring. Add to that his handsome features. Just by standing, he creates a beautiful scene no matter where he is, attracting the gazes of all the women, making them linger on his body as two pink dots slowly rise up their cheeks. This man is none other than Qingcheng sect's Luo Shui, the talented man of the hour. Even though Luo Shui is very outstanding, the middle-aged man standing next to him is by no means inferior. XiaoMo guesses that this middle-aged man should be Luo Changyuan, the one that stole Tianxian sect's level 9 magic pill formula, Qingcheng sect's Grand Master. Although he looks like an outstanding man, it's a pity that he's also a treacherous and deceitful man. As for the Qingcheng sect disciples and elders he leads, they are about the same number as those from Tianxian sect. This battle array is not something that can be discounted. But when compared to these two major sects, Xing Luo group clearly lacks presence. The small number of disciples who are not wearing gray cloaks all have somewhat pale faces, most probably a result of the techniques they practice. The others are all covered top to bottom, wrapped up in gray cloaks, as if they are trying to look mysterious. Although it was the same thing the last time, this time, the most important one leading the way is missing, the emperor-level group leader of Xing Luo group, Shintu Dao. Rumor is that he is in seclusion, unable to come out for the moment. Therefore 2 elders are taking his place, one of which is coincidentally someone XiaoMo recognizes. It's the one who participated in the auction at the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures, Xing Luo Group's representative, Ding Shi, with a 7-star celestial level cultivation. This strength level is clearly insufficient to make an impression, so Xing Luo Group also sent another elder, Xiang Pengtian, with a 6-star spiritual level cultivation. Although it's not an imperial level practitioner, a 6-star spiritual level cultivation is enough to become an overlord. So no one dares to look down on Xing Luo Group, especially Xiao Group, Jilu Tower, and Shueisha Clan. What surprises XiaoMo is that these 3 forces also make an appearance. But as they are second-class forces, the number of slots they get is not much. Other than them, there are also independent practitioners. Independent practitioners are those that are not part of any force. Although they have freedom to do as they wish, they can only depend on themselves on this road of cultivation. Things such as cultivation techniques, level promoting magic pills, magic herbs, they have to rely on themselves to procure all these. Because it is like this, murder and robbery is a very common occurrence. Furthermore, without the protection of a group, if they accidentally offend some force, they would most probably end up dead. However, the number of independent practitioners cannot be discounted. The number of practitioners in Longshao continent is in the thousands of 10,000s. Not every one of them are part of some force. For one, those forces are unlikely to accept just anyone. Second, the threshold for entry is high, only accepting the ones with good innate talent. But this doesn't mean that there aren't any independent practitioners with good innate talent. There are some with good innate talent who are not willing to enter into the major sections. So, in order to prevent the independent practitioners from rioting resentfully, Tianxian sect and the other 2 major sects will give the independent practitioners 10 slots every time the Paradise Realm opens. Who those slots belong to, is up to themselves to decide. Ling Xiao pats the dazed XiaoMo, signaling to him that the winged bird is about to descend. XiaoMo immediately clutches one of Ling Xiao's arms. He doesn't want a tragic scene to occur when the winged bird descends. Not only would he lose face in front of his fellow disciples, it would be in front of all the practitioners. The winged bird lets out a delighted and shrill call at Ling Xiao's signal. The shrill cry of the winged bird immediately attracts the attention of everyone below. Just when everyone raises their heads, the winged bird is already diving straight down. A burst of strong wind rises, causing a few people to close their eyes. By the time they open their eyes again, a 4 to 5 meter high winged bird is in front of their eyes, with 2 people standing on its back. Taking a clearer look, one of them is surprisingly the genius who shares the same level of fame with Luo Shui, Lin Xiao. He's different from the cool and crisp Luo Shui. Ling Xiao is dressed in a set of snow-white gold silk robes, fluttering in the wind. His ink-black long hair dances elegantly, looking rather otherworldly. Like before, a slight gentle smile hangs on the corner of his lips, making him appear even more scholarly and refined. The sculpted contours of his handsome face also gives people a sense of security. Maybe because the momentum of his appearance is too strong, everyone looks over expectantly. Ling Xiao takes a step with his silver brocade boots and then he simply picks up the one by his side, XiaoMo, and jumps down. His actions are swift and smooth. Only after they are firmly on the ground does everyone's attention shift to the one being carried by Ling Xiao in his arms, stunning each and every one of them. Which person can actually be carried down by XiaoMo's most outstanding talent, Ling Xiao? This isn't an honor that is granted easily. It must be said that the number of women who wish to be carried in Lin Xiao's arms may be enough to wind a few rounds around the 10,000 Python demon plane. But when they take a clearer look, they find out that the one he is carrying is actually a babyish youth. The youth's face is bright red. When they land on the ground, he anxiously jumps out from Lin Xiao's body. Maybe because he was too hurried, when he jumped down, he twists one of his ankles. Luckily Lin Xiao pulls him up in time. Lin Xiao has a doting look in his eyes as he smiles gently while saying, "Little brother, are you okay?" XiaoMo blares at him angrily. This fellow is definitely doing it on purpose. But under everyone's attention, he doesn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary, so he can only reply in a soft voice, "I'm fine." Silence all around. As everyone is speculating over their relationship, XiaoMo is unimaginably quiet. Earlier, when the winged bird made its appearance, the people from XiaoMo already noticed that it is one of theirs. So they instantly guessed that the ones on top would be Lin Xiao and Zhou Peng. Just as Tang Yunqi and company walk over happily to greet them, the one at Ling Xiao's side who should have been Zhou Peng turns out to be the one they dislike the most, XiaoMo. Tang Yunqi and company are so stunned that they can't say a word. Tang Fan also realizes it. His unreadable expression darkens. This is the first time he is showing a displeased expression in front of others. But who would not be displeased when they discover that they have been tricked by their own disciple? There is no way someone as shrewd as him won't be able to guess why this grand disciple of his wanted them to leave first. Looks like this is the reason. Truthfully speaking, Tang Fan is more and more disappointed with the performance of this grand disciple. At first, he only thought that he was fascinated with something novel, so he was getting close to XiaoMo. But with how the actions he takes on behalf of XiaoMo getting more and more over the top, Tang Fan realizes that something is not right. If it's just for the sake of novelty, why would he go against his wishes again and again, actually becoming enemies with the other elders for his sake? Furthermore, ever since the huge change in his character, his actions and conduct are becoming more and more brazen. If it wasn't because he is absolutely sure that he is undeniably his grand disciple, he would have suspected that he was sent by the demons to be a secret agent. But now his actions are becoming more and more outrageous. For the sake of a puny little mage, he actually dares to deceive his own master. This is already a serious blow to his bottom line. A thunderstorm brews in Tang Fan's eyes. But it is only for a moment. Now is definitely not the time to pursue this matter. Furthermore, if he were to say it out, XiaoMo will be the subject of ridicule. Also, Lin Xiao is really a rare genius. If they were to lose him, it would not be a light blow to XiaoMo. Tang Yunqi walks over to her father and hugs his arm while saying in an aggrieved tone, "Father, Brother Xiao brought that slut again. This time you must definitely reprimand Brother Xiao." Tang Fan says in a deep voice, "Young Qi, you are my, Tang Fan's, daughter. You shouldn't say slut so easily. If others hear it, they would think that I, Tang Fan, is someone that doesn't know how to teach his daughter properly, an unrefined person." Tang Yunqi seems to be frightened by his displeased tone. She lowers her head and says hesitantly, "Yes, daughter understands, but..." When she says these words, a look of resentment flashes past her eyes as she looks at XiaoMo with eyes full of hate. On that side, Ling Xiao also brings XiaoMo over. Ling Xiao still has his smiling face on. Even though he can see that Tang Fan's old face is showing an unhappy expression, he maintains his composure as he walks over and says, "Master, I'm here." Hearing these words, Tang Fan's face turns one shade darker. "You're not planning on giving me an explanation?" Ling Xiao freezes, as if he just realizes what he is talking about. He puts on an act and slaps himself on the forehead, laughing as he says, "I apologize to Master. Because of the excitement of seeing everyone, I almost forgot." Saying this, he simply pulls XiaoMo to the front. XiaoMo glances at Tang Fan awkwardly. His expression causes his heart to shiver. He firmly suppresses the urge to hide behind Ling Xiao's body. Speaking reverently, he says greetings to Grand Master. "Master, this is junior brother Yu whom you've met before at Wushuan Mountain. Originally, I was preparing to bring junior brother Zhou together with me, but unexpectedly, when we were about to set out, junior brother Zhou experienced some trouble, so he couldn't leave. Coincidentally, disciple came across junior brother Yu. In order to avoid being late, junior brother Zhou also agreed to give his slot to junior brother Yu. So disciple could only bring him along to make up the numbers." The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth holds a slight smile as he speaks. His tone is casual, at a moderate pace, as if he is talking about something unimportant. His smug expression causes Tang Fan's face to tighten, but as the Grand Master of Tian Xin sect, he has long ago learned to control his expressions, bringing it to the point of perfection. Those standing nearby definitely can't tell what he is thinking. After a while, a slight smile barely appears on Tang Fan's serious face. "Since your younger brother Zhou also agrees, Master won't say anything more. But since you are the one who brought him here, you will have to take good care of him." "Alright, his master is also here. Bring him over there, BA." "Yes, Master." Ling Xiao smiles as he cups his hands. Looking at the back of Ling Xiao bringing that person over to Kongwen, Tang Fan narrows his eyes slightly. It is unclear what kind of emotions are brewing in those black eyes, on the brink of spilling over. Seeing that her father is actually letting off XiaoMo so easily, Tang Yunqi feels even more resentment in her heart. She clenches her fists tightly, not even aware that her fingernails are sinking into her palms. Note: Cauldron fire is pure blue, point of perfection. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. Sorry about the slow releases, but it looks like it's going to be this way for a long time. That means 10 years to the end of the novel? Too bad I wasn't born an heiress. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156. The Legendary Master. Kongwen's status is that of a peak master. It's a pity his control over his emotions is not as good as Tang Fan's. When XiaoMo showed up together with Ling Xiao, the few disciples by his side detected his mood. The repressed indignation and contempt is plainly shown, not disguised in the least. XiaoMo's appearance is tantamount to someone throwing a bucket of dirty water in his face in public. Especially in front of his few disciples, making him feel even more loss of face. He restrains the impulse to vent his anger, but he can't. This is probably the first time someone pulls the mask from his face ever since he assumed the role as Master of Earth Peak. On top of that, this person is the 7th disciple that he personally accepted. At that time he did it based on his relationship with Ling Xiao. He never expected that his disciple would actually repay him this way. Ling Xiao pulls XiaoMo towards Kongwen. He beams as he says to him, "Uncle Kong, see who this is. Junior brother Yu's luck is really good. The both of you, master and disciple, meet again, unexpected BA?" Hearing his words, XiaoMo's mouth twitches. He steals a glance at Ling Xiao. Are you purposely trying to enrage him? Wait, when we go back, the one that would be out of luck is me. Master. Dot. XiaoMo scratches his head, not daring to look at Kongwon. He seems to be blushing a little. You actually have some skill. Looks like Master underestimated you. Kongwon gives a faintly discernible grunt and then suddenly adds some seemingly paradoxical words. It's unclear what he means. XiaoMo doesn't know how he should respond. But there is one thing he can be sure of. Kongwon is angry. He can't help shooting a look at Ling Xiao. Dude, he's angry. What should we do? Ling Xiao bravely takes a firm step forward, nodding his head in agreement. What Uncle Kong says is not wrong. Junior brother Yu's luck has come and no one can stop it. This time, if junior brother Joe didn't have problems right at that time, junior brother Yu would have no chance. Although he speaks as if it really happened like that, probably only a few believe it. Because who doesn't know that Zhou Peng's relationship with him is especially close? If he were to ask Zhou Peng to give his spot to XiaoMo, Zhou Peng would most probably agree, although some things can't be for sure. But there are some people that do know the truth. Such as Fong Chenlo and Fu Zilin. XiaoMo already told them that he has a way to enter the paradise realm. Now thinking back and connecting it to this scene, the answer is as clear as can be. But the two of them won't expose Ling Xiao's words. Kongwon grimaces slightly, looking at XiaoMo with a smile that is only skin deep. Little Seven's luck is indeed too good when compared to others. XiaoMo opens and closes his mouth, before deciding that it would be better not to say anything. He can't seem to make out Kongwon's line of thought. While they are talking, the other few forces are also observing them. Ling Xiao is after all quite the celebrity. Showing up at the same place as Luo Shui, there will always be a few people that will compare the both of them. But, Ling Xiao is very rarely seen being very close to anyone on the outside. Seeing this suddenly, naturally, they are very curious. Not far away, Luo Shui receives the signal from his father and secretly observes Ling Xiao. Seeing him acting so intimately with a boyish beautiful youth, a look of surprise flashes across his handsome face. The impression he has of Ling Xiao is someone that looks as if he can get along well with anyone, talking and laughing cheerfully, but is in actual fact someone that maintains a clear dividing line with everyone. They are both the same kind of people, hiding behind a mask, so he can tell. Just like looking at Ling Xiao's actions today, Luo Shui knows that he is definitely not putting on an act. Luo Shui's lips curve upwards imperceptibly. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually announce his weakness in front of everyone. Is it that he didn't think it through, or he feels so sure that he can protect that youth? For some unknown reason, he suddenly very much wants to witness that scene. How would that scene unfold? Most probably it's not just Luo Shui who is having these thoughts. Looking unaffected on the surface, many of these people are already hashing out schemes in their hearts. Right at this moment, the barrier around the paradise realm starts to act up, signaling that the barrier will soon open. Although the barrier will open up, the time is not long. Furthermore, it will restore itself automatically. So they have to first stabilize one of the breaches in the barrier. But even if they manage to stabilize that breach, the barrier will automatically restore itself in 1 month's time. So they have to come out within a month or they will be locked inside. Whether they can come out 50 years later is not a sure thing. Kongwon's status is that of a peak master. It's a pity his control over his emotions is not as good as Tang Fan's. When XiaoMo showed up together with Ling Xiao, the few disciples by his side detected his mood. The repressed indignation and contempt is plainly shown, not disguised in the least. XiaoMo's appearance is tantamount to someone throwing a bucket of dirty water in his face in public. Especially in front of his few disciples, making him feel even more loss of face. He restrains the impulse to vent his anger, but he can't. This is probably the first time someone pulls the mask from his face ever since he assumed the role as Master of Earth Peak. On top of that, this person is the 7th disciple that he personally accepted. At that time he did it based on his relationship with Ling Xiao. He never expected that his disciple would actually repay him this way. Ling Xiao pulls XiaoMo towards Kongwen. He beams as he says to him, "Uncle Kong, see who this is. Junior brother Yu's luck is really good. The both of you, master and disciple, meet again, unexpected BA?" Hearing his words, XiaoMo's mouth twitches. He steals a glance at Ling Xiao. Are you purposely trying to enrage him? Wait, when we go back, the one that would be out of luck is me. Master. XiaoMo scratches his head, not daring to look at Kongwen. He seems to be blushing a little. You actually have some skill. Looks like master underestimated you. Kongwen gives a faintly discernible grunt and then suddenly adds some seemingly paradoxical words. It's unclear what he means. XiaoMo doesn't know how he should respond. But there is one thing he can be sure of. Kongwen is angry. He can't help shooting a look at Ling Xiao. Dude, he's angry. What should we do? Ling Xiao bravely takes a firm step forward, nodding his head in agreement. What Uncle Kong says is not wrong. Junior brother Yu's luck has come and no one can stop it. This time, if junior brother Joe didn't have problems right at that time, junior brother Yu would have had no chance. Although he speaks as if it really happened like that, probably only a few believe it. Because who doesn't know that Zhou Peng's relationship with him is especially close? If he were to ask Zhou Peng to give his spot to XiaoMo, Zhou Peng would most probably agree, although some things can't be for sure. But there are some people that do know the truth. Such as Fong Chenlo and Fu Zilin. XiaoMo already told them that he has a way to enter the paradise realm. Now thinking back and connecting it to this scene, the answer is as clear as can be. But the two of them won't expose Ling Xiao's words. Kongwen grimaces slightly, looking at XiaoMo with a smile that is only skin deep. Little Seven's luck is indeed too good when compared to others. XiaoMo opens and closes his mouth, before deciding that it would be better not to say anything. He can't seem to make out Kongwen's line of thought. While they are talking, the other few forces are also observing them. Ling Xiao is after all quite the celebrity. Showing up at the same place as Luo Shui, there will always be a few people that will compare the both of them. But, Ling Xiao is very rarely seen being very close to anyone on the outside. Seeing this suddenly, naturally, they are very curious. Not far away, Luo Shui receives the signal from his father and secretly observes Ling Xiao. Seeing him acting so intimately with a boyish beautiful youth, a look of surprise flashes across his handsome face. The impression he has of Ling Xiao is someone that looks as if he can get along well with anyone, talking and laughing cheerfully, but is in actual fact someone that maintains a clear dividing line with everyone. They are both the same kind of people, hiding behind a mask, so he can tell. Just like looking at Ling Xiao's actions today, Luo Shui knows that he is definitely not putting on an act. Luo Shui's lips curve upwards imperceptibly. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually announce his weakness in front of everyone. Is it that he didn't think it through, or he feels so sure that he can protect that youth? For some unknown reason, he suddenly very much wants to witness that scene. How would that scene unfold? Most probably it's not just Luo Shui who is having these thoughts. Looking unaffected on the surface, many of these people are already hashing out schemes in their hearts. Right at this moment, the barrier around the paradise realm starts to act up, signaling that the barrier will soon open. Although the barrier will open up, the time is not long. Furthermore, it will restore itself automatically. So they have to first stabilize one of the breaches in the barrier. But even if they manage to stabilize that breach, the barrier will automatically restore itself in 1 month's time. So they have to come out within a month or they will be locked inside. Whether they can come out 50 years later is not a sure thing. The ones who stabilize the barrier are Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan, because only imperial-level practitioners can do it. It's also because of this reason that Tianxian sect and Qingcheng sect get as many as 40 to 50 slots, whereas Xing Luo group only has 20 or so. But the barrier of the Paradise Realm is inside the 10,000 Python Demon Plane. They have to enter inside the 10,000 python demon plane before they can do it. Luckily, years ago, several large forces secured an agreement with the overlord of the 10,000 python demon plane. Unless the overlord of the 10,000 python demon plane is willing to bear the wrath of 2 imperial-level practitioners, in this kind of circumstance, they will not attack human practitioners unprovoked. Taking advantage of the time when Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan are competing with each other to stabilize the barrier, XiaoMo, in order to shake off the awkward atmosphere, starts speaking to Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he did explain about the 10,000 python demon plane. The 10,000 python demon plane can be considered the #1 most dangerous place in the southern region of Longshao continent. But it was formed only 3,000 years ago. It can be considered to be a rising power. Although practitioners have their ideas when it comes to the evil heavenly pythons, with every part of their body considered as treasures, no one dares to provoke a level 9 evil heavenly python overlord. This is how the enormous python cave came to be, becoming a force that almost matches that of Tianxian sect and Qingcheng sect. But what XiaoMo doesn't understand is that since an alliance of several major forces would definitely be able to wipe out that level 9 evil heavenly python, why didn't they strangle it in its cradle before the 10,000 python demon plane rose to prominence? This is the one point he couldn't understand even after thinking it through 100 ways. Fang Qinlu, who is at one side, seems to hear his bewilderment, so he suddenly comes closer and says, "Little brother, these matters are recorded in the documents in the East Pavilion of the library. You didn't read about it? XiaoMo. East Pavilion? The one he frequents is the West Pavilion. The agreement between the major forces and the 10,000 python demon plane is already 3,000 years old. It has ceased to be a secret a long time ago, placed prominently in the open on the second floor of the East Pavilion. This matter can actually be traced back to 10,000 years ago. At that time, you were yet to be born." Fang Qinlu laughs haha as he speaks. XiaoMo is rendered speechless. No need to talk about 10,000 years ago, he wasn't even born a year ago and 10,000 years ago, the relationship between practitioners and magic beasts is one of hunter and prey. Practitioners are the hunters. Magic beasts are the prey. There are some practitioners who, in order to increase their strength, or to earn coins to buy magic pills and magic herbs, will enter into the Doomsday Forest, where magic beasts appear and disappear, to hunt them down wantonly. At that time, the strength of the magic beasts were not as strong as they are now. So you can imagine the scene where corpses of magic beasts were piled up as high as mountains. That was really a kind of huge profits bring about an explosion of violence. However, the greed of practitioners knows no end. Fang Qinlu's voice gets softer and softer. Endless greed will be punished. Those few practitioners, because of greed, in the end start to target the Demon Moon Silver Fox clan. The Demon Moon Silver Fox can be considered Longshao continent's more pure and noble magic beasts. That's because it is rumored that they possess an ancient inherited bloodline. The rumor at that time is that they were the ones that would have the best chance of becoming level 10 and even level 11 magic beasts. Level 11 is equivalent to a practitioner of divine level. As a result, once this rumor spread, all the practitioners became frenzied. The Demon Moon Silver Fox clan at that time did not have anyone above a level 9. Their strength was rather low, but they were still extremely proud magic beasts, unwilling to dance for the practitioners, so they refused to be bonded to them. The result of refusing is, the number of Demon Moon Silver Foxes experienced a precipitous fall from over 10,000 to just over 100. Those that were captured were not forcefully bonded nor enslaved. Instead, they were skinned. Even though the number of remaining Demon Moon Silver Foxes were only about 100, the greedy practitioners continued to hunt them down. Even if they can't bond them, they can still be sold at a sky-high price. It must be said that the blood of the silver fox is of great help to those practitioners of the fire attribute. And there's also their fur. If the fur is turned into armor, it can save one's life. The frenzied practitioners forced the remaining 100 or so demon moonsilver foxes into the Chaos Demon Peak in the heart of the Doomsday Forest. At that time, the Doomsday Forest was far less dangerous than it is now. Those few silver foxes were surrounded in Chaos Demon Peak. Just when they were about to give up all hope, a miracle occurred. A ray of bright white light suddenly came down from the heavens, falling right on the Chaos Demon Peak. A man with unrivaled magnificent style appears from the white rays of light. That man's body is bathed in a layer of white light. That layer of white light seems to shine out from inside his body, making his radiance above all others, just like a god descending to earth, dazzling to the extreme. It is this suddenly appearing man that saved the clan of Demon Moonsilver Foxes. He also finished off the practitioners who were hunting down that clan of Demon Moonsilver Foxes. Those people were no match for that man. Not even a single one of them could get in more than 5 moves. The Chaos Demon Peak was dyed red with blood, attracting countless magic beasts. The man's appearance allowed the magic beasts to discard their status as prey, allowing them to stand on the same level as practitioners, with some that are even higher. Because from that moment on, many strong magic beasts started to emerge, some with strength strong enough to challenge practitioners. From that time on, no force has dared to slaughter magic beasts as they wish, because in the rumors among the Beast Clan, there is someone they call the Master of the Magic Beasts. That person is the legendary Master of the Magic Beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157. Excretion Spot. The bloody event 10,000 years ago and the strengthening of magic beasts have deterred the practitioners from wantonly launching a massacre on them again. This is also why practitioners extremely covet the powers of the magic beasts. However, very few practitioners are able to bond strong magic beasts. The higher the level of the magic beast, the stronger their communal bond with their own kind. They are no longer targets that can be casually hunted down and killed by practitioners. However, the appearance of the Master of Magic Beasts didn't affect the process of natural selection. The way of this world has always been, the weaker meat, the strong do eat. The Master of Magic Beasts only gave them the ability to get stronger, but that didn't change the antagonistic stand between the practitioners and the magic beasts, so the killing continued. However, it's no longer a one-sided affair like 10,000 years ago. But from that moment on, the Master of the Magic Beasts disappeared. He appeared again 5,000 years ago and hasn't appeared since. Some people say that the Master of Magic Beasts left Long Xiao continent. Some people say that he is in deep sleep. Other people say that he is in some corner of Long Xiao continent. But whatever the case, to the magic beasts, the Master of Magic Beasts is their savior, their master, simply a legend among the magic beast population. XiaoMo is stunned to learn that there is this kind of history between magic beasts and practitioners 10,000 years ago. No wonder he hasn't seen those bonded magic beasts in Tianxian sect. If it's ordinary magic beasts, neither martial artists nor mages are willing to waste their limited slots on them. As for high-level magic beasts, it is not easy to come across them. Being choosy here and there are very few who can actually bond with a magic beast. As for the 10,000 Python Demon Plane, admittedly the threat of the Master of Magic Beasts is still felt. However, the Master of Magic Beasts has not appeared for a few thousand years. Who knows if he has already left Long Xiao continent. So the threat is much less than before. However, there are other reasons why those sects have not moved against the 10,000 Python Demon Plane. The 10,000 Python Demon Plane is enveloped year-round in a layer of gray poisonous gas. This layer of poisonous gas is excreted by over 10,000 evil heavenly pythons. It can easily cut through the defenses of practitioners who are celestial level and below. So, unless those sects are willing to sacrifice a large number of their disciples, they won't make a move against the 10,000 Python Demon Plane. Furthermore, the overlord of the 10,000 Python demon plane is already a level 9 evil heavenly python that can shapeshift into a human with 8 senior generals under his command. This level of power is sufficient for them to stand at the same level as sects like Xian sect. On top of that, there is the advantageous terrain of the 10,000 Python demon plane. Probably, even before an evil heavenly python is found, many of the practitioners be wounded or dead. XiaoMo motions secretly to Ling Xiao. Taking advantage of the time when the two brothers are talking with each other, he whispers to Ling Xiao, "Elder brother Ling, since that master of magic beasts is so awesome, do you think he could be the owner of the paradise realm? If we go in like this, will we infuriate him?" Ling Xiao, who is looking at the scenery with a satisfied expression, shifts his gaze subtly to the expectant XiaoMo. An enigmatic smile escapes from the corner of his mouth. "Probably not." "Why not?" XiaoMo asks in reply. Ling Xiao's eyes shine as he gazes at him, beaming while he says, "That master of magic beasts actually frightened all the practitioners of Longshao continent. Clearly no one is a match for him. Naturally, there isn't a practitioner who can injure him, so he should still be alive. As for the owner of the paradise realm, he is a powerful person from 10,000 years ago or even earlier. He is now long dead that even the remnants of his soul is no longer here. How could it be him?" XiaoMo ponders for a bit and feels that Ling Xiao is right. No matter how you look at it, that master of magic beasts appeared suddenly. Most probably not someone from Longshao continent. Therefore the timeline doesn't match. Little brother, actually the existence of the 10,000 Python demon plane is more complicated than what you imagine. Ling Xiao suddenly bends over and says this sentence next to his ear. XiaoMo raises his head and catches sight of the smile that is still on his face. However, it is no longer the casual smile from before. Instead, it is clearly one of despise and contempt. The look in his eyes is like one looking at fleas. All of a sudden, XiaoMo is puzzled. In reality, the reason why the three forces didn't make a move is because of the balance in power. Xian sect, Qingcheng sect, and Xingluo group form a balance of power in the southern part of Longshao continent. If any one of them drops in strength, it would be gobbled up by one of the other two powers. Let's say Xian sect and Qingcheng sect have a strong interest in the 10,000 Python demon plane. They can join hands against that evil heavenly python. But, as everyone knows, the defense of a high-level evil heavenly python is extraordinary. If you want to kill it off, you must pay an enormous price. This way, they would definitely be injured. Without the threat of an imperial-level fighter, the balance of power would be broken. Xingluo group would very likely make a move on them. So, as long as one of the three powers is reluctant to make a move, the other two would also definitely not make a move. They can only stare wide-eyed at that piece of fatty meat, the 10,000 Python demon plane, as it gets fatter and fatter while they are unable to make a move. Elder brother Ling, so do you think that the master of magic beasts is still around? The relationships between these forces are extremely complicated. XiaoMo is not interested in figuring it out. What interests him is that master of magic beasts. Ling Xiao lowers his head and looks at him, laughing lightly while saying, "Of course he's still around." XiaoMo's eyeballs roll round and round as he asks in delight, "Then do you know where he is now?" Ling Xiao strokes his chin and glances at his shining eyes. He suddenly asks, "Why are you asking?" I'm just asking, XiaoMo laughs soundlessly, as if it is really like he said, that he is just asking. Normal people wouldn't ask further, but Ling Xiao is no ordinary person. Furthermore, that person is right in front of him, so it's impossible that he won't ask further. He smacks him on the head and asks smilingly, "Tell the truth." XiaoMo's mouth twitches. This fellow is really hateful, always wanting to expose him each and every time. XiaoMo arranges his words, saying, "The truth is, I was thinking that since that person is so awesome, the treasure he guards must be something extraordinary. So, if we know the places he has been to, maybe we would be able to find a stock of level 10 and above magic herb. What do you say? Ling Xiao feels that he has really underestimated this little mage. He actually dares to covet his things. But after looking him up and down, he feels that there really is a treasure. And this point he actually very much agrees with. Elder brother Ling, what do you think of my idea? Seeing him not saying anything, XiaoMo asks excitedly. He really can't wait to know his answer. Of course it's a good idea, Ling Xiao beams and nods his head. Actually, where there are high-level magic herbs, there will definitely be magic beasts. But where there are magic beasts, it does not necessarily mean there will be magic herbs. XiaoMo clearly forgot this point. Hearing Ling Xiao confirm his way of thinking, he is delighted, secretly thinking to himself that he is really smart. Seeing that he is full of joy, a playful look flashes in Ling Xiao's eyes as he adds, "Little brother. After thinking it over, I feel that although your idea is good, it is a little improbable." XiaoMo reins in the happiness on his face and asks doubtfully, "Where is it improbable?" Ling Xiao says in all seriousness, "Think about it. You want to find places where that master of magic beasts guarded before. But there's definitely a lot of places. If there are too many, don't tell me we have to go to each location and search once over?" Oh, that's true. XiaoMo also feels that he has a point. Then how about we only look at places where the spiritual energy is dense? Those places with scarce spiritual energy is unlikely to be where high-level magic herbs are. What do you think? If that's the case, I actually know where that master of magic beasts would have definitely gone. The spiritual energy there is definitely dense. Ling Xiao's smile is rather treacherous as he voluntarily gives him a clue. Really, then you know where it is? XiaoMo's eyes light up immediately. It is. Ling Xiao says. The following words were spoken rather softly. XiaoMo immediately moves his ear closer. Ling Xiao lowers his head and sees his rather red ears. He laughs inwardly and then says, "It is." Where he goes to do his business. XiaoMo. The look of delight on his pretty face instantly turns into one of constipation. What the hell, what rubbish. Where he does his business is the place with the strongest spiritual energy, XiaoMo really feels that he has been duped. He only knows that the shit dump is the most foul place in the world. He finally realizes that Ling Xiao never had faith in his idea. He was just playing with him from the beginning to the end and he actually fell for it. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao sees his face changing color non-stop from red to orange to amaranth to green to blue to purple and he finally can't stop himself from laughing out loud. His laughter is not the least bit restrained. Once heard, it is clear that it is a hearty laughter coming from inside. XiaoMo flushes red and pushes him away. Then he kicks towards his right leg. Ling Xiao is not a masochist, so he simply raises his right leg and takes a step backwards. XiaoMo chases after him while pointing at him angrily while saying, "If you have the guts, stand there and don't run." Of course Ling Xiao won't stand there obediently. Although getting kicked by him is nothing really, he doesn't want to let him to have his way. So, one chasing and one running, they go round and round Fong Qinlu and the others. When did Ling Xiao ever laugh so freely in front of others? Everyone only knows of Ling Xiao, who is someone refined and courteous, an elegant gentleman. No one has ever seen him laugh so happily before. But what makes everyone's monocles pop out is that Ling Xiao, while being chased and berated by a puny mage, is actually showing such a delighted expression, as if he is enjoying himself. This scene really shocked a lot of people. Looks like Ling Xiao is actually this kind of person in private. But it must be said that the ones that are most shocked are probably the disciples and elders of Tian Xin sect. They are even more shocked than the people of Qing Cheng sect and the like because they are his brothers from the same sect. Therefore, they are rather clear on what kind of person Ling Xiao is. He speaks what he wishes, but he has never acted so intimately with any fellow disciple. Although he is especially good to XiaoMo and defends him preferentially, they never knew that this is how they act when he is together with XiaoMo in private. Let alone the Bruce Lees of the warrior division, even Feng Chenlo, who is being circled by the two of them, forgets himself and has his mouth hanging slightly open. Seeing is believing. He finally realizes that the relationship between little brother and Lin Xiao is even better than what he imagined. Not far away, Tang Yunqi looks at them furiously as if wanting to tear them apart, her eyes dead set on the two of them. The brothers and sisters by her side don't dare to look at her, but they can sense the junior sister's fury and hate coming from her body. Looks like the one most affected by this scene is her. But not one of them goes over to console her. No one wants to court misfortune at this time. That's enough. Making so much noise in front of everyone, whatever next? Kongwen finally couldn't stand it any longer and shouts at them. His expression is rather stern as he gives a warning look to XiaoMo. XiaoMo is frightened by the look in his eyes. His mouth twitches awkwardly and he then runs to Ling Xiao's side like an ostrich, not daring to make any more noise. Ling Xiao also doesn't dodge away anymore, and looks at him teasingly. XiaoMo pats his cheeks and then, while everyone is looking towards the 10,000 python demon plane, he raises his foot and stamps on Ling Xiao's foot. Once is not enough, so he does it again. It's all this guy's fault, making him do something embarrassing once again. Ling Xiao's smiling face doesn't change, as if the one being stepped on is not him. He follows everyone, looking towards the barrier with a satisfied expression. XiaoMo stamps on for quite a bit, but after seeing him actually not showing any sign of pain, he takes back his foot while panting with rage. But when he sees that the exquisite white boot on Ling Xiao's right foot is now a gray boot, he immediately giggles in satisfaction. Ling Xiao hears him giggle and follows his line of vision to see his own boots, now filthy from all the stamping. He raises the corner of his lips in a smile while saying, "Little brother, are you happy now?" XiaoMo puffs up his cheeks and nods in satisfaction. Ling Xiao simply stretches out his hand and flicks him on his forehead. Just when XiaoMo is about to flip out again, he quickly points at the two men coming towards them, Tang Fan and Luo Changyuan, while saying, "Quick, look. The barrier is open." XiaoMo doesn't believe it, thinking that Ling Xiao is just bluffing him again. A second later, he hears the sound of everyone cheering. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158. Exchange and Transfer. XiaoMo turns his head and sees Tang Fan and Luo Changyuan coming out from the 10,000 python demon plane together. The moment they come out, the onlookers immediately surround them, a few of them stretching their necks to look into the distance, wanting to know if the hole in barrier has been stabilized. After all, things concerning the Paradise Realm is something everyone is concerned about. The one to speak is Tang Fan. He motions for everyone to quiet down. As for Luo Changyuan, his face is rather abnormally pale. It's not clear if it is because he ran into some trouble inside or if he was already injured to begin with. Luo Shuhi, who is standing at the side, quickly goes over to help him to the side. Because everyone's attention is concentrated on Tang Fan, very few people notice their actions. Tang Fan glances surreptitiously at Luo Changyuan's back with a rather profound expression. Others do not know, but he sees it as clear as day. But this is not the right time to lay his cards on the table. Everyone quiet down. The barrier has been stabilized, but only 10 people can be transported at one time. Now take out your life-saving stone and follow me and Grand Master Luo into the 10,000 python demon plane. Remember not to mess around or you would have to suffer the consequences of your own actions. When he says this, a few forces start to form groups of people, 10 people to one life-saving stone. The so-called life-saving stone is a type of stone made from white crystal. This type of stone can form a protective radius of different sizes depending on the size of the stone. It can be used to repel the poisonous gas. It's not some rare thing, but because it can only be used once, and because they are usually only the size of a fist, it is only effective for half an hour. Because of that, it is definitely not cheap. XiaoMo doesn't have a life-saving stone, but Ling Xiao has one. Ling Xiao already asked around about it a long time ago, but his life-saving stone was given to him by Tang Fan. It was given much earlier on. There are only 8 people from Earth Peak. If they were to add XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, it would be just nice. But Kongwen doesn't call XiaoMo over. Instead he calls Fang Qinluo and the others and then takes the life-saving stone with him and follows behind Tang Fan's group into the 10,000 Python Demon Plane. XiaoMo also didn't expect Kongwen to include him. After they left, Ling Xiao bumps into his shoulder and beams while saying, "Little brother, let's go to BA." One of his hands is still holding onto the life-saving stone. The life-saving stone in his hand is not small. It can last for about an hour. At that time, Tang Fan chose it specifically for him. If Tang Fan had known that it would turn out like this, he probably wouldn't have given him such a big life-saving stone. That is what's called man proposes but God disposes. 2 people using such a big life-saving stone appears very wasteful. Hence it attracts quite a lot of attention. There are 10 independent practitioners, but the life-saving stone they use is half the size of Ling Xiao's. It's probably effective for not even half an hour. Furthermore, because they didn't put in any effort from beginning to end, they would probably be the very last batch to enter. Coincidentally, they walk next to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. They look at the 2 of them using one stone with endless jealousy and envy. XiaoMo assesses the surroundings and happens to see them. Seeing 10 grown men crowding around one stone, with some of them looking at him resentfully, he suddenly feels embarrassed. Ling Xiao sees this scene and the corner of his lips rises up as he speaks to the independent practitioner holding the life-saving stone. "I can exchange the life-saving stone with you, kind sir, if you tell us about the situation inside the Paradise Realm. How about it?" The moment he finishes talking, that person immediately exchanges looks with the others, as if they are very surprised that he would say these words. XiaoMo is also very surprised, so much so that he raises his head and looks at Ling Xiao in surprise. The latter lowers his head and winks at him. Although people that show goodwill for no rhyme or reason may have ulterior motives, Ling Xiao explained it explicitly. "If you want to come over, you have to provide information." This dispels half of the suspicions in their hearts. Furthermore, Ling Xiao is someone from Tianxian sect. He probably won't play tricks on them in front of that many people. Thinking like this, that man seeks agreement from the others and then exchanges life-saving stones with Ling Xiao. Holding the life-saving stone, that independent practitioner can feel the vast energy within it. Now they no longer have to worry that the energy from the life-saving stone won't be enough. Although a few of them are of spiritual level, so they don't have to worry that they would be poisoned once the energy runs out. It may affect their strength, making it more dangerous when they enter the Paradise Realm. Therefore, they are willing to exchange some information for a piece of life-saving stone. After that, that independent practitioner starts to list all the information he has. Some are the personal experiences of others. Some are information obtained from asking around. Adding them up, Ling Xiao actually acquired quite a lot of useful information. XiaoMo didn't expect that it would be like this. He feels like prostrating himself before Ling Xiao in admiration. He looks at Ling Xiao with worship shining in his eyes. Very quickly, they reach the place with the breach in the barrier. It is situated in a dark ravine. The ravine is filled with a dense negative air. Bursts of ice-cold air penetrates directly through the skin. Those of weaker cultivation can't help but shiver. The figures of several evil heavenly pythons that have yet to awaken their spiritual consciousness can be seen circling in the forest. Seeing them, some people feel their hearts stir. This is what's called a level 9 magic beast. But no matter how tempted, no one goes over to catch them. The barrier is above the entrance to the ravine. A small-scale teleportation formation is laid out below using crystals. This teleportation formation was laid down by the combined efforts of Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan. Because there is insufficient time to lay down a teleportation formation for 50 people, they simply put down a simple small-scale one. There are regular patterns drawn inside the teleportation formation making up an area that can hold about 10 people. 5 fist-sized energy stones are placed at regular intervals around the pattern. Tang Fan stands in front of the teleportation formation. He turns around and speaks to everyone in a serious tone. Before starting the teleportation, there is something I want to make clear. The opening in the barrier of the Paradise Realm will only stay open for a maximum of 1 month. A month later, it will close by itself. If you don't want to stay in there forever, you must get back to the teleportation point within 1 month's time. Now we will start the teleportation. Even if Tang Fan doesn't say it, everyone already knows this. It's just a matter of formality, nothing more. Because the ones that put in the effort is Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan, the first ones to be transferred are the disciples from these 2 sections. The first batch are from Tian Xian sect and Chengcheng sect, 5 each. Everyone thought that Tang Fan would send Ling Xiao first, but unexpectedly, he called over Xiaolong's disciple, Lei Ju, and 2 others along with Tang Yunqi and another mage. Because mages don't have combat power, they must go together with martial artists. A few shrewd people see this scene and a look of surprise flashes across their eyes, as if they figured out something. There is no surprise on the side of Chengcheng sect with Luo Shui taking the lead. He also brings along 2 young mages. To be able to be in his group, they must be mages of some talent. The people going first can choose to wait there or go off to hunt treasure. But those from the same sect will mostly choose to head out first because the ones that go in first can be the first to find wondrous treasure. It's a pretty good opportunity, so usually the ones transferred first are those of formidable strength. Lei Ju's strength is acceptable, but it is quite lacking when compared to Ling Xiao. A lot of people thought it would be Ling Xiao. Tang Yunqi also thought that way. After hearing that her dad actually didn't call out Brother Zhao's name, her pretty eyes pop open. Grinding her teeth, she still doesn't say anything in the end because she knows that her dad wouldn't agree. Lei Ju stands inside the teleportation formation looking arrogantly at Ling Xiao. His eyes are filled with provocation. However, Ling Xiao is simply not looking at them. He tilts his head as if he is having a good chat with a few independent practitioners. He doesn't show the least bit dissatisfaction at not being in the first group, as if it doesn't matter when he gets transferred. Lei Ju reins in the fury that is about to erupt from his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, he swears in his heart that there will be a day when he will embarrass Lin Xiao, letting him know that he is the one that is the most outstanding disciple of Tian Xian sect. Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan take turns activating the teleportation formation. Very quickly, Lei Ju, Luo Shui and the rest are sent over. It's finally Ling Xiao's turn with the second batch. Most probably because it's not good to be so obvious, so Tang Fan calls out Ling Xiao's name. However, he doesn't call out XiaoMo's name. Ling Xiao is not surprised. He just pulls XiaoMo over with him. Master, let little brother go together with me ba. After all, I was the one who brought him along. Uncle Khan also said that I will be responsible for his safety, but... Ling Xiao stands in front of Tang Fan, smiling widely while speaking, as if he is not the least bit concerned that Tang Fan would disagree. Tang Fan lowers his eyelids slightly and glances at them with an unreadable look. He says lightly, "Since it is your Uncle Khan's words, just go and ba." "Thank you, master." Ling Xiao appears oblivious to his displeased expression. He nods and answers him, then brings XiaoMo along into the teleportation formation. During the teleportation, XiaoMo catches sight of Kong Wen's dark expression. Being used as an excuse by Ling Xiao, this master is probably even more displeased. But if he didn't say it like that, Tang Fan wouldn't agree so readily. He might even flare up and simply forbid them to enter. It's not as if this kind of thing has not happened before. He heard Brother Yang Yi talk about it. It is said that it happened once a long time ago. A burst of white light flashes and the people being transferred disappears in an instant. The barrier above their heads shakes one more time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159. We'll get used to it. The feeling of weightlessness is only for a short time. By the time the feet feel solid ground once again, a faint scent of green grass floods into the nose, along with dense palpable spiritual energy. XiaoMo opens his eyes and discovers that they are standing on a very wide circular stone platform. The stone platform is about half the size of Earth Peak's public square, made of some unknown type of stone. There are peculiar patterns drawn on top, similar to that on the teleportation formation that sent them in. Looking in all directions, there is a white mist everywhere. This white mist is just around the stone platform, encircling it, cutting off their line of vision, making them completely disoriented. Luckily Ling Xiao was smart to exchange the life-saving stone for some information on the Paradise Realm from the independent practitioners. Thus they knew that this kind of thing would happen after the transfer. XiaoMo looks in all directions and sees no sign of the group of people who were transferred before them. Ling Xiao finds the secret signal exclusive to Tianxian sect that was left behind by Lei Ju and the rest pointing to the southwest. This means that the 5 of them already headed in the southwest direction. As for Qingcheng's sect, he doesn't find any sign of a secret signal or anything of that sort. Clearly, Luo Shuhe doesn't plan on letting other people know which direction they went. As they are scouting out the situation, the next batch of people are transferred over. A few Tianxian sect disciples catch sight of Ling Xiao so they don't leave immediately. Their faces light up as they walk of their own accord towards him. On the other hand, the Qingcheng sect disciples discuss for a bit before choosing to go in a specific direction. Ling Xiao notices that they head to the south, not much different from the southwest direction. Then a few more batches of people are transferred. Other than those from the 2 major sects, there is also Xingluo Group and the other 4 forces. Because Xingluo Group didn't put in any effort this time around, they are treated the same as those from the Xiaoyao sect and the other 3 forces. These forces and the independent practitioners make up 5 camps altogether. Just nice, each camp can send 2 people over each time. Among these people, XiaoMo only recognizes 3 of them. They are Xingluo Group's Ding Shi, Xiaoyao sect's Mu Yao, and Jilu Tower's Mu Yuntian. But because he and Ling Xiao altered their appearances that time, the 3 people don't recognize them. With the passing of time, the number of people transferred over increased bit by bit. However, the number of people on the stone platform doesn't increase. All of the forces are worried that the magic herbs and magic beasts will be swept up by the people that were transferred over earlier, so they hurry off in a particular direction after forming their groups. Coming and going, right until all the people have been transferred over, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo still have not left the stone platform. On the surface, Ling Xiao's strength is star level, 2 stars. But he is not the most senior person among the people from Tianxian sect. In reality, there are 2 star level 7-star elders above him. For this mission, it is up to them to deploy the people. After the other people have left, one of them, an elder named Shi, finally speaks. Lin Xiao, when you were transferred over, did you see which direction Luo Shuhe went? Ling Xiao shakes his head, replying negatively, no. Luo Shuhe is not stupid. Qingcheng sect stole their level 9 magic pill formula. Although it may not be prudent to tear off their masks in the open, it's not the same inside the Paradise Realm. There are all sorts of dangers inside. Life and death, the fate lies in one's own hands. Even if Tianxian sect were to send people to kill them off, probably no one would suspect them when they go back out. However, since Tian Xin sect can think of this, there is no way that Luo Chengyuan, that wily old fox, didn't think about it. They must have prepared some countermeasures beforehand. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao did see it, they may not have really set off in that direction. After all, they can't see what is happening outside the stone platform. Elder Shi looks at the other disciples. They also shake their heads, indicating that they didn't see it. Of course, this response does not escape Ling Xiao's attention. However, the smile on the corner of his lips don't falter in the slightest. Rather, it gets even more brilliant. The reason why Elder Shi is doing this, 8 to 9 out of 10 chance it's because Tang Fan already warned him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the other disciples after he had already said no. Clearly, he doesn't believe his words. Since we have no way of knowing the exact direction Luo Shuhe went, we will now break into 4 groups and head in 4 different directions. I and Elder Wang will lead 6 people each. Huan Jie and Tai Shiyu will lead 10 people to the south and west. Lin Xiao, you will bring the rest towards the north. Is there anyone that objects? Elder Shi looks at everyone before his eyes finally land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiles while saying, Elder Shi arranged it very well. Let's go with that BA. Elder Shi nods and then starts to divide them up. Because Huan Jie's and Tai Shiyu's strengths are lower than Ling Xiao's, Elder Shi assigns the stronger disciples to the both of them. As a result, by the time he's done, with the remaining disciples going to Ling Xiao, the strengths have been divided unequally. The ones with Ling Xiao are sun level and below, with only 1 moon level disciple. On top of that, the total number is less by 4 people when compared to Huan Jie and Tai Shiyu. Including XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, they are 7 altogether. 5 martial artists and 2 mages. The other mage is a level 3 mage, a disciple from Flying Peak. As for Fang Qinlu and Fu Zilin, they were taken by Elder Shi and Elder Wang respectively. Fang Qinlu wanted to go together with XiaoMo, but since he is only a 3rd generation disciple, there is no way he can object to Elder Shi's decision. Before leaving, he can only urge Ling Xiao to take good care of XiaoMo. As for the awkward Fu Zilin, he gives Ling Xiao a warning look before tailing behind Elder Wang. With Huan Jie and Tai Shiyu leaving with their group of people one after the other, only Ling Xiao's group remains on the stone platform. Everyone is looking at him, waiting for his instructions. Ling Xiao ponders for a bit and then says with a serious expression, Fellow disciples, I believe you already know that the north is the most dangerous place in the Paradise Realm. We can come across very formidable magic beasts at any time. I am only one person. When that happens, I'm afraid that I won't be able to guarantee the safety of everyone. When he finishes speaking, apart from XiaoMo, the faces of the other 5 people change slightly. What Ling Xiao said is actually the truth. The season in the north is winter, covered in ice and snow. The cold air is rather heavy. Don't even talk about nurturing magic herbs. Those with rather low strengths would probably not be able to last for more than 3 days. The 5 people do not understand why Ling Xiao says those words. They all look towards him and one of them asks him, Elder brother, what do you think we should do? Hearing these words, it is clear that they already agree with Ling Xiao's point of view. Ling Xiao says lightly, let me and junior brother you head towards the north. As for you 5 disciples, you all can team up and go in whichever direction you choose. How can we do that? If the elders find out. One of the disciples immediately shakes his head. This kind of action is cowardly. If the seniors find out, they won't have any face left to remain in Tian Xin sect. As long as everyone doesn't say anything, no one would know. If someone asks, you just have to say that we got separated. Furthermore, this is the idea that I came up with. It has nothing to do with the rest of you. Ling Xiao speaks assuredly with great composure. The 5 people are very tempted by his words. In the end, they agree with his suggestion. But they are still worried about running into Elder Shi and the rest, so they left in the direction of Lei Ju and his group. Elder Shi and company knew that Tian Xian's sect disciples already headed in that direction, so they didn't send any more people that way. After they left, Ling Xiao leisurely fishes out an incomplete map from his chest. XiaoMo quickly goes over to him. He already knew why Ling Xiao sent the other people away. It's because of this reason. If they were to bring 5 people along, their hands and feet would be tied when it comes to looking for 7 stargrass. Although the map is incomplete, the direction is shown. At the time Tang Hun obtained the map, he already made the inquiries. As luck would have it, it is the direction where Elder Shi led his people, towards the east. Elder brother Ling, are we going to the east now? What about the north? XiaoMo frowns as he asks. If Elder Shi finds out that they didn't go north, he will definitely tell Tang Fan when they go out. Do you think the people from Qing Chang's sect will head north? The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth twitches slightly. XiaoMo thinks for a bit and shakes his head, probably not. The climate of the Paradise Realm is extremely peculiar. East, west, south, north, the 4 directions are in 4 different seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter respectively. It's very hard to imagine that a piece of land can have 4 different seasons, but that is exactly the case. The north is in winter, covered in ice and snow throughout the year. Only ice-class magic beasts will choose to stay in the north. Because the air is bitterly cold, it is hard to nurture magic herbs. Therefore, very few practitioners will go to the north. Of course, very few does not mean there won't be any. Although the conditions in the north are poor, if there really are magic herbs growing there, they must be high-level magic herbs, because only high-level magic herbs will have such a tenacious will to live. It's just that unfortunately, the last time the Paradise Realm opened up, a few people spent a month's time looking for magic herbs in the north. However, their luck was bad, so they didn't find a single stalk of magic herb. On top of that, they lost quite a few people. Ever since then, many practitioners have given up on the north. Ling Xiao keeps the incomplete map and inclines his head towards him while chuckling. He then looks towards the east and says lightly and calmly, "It's fine as long as Elder Shi doesn't find out. If in the 1 to 10,000 chance that he really finds out, we can only kill him off to silence him." XiaoMo is silent. As a modern peace-loving person of the 21st century, he rather disagrees with this kind of thinking. Ling Xiao seems to be able to see the struggles in his heart, so he says cheerfully in a carefree manner, "Little brother, this kind of thing, after you've experienced it a few times, you will slowly get used to it. If you're still not used to it, at the most, I will kill a few more people in front of you, this way, you will get used to it." XiaoMo. In his heart, a little person immediately raises up his middle finger at him. My ass. There's no need to force other people like this. If he really does that, even if he isn't used to it, he will get used to it. And he actually thought he would say that he wouldn't kill any more people in front of him. Looks like this fellow's answers will always be contrary to his expectations. I feel that what you said is not quite right. XiaoMo suddenly speaks up. Where is it not right? Ling Zhao's brows are raised with interest, as he didn't expect him to find fault with his words. XiaoMo immediately explains eagerly, "You said get used to it, ah. How can killing people become a habit? Then, in the future, you won't feel right if you don't kill someone? I feel that you used this word wrongly. You should say adapt to." The corner of Ling Zhao's lips get higher and higher. I stand corrected. Then let me say it one more time. Wait until I kill a few more people in front of you. I believe you will adapt to it. XiaoMo looks at his seemingly glowing expression. This expression is exactly the same as the one he had the next day after he neglected Ling Xiao and left him to the cold wind the whole night on the winged bird. He suddenly feels as if he has grown a pig's head, actually. Just take it as if I didn't say anything, ba. Ling Xiao licks the corner of his lips evilly. No, I feel that what you say has a lot of merit. It's just that, little brother, you're really making me look forward to it more and more. XiaoMo blinks. Actually, you really don't have to look forward to it. Really. As someone who has lived in two worlds, this is the first time XiaoMo realizes his own attributes. It seems like he is actually an idiot. In the end, this idiot was bundled up in a confused state by Ling Xiao to go searching for 7-star grass. Half an hour after they left, a group of peculiar people shrouded completely in black cloaks appear on the stone platform. The peculiar people are very tall and big. There are approximately 15 of them. They quickly divide into 3 groups and disappear from the stone platform, heading towards 3 different directions: east, west, and south. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160. Kill for treasure. The east of the paradise realm is in spring. Just the place where 10,000 things come to life. Therefore, this is the place with the most magic herbs. Next in line is the west. The density and abundance of spiritual energy there is only second to the east. With Ling Xiao bringing them there at top speed, they very quickly reached the first obstacle, Green Mountain Ravine. Before the Green Mountain Ravine was formed, legend says that there was a very tall mountain peak. This peak was cleaved into 2 halves by some strong fighter in one blow, forming the 1,000-meter deep mountain ravine. Because of the climate, the mountain ravine became covered in green plants. In the end, it became the habitat of the black crows. Black crows are a kind of low-level magic beasts with only level 4 strength. But they always come out in hordes. Furthermore, they are capable of producing sounds that make the hearts of men feel very agitated. Therefore, most people detest the black crows. When they catch sight of the Green Mountain Ravine, most will choose to go around it. Although black crows are low-level magic beasts, the thing they guard is a level 4 magic herb called Happy Union. Happy Union is also called Closed-at-Night Tree. The crown of the tree is wide. The compound leaves shaped like feathers are open during the daytime but closed at night. That's why it is named Happy Union. Happy Union is the opposite of black crows. It has a very strong calming effect. It can be used against anger and sadness caused by the 7 human emotions. It is especially effective against anxiety. It can be used to refine a level 4 magic pill called Happy Union. But the one XiaoMo is interested in is not Happy Union but the magic herb that grows by its side, stinky grass. Stinky grass, like its name, gives out a very stinky odor. It is the nemesis of Happy Union. However, the only places that can support the stinky grass is where more than 1,000 stalks of Happy Union grow. The magic herb shops outside rarely sell it. XiaoMo wants to refine a type of magic pill called Stinky Magic Pill. Stinky Magic Pill can produce a peculiar odor. When a practitioner puts the Stinky Magic Pill on his body, it can cause the magic beasts in his vicinity to lose their keen sense of smell. On top of that, there is a certain probability that it would cause the magic beast to lower its guard. When it comes to mages and martial artists, it can add to the probability of success for bonding. Therefore, although the smell of the Stinky Magic Pill is unpleasant, it is still popular with practitioners. An intention flashes in the mind of XiaoMo, and a majestic magic beast immediately appears in front of him. The silvery fur emits piercingly cold, beautiful rays of light, as it ripples sleekly down. Its blood-red eyes seem like exceptionally dazzling rubies. However, there is also a few suppressed hints of bloodthirstiness and savagery. That is the true nature of the blue-blooded wolf. It has evolved from Xiao to De. Although it is not yet an adult, the time is not far away. During this 1+ month, XiaoMo fed it 4/5 of the 600 genes of miraculous sheep meat. He doesn't dare to feed it the rest because that is Ling Xiao's share. 4/5 of the miraculous sheep meat contains an incredible amount of energy. On top of that, XiaoMo would feed it magic pills and magic water from time to time. The stunning result is a newly born blue-blooded wolf was fed in just a few months into one that looks almost like an adult. When the majestic blue-blooded wolf catches sight of XiaoMo, who it hadn't seen for a long time, it suddenly wails "Ao-woo" resentfully at him and then runs over with jolting buttocks. Its overpowering aura is shattered in an instant. "Little brother, you want to let him go pick the stinky grass?" Ling Xiao sees XiaoMo call out the blue-blooded wolf and immediately guesses his intention. His expression turns a little odd. XiaoMo doesn't see his expression. Yes, De speed is very fast. It should be able to pick the stinky grass before alarming the black crows. The stench of the stinky grass is so strong. You're not afraid that its nose would lose its sense of smell? Ling Xiao asks him in return jokingly. He already heard XiaoMo talk about the use of the stinky grass. Standing here now, he can smell the stench from the stinky grass. If one lets the blue-blooded wolf go in there, chances are, it will pass out inside. XiaoMo is stunned for a moment before recovering his senses. That's right. Although the stinky grass is not yet in magic pill form, it can emit a foul odor by itself. Since De is not yet an adult, it would probably pass out from the stench before it can manage to pluck it. Ling Xiao says impatiently, "Wait here for a bit with your De. I will be right back." XiaoMo rubs his nose awkwardly. He can only wait there obediently. After Ling Xiao enters the mountain ravine, XiaoMo wanted to keep De back into his dimension, but De is not willing. It bites the hem of his clothes, refusing to let go while its ruby-red eyes look at him pitifully. His heart softens and he lets it wait outside. Although it is not yet an adult, it is in any case of moon-level cultivation. Furthermore, the wild nature of the blue-blooded wolf is more suited to this place. Even if they are discovered by others, it can be explained away as a magic beast that was bonded in the paradise realm. It's really killing two birds with one stone, but just as he thinks this, the sound of wind whistling can suddenly be heard coming from behind. XiaoMo turns his head in surprise and sees a group of men and women floating down from the air. Their clothes are fluttering in the air, handsome men and beautiful women, extremely eye-catching. Especially the man leading the group, a jade tree in the wind, handsome and charismatic, a person of outstanding looks. His cultivation. XiaoMo can't tell. However, he actually knows who this group of people are. Tianxian sect's deadly enemy, disciples from Qingcheng sect. This man is definitely not Luo Shuhe, but his cultivation is only second to Luo Shuhe. It's Luo Shua's junior brother, Yi Dan. This is not information he got from asking around. It was told to them before by those few independent practitioners when they entered. Most probably because they rarely meet people that are nice to them, a few independent practitioners told them quite a lot of things. Yi Dan is one of those things. Speaking of this Yi Dan, his talent is also very outstanding. He is now a level 1-star level practitioner. Only 1 star lower than Luo Shuhe. If there isn't a Luo Shuhe on top of his head, he would probably be Qingcheng sect's most dazzling new star. But because Luo Shuhe is his elder brother, and since he also usually looks after him, their brotherly relationship is quite good. It's just that this Yi Dan's character is a little strange. He is not cool and detached like Luo Shuhe. Rather, his character has faint hints of evilness, as if he delved too deeply in the dark arts. XiaoMo sees them. They see XiaoMo. It's already too late to hide. A group of people very quickly descend not far away in front of him. The leader, Yi Dan, immediately recognizes XiaoMo. He had arrived rather late and was together with Ling Xiao, so many people already took note of him outside the paradise realm. Seeing him by himself here, he looks all around in interest until his gaze suddenly falls on the blue-blooded wolf beside him, causing his pupils to contract abruptly. Before he says anything, one of the junior brothers next to him cries out in alarm, "Everyone, look! Isn't that a level 8 magic beast blue-blooded wolf? It looks like it will soon become an adult." His words immediately draws everyone's attention. Pairs of amazed looks mixed with hints of greed fall on the blue-blooded wolf. Although the level 8 magic beast blue-blooded wolf is a mid-level magic beast, to Qing Cheng sect, it can be of great help if they can get their hands on it. Furthermore, there are not many magic beasts that can be bonded. Being able to come across a level 8 blue-blooded wolf is already a huge stroke of luck. So, after a few of the Qing Cheng sect people confirm that it is indeed a blue-blooded wolf, they don't hide in the slightest, the greed in their eyes. Yi Dan's sinister phoenix eyes rise up slightly, revealing a wicked intent as he looks at XiaoMo and says, "Little brother of Tian Xian sect. It seems you are here by yourself. Looks like your luck isn't too good. Are you going to hand over the blue-blooded wolf willingly, or do I have to kill you?" XiaoMo stares at them with bulging eyes. Although he knows that killing people here is something that gods won't know and ghosts won't realize, he didn't expect that at the first encounter, these people would actually be so utterly shameless. Depicio already jumped in front of XiaoMo long ago, adopting a protective stance and baring its fangs and brandishing its claws towards Yi Dan and the others. Although he has not yet really hunted and killed any prey, he has been raised pretty well by XiaoMo. With spiritual flesh, magic water, and magic pills. It has grown up to be bigger than the usual blue-blooded wolves, with teeth that look extra sharp. But because of this, Yi Dan and company are even more determined to get their hands on this blue-blooded wolf. One look at its stance and it is clear that its fighting ability is not weak. Depicio is mine. We are already bonded. XiaoMo hugs Depicio's neck, while glaring alertly at them. Don't even think that he would hand over Depicio to them. Yi Dan does not get mad. Rather, he seems pretty pleased, smiling wickedly while saying, "Depicio? Such a tasteless name. Looks like it can't be helped. Since the magic beast is already bonded, killing you is the only way to release the bond. Killing over treasures is a very common thing. Killing over bonded magic beasts is no exception. Some practitioners covet the magic beasts of others. As long as the owner of the magic beast is killed off, that person's bond to the magic beast will be automatically cut off. The magic beast will be without a master and can be bonded at any time. However, there are also magic beasts that have developed strong bonds with their master. These magic beasts are very difficult to bond with. But Yi Dan doesn't pay attention to all this. If the blue-blooded wolf isn't willing to bond with him, he will just kill it. What a pity, but that's all it is. After all, a level 8 blue-blooded wolf is very hard to come by. Don't tell me you're not curious why I'm here by myself? XiaoMo sees that he really intends to kill, so his brain starts to churn furiously. While thinking why Ling Xiao is not back yet, he looks for a way to stall for time. Depicio's current strength is only at level 5, not a match for Yi Dan. Although it can hold out until Ling Xiao gets back, it will surely sustain injuries. He can't stand the sight of the people around him getting hurt. Yi Dan was indeed wondering that before. When they were outside, he sought his close relationship with Lin Xiao, so he thought that they would be together. But he sees no sign of Lin Xiao in the vicinity. Hearing these words now, it confirms the suspicions in his heart. Boy, if you're thinking of stalling for time, let me tell you that it's no use. It doesn't matter if Lin Xiao is nearby. You will definitely die today. Be a good boy and hand over the blue-blooded wolf. I may give you an easier death. Yi Dan stares at him sinisterly. XiaoMo's eyes flicker. This fellow is really hard to trick. He had just came up with these words and he already called his bluff so quickly. Since it's like this, XiaoMo calms himself down and speaks with composure. I urge all of you to leave immediately. My senior brother is indeed nearby. When he comes back, not a single one of you will be able to escape. I'm not trying to trick you. Yi Dan sees that he is choosing to drink punishment wine rather than accept a toast, so he assumes that he is only making an empty show of strength. With a flick of his sleeves, several poisoned silver needles shoot towards XiaoMo. However, before the silver needles could make it within 3 meters of XiaoMo, they abruptly fall to the ground. From the distant Green Mountain ravine, a figure flies at an unbelievable speed towards them. In an instant, the figure appears in front of everyone, that signature billboard smile beaming towards Yi Dan and company. Notes: Happy Union, acacia or silk tree, Albizia julibrisson, used to represent love in Chinese poetry and painting. 7 human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. Xiao pichio to de pichio, small rubber ball to big rubber ball. Phoenix eyes, eyes that slant upwards on the outside. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161. Sword Formations and Silencing Witnesses. My little brother warned you with good and kind intentions. It's fine if you don't feel grateful. But how can you launch a sneak attack in E? That's just too much. Ling Xiao beams as he looks at the leader, Yi Dan, showing no signs of fear whatsoever even though he is outnumbered. Seeing that Lin Xiao finally makes an appearance, Yi Dan and company feel their blood run cold. Ling Xiao's appearance is really something they did not expect. They clearly saw no sign of him before. However, they are not so terrified that they immediately run away since their numbers are greater. Furthermore, Yi Dan's cultivation is star level 1 star, just 1 star lower than Lin Xiao. If they get down to it, they might not lose. But Yi Dan glances alertly all around but fails to find any trace of anyone else. He can't help feeling a little surprised in his heart. Lin Xiao is actually moving around all alone with a puny mage in the Paradise Realm. Can it be that he has been entrusted with some task? In his mind, Lin Xiao is the grand disciple of Tian Xian sect. So he must definitely be entrusted with some important task. There should be a lot of brothers by his side. Now, seeing the two of them by themselves with one magic beast, and no trace of any other disciples from Tian Xian sect, although he feels very shocked in his heart, he also secretly heaves a sigh of relief. Your mouth is still so sharp at the brink of death. I wonder what kind of expressions your master and your fellow disciples would have when they find out that you died in the Paradise Realm. I'm really looking forward to making it a reality. Yi Dan thinks maliciously. Everyone says that Lin Xiao is a prodigy, but he never thought much about it. In his heart, he always felt that he is more outstanding than Lin Xiao. And now is the perfect opportunity for him to prove this point. Then, that's too regrettable. Ling Xiao hears his unblushing big talk and looks at him with interest. This word, regrettable, perhaps won't be understood by Yi Dan. However, XiaoMo understands the meaning very clearly. If Yi Dan is able to kill Ling Xiao and him here, when it gets to the ears of Tang Fan and Kongwen, they might even thank Yi Dan. However, this is only one layer among the various meanings. The real meaning Ling Xiao wants to convey is that it's regrettable that such an outstanding talent has such misfortune to come across him today. Soon, he would be dead. Isn't that quite a pity? XiaoMo feels that he is getting more and more perverse. Every time he guesses what Ling Xiao is thinking, his thoughts would always turn towards an abnormal direction. At this moment, Yi Dan suddenly roars, "Fellow disciples, assume the formation." Although it doesn't seem as if there is anyone lying in ambush around them, in order to avoid anything unexpected happening, he wants to take advantage of the time when no one has yet to discover what is going on here, to finish off Lin Xiao and XiaoMo. There is no need for him to elaborate. The other disciples clearly think the same way. One by one, they unsheath their weapons and quickly surround Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. Qing Chang's sect has a famous signature move. That is the sword formation. The sword formation depends on the cultivation levels of the disciples, resulting in sword formations of different strengths. Legend has it that if everyone is of spiritual level, the resulting formation will be equal to an emperor-level practitioner. When this information leaked out, it attracted the attention of countless practitioners. Even Tian Xian's sect almost flinched. After that, those who don't fear death infiltrated Qing Chang's sect and attempted to steal the sword formation. However, they all failed. And one can well imagine what kind of fate awaited them after they failed. However, more information leaked out after that. No doubt the sword formation issued by spiritual-level practitioners is very fearsome. However, it comes with quite a bit of backlash. For example, in order for the sword formation to take shape and amass power, it has to draw a huge amount of power from the people forming the formation. If too much power is taken, it would affect the cultivation of the people in the formation, causing their cultivation to decline. Therefore, this sword formation comes with significant risk, unless the people forming the formation are willing to sacrifice their own cultivation. Hence, even though Qing Chang's sect has this sword formation, they won't bring out a formation of tremendous power lightly. Furthermore, the ultimate formation requires 8 spiritual-level practitioners. Even Qing Chang's sect will not dare to rashly bring out that many strong fighters. However, only sword formations by spiritual-level practitioners would bring about such strong side effects. Formations of slightly lesser strength wouldn't bring about such obvious side effects. However, the might of the smaller sword formations can't be underestimated. It's precisely because of this that Yi Dan dares to let his fellow disciples assume the sword formation right away. After all, Lin Xiao's strength is 1 star higher than him. 1 star difference is not trivial. In a situation without 100% certainty, one must fight a quick battle to force a quick outcome. Ling Xiao has heard of Qing Chang's sect's sword formation a long time ago. A few months ago, he even witnessed it in person. During the siege on the demons. That time when Luo Shui led his fellow disciples to put it to good use. Truthfully, the power of the sword formation is not something to laugh at. Even the coarse skin and sinewy demons were not able to withstand the onslaught of 8 flying swords at 8 strikes per second. If the one standing here today is not him but the real Lin Xiao, even if he doesn't get killed, he would be seriously injured. The 8 Qing Chang sect disciples, including Yi Dan, are all zealously mobilizing the spiritual power in their bodies. 8 flying swords are spinning under their control, buzzing incessantly in everyone's ears. Although the disciples in formation are of unequal strengths, this is the real power of the sword formation. It doesn't have strong or weak points just because the members of the formation are of unequal strengths. Attack! Yi Dan roars once again. It's all calm in the middle of the formation. There is not the slightest sign of fear coming of Ling Xiao, causing him to feel an acute sense of uneasiness. In his heart, he resolves that he must definitely fight a quick battle to force a quick outcome. With the fall of his voice, 7 disciples immediately bring their flying swords to the highest frequency and launch their attacks on Ling Xiao. Qing Chang's sect's sword formation is one that acts like nets above and snares below. Although there are only 8 flying swords, these 8 flying swords seems to cover every single corner of the sword formation. The 8 flying swords will take turns attacking the people in the middle one after the other. If that person doesn't have great strength and defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The flying swords emit pulse after pulse of humming sounds, but when they are about to pierce into Ling Xiao, a ding sound can be heard. The flying sword would pause in mid-air as if it has struck something very hard. All around Ling Xiao's body, a barely detectable ripple spreads outwards. Even though the flying sword very quickly returns to its original condition, everyone still notices it. Yi Dan's face changes abruptly. As if thinking of something, it becomes even more unsightly. He quickly roars, "Increase the intensity of attack." The 7 fellow disciples immediately increase the amount of spiritual energy pouring into the flying swords without hesitation. This battle, if it isn't you that dies, it will be me. Who would dare to take it easy? The corner of Ling Xiao's lips rise subtly as he pushes XiaoMo, who is still in his arms, to Depicho for protection for the time being. All of a sudden his palm sends out a boon towards the one with the highest cultivation, Yi Dan. The energy from his palm hits Yi Dan squarely head-on, as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Yi Dan spits out a mouthful of blood violently and flies backward 10 over meters. Without him, the sword foundation that was centered on him collapses on itself. And so the 7 disciples also suffer an unbearable backlash, their faces turning whiter and whiter. They must have all received varying degrees of internal injuries. This is precisely the weakness of Qin Cheng Sect's sword formation. Although the sword formation is mighty, if its core, that is to say the strongest person, loses his position, the whole sword formation is basically useless. Most importantly, sword formations that are not dissolved normally will result in a backlash towards its members. If the difference in strength among the members is too great, the backlash would be more severe. Although Ling Xiao has only witnessed the sword formation once, he very quickly figured out the weak point of the sword formation. That's why he only acted against the strongest one, Yi Dan. Right at this moment, Yi Dan, who was still lying on the ground, suddenly flips over and leaps up. Then, after seeming to take some sort of healing magic pill, he gets on his flying sword and flees in the face of his astonished fellow disciples. Only after he flew a certain distance away can his voice be heard coming from afar, "My fellow disciples, I wish you the best. I must report this matter back to Master so that he can take revenge for all of you." A look of utter disbelief immediately appears on the faces of the 7 disciples. Never have they imagined that senior brother Yi Dan would actually abandon them so readily and escape by himself. Ah! Ling Xiao looks towards the direction he flees and chuckles. He never intended to let Yi Dan go just like that. It's just that before chasing after him, he simply gave the 7 abandoned people 1 hit each. Only then does he chase after him. XiaoMo stares dumbfoundedly as 7 people drop dead in front of him. He suddenly remembers what Ling Xiao said not too long ago. "My good fellow, it was only a short while ago ya." He is actually true to his words. He really killed a few people right in front of him. A moment ago, they were still full of life, and right now, only 7 lifeless corpses remain. Once again he realizes just how little a life is worth in this world. XiaoMo feels very sad, but he also understands the reason behind it. If I don't kill you, you will kill me, a very simple equation. The road to immortality can't possibly be free of bloodshed. Isn't it also like this on TV? As a peace-loving modern man, he feels that his ability to adapt is quite strong. XiaoMo looks up to the sky and sighs. Then he shifts his gaze to the magic bags at the waists of the corpses. After all, if he doesn't take it, others will. Rather than benefiting others, wouldn't it be better to benefit oneself? And so, by the time Ling Xiao comes back with Yi Dan's magic bag, the magic bags from the 7 corpses have already been gutted clean by XiaoMo. All the things are laid out on the grass as if he is in the middle of categorizing them. Ling Xiao can't help stopping in his tracks with a strange expression on his face. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162. Take action. XiaoMo doesn't notice that Ling Xiao is back. He is squatting on the ground with a look of pity on his face. The 7 disciples don't seem to have high positions in Qingcheng sect. There are not many useful things in the 7 magic bags. Furthermore, because they are martial artists, the things in their magic bags are all fighting techniques, weapons, and low-level magic pills for their own use. As for magic herbs, he doesn't even see one. The only consolation is that the 7 magic bags each have 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins. XiaoMo makes a rough count. Altogether, his haul is about 1.02 million. Ling Xiao looks at the scene of him piling up the fighting techniques and the other things that are of no use to him to one side. He then picks up a magic bag while smilingly happily. Ling Xiao had thought that he would be frightened, so he had rushed back as quickly as he could after killing Yi Dan. Looking at this now, he was simply worried for nothing. XiaoMo's ability to adapt to dead bodies is even stronger than he imagined. XiaoMo turns around to see Ling Xiao standing behind him looking at him with a teasing expression. His gaze seems to be on the magic bag in his hand. He hastily shoves the things behind him and awkwardly changes the subject. Elder brother Ling. Has that Yi Dan been taken care of? All taken care of. I also brought back his magic bag. Ling Xiao beams as he speaks. How could he not know what he is thinking? He casually tosses the magic bag in his hand, pretending not to see the covetous look in his eyes that are almost glowing green with greed. XiaoMo's eyes follows the magic bag as it is tossed up and down. Saliva is almost flowing out of his mouth. Yi Dan's position in Qingcheng sect is higher than the 7 disciples. He is also Luo Cheng Yuan's direct disciple. There's definitely good stuff in his magic bag. However, looking at Ling Xiao's demeanor, it will be a little problematic to get his hands on this magic bag. XiaoMo considers for a bit and then gathers together the magic pills from the 7 magic bags. There are not many mid-level magic pills. Only 12, and they are all level 4 and level 5. No level 6 magic pills. There are 3 bottles of low-level magic pills. However, each bottle has less than 50 pills. Clearly the 7 people had quite a pitiful time in Qingcheng sect. He then fishes out a few bottles of magic pills from his own magic bag and brings them ingratiatingly to Ling Xiao. Elder brother Ling, these are the magic pills you like to eat. I'll give them all to you. Oh. Ling Xiao raises his eyebrows, but he doesn't take all of the magic pills. Very quickly he picks out a few of the bottles and tosses them aside as XiaoMo looks on in shock. Those few bottles are precisely the ones XiaoMo picked up from the 7 corpses. XiaoMo. What the hell? You can't just throw them if you don't like it. There are 12 mid-level magic pills in there. It's all money. 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 You can sell them for 100,000 to 200,000. XiaoMo quickly runs over to pick up the magic pills. Ling Xiao ignores his accusing eyes and says fussily, I only eat the magic pills you refine. XiaoMo glares at him, but his anger soon dissipates. He already guessed it would be like this. Ling Xiao stops teasing him and tosses the magic bag to him while smiling. The stinky grass and seeds are also in there. Because it's too smelly, he also stuffed the magic herbs and seeds inside. Oh. Before he could finish speaking, XiaoMo already vomited. Ling Xiao is speechless. After vomiting, the feeble XiaoMo looks resentfully at him. Can't you say it earlier? Causing him to be suffocated by the stinky grass. Because he has never come across stinky grass before, he doesn't know how smelly it is. So, after having that much right in his face all at once, it really makes him want to throw up. Ling Xiao looks at him innocently. He already warned him. Who knew that his actions would be so quick? Actually, now is not the time to divide the spoils. Although he doesn't mind being discovered by others, at the worst, he'll just kill them, but he knows that XiaoMo won't be happy about it. Actually, XiaoMo also doesn't want to examine the contents of Yidan's magic bag right here. This is the scene of the crime. If they are discovered by others, he has no doubts that Ling Xiao would silence them by killing them off. So after hastily clearing everything away, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao leave the Green Mountain Ravine. Depicio is unwilling to return to the dimension, so it lags far behind them. Half an hour after they leave, a few people reach the Green Mountain Ravine. As expected, they find 7 dead bodies. These people also discover Yidan, who was killed by Ling Xiao. This is? One of them wonders out loud. The disciple of Qing Cheng sect's Luo Chengyuan, Yidan. His cultivation is star level, 1 star. One of the others gives him the answer right away. Ha ha. So quickly, and a star level fighter is dead. Can you make out who did it? I wonder what is his strength. That person suddenly lets out a strange laugh, seemingly very interested in the person that killed Yidan. I can't. The other person answers decisively. Hearing this answer, that person's lips open wide, revealing horrifyingly white teeth. Since it's like that, leave behind the things we got from the Xian sect people we killed. Put the blame on Xian sect. Yes. With those words, these few people disappear once again. What was originally just 7 dead bodies of the Qingcheng sect disciples, now there's also the corpse of Yidan. In his hand is a magic bag. Inside the magic bag the word Xian is embroidered, precisely the mark that is only used by Xian sect. It looks like a very poor attempt to plant stolen goods, but it is actually effective in the Paradise realm. At the same time, bloody massacres are taking place in quite a few places in the Paradise realm. In here, everyone will be tested. Hostility between sects, camaraderie within sects, lack of humanity or loss of humanity, people are dying one after another, while some are more fortunate. This kind of situation will continue for a month. Back to Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. The destination they are heading for is the Jade Spiritual Cave marked on the map. Jade Spiritual Cave is rather famous in the Paradise realm because that place is covered with mid-level magic herbs. It's also one of the places with the most mid-level magic beasts. If they have no other destination, most people would also choose to go to the Jade Spiritual Cave. However, the road to the Jade Spiritual Cave is rugged and dangerous. One would easily come across all sorts of magic beasts that travel in packs, such as the black crows they came across before. Although their strengths are weak, they are hard to deal with because of their numbers. Therefore, it seems to be impossible to reach the Jade Spiritual Cave without encountering some difficulty. But it's not the same with a map. Relying on the map, one can effectively avoid the lairs of the magic beasts and find the fastest and most convenient way to reach the Jade Spiritual Cave. However, because their map is incomplete, they would occasionally come across the habitats of magic beasts that live in packs. It's just that it's much less frequent than what others come across. They also don't have to face too much danger. The one in charge of gathering the magic herbs and seeds is Ling Xiao. They are able to leave the place before alarming the magic beasts. Of course, all this is just what XiaoMo thinks. Ling Xiao doesn't bring him in, so he doesn't see it with his own eyes. If he were to see it, he probably wouldn't think like this anymore, because judging by Ling Xiao's character, he is simply not someone that would move around stealthily and cautiously. Furthermore, he is not a mage, so he has no way of using his soul force like XiaoMo to dig up the magic herbs. Therefore, he would simply dig up a small patch including the soil around the magic herbs, and then put it into his dimension. However, if the magic herb were to drop seeds, he would simply pick up the seeds. Such obvious movements would obviously alarm the magic beasts. However, every time Ling Xiao walks in, he would simply release an intimidating pressure, frightening the magic beasts, causing them all to fall to the ground and shiver in fear. No need to talk about resisting. But on the way, Depicio attracts some trouble. The nature of the blue-blooded wolf is to kill. Depicio is no exception. As a result, because he was overexcited, he accidentally provoked a swarm of ghost-faced bees. At that time, Ling Xiao happened to be away picking magic herbs for XiaoMo. Luckily, he made it back in time. Otherwise, he would have definitely been stung by the ghost-faced bees. Ghost-faced bees are a type of low-level magic beasts. Just one is not strong, but if 10,000 come all at once, even a moon-level fighter would be sucked dry of blood. On top of that, the stinger is coated with an extremely effective numbing anesthetic. One would lose all ability to move if stung. For a specific demonstration, one can refer to the one that was stung, Depicio. If Ling Xiao did not come back in time, Depicio would have turned into a deflated ball. After that, Depicio that had lost all ability to move, was temporarily put back into the dimension by XiaoMo. Walking and stopping along the way, Ling Xiao dug up quite a lot of rare magic herbs for XiaoMo. However, most of them were low-level. Very few were mid-level. By the time they reached the Jade Spiritual Cave, 2 days have already passed. The moment they land, the sound of clashing swords catch their attention. The sound is coming from somewhere in front. A huge lake lies across the road to the Jade Spiritual Cave. The only way to reach the Jade Spiritual Cave is to fly across the lake. Right now, there seems to be a group of people before the lake. Looking into the distance, there are 2 factions exchanging blows below. As luck would have it, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo recognize these 2 groups. The group on the left is dressed in green robes. On the back of the robes, the mark that is unique to Tian sect is imprinted. The grave-faced leader is Elder Shi. The people on the other side are from Qingcheng sect, but it's not Luo Shui but a second-generation elder from Qingcheng sect with a star-level 7-star cultivation. However, the combined strength of the people from Qingcheng sect is a little higher than the people from Tian sect because they have another star-level 3-star second-generation elder. That is to say, if they fight it out, Tian sect only has Elder Shi, 1-star-level fighter. If he is unable to stop the attacks from the 2-star-level fighters, Tian sect's disciples will not make it out alive. That's why Elder Shi's face is so unsightly. Out of all the people to come across, they just have to run into Qingcheng sect's strongest group. Ling Xiao has no intention of caring about the life and death of Elder Shi and the rest, but XiaoMo won't allow it because Feng Chenlu is also down there. Feng Chenlu has no combat ability. If Elder Shi falls, he will definitely be the first to get killed because his talent is high, among the top 5 in the mage division. Even the people from Qingcheng sect have heard of him. They just have to kill him and Tian sect would lose a future high-level mage. Elder Shi also clearly knows this, so he sends 2 disciples of considerable strength to protect him. Elder brother Ling, what are we going to do ya? XiaoMo pulls Ling Xiao's arm urgently. Although he doesn't understand combat strategy, he can see that Tian sect is somewhat at a disadvantage. Seeing Elder Shi retreat step by step, a few Qingcheng sect disciples inch closer and closer towards elder brother. Shoo! Ling Xiao motions for him to stop panicking and picks up a pebble from the ground. The pebble is roughly half the size of a thumb. Ling Xiao puts it in between 2 fingers and twists it lightly into 2 small pieces. Exerting force from his fingertips, the 2 tiny fragments fly swiftly, shooting off in 2 different directions. One of the pieces hits the Qingcheng sect disciple that is going to kill Feng Chenlu, while the other piece shoots towards the Qingcheng sect elder with the highest cultivation. The sneak attack that appears out of nowhere causes that elder to turn pale with fright. He wards off Elder Shi's attack but is unable to stop the small pebble. After being hit, the spiritual energy in his meridians surge in chaos, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood violently. By the time he inspects the condition in his body, he discovers that he has already sustained internal injuries, leaving him extremely shocked. Although Elder Shi isn't clear about what actually happened, his reaction is very fast. He immediately seizes the opportunity and concentrates all his firepower on the other elder whose strength is much inferior to his. Because the difference in strength is too great, that elder was very quickly pierced through the heart by Elder Shi's sword. That elder with the upper hand discovers that someone is secretly helping Tian sect, and on top of that person's strength doesn't seem to be weak. In extreme shock, he hastily orders his junior disciples to withdraw. Elder Shi doesn't pursue them to press for victory. Fighting off two elders one after another, the spiritual energy in his body is almost depleted. Furthermore, he also realizes that there is someone secretly helping them. He doesn't know what is that person's intention, so he can't rashly take off. Thank you, Elder, for your help. Would Elder care to show yourself to allow my humble self to thank you? Elder Shi is certain that the person that acted is not from Tian sect. Otherwise, he would have already shown himself. Furthermore, that person's strength seems to be not weak. Able to use a pebble to inflict internal injuries on Qingcheng sect's elder, clearly that person's strength is equivalent to theirs. If they can befriend him, the following journey will definitely go much more smoothly. Because there is a restriction on cultivation level in the Paradise Realm, they don't suspect that it could a fighter of even higher cultivation. Ling Xiao pays him no heed as he is currently holding his hand over XiaoMo's mouth. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163. Rescue and Bonding. Leave this place. A commanding voice suddenly comes down from the heavens along with a tremendous pressure. Other than Elder Shi, everyone else's expression changes instantly. This person is so blunt. He clearly doesn't know them, so why did he take action to save them? Even Elder Shi can't make any sense of it. Elder Shi faces switches between green and white. Although it is a fact that he saved them, but using that as a reason to chase them away is rather conceited. It can't be that he wants to take all the magic herbs and magic beasts at the Jade Spiritual Cave for himself? Thinking about it, it's too improbable. Even a star level 7 starfighter wouldn't be able to swallow something as large as the Jade Spiritual Cave. What more, since there are quite a lot of mid-level magic beasts inside, with quite a few at star level and above. Furthermore, even if that person is capable of gobbling it all up, there is not enough time. No matter how hard he thinks, it doesn't cross Elder Shi's mind that this elder he is calling is actually Ling Xiao, who should be heading towards the north. But he doesn't think that deeply right now. He's just trying to sort out in his heart who would fit this person's identity. Before he can figure it out, something unexpected happens. From beneath their feet, the earth suddenly shakes violently, swaying and shaking as if it's an earthquake. Quite a few disciples are caught unprepared, falling to the ground. A deafening sound comes from behind them. Elder Shi turns around to take a look. Instantly all sense of bravery crumbles away and extreme horror is reflected on his face. He has no time to continue talking with that distant mysterious person. He roars in panic at all his disciples, "Everyone run!" Enormous waves suddenly surge to the skies from the originally calm lake. All at once, the level of water rises 10 over meters. A gigantic shadow appears before everyone's eyes. Along with the walala sound of the water, a gigantic magic beast appears from the water. This is an extremely gigantic magic beast. The body emerging from the water is over 10 meters tall. No need to mention that this may be only half of its body. The entire magic beast is dark purple in color. A large pair of fiercely glowing round eyes sweep across. Poisonous flood dragon. Its appearance is exactly like a dragon, the dark purple body covered in scales. The surface of the scales are glittering, emitting ice-cold rays of light. Clearly it's adopting a defensive stance. A complete set of conical fangs can be seen in its horrifying open mouth. Four sturdy limbs, each with 5 sharp claws, hang over the edge of the lake. Its protruding, large and round eyes are bloodshot and staring fiercely right at them. This is none other than a level 8 poisonous flood dragon. Based on Eldershire's star-level cultivation, battling with a level 8 poisonous flood dragon will only result in death. No wonder he was so terrified after seeing the poisonous flood dragon. The truth is, if no one saves them, there is no doubt that all these people will end up dead. Right this instant, there is no need for Eldershire to shout. They themselves know that they are facing an imminent catastrophe. All thoughts of the Jade spiritual cave flies from their minds as they start fleeing in all directions. Under the threat of losing their lives, the 2 warrior division disciples are unable to take Feng Qianlu's safety into consideration. They each cast him aside and flee for their lives. Luckily, Feng Qianlu is not a naive person who doesn't understand the ways of the world. When he realized something unexpected was happening, he very quickly brought up his guard. Now, seeing a poisonous flood dragon appear suddenly from the bottom of the lake, his face turns pale, but unlike the others, he is not as panicked. It's just that his luck doesn't seem to be too good. The moment that poisonous flood dragon stepped onto dry land, it actually chased towards the direction he ran. Eldershire, who was not far away, also witnesses this scene. A look of uncertainty appears on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he abruptly turns around and increases his speed as he flees from the spot, actually no longer caring about Feng Qianlu's fate. If you think about it, no matter how important Feng Qianlu is, he is still not as important as one's own life. Who would willingly deliver themselves to the doorstep of certain death? Eldershire is no fool. As for the Tian Xian sect disciples there at the time, he is not so righteous as to sacrifice these disciples just for a third-generation disciple. But, since Eldershire is already like that, the other disciples who are weaker than him are even more unlikely to go help Feng Qianlu. They are unable to even fend for themselves. In an instant, not even their shadows can be seen. As for that poisonous flood dragon, for some unknown reason, it persists in chasing after Feng Qianlu. Feng Qianlu is only a level 4 mage. No combat ability when combat ability is needed. Even his physical strength is not as strong as that of martial artists. Very quickly, the poisonous flood dragon catches up to him. A gigantic shadow envelopes him from above. The way forward is blocked by the poisonous flood dragon. Its twin perfectly round eyes are fixed on Feng Qianlu, who appears very tiny in its eyes. Rays of ruthlessness radiate from its ferocious face as if it would eat up Feng Qianlu in the next second. There is not a drop of blood left on Feng Qianlu's pale face. Although he knows that it would be hard to escape death this time, his stubborn eyes still reflect his unwillingness. His life has just started. How could he be willing to let it end right here and right now? Of course he saw how Eldershire and the others didn't save him from the face of death. It can't be denied that he feels bitter in his heart, but he feels no hate because in this struggle, if their positions were reversed, he may make the same decision as them. However, he is after all only a normal man. He doesn't want to die. He feels hopelessness as well as unwillingness in his heart. However, he can only watch with eyes wide open, his own tragic death in the jaws of the poisonous flood dragon. This type of powerlessness is suddenly magnified. Right at this moment, he suddenly understands why Xiaolin always wanted to be a martial artist. If he can do it over, he would also want to be a martial artist who can summon the wind and rain. Under the roars of the poisonous flood dragon, Feng Qianlu finally can't stand it any longer and falls to the ground sitting. A thread of regret rises in his heart. With death hanging over his head, he finally realizes how reluctant he is to leave his master, reluctant to leave his fellow disciples, especially the one that grew up with him from when they were young, Xiaolin. If he finds out that he has died, he would probably feel a deep sorrow. And there's also that little brother who always makes him worried. Just as Fang Chenlu closes his eyes and surrenders to his fate, the roars of the poisonous flood dragon suddenly dies down. After not hearing any sound of movement for some time, Fang Chenlu can't help but open his eyes, only to be shocked speechless by the scene in front of his eyes. He sees the gigantic poisonous flood dragon cowering on the ground. Its bloodshot eyes have already regained their clarity, replaced instead with a look of terror, as if something 100% terrifying to it has appeared. It lowers its gigantic head in fear and trepidation. Fang Chenlu doesn't know what happened, but he very quickly connects the dots to that mysterious person who helped them out earlier. Even though he isn't absolutely sure, it can only be him. Fang Chenlu hastily scrambles up and backs away from the reach of the poisonous flood dragon. He cups his hands respectfully towards the emptiness in front of him and says with emotion, "Many thanks to Elder for lending a helping hand. This favor of saving my life, Junior will never forget even after losing all my teeth." After some time, a rather unhappy voice suddenly rises from the emptiness. "Why are you just standing there? Use your soul force and try to see if you can bond with it." Fang Chenlu is stunned. He feels that he must be hallucinating. That mysterious person wants to help him bond with the poisonous flood dragon? He most definitely must have heard it wrong. Furthermore, this voice seems to suggest that he's somewhat unwilling. Of course, Ling Xiao is not doing it willingly. In his eyes, Fang Chenlu is his imaginary love rival. Who would be willing to help someone they don't like? He is after all not a saint. However, XiaoMo at his side is not pleased. Earlier, when he saw Fang Chenlu in danger, his whole face turned white in fright and he would have called out long ago if Ling Xiao wasn't in time to cover his mouth. After that, Ling Xiao reluctantly and unwillingly rescued Fang Chenlu. Although XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief, when he thinks about the actions of Elder Shi and the rest casting Elder Brother aside, he is worried that the same thing will happen in the future. So he thinks that if Elder Brother can bond with this magic beast, although its terrifying appearance is a little unsightly, if there is this magic beast guarding him, he probably won't be in any more danger. However, when he voiced out his thoughts, he was flatly rejected by Ling Xiao. XiaoMo has yet to be this concerned over him, and now he is actually showing concern for his elder brother in front of him? Ever since he realized his own feelings, Ling Xiao is very unhappy about how he is always worried about his brothers. And now, wanting him to help Fang Chenlu bond with the magic beast, don't even think about it. How could XiaoMo know what he is thinking? He is only thinking naively that he wants the people who are good to him to get by well, that's it. So he simply promises Ling Xiao a few favors like before. Who could have known that Ling Xiao would harden his heart this time as if he had just eaten measuring weights? No matter how many extra magic pills he promises to give him each day, he refuses to budge. XiaoMo feels helpless and can only ask, "Then what do you want in exchange for your help?" Ling Xiao didn't intend to relent, but these words suddenly gave him an idea. The corner of his lips rise up to reveal a suspicious smile. He pauses for a bit before leaning into his ear to say a sentence. 1 second later, XiaoMo is bright red. He simply did not think that Ling Xiao would propose this condition. Clearly their brains have never operated on the same track. XiaoMo has the impulse to bite Ling Xiao. This fellow clearly has ulterior motives. He must have been waiting for this instant. But, seeing elder brother's still colorless face, he concedes. After all, this is something that would happen sooner or later. And so, XiaoMo grits his teeth as he agrees to Ling Xiao's condition. Ling Xiao is happy hearing him actually agree, but when thinks about how XiaoMo only agreed because of Fang Chenlu, he immediately feels unhappy. That's how Fang Chenlu came to hear that hallucinatory voice. Ling Xiao doesn't hear him answer, so he says impatiently, "If you're not willing, then forget about it." Before XiaoMo could get anxious, Fang Chenlu opens his mouth. "Wait, elder, wait. Junior is why. Willing." Fang Chenlu is so agitated that his whole face is red. This kind of opportunity is not something you come across every day. this mysterious elder is actually willing to extend a helping hand. If he refuses, he would probably curse himself to death. Then just get with it, BA. Says Ling Xiao. Feng Qianluo takes a few steps forward. This poisonous flood dragon is indeed a level 8 magic beast. But right now, it is still only a level 7 magic beast, still a while away from level 8. However, compared to a level 8 magic beast, it is easier to bond with a level 7 magic beast. What is even more surprising is that the poisonous flood dragon doesn't resist. It simply accepts the soul force that Feng Qianluo sends into its chakra between its eyebrows. If others don't understand what that pressure on him is, as a magic beast that has gained spiritual consciousness, it is very clear on how noble that person's bloodline is. Among the magic beasts, it definitely belongs to royalty. Just the pressure from the bloodline alone makes it unable to raise the slightest bit of resistance. So, being able to make such a high-level magic beast terrified, it can only be a genuine noble bloodline. Therefore, it can only submit. Otherwise, that person would instantly chop off its head. The gentle soul force enters without any hindrance and contacts the soul of the poisonous flood dragon. Both sides establish a bond very quickly. The whole process seems so smooth that it seems unbelievable. Although Feng Qianluo has never bonded a magic beast before, he has heard others talk about how hard it is to bond a high-level magic beast. However, he definitely didn't feel any resistance at all. Rather than giving himself credit, he knows that the mysterious person must be helping him yet again. Feng Qianluo doesn't know how to repay this mysterious person. There are many questions hidden in his heart, but he doesn't think deeply over them. He only knows that this mysterious person won't harm him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved him, and he also wouldn't have helped him bond the poisonous flood dragon. It's just that before he could think up words of thanks, Ling Xiao's impatient voice is heard again. "You can go now." Hearing the voice of the mysterious person, Feng Qianluo also doesn't dare to delay. He cups his hands respectfully. "Elder, today's favor, Junior will not forget it this entire life." Junior is Tian Xin Sex Feng Qianluo. In the future, if Elder has any use for me, please send orders. With those words, he brings the poisonous flood dragon along with him and leaves. After making sure that no one is left, Ling Xiao takes XiaoMo out of hiding. A level 8 magic beast. Feng Qianluo's luck can no longer be described as ordinary. In a place like the Paradise Realm where danger lurks in every corner, Feng Qianluo's survival has a degree of guarantee. After this dangerous period is over, Feng Qianluo would probably become even more famous. Tian Xin sect will also rise in prominence by promoting his prominence. It must be said that if the poisonous flood dragon succeeds in advancing to level 8, it would mean that Tian Xin sect would have an additional spiritual level fighter. Furthermore, this level 8 magic beast's combat ability is much more impressive than ordinary spiritual level fighters. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164. Jade Spiritual Cave. Are you satisfied now? Ling Xiao tilts his head and glances at XiaoMo. XiaoMo's eyes are beaming as he nods his head. Of course he's satisfied. He knows that if he dares to say that he is not satisfied, Ling Xiao would definitely give it to him, so he quickly changes the topic. Elder brother Ling, who would expect that a no less than level 8 magic beast would appear here? Then wouldn't it be even more awesome inside the Jade Spiritual Cave? XiaoMo is extremely curious. There is one thing he has always found to be very peculiar. Since Elder Shi chose to lead his people to this road, it can't be that he didn't know that there would be a poisonous flood dragon in the lake. But seeing how he acted just now, it's as if he didn't know about it at all. Although this is XiaoMo's first time in the Paradise Realm, he knew that he would need to prepare beforehand. Therefore it is even more impossible that Tian Xian sect didn't make the necessary preparations. After all, they already came here 50 years ago, so they should have collected quite a lot of information. The poisonous flood dragon doesn't hide in the lake to cultivate all the time. Since Elder Shi didn't receive information on this matter, clearly the poisonous flood dragon wasn't in the lake 50 years ago. Ling Xiao voices his guess. He already discovered the existence of the poisonous flood dragon earlier. If not for his consideration for XiaoMo's feelings, he would not have bothered to warn them to leave. Especially since they weren't the least bit grateful. But Ling Xiao continues on, this lake isn't really that great of a place for cultivation. Since the poisonous flood dragon chose this place, there may be magic herbs down below. Really? XiaoMo's expression immediately livens up. His shining eyes are fixed on the surface of the lake that has already calmed down. The poisonous flood dragon is currently of level 7 strength. That means the magic herb at the bottom of the lake is at least a level 7 magic herb. Right now, he doesn't even have a single stalk of level 7 magic herb. Do you want to hide in the dimension first? I'll go down to take a look and call you when I'm back. As soon as Ling Xiao says those words, his arm is grabbed by XiaoMo. No, I want to go down with you. You won't be able to recognize a level 7 magic herb. Furthermore, there may be other magic herbs inside the lake. XiaoMo says determinedly. Ling Xiao considers for a moment and agrees. It would be very troublesome to dig out the whole bottom of the lake underwater. After all, they still want to go look for other magic herbs, so they shouldn't waste too much time on this. So, he takes XiaoMo with him and dives to the bottom of the lake. The lake water is very clear, about 100 meters deep. The bottom of the lake is covered with small pebbles and such. It really doesn't look like a place where magic herbs would grow. But it's unlikely that the poisonous flood dragon would guard a lake for no real reason. Finally, they found a stalk of level 7 magic herb in a corner of the lake bottom. However, this stalk of magic herb is a while away from maturity. As luck would have it, XiaoMo has seen it before. There was a time when XiaoMo was called over to see Kongwen a few times. At that time there was a small patch in Kongwen's courtyard that was planted with high-level magic herbs. This stalk of magic herb is precisely one of them. Level 7 magic herb, Lease of Life magic herb, is the most important magic herb to refine the level 7 regain life magic pill. As long as the soul is still present, it doesn't matter how heavy the injuries received, the person will recover. But there is a side effect. That is, after you use the regain life magic pill to get back your life, your cultivation will plummet. But there are still a lot of people fighting for it. After all, having a regain life magic pill is equivalent to having 2 lives. Exchanging level of cultivation for one's life is worth it. XiaoMo's luck is not bad. This stock of Lease of Life herb is medium quality. With this as the foundation, he only needs to give it lots of magic water in the following days and it would definitely become a stock of high quality magic herb. After transplanting the Lease of Life magic herb into his dimension, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao hurry to the Jade Spiritual Cave. There is not just one road to the Jade Spiritual Cave. On top of that, they delayed on the way for quite a while. So by the time they reached, a few groups of people have already barged into the Jade Spiritual Cave. The Jade Spiritual Cave is the place where mid-level magic herbs and mid-level magic beasts abound. Before they came near, they can already hear the angry roars of the magic beasts. The floor of the humongous cave is covered with green vines of unknown name. Ancient trees soar to the skies, blocking the sunlight. They continuously discover traces of magic beasts along the way. It's too bad that the magic herbs they are guarding are those that XiaoMo already has. Other than that, there are also a few magic beast lairs that have been cleaned out. The ground is still covered in fresh blood that hasn't dried, indicating that a fierce fight just occurred not too long ago. XiaoMo wants to find the 7-star grass. 7-star grass is a level 6 magic herb. According to the map, 7-star grass is located at the southern part of the Jade Spiritual Cave. However, it isn't clear where exactly it is. The south part is so vast. If they have to look for it, it would be like fishing for a needle in the ocean. Little brother, bring out those 2 7-star hidden fragrance insects. Ling Xiao, who is standing on the green vines and evaluating the surroundings, suddenly says to XiaoMo. The 7-star hidden fragrance insects feed on 7-star grass, so their sensitivity to the 7-star grass should be very high. There is nothing better to lead them to it. XiaoMo clearly understands this point. As soon as Ling Xiao finishes speaking, he disappears, and reappears a moment later holding a jade box in his hands. The 2 insects are lying inside, the 7-star hidden fragrance insects that Ling Xiao gave him that time. Because they haven't eaten for too long, the 2 7-star hidden fragrance insects are breathing rather weakly. Luckily, it's not too much of a hindrance. After XiaoMo lets them out, 1 male and 1 female instantly come back to life with blood pumping as they suddenly start to fly, flying rather crookedly towards one direction. This time, XiaoMo doesn't let Ling Xiao carry him over because he also let Depicio out. Depicio is now at level 5. Over here, his strength is probably not high, but it's more than enough to bring along XiaoMo. Although Ling Xiao is not too happy, Depicio really should be strengthened. Blue-blooded wolves are the type that grow up by battling. If they are left too long in the dimension, not only will the nature of the blue-blooded wolf wear away, the power to kill will also definitely weaken. This is not something he wants to see. If the blue-blooded wolf is unable to protect XiaoMo, what is the use of having it around? Depicio that was let out, lets out a howl. Luckily, the sound of beasts howling is a normal occurrence in the Jade Spiritual Cave. Therefore, no one takes notice of this howl. Soon after, Depicio's whole body leaps up and flies forward at top speed. Although it is only at level 5 now, unable to fly through the air, its running speed on level ground is not slow. In just a few seconds, it speeds through several thousand meters, closely tailing behind the pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insects. Ling Xiao doesn't run to take the lead. Instead, he follows close by XiaoMo, surveying the surroundings from time to time. Half an hour later, the 7-star hidden fragrance insects finally start to slow down. In front of their eyes is a luxuriantly green mountain range. Everywhere is covered with abundant growth and filled with an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. As XiaoMo gets down from Depicio, he hears the angry roar of a magic beast. Not far ahead, he can faintly see what seems to be several flashes of light. The 2 7-star hidden fragrance insects are no longer flying forward. Instead, they are circling around XiaoMo, as if urging him. They are so aware because XiaoMo has already bonded with them. The 7-star hidden fragrance insects that have acknowledged their master naturally want XiaoMo to lead. Furthermore, they can sense the danger ahead. Elder brother Ling, it seems that someone else beat us here, says XiaoMo. Ling Xiao wraps his arm around his waist and says, "We'll go over and take a look. Don't let Depicio follow. Let him wander around by himself. As a blue-blooded wolf, how can it not fight? We'll regroup 2 hours later." Way. Before XiaoMo could protest, he was brought away by Ling Xiao. Depicio stays on the spot. Its silvery white tail wags faster and faster. The 2 ruby eyes glow eerily, giving off red flashes of light, especially after Ling Xiao said those words. The strong red flashes get stronger and stronger, a sign that it is excited and charged up. He looks at the direction they left for a bit and then turns around and bounds away into the thick growth of grass. It never crossed XiaoMo's mind that his Depicio, when it returns back here 2 hours later, its silvery fur would be completely dyed red with blood, its whole body reeking of blood. The fresh blood would still be dripping down its fur. Its cultivation would also have increased a huge chunk. But there would also be a long string of troubles following behind. After a moment, that group of people appear in the field of vision of Ling, Xiao and XiaoMo. Dressed uniformly in gray robes, a few of them complete with gray hoods. Clearly they are from Xingluo Group. On the other side of the people from Xingluo Group are Xiaoyao Group and Jilu Tower. The two forces make up 12 people, mostly of Sun and Moon level. The strongest ones are 2-star level 3-star and 4-star elders. Not anyone that XiaoMo nor Ling Xiao would recognize. At this moment, these 12 people are surrounded by the people from Xingluo Group, looking like they have their backs up against the wall. Overall, the combined strength of the people from the Xingluo Group is clearly much higher than that of the people from Xiaoyao Group and Jilu Tower. Among them is a star-level 7-star middle-aged man whose hood has been lifted off his face, revealing a rather wicked face covered in a thin layer of black mist. He stares at the 12 people with a look of blatant savagery. 11th star, what is the meaning of this? Isn't it up to one's own ability to get magic herbs and magic beasts? It can't be that you're thinking of killing us? Xiaoyao Group's Mu Sheng speaks harshly while looking extremely imposing. So what if I kill all of you? If want to blame something, blame it on your bad luck. You just had to run into us and interrupt our plan. The middle-aged man laughs out loud. The large sword in his hand is stained with a lot of blood, dripping to the ground as he laughs. A little while later, he stops laughing. He says in a grave voice with a murderous look in his eyes, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Mu Sheng cries out in terror, 11th star, if Tianxian sect and Chengcheng sect find out that you all are colluding with the day. Before he could say demons, his head was chopped off by someone who snuck up behind him. The one who snuck up behind him was one of the Jilu Tower disciples. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165. Silencing Witnesses. Hearing this, even if the rest of the words are not voiced out, everyone there already understands. What can he be referring to by saying day? If not demons, what else can it be? Furthermore, recently Tianxian sect and the other major forces have been like fire and water with the demons. The appearance of the Xingluo Group indeed looks a little strange. As for that disciple from Jilu Tower with his sneak attack, he's probably a spy for Xingluo Group. The reason why he beheaded Mu Sheng before he could finish his words is because Mu Sheng purposely spoke in a very loud voice. Therefore, he was afraid that there would be people nearby. If they overheard it and informed Xingcheng sect and Tianxian sect, Xingluo Group would be in a very difficult position. Therefore, in order to protect the grand scheme of Xingluo Group, the disciples of Xiaoyao Group and Jilu Tower have to die. By the time the last Xiaoyao Group disciple falls to the ground, the surrounding area is already flooded with the overpowering stench of blood. Every single corpse is beyond recognition. At this moment, 5 men in black robes appear next to those corpses. The men in black robes are extremely tall. Over 2 meters, almost 3 meters tall. The towering 11th star instantly appears very short and small in comparison. The two sides exchange a few words. The 5 men in black robes suddenly squat down next to the corpses. One by one, dark hands stretch out from inside the black robes and latch onto one of the corpses before pulling them into their black robes, followed by ka-chi sounds. The sound of bones being gnawed can suddenly be heard. bright red blood flow out from beneath their feet. A newly severed arm suddenly falls out from inside one of the black robes. Oh! Someone throws up. This person is... Who is it? 11th Star's face changes visibly. His sharp and piercing gaze is directed towards the direction of the sound of vomiting. That direction is precisely where XiaoMo and Ling Xiao are. And the person that is throwing up is of course XiaoMo. The 5 men in black robes eating corpses made him unable to stop himself from throwing up. He just got used to bloody scenes after much difficulty. 11th Star is not the only one that heard the sound. There's also the 5 men in black robes. They immediately stop feeding, some of them simply tossing out half-eaten corpses. Some of the corpses have their top halves eaten, some have their bottom halves eaten, and some of them only have the 4 limbs remaining. All sorts of horrible sights. Extremely bloody, exceedingly nauseating. The gleaming white intestines, brain spatter, and the like. Everything is flowing out, and so... Oh! XiaoMo can't hold it in again. With an empty stomach, he throws up the acidic stomach juices. The moment he made a sound, that 11th Star immediately figures out his exact position. Very quickly, he finds XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Seeing that they have been discovered, Ling Xiao also doesn't intend to hide anymore. He carries XiaoMo, who is vomiting nonstop, and places him on one of the towering grapevines. This face of Ling Xiao's, someone like 11th Star is definitely not unfamiliar with. One look and 11th Star's expression immediately changes. Tian Xin Sex Lin Xiao? Saying that, his sharp eyes immediately lock onto their surroundings as if trying to see how many people are still hiding around them. What surprises him is that other than the 2 of them, he doesn't discover anyone else. On the surface, it looks as if there is only the 2 of them. However, 11th Star doesn't immediately let down his guard, looking at Ling Xiao and XiaoMo with 100% vigilance mixed in with threads of ruthlessness. Ling Xiao glances at them in amusement. Xingluo group teaming up with demons? Really something he never expected. But considering the actions of Xingluo group these few years, indeed there have been visible trails of spider webs and horses' hooves. It's definitely possible that Xingluo group have been working together with demons. Originally, he planned to pretend that he didn't see anything. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. Ling Xiao lowers his head and looks at XiaoMo, who is vomiting nonstop. He pats his back gently. Little brother, are you alright? XiaoMo doesn't answer his question, but a hand stretches out in front of him and tugs on his clothes. Does it look like he is alright? God in heaven, this is the first time he witnesses the monstrosity of people being eaten. Of course, this is not the first time he witnessed such a bloody scene. It happened before on the green plains outside Hunji City, limbs covering the ground. That time, he felt the impact very strongly, but it happened rather quickly and there were no man-eating monsters. Although he watched quite a few horror films in his past life, some of them depicting man-eating zombies, those were all fiction, separated by a screen. In his heart, he knows that it is fake. When did he ever have the pleasure of viewing it up close? Furthermore, it is a live version. The assault on his senses is not small. It's good enough that he didn't throw up his whole stomach. Ling Xiao beams as he pats his back. It's good that you're used to it. Get used to your sister. XiaoMo rolls his eyes at him. Again with those words. Tian Xin sex prodigy Lin Xiao actually appearing here by himself? Ha ha ha, take it that your luck is bad. Looks like there will be a great harvest today. After killing you, it would be as if Tian Xin sect has lost an arm. I believe Grand Master and Young Master will definitely be very pleased. After observing for a long time, 11th Star is finally confident that other than the 2 of them, there are no other Tian Xin sect disciples around. Only then does he laugh out loud, with a savage and wicked look on his face. He seems to be already picturing the reward the Grand Master will give him. It must be known that although Tian Xin Sex Lin Xiao is only a star level 2-star fighter, he is only 30 years old, about the same as Qing Cheng Sek's Luo Shuhi. Very few people can reach star level at this age, such as their young master, Xing Tianxia. Xing Luo Group's young master is already 41 years old. His cultivation is 2 stars higher than Ling Zhao's and Luo Shua's. However, when the young master was 30 years old, his cultivation was only star level 1 star. Although it is only lower than these 2 people by 1 star, the arrogant young master views it as a humiliation. Therefore, he has always regarded them as enemies. Their grandmaster also feels that if Lin Xiao and Luo Shuhi are allowed to mature, they will become Xing Luo Group's biggest obstacle one day in the future. Therefore, he had decreed long ago that during this opening of the Paradise Realm, if there is an opportunity, these 2 must be killed. 11th Star never expected that before he could go looking for them, one of them would present himself to him. Furthermore, there is only one person by Lin Zhao's side. And it's only a puny mage riding on his coattails. Isn't this god doing him a favor? 11th Star, I want Lin Zhao's body. At this time, one of the men in black robes suddenly opens his mouth. The demon's voice is rather hoarse, like the sound of some rusty machinery that struggles to turn. A barely concealed excitement can be detected, as if Lin Xiao is already in his pocket. 11th Star roars with laughter while saying, "No problem. But I have to bring his head back to our young master. He would definitely be very happy to learn that Lin Xiao is dead, but..." "Then, are you going to do it or shall I let my underling do it?" The black-robed man sniggers wickedly. "Let me do it. A mere star level 2 stars. I can bring him down with just a finger." 11th Star speaks flippantly while his eyes are filled with intense bloodthirsty killing intention. He raises his right hand and waves the large sword in his hand, flinging away the drops of blood on his large sword. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao, who is comforting XiaoMo, starts to laugh. A hint of suppressed self-satisfaction can be heard in Ling Zhao's laughter. Those who hear it get a rather strange feeling. Normally, wouldn't one run away a long time ago when faced with such a great disparity in strength? Not only did they not, they don't even show any signs of anxiousness. 11th Star and company finally feel that something is not quite right. "What are you laughing at?" Ling Xiao stops laughing abruptly and glances at 11th Star in amusement. He then lowers his head and looks at XiaoMo, who is just about done vomiting. He gently caresses his silky hair with one of his hands as he laughs while saying, "Little brother, although big brother me understands and sympathizes with you as this is your first time seeing such a gruesome scene, but you also have seen it. They have discovered our secret, so big brother me has no other choice but to kill them right in front of you. You also have to show some understanding and sympathize with big brother Miwa." XiaoMo rolls his eyes at him. How could he not know that these people have already discovered whatever secret of theirs? Speaking so pompously, isn't it just him wanting to kill them? Still coming up with so many excuses. These few days he encountered all sorts of bloody and cruel experiences one after another. Furthermore, today's scene is so bloody and gruesome. He feels that his ability to endure is quickly heading towards a very strong and abnormal direction. He now realizes one truth. There is no such thing as most gruesome in this world, there is only even more gruesome. However, to 11th Star and company, hearing these words from Ling Xiao is like hearing the world's funniest joke. Lin Xiao wants to kill all of them here by himself? Surely it's a joke. Furthermore, he must have misunderstood his position BA. Surely it's them who will be silencing witnesses. Since Ling Xiao came upon their scheme, discovering that Xing Luo School is working with the demons, there is no way they can let him and the puny mage go no matter what happens. Ling Xiao stands up and pats his melon seed head, saying in a considerate voice, "Little brother, go ahead and throw up. By the time you finish throwing up, I would have done away with the witnesses." XiaoMo is speechless. He can only continue rolling his eyes in answer. He realizes that this fellow really has no lower limit. He then jumps down from the vine, his clothes fluttering in the wind, a slight smile on the corner of his lips. He seems to have a rather scholarly and noble air. Who would guess that he has killing on his mind at this time? Note: trails of spider webs and horses' hooves, clues. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166. Windfall. Ling Xiao walks to the front of 11th Star and Company. If there was a fan in his hand, and if he opens it with a schwa, he would probably look like a handsome and refined elegant prince. Too bad he doesn't have one. What he does have is a heart that is ready to silence witnesses. Consider yourselves lucky. Ling Xiao beams as he looks at them. These words are not loony talk. When he kills, he usually likes to use all sorts of different methods. The people killed by him sometimes end up without arms or with missing legs. Sometimes, half of the head is gone, just like what happened the last time at the Green Plains. However, that is actually one of the few times he was so violent. But there is no such thing as most violent, there's only even more violent. He still has yet to cause a truly bloody scene. However, this time, he really empathizes with XiaoMo. Therefore, he definitely doesn't intend to make it really bloody. He'll force himself to leave their bodies intact. We are indeed lucky. You, however, are out of luck because you will soon be dead. 11th Star swings his large sword and stares at him squarely. However, he faintly feels a thread of uneasiness in his heart. He has never felt this feeling before. To think that he would actually feel this kind of misgivings facing a Star Level 2 starfighter. 11th Star feels that it must be because he is overly excited, causing him to have these feelings. As long as he kills Lin Xiao, everything will be alright. 11th Star, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it. At this moment, the black-robed man behind 11th Star suddenly shouts in a deep voice. His tone is tinged with anxiousness. 11th Star's brow twitches. His whole body starts to spin at a high speed. Suddenly his body disappears and a second later, he appears again in front of Ling Xiao. The large sword in his hand is still stained with blood. With a momentum that causes one's heart to race, he swings it down towards Ling Xiao's crown. His strength is Star Level 7 stars, above Lin Xiao by a whole 5 ranks. With such a disparity, he believes that Lin Xiao would simply be unable to react. So he intends to take Lin Xiao's life. But when the large sword connects with Lin Xiao's body, just when a tiny bit of glee can be seen on 11th Star's face, Lin Xiao's body disappears. It's actually an afterimage? 11th Star's expression changes abruptly. Before he could change his stance, a palm attaches to his abdomen. Flames seem to flicker for a second on that palm and then quickly disappears. 11th Star's eyes are open wide in horror. He appears to be frozen in time, with no further reaction. Ling Xiao's body materializes as he takes back his hand that was stuck on his abdomen. He pokes his forehead with a finger and 11th Star's towering body immediately falls backwards. Everyone doesn't know what happened, but 11th Star seems to have lost. Naturally, the people with low cultivation can't tell, but the 5 black-robed men know that 11th Star is dead. His vigor was very strong at the beginning. But Lin Xiao seems to have done something and it weakened in a flash. His soul force also dried up in an instant. The covered face of the leader in black robes is shocked to the extreme. The intelligence on Lin Xiao's level does not add up. The report clearly said that Lin Xiao is a Star Level 2 starfighter. But how can a star level 2 starfighter insta-kill a star level 7 starfighter at the first meeting? It's very clear that Lin Xiao is simply not a star level 2 starfighter. Everyone has been fooled. The black-robed man suddenly remembers what he just said about a secret that was exposed? Can it be that he is referring to his cultivation? However, that's also not right. Before, Lin Xiao didn't make any moves. They basically knew nothing about his true strength. Or could it be that he is here for some other reason, so he's afraid that they will expose him, so he wants to silence witnesses? No matter what he does, the black-robed man can't figure out what Ling Xiao is thinking. Of course he has no idea that everything he's thinking is all wrong except for the last part, silence witnesses. These two words are correct. However, what he really can't make sense of is that since the Paradise Realm has a limitation on cultivation level, and based on how he killed off 11 star, he definitely can't be star level and below. This kind of level, how could he enter the Paradise Realm? Because he can't figure it out, they can only run away because his cultivation is the same as 11th stars. He's also star level 7 stars. Even 11th star is dead, how else would he end up? Leave. The black-robed man quickly barks out a word and is the first to retreat. The other 4 black-robed men also think like him. Since there is no way for them to beat Lin Xiao now, they should first retreat and then find an opportunity in the future to deal with Lin Xiao. As for Xingluo Group's disciples, after witnessing the killing of 11th star, each and every one of them were in a daze. Only when they hear the black-robed man's order leave, do they finally react, immediately rushing to escape. Ling Xiao sees that they have some sense to spread out. But he doesn't immediately chase after them. Instead, he stands on the spot with a cunning smile. If he didn't already make the preparations, why would he just show up so brazenly? Too naive. A moment later, the naive black-robed men and disciples of Xingluo Group return back to the same spot. When they see each other, the shock is evident on all their faces. After escaping for so long, how could they end up coming back to the same spot? The black-robed man raises his head sharply and sees Ling Xiao standing not far from them, beaming while looking at them. The other side seems to have known that they would come back, standing at the same spot, simply not even taking a single step. This kind of phenomenon, it must be an illusion. Only an illusion can create such a huge effect. Clearly this Lin Xiao already set up an illusion earlier in this place. How could he have done it? Too many questions. The black-robed man suddenly thinks of something. His eyes widen suddenly as he says harshly, "You are basically not Lin Xiao." Turns out this is the secret he spoke of. Ling Xiao shrugs as if it can't be helped. He laughs as he says, "Since I've been found out, it can't be helped. Now I can't pretend that I didn't see you all." No matter how gifted, an ordinary person really can't become such an outrageously powerful fighter in only 30 years. On top of that, his behavior is inconsistent with previous reports. It's enough to confirm that he is not the real Lin Xiao. Thinking of this, the black-robed man feels his body grow cold. Someone able to overcome the restriction of the Paradise Realm. Either he has a special method or his strength is even higher than the owner of the Paradise Realm. You all have really bad luck. Since you already know my secret, you all have to die right here today. Ling Xiao declares nonchalantly. A second later he is again all smiles, "But you all don't have to worry. I won't tell anyone about the collaboration between Xingluo Group and the demons. So, you can all go to your deaths at peace ba." With consideration for XiaoMo, Ling Xiao leaves their bodies in one piece. However, looking at the whole place covered in bodies, it really affects one's appetite. But XiaoMo already has nothing left to throw up. XiaoMo looks away gloomily, not wanting to look at Ling Xiao, who is smiling dazzlingly while standing in the middle of the corpses. He discovers that Ling Xiao might have been right. There will be a day when he will be very used to this thing with dead people. That is if Ling Xiao continues to kill people this way in front of him. Little brother, how is it? Are you used to it yet? Ling Xiao walks over and takes him down from the vines. He happily uses his sleeve to wipe the corners of XiaoMo's mouth. He is really not used to it. For goodness sake, don't you think it's too extreme? XiaoMo is still tight-faced. Then he glances at him gloomily and helplessly. The reality is, he would rather be pure and innocent, for real. Because XiaoMo feels that all the bodies covering the floor is too gruesome, he refuses to go down there. Ling Xiao has no choice but to take off the magic bags of the black-robed men and Xingluo group disciples with his own hands. However, he accidentally broke 2 of the magic bags when he killed them. The things inside fell out and are mostly stained with blood. Luckily they were nothing much, so Ling Xiao doesn't pick them up. In the end, he harvested 15 magic bags, 5 of them from the black-robed men. Speaking of coincidences, the reason why the Xingluo group and the black-robed men appeared here is also because of the 7-star grass. However, their motive is different. They are actually aiming for the 7-star hidden fragrance insects that are found near the 7-star grass. You would only have to have read the Magic Beast scrolls to know that where there is 7-star grass, there will be 7-star hidden fragrance insects. However, where there are 7-star hidden fragrance insects, there may not necessarily have 7-star grass. By the time they find the 7-star grass, XiaoMo's 2 7-star hidden fragrance insects have already dived straight into a pile of 7-star grass, happily eating their meal. In just a short while, they stuff their bellies until they are completely round. However, it's not just his pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insects buried in the pile of 7-star grass. There are still quite a lot of others nearby. It's just that not all of them would show themselves. Because XiaoMo already bonded with them, that's why the moment he got there he knew exactly which ones were his. After putting the pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insects back into his dimension, XiaoMo starts to dig up the 7-star grass. Because he has a pair of 7-star hidden fragrance insects, the 7-star hidden fragrance insects guarding the 7-star grass doesn't attack him while he is digging up the 7-star grass. Those of the same kind are very sensitive to each other. What more, since level 6 magic beasts are mostly those that have already awakened. The 7-star grass have already grown here for many years. Furthermore, most of them are already mature. Most people would definitely pick the mature ones. But XiaoMo doesn't do that. He only digs up 10 stalks of 7-star grass that are close to maturity. He also picks up 100 or so seeds that have fallen to the ground. His luck is very good. These seeds dropped not too long ago, so a lot of them are good seeds. In the future, these 7-star grass or the fallen seeds will sprout and grow. In the end, they will replace the patch of 7-star grass that have been completely eaten. XiaoMo is not a selfish person, so he only picks up 100 or so. Elder brother Ling, why are the Xingluo group and demons targeting the 7-star hidden fragrance insects? XiaoMo asks curiously. Ling Xiao is leaning on the vines. He says casually, most people who target 7-star hidden fragrance insects are surely aiming for the golden-winged insects that have evolved 3 times. That is the true value of the 7-star hidden fragrance insects. XiaoMo ponders for a moment, but in order for the 7-star hidden fragrance insects to evolve 3 times, it requires a lot of 7-star grass. On top of that, success is not guaranteed. Are they not afraid of failure? Who knows what they are planning? Ling Xiao says uncaringly, have you finished choosing? Let's leave right away. The bloody stench here will soon attract other cultivators and magic beasts. I'm done. XiaoMo nods as he sends the last seeds into his dimension. Ling Xiao walks over and picks him up. XiaoMo is very accepting. He is already very used to being picked up. This is the biggest disadvantage of being a mage. If there is no magic beast by their side, it is very inconvenient to get around. Not long after the 2 of them left, just as Ling Xiao said, a group of magic beasts arrives, drawn by the thick stench of blood. There are low-level and mid-level magic beasts. Those that have not awakened start to instinctively chew on the bodies on the ground. By the time a group of cultivators are attracted over, the faces of the bodies have already been chewed beyond recognition. It can only be vaguely made out that they were from the Xingluo group. Only half the time agreed upon with De Picho is passed, but Ling Xiao carries XiaoMo directly to the appointed place. They then find a secluded place to hide. While other people are snatching magic herbs and magic beasts, XiaoMo is snatching other people's magic bags. He and Ling Xiao are in the midst of dividing the spoils while hiding. Because the magic bags of Xingluo group and Qingcheng's sector marked, XiaoMo first takes everything out and then throws away the magic bags. After all, he has a dimension to put the things in. As for the magic bags from the 5 demons, after Ling Xiao makes sure that they are not marked and there is nothing special about them, they can be put to use without worry, but XiaoMo doesn't like it. The magic bags of those man-eating demons, he doesn't have the slightest interest. There were 12 Xingluo group disciples, but they only got 10 magic bags because the other 2 were ruined by Ling Xiao. Luckily they were all martial artists. However, the things inside the magic bags of the 5 black-robed men surprised him. It seems as if there is nothing of use. Not only that, they are also quite paltry. Ling Xiao hears him complain and says non-committally, the cultivation methods of demons and martial artists are not quite the same. Their flesh are rather sturdy. That's why they concentrate on the body when cultivating. XiaoMo exclaims, "Oh." Suddenly he catches sight of something in the pile of stolen goods out of the corner of his eye. He picks it up and says, "What is this thing?" Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167. Causing Trouble. Ling Xiao tilts his head and sees an ox skin sheet in his hand. This piece of leather seems very familiar. It seems to be very similar to the incomplete map of the Jade Spiritual Cave that he has. XiaoMo spreads it out and takes a look. There is a route marked on it, but it is not clear. Also, it doesn't indicate where it is leading to. This map was found in Yidan's magic bag. At this time, Ling Xiao fishes out another piece of leather from the pile of stolen goods. It is the same as the one he has in his hand. If you want to insist on the details, they are different in size. The one in his hand is only the size of 2 palms. The one in Ling Xiao's hand is the size of an A4 paper. On it, the terrain and routes are depicted very clearly. At the center of the map is a symbol of a palace. It seems as if most of the routes are leading to the palace. Comparing the 2 maps, it's clear that the one in Ling Xiao's hand is better. XiaoMo immediately tosses away the map in his hand and goes over to Ling Xiao to read the map together. Elder brother Ling, does the Paradise Realm have this kind of place? XiaoMo asks, full of curiosity. The Paradise Realm used to have a master. The existence of a palace is nothing strange. Ling Xiao opens up the map and lays it on the ground. Looking at it like that, this map is actually very complete. The places they had gone to were mostly in it, and there is still a lot they haven't covered. The preparations of the demons are so complete. Looks like they have been paying attention to the Paradise Realm for a long time. Or perhaps they prepared all these things to deal with the disciples of the major sections. After all, most of the magic herbs are of no use to them. Only magic beasts are of use. XiaoMo compares them for a second and discovers that although Yidan's map is small, the map's final destination is also that palace via a different route. Elder brother Ling, do you think that both of them were headed to this palace? Xingcheng sect has it, so Tian Xin sect should also have it, ba? XiaoMo thinks it over and suddenly looks towards Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao definitely didn't get this map. Furthermore, Elder sure pointed them in the complete opposite direction from the palace. He seems to have purposely sent him further and further away from the palace, making it clear what his intentions were. Ling Xiao smirks, not even telling me such an important thing. Looks like Tang Fan has been wary of me for a long time. Oh well. Let's go over and take a look. What is the secret hidden in the palace, attracting the attention of all the major forces? XiaoMo immediately nods his head in glee. He also wants to go take a look, but he's not in a hurry. The place they are at now is the Jade Spiritual Cave. From here, it would take at least half a day to get there. Furthermore, they would probably come across whatever magic herbs or magic beasts. Dig here, dig there, will also take some time. In the end, it would probably take over a day. As for the others, their situation is probably the same as them. Furthermore, they may not necessarily have such a clear map. After that, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao pick through the things together, finally dividing up all their spoils of war. There are 7 to 8 martial arts techniques altogether. Because they are from the same forces, there are a few copies of the same techniques. Luckily, 11th Star's martial art technique is a high-quality mid-level volume. It seems to be one practiced by the core disciples of Xing Luo group. However, since its nature is rather dark, what people would consider tainted ways, it can only be stored or sold. As for the demons, their martial art techniques are passed on from generation to generation, so there is no specific volume of martial art techniques. Next are the magic pills. There are 7 mid-level pills and more than 500 low-level pills. Half of them were dug out from the magic bags of the 2 mages. It's too bad that Ling Xiao doesn't like them, so XiaoMo can only put them away and find a way to sell them off later. Last of all, the magic herbs. Big sects are not the same. Their assets are rather significant. Furthermore, people like 11th Star would have come across good magic herbs. There are a few stocks of mid-level magic herbs that XiaoMo doesn't have. Moreover, the quality is not low. It's too bad that there isn't a single stock of level 7 magic herb in their magic bags. By the time they finish dividing up and putting away the things, it is exactly an hour later. XiaoMo places all the magic bags into one of the magic bags and then hands it over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao takes the magic bag and smiles until his eyes turn into slits. With a flick of his hand, he flings the magic bag with quite a lot of force. The naked eye can see the magic bag soaring through the air, but just for a little while. Very quickly, it disappears from their field of view. Who knows where it flies off to? Strange, why is DePicio not back yet? As XiaoMo watches the magic bag disappear, he finally realizes that the agreed-upon time has already passed. Maybe he is too caught up in the joy of playing. Ling Xiao seems to be thinking of something, the corner of lips lifting up showing a hint of amusement. Playing? XiaoMo doesn't understand. Blue-blooded wolves are famous for their combat ability. Furthermore, fighting is the fastest way for them to rise in level. You were only willing to let it out after all this time, so of course he has to play to its heart's content before coming back. Ling Xiao rests his head on his arm and says contentedly, XiaoMo. Looks like the playing he was referring to is fighting. He does know it is the nature of blue-blooded wolves to love fighting, but he didn't know that they actually rise up in level by fighting. XiaoMo asks helplessly, then when do you think it will come back? Ling Xiao ponders for a moment and laughs while saying, wait for it to get over its excitement, then maybe it will remember your instructions. XiaoMo immediately feels the blow but soon thinks of something, since you already knew, why didn't you say something earlier? Why should I say anything? Ling Xiao gives him an odd glance. Your DePicio should get some training. Isn't the Paradise Realm the best opportunity? Furthermore, if it doesn't train for too long, it may end up weaker than normal level 8 magic beasts. Are you willing to see a mighty blue-blooded wolf end up as a useless lump of meat? XiaoMo thinks it over for a second. A useless lump of meat. How fat would DiPiccio end up? This type of thing is not uncommon in the 21st century Earth. Often, he would see these kind of things on TV or on the web. He shudders in disgust. If DiPiccio really ends up like that, he would probably have to commit suicide out of guilt. But he is curious. How did Ling Xiao come up with that expression? XiaoMo steals a glance at Ling Xiao. The latter has no reaction whatsoever, only saying, "Alright BA. Let's just wait for an hour." And so, they really waited for an hour. During that time, XiaoMo looked out quite a few times, right until an hour later. This time, when he stretches his head out to take a look, he finally catches a glimpse of a beast. Except that, this beast figure doesn't seem to be a white DiPiccio. Rather, it is a very bloody DiPiccio. XiaoMo runs out in shock. "DiPiccio, how did you end up like this?" DiPiccio seems to know that it is in the wrong. It whimpers "Ao woo" and then turns away shamefully, not daring to look at him or get any closer. XiaoMo also doesn't dare to get closer. The bloody stench is too strong, almost causing him to faint of suffocation. Ling Xiao walks out from behind and gazes at DiPiccio delightedly. With a rather judging tone, he says, "Not bad, not bad. Your first time out and you hunted down so many. As a newbie, your performance is really not bad. But it's still a little lacking. Not only are you covered in filth, you are actually injured." DiPiccio is injured? XiaoMo cries out in alarm and immediately forgets about the bloodiness. He quickly walks over and examines it thoroughly once over. Finally, he discovers a cut behind its right hind leg. Seeing this cut, XiaoMo lets out a gasp. This cut is rather too big. Who knows what caused it, resulting in such a large wound? The cut is 4 cms deep. The white bone is almost visible, and fresh blood is flowing out continuously. But it would have been overlooked if not examined closely. Who asked it to be covered in blood? A moment of inattentiveness, and it would have been overlooked. In a moment of panic, XiaoMo wants to put it back into the dimension. At his side, Ling Xiao places a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Wait a bit, people are coming." Just after he says this, shrill sounds can be heard coming from afar. The sound is getting nearer and nearer. It's the sound of flying swords piercing through the sky. Clearly a lot of people coming. A mix of furious voices can be heard. Because XiaoMo will soon advance to become a level 4 mage, his soul's awareness is getting stronger and stronger. From far away, he can hear what the voices are saying. Most of it is, "Where did it run to? Quick, give chase, don't let it run away," and so on. Although they don't specify what it is, XiaoMo can guess that they should be referring to DiPiccio. Soon after, that group of people appear in their field of vision one after the other. One after another they float down from the sky flauntingly, red men, green women, as if afraid that others won't know that they come with powerful backing. XiaoMo takes a closer look and his eyes almost fall out of their sockets. The people in front are actually people he recognizes. These people should be heading to the southwest direction, Leiju and company. Why have they ended up here? Note: red men, green women, dressed fashionably. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168. Infighting. There's the blue-blooded wolf. Just after landing, one of them exclaims excitedly. Everyone turns to look at the direction he points at. Sure enough, they see a blue-blooded wolf bathed in blood. But, at the same time, the two people standing next to the blue-blooded wolf can't be ignored as they enter their field of vision. The one with the strongest reaction is Tang Yunqi. The moment she sees Ling Xiao, her whole face lights up. She quickly overlooks XiaoMo at Ling Xiao's side and runs over excitedly while exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, how come you're here?" Before entering the Paradise Realm, Tang Yunqi actually wanted to move around together with Ling Xiao. But for some reason, her father grouped her with Lei Ju and two other elders. Later they didn't allow her to wait for Brother Xiao. She had thought that she wouldn't be able to see Brother Xiao for a while, but unexpectedly, just a few days into the month, God let her meet up with Brother Xiao. However, when she gets there, she discovers the horrid XiaoMo is again standing next to Brother Xiao. If it was before, Tang Yunqi would definitely not hesitate to show her disgust, but she has learned from experience. The moment she shows any disgust towards XiaoMo, it will only make Brother Xiao go further and further from her. "Junior brother Yu, I knew you would be together with Brother Xiao. I'm very happy to see the both of you." She smiles happily as she gives XiaoMo a glance. XiaoMo seems to find it hard to believe and blinks twice. This young lady saying she's happy to see them is that Tang Yunqi who always stares at him with hatred? Furthermore, the one she's happy to see is not him but her elder brother Ba. Although Tang Yunqi's disgust towards him is not as blatant as before, this type of transformation only makes him more horrified. This fellow definitely has problems. On the other hand, Lei Ju is not this happy to see Ling Xiao. With a face so dark, as if smeared with a layer of charcoal, glaring daggers at Ling Xiao time and again. Only after some time does he smile superficially while saying, "Ling Xiao, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be where?" Ling Xiao asks in return. Lei Ju seems to choke for a bit, no longer continuing what he was going to say. He suddenly realizes that only a few people know that Ling Xiao would be sent to the north. He entered the Paradise Realm before Ling Xiao. Later, he didn't see him again, and in the meantime he also didn't see any other disciples from Tianxi sect. If he says it out, Ling Xiao would definitely be suspicious. Thinking like this, he pauses for a while before saying, "Why is it just the two of you? Where are the other disciples?" Ling Xiao looks at him expressionlessly and says calmly, "We got separated in a moment of inattentiveness. Midway, we came across a very strong magic beast. We couldn't defeat him, so we could only run. Who would have guessed that we would become separated? Junior brother you and me also don't have a map of the Paradise Realm, so we ended up running here in the end. The east is next to the north, so he is not worried that they would doubt him. Even if they do doubt him, there's nothing they can do about it." "Is that so?" The corner of Lei Ju's mouth twitches. He really wishes that the magic beast had killed Ling Xiao. "Oh right, why are you all here? I remember you all were headed to the southwest. Could it be that you all got lost just like us?" Ling Xiao smiles as he asks in return, both eyes fixed on Lei Ju. Lei Ju is flustered by his gaze and fails to answer his question in a timely manner. At this time Elder Wang, who was standing quietly at the side, suddenly opens his mouth to explain, "Yun Lin, we're here because we were chasing a magic beast. But that magic beast is too cunning, leading us all over the place. Unexpectedly we ran all the way here, but, After speaking for a while, Elder Wang suddenly comes to a turning point. His shrewd gaze falls on Depicio that is in front of XiaoMo. If this magic beast didn't get in the way, we would have caught that magic beast a long time ago. His words immediately catches everyone's attention. Only then does everyone realize that the blue-blooded wolf they were chasing is actually lying down quietly in front of XiaoMo. Furthermore, it doesn't resist at all as XiaoMo is cleaning its wound. Tang Yunqi glances at XiaoMo and then looks at Ling Xiao. She suddenly says sweetly, "Brother Xiao, this blue-blooded wolf is very beautiful. It has already acknowledged you as its master? Can you give it to little Qi? Little Qi likes it very much. Everyone immediately turns to look at Ling Xiao. They had thought the blue-blooded wolf did not have a master. It's possible that when they were chasing it, it was tamed by Ling Xiao. Although time was short, they believe it is definitely because they tired out the blue-blooded wolf. It's because of that Ling Xiao was able to successfully subdue it. Therefore, it's only right that this blue-blooded wolf belonged to them. Giving it to little sister is not unreasonable. That won't do. The corner of Ling Xiao's lips rise up slightly as he rejects it without the slightest hesitation. Tang Yunqi is stunned. She recovers quickly and forces herself to ask in a calm voice, "Why not? Brother Xiao, don't tell me you have already bonded this blue-blooded wolf?" Ling Xiao shakes his head. The corner of his lips curve up as he smiles while saying, "Your guess is right. But the one who bonded with the blue-blooded wolf is not me." With that, everyone shifts their gaze onto XiaoMo. If it's not Ling Xiao, it can only be XiaoMo. Among the group, there is one person struggling to control his envy, glaring at XiaoMo surreptitiously from the corner of his eye. Lei Ju is immediately displeased, cutting in before Tang Yunqi to say, "Lin Xiao, you're too much. We found this blue-blooded wolf first. What makes you think you can give it to XiaoMo? If we didn't injure it seriously first, do you think you would have been able to capture it?" Before, the blue-blooded wolf was of level 5 strength. But that was before it came across Lei Ju and company. It succeeded rising to become a level 6 magic beast while fighting, a star-level cultivation. Because Lin Xiao is also of star-level cultivation, the strength of the blue-blooded wolf must be much lower than his in order for it to submit to bonding. Therefore, they feel that it must be due to their efforts. As soon as Lei Ju finishes talking, the others chime in their agreement. The two elders also nod their head while looking at Ling Xiao reproachfully. Ling Xiao raises his hands as he says in a helpless tone, although he is clearly smirking in amusement while saying, "When did I say that junior brother you bonded with the blue-blooded wolf only after you all came across it, Lei Ju is stunned but then scoffs coldly while saying, "What are you trying to say? Are you actually trying to say that the both of you bonded this blue-blooded wolf earlier? Don't joke. If you really bonded this blue-blooded wolf, why would you let it go? Furthermore, do you have any proof that you bonded with it before we saw it?" Ling Xiao had guessed that he would ask, so he wasn't anxious as he looks at them while speaking leisurely, "Why do I need proof? Anyone with a brain would know that it's impossible to bond a level 6 magic beast in such a short time, even if it is in a weak stage. Bonding takes time. But if you all still can't accept it, you can go ahead and ask the blue-blooded wolf of that." The faces of Lei Ju and Elder One who was mocked by Ling Xiao as being brainless are quite the sight. Even though they know that he is right, they are still unwilling to give up a level 8 blue-blooded wolf. Furthermore, this blue-blooded wolf is currently only at level 6, making it even rarer. But, as everyone's gaze moves to XiaoMo and the blue-blooded wolf, there is really no need to ask as they already know the answer. Looking at how the blue-blooded wolf is interacting with XiaoMo, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem as if they just formed a master-servant relationship. Because the blue-blooded wolf is injured, XiaoMo is worried that it would get worse, so he lets it lie on the ground. The blue-blooded wolf is very obedient. Not only does it lie down, it actually exposes its belly, while looking woefully at XiaoMo. After being glared at, it even whimpers miserably, as if it is acting spoiled. But XiaoMo does not give in. If it isn't already injured, he really wants to give it a thorough beating. Even if it is good at fighting, it doesn't mean it has to end up in such a condition. Furthermore, out of all the people out there, it just had to run into these people of utmost quality, and bring them here on top of that. Really poor upbringing. Luckily he has a healing magic pill. Otherwise, it really would be difficult to manage. But there is no way he can take out the healing magic pill he refined because those are all high-quality magic pills. Tang Yunqi is a mage. One look and she would be able to tell what quality the magic pills are. He can only use the ones he got from the spoils of war before. Although the quality is not very good, at least it has some healing effect. XiaoMo pours out a handful of magic pills and stuffs them right into Depaicho's mouth. He then crumbles a few pills and sprinkles them on the wound. Although it takes a while to heal, at least it is no longer bleeding. Only then does he let out a sigh of relief. If one were to say that their master and servant bond started less than 15 minutes ago, there is no doubt that no one would believe it. Where can you a pair of master and servant with such a rapidly developed tacit understanding? Where can you find a magic beast that would act spoiled towards a master it had just acknowledged less than 15 minutes ago? All sorts of signs are pointing that the reality is very likely what Ling Xiao is saying. This blue-blooded wolf is a magic beast that they bonded with a long time ago. Lei Ju is still unwilling, an uncertain expression on his face. At this moment, someone suddenly squeezes to the front. That person is John Lu. John Lu is currently the favorite pupil of the Master of Heaven Peak. In order to guarantee his safety, Tang Fan placed him in Lei Ju's group. Among the 5 people, he and Tang Yunqi are mages. Their status is not low. Furthermore, the other 3 martial artists all have strengths of star level and above. For example, Lei Ju is star level 1 star. Elder Wang and the other one is star level 7 stars, while the other is star level 4 stars. This kind of group can be considered invincible in the Paradise Realm. Tang Fan's intention is plain to see. Because Jian Lu did not speak before this, and because he is standing near the back, XiaoMo didn't really notice him. Now that he has stepped up, it seems as if everyone's attention is focused on him. Jian Lu looks a little bashful, as if he is very uncomfortable with everyone's eyes on him. He looks at Ling Xiao and says, I feel that since this blue-blooded wolf has already bonded with Big Brother Yu, then its master can only be Big Brother Yu and no one else. No matter how we disagree, the result can't be changed. How about we each take a step backwards? We still have time. There are so many magic beasts in the Paradise Realm. We will have more chances. What do you say, Elder Brother Lin? XiaoMo ponders for a moment and suddenly feels that these words from Jian Lu are actually quite skillful. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't analyze his words. But ever since he decided to draw a clear line between them in his heart, he has become much more careful when it comes to Jian Lu. For example, with his words now. He intentionally doesn't mention that he had already bonded Depaicho before this, as if he is implying that he took advantage of the situation to bond with Depaicho, causing this whole situation. He seems to be silently accusing him of snatching their magic beast. How is it that he never realized how cunning this fellow villager of his is before this? Fine BA, seems like he has been too kind-hearted. Ling Xiao smiles but doesn't speak. Tang Yunqi, who is standing at the side, immediately agrees. What junior brother Jiang says is right. Now is the time for us to work together with one heart. It's just one magic beast. Everyone can look for another and that would do. Such a large paradise realm, it can't be that we're worried we won't be able to find others. What do you say, Elder Wang? What young miss says is right. Elder Wang immediately nods. Lei Ju sees that 3 out of the 5 have agreed, so even though he is unwilling, he can only come to terms with it. Since you all want to look for magic beasts, then, we shall go our separate ways. BA. Ling Xiao walks to XiaoMo's side and then turns to speak to them. His words and manner clearly shows that he wants them to part ways right there. Several people are stunned, especially Tang Yunqi. Her pretty face suddenly reveals a trace of anxiousness as she quickly says, Brother Xiao, isn't it better if we go together? Furthermore, there are only 2 of you. What would happen if you meet with danger? A few more people mutually looking after each other is preferable, is it not? Junior brother, you and I want to look for magic herbs. You all want to look for magic beasts. I'm afraid it won't be too convenient. Before Ling Xiao can finish speaking, Tang Yunqi immediately interrupts. It won't be inconvenient. We can also follow Brother Xiao to look for magic herbs. Furthermore, there is usually magic beasts guarding the magic herbs. Just nice, we can catch magic beasts while the both of you dig up magic herbs. 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright then. Ling Xiao considers for a moment and agrees. XiaoMo wants to say that he has yet to speak in E. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169. Jiang Lu's probing. And so, a new group of people is formed. Many times XiaoMo wanted to ask Ling Xiao why they had to join them. The map they have must absolutely not be discovered by Tang Yunqi and company. But it's all for naught because Tang Yunqi is forever stuck to Ling Xiao, asking this and that. He simply has no chance to bring it up. But there is one thing for certain. Ling Xiao must have expected it already. That's why he accepted Tang Yunqi's suggestion without talking it over with him first. So, even though his heart is bursting with curiosity, XiaoMo still bears with it. A lot of the magic herbs and magic beasts are at the Jade Spiritual Cave. Although XiaoMo just left the Jade Spiritual Cave a few hours ago, he was planning to return again to the Jade Spiritual Cave to dig up some magic herbs. Therefore, he moves forward with them without protesting. The whole way, the one with the most words is Tang Yunqi. No one knows where all those words came from the North Pole to the South Pole. Although Ling Xiao doesn't say much in reply, she still carries on enthusiastically by herself. XiaoMo is rather bored, riding on top of Depicho. Although Depicho has a wound on one of its legs, the healing capability of the blue-blooded wolf is very strong. Furthermore, XiaoMo was not stingy with the healing magic pill. Right now, that wound is already healing rapidly, not the least bit affecting its strong and vigorous posture. Just as he was feeling bored, Jiang Lu, who was walking in front, starts to slow down his pace. Very quickly, he is walking side by side with him. Jiang Lu seems to have been looking for an opportunity to talk to him. A dazzling smile bursts forth from his bright and fresh face as he looks at XiaoMo. He smiles while saying, "Big brother, it's been a long time. I didn't expect us to actually meet in the Paradise Realm. Looks like we are quite fated, am I right?" "Right, XiaoMo laughs drily. "What fated?" From his point of view, it's more like ill-fated. He knows that Jiang Lu certainly did not expect that he would actually make it to the Paradise Realm. Nevertheless, he keeps the same expression on the surface. It's just that he is very curious. He and Jiang Lu are disciples from different peaks, with not much contact with each other. Although there is bad blood between Earth Peak and Heaven Peak, they are newly admitted disciples, still under a year. Even if he has assimilated himself into his peak, it's hard to imagine that the rivalry would rise to the extent of stabbing him in the back. But thinking back now, he feels that Jiang Lu probably hated him from the beginning. But he can't figure out why Jiang Lu hates him so much. He doesn't remember ever offending Jiang Lu, but he can't be sure about the original XiaoMo. Jiang Lu doesn't seem to detect his wariness. He glances at the blue-blooded wolf below him and says admiringly, Big Brother You's luck is very good. Just a few days after entering the Paradise Realm and you already have a level 8 blue-blooded wolf. I read in the scrolls that the combat ability of the blue-blooded wolf is very strong, probably one of the best among the magic beasts of the same level. I also really want to have a blue-blooded wolf. XiaoMo's brain churns quickly as he says, there are still 20 over days. I believe you will have the chance. Zhang Lu winks at him cheekily, I also believe my luck can't be that bad. Oh right, Big Brother you. This blue-blooded wolf is very big. Can you let me get on as well? I also want to try and see how it feels to sit on a level 8 magic beast. Can I? XiaoMo is momentarily speechless when he hears those words. Normally, people wouldn't bring up this kind of request ba. However, he can't just say that, so he can only say awkwardly, I'm sorry junior brother Jiang. De Pichio doesn't like strangers to get close to it. Also, his injury still hasn't healed, so I'm afraid it is not possible. Is that so? Then it's fine. I was only asking, nothing more. Zhang Lu frowns imperceptibly and then nods understandingly, as if his words just now were really something he just thought of. XiaoMo laughs awkwardly and doesn't say anything more. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lu brings up another topic. He looks at him in a probing manner as he says, Big Brother you, there is something I want to say, but you must not accuse me of being a busybody. I'm only curious, that's all. What is it? XiaoMo frowns, not knowing what he wants to say. Zhang Lu looks at him with shining eyes, his fingers linked behind his back, as he smiles seemingly harmlessly while saying, I heard that only level 3 mages have the right to get a spot on the Paradise Realm list. Since Big Brother you can appear here, does it mean that you are already a level 3 mage? Hearing his words, a strange look immediately appears faintly on XiaoMo's face. This matter of him not being a level 3 mage seems to have spread from Earth Peak. A lot of the disciples are also blabbermouths. Seems like Flying Peak and Heaven Peak must have received the news. Actually, before he entered the Paradise Realm, it surprised him that Tang Fan and Kongwen didn't just say, you are not a level 3 mage. But thinking back now, it's probably because the Paradise Realm was about to open, and the two of them are people that don't like to lose face. Attacking their own disciple in front of the other sex would instead cause others to gossip. At that time, his thinking was this, if Tang Fan and Kongwen insist on pressing the point, he would just come out and tell them that he is already a level 3 mage. He'll say that he by chance broke through the day before setting out. Even if they suspect him, there is nothing they can do about it because he is genuinely a level 3 mage. However, he didn't get the chance to say it, so right now, other people do not know what his actual level is. Originally, others could generally figure out his cultivation by looking at his soul force. However, ever since he gained true mastery over his dimension, the dimension seems to be able to form a faint protective barrier around his body. This matter was found out by Ling Xiao, who then told him about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known. That protective barrier can actually conceal his level according to his will. Therefore, in the eyes of Tang Fan and company, he still appears as a level 2 mage. Since Zhang Lu is already a level 3 mage, he should have the ability to see through his level. That means, he should know what level he currently is. Yet he still asks this kind of question. Therefore, it is unlikely that he doesn't have an ulterior motive. XiaoMo doesn't like people to badmouth Ling Xiao behind his back, so he puts on a happy voice and says, yes Talking about that, my luck is really good. The night before we set out, by luck, I broke through while refining magic pills. However, because everyone was busy with the Paradise Realm, I didn't tell everyone. Zhang Lu's expression freezes momentarily, but he recovers very quickly. There is no trace of awkwardness on his face. Instead, he appears very happy for him as he says, Big Brother you is really a level 3 mage? Didn't I say that your luck is not bad? Congratulations. I still haven't congratulated you. I heard that you also became a level 3 mage not too long ago. Congratulations to you too. XiaoMo says hurriedly. He suddenly feels as if he is saying his New Year greetings. Jiang Lu laughs haha, but his eyes are flashing as he glances sharply. How can junior brother compare with big brother use luck? If not for the old master's benevolence, there was no way I could have risen to a level 3 mage within 3 short months. XiaoMo laughs while saying, actually it is you who has better luck than me. At least you have a master that cares for you and supplies you generously with magic herbs. Unlike me, I have to buy everything myself. The magic herbs that I use for refining magic pills is bought with the money I got from selling magic pills. If not, I probably wouldn't have been able to rise to the next level. Immediately the smile on Jiang Lu's face slips. He feels that these words seem to be mocking him. He has a master who supplies him with magic herbs. Because of that, he is able to rise quickly. On the other hand, XiaoMo's magic herbs were bought with the gold coins that he himself earned. And yet, the speed with which he advanced is about the same as his. These words seem to be saying that if he didn't have a master who supplied him with magic herbs, he can't compare to XiaoMo. Although XiaoMo probably didn't have an ulterior motive when he said those words, he feels that each and every word is like a thorn, stabbing deeply into his heart, forming a dark mass that seems to be expanding. As expected of big brother you, this matter, junior brother cannot compare. Jiang Lu puts on a fake smile. XiaoMo laughs haha while saying, junior brother John's innate talent was already higher than mine. I can only rely on hard work to make up for the deficit in my innate talent. Jiang Lu seems to choke momentarily, no longer saying anything more. After that, the two of them concentrated on the journey and no longer spoke. It is unclear if Jiang Lu already got the answer he was looking for or if he was really rendered speechless by XiaoMo's words. Whatever it is, he was no longer seen looking for XiaoMo to talk to him. As for XiaoMo, at first he was endlessly depressed because he had to travel together with Tang Yunqi and company. Now, it seems as if the depression from before has been swept away. His delicate and glowing face is sparkling with joy straight from his heart, even saying a few words to DePicio from time to time. At the front, Ling Xiao, who never once looked back, suddenly raises the corner of his mouth. Tang Yunqi just happens to turn her head and catch sight of the smile before it disappears. She can't help but ask curiously, Brother Xiao, what are you smiling about? Ling Xiao shoots her a glance and then replies indifferently, nothing. Tang Yunqi doesn't really believe it and wants to keep asking, but right at this moment, Lei Ju, who was always at the front leading the way, suddenly runs back and shouts excitedly and happily, everyone, quick, come and see. There is a level 6 magic beast in the cave ahead. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170. Coward. The Black Leopard is a mid-level magic beast. However, the Black Leopard is unlike regular mid-level magic beasts because there are 3 different types. They are the Stone Flame Black Leopard, the Blue-Eyed Black Leopard, and the Golden Black Leopard. Among them, the one with the most potential is the Golden Black Leopard. According to legend, the Golden Black Leopard is the one that is most likely able to break free from the restrictions of their bloodline to become a level 9 magic beast. That's because they are the same as the blue-blooded wolf, both are level 8 magic beasts. Unless a special method is used, most of the level 8 magic beasts can rise no further than this. Lei Ju says that the level 6 magic beast is none other than a golden black leopard, with exceptionally beautiful golden eyes. The eyes are like jewels, radiating dazzling rays of light. And there's also the jet black fur that appears to be gleaming, exceptionally beautiful. The worth of a golden black leopard is higher than that of a blue-blooded wolf. No wonder Lei Ju is so excited. If he can bond with this black leopard, when he returns to Tianxian sect, he would be favorably regarded by the Grand Master. He would also have a lot of face. However, the problematic thing is, this golden black leopard's cultivation is at the pinnacle of star level 7 stars. Looking at the fluctuation in its magic energy, it seems as if it will soon break through. If it manages to break through successfully, even if it is newly risen level 7 magic beast, which hasn't stabilized its power, it would still be very dangerous for them. No matter how you look at it, a star level fighter is no match for a level 7 magic beast. The golden black leopard isn't aware of their arrival. Lei Ju also doesn't dare to alarm it, so he quickly ran back after discovering it and prepares to discuss with everyone how to deal with it. Elder Wang ponders for a moment before speaking. Looks like we can only send someone to lure that golden black leopard out. Then the rest of us will lie in ambush outside and launch a sneak attack when it isn't aware. Speaking of sending someone over to lure the magic beast out, Elder Wang's gaze stealthily glances over everyone, remaining on Ling Xiao for a moment. Although it was only a moment, it was still noticed by Ling Xiao, causing him to raise the corner of his mouth for a moment. Lei Ju also looks veiledly at Ling Xiao. Then, according to Elder Wang, who should we send? Elder Wang looks at everyone and hesitates for a moment before speaking. Actually, it would be the best if I go. But I and the black leopard are almost of the same strength. As long as everyone gives me enough time, I am confident that I am capable of wounding it seriously. This way, we would be able to pay the smallest prize and still catch it. Hence, the person to lure out the black leopard can only be chosen from among the 3 of you. Which of you are confident that you would able to escape from the claws of a level 6 black leopard? Elder Wang's words are not wrong. The defense of a black leopard is definitely not weak. All of their power together may not succeed in wounding the black leopard seriously. Therefore, it is best if they let him make the move. However, if they were to go this way, the person luring the black leopard will be in extreme danger. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, Lei Ju looks at him and says, Elder Brother Lin, the golden black leopard is guarding that cave, so there should be a stock of level 6 magic herb inside. What the both of you want is the magic herb. What we want is the magic beast. Regardless, you still have to do your share. How about we hand over the task of luring out the magic beast to you? With those words, multiple pairs of eyes look over to him. Tang Yunqi speaks up unhappily. The one who wants the magic herbs is not Brother Xiao. Why should he be the one to take the risk? After saying that, she purposely glances at XiaoMo as if saying, you are the one that wants the magic herb. Why must Ling Xiao go get it for you? Why don't you go get it yourself? XiaoMo rubs his nose, too lazy to entertain her. Ling Xiao glances over everyone expressionlessly and then says helplessly, Junior Brother Lei has a point. So, just leave the task of luring the magic beast to me. Hearing these words, a veiled look of delight escapes from Lei Ju's eyes, along with rays of evil intent. He very much wishes that Ling Xiao would die under the claws of the black leopard. Tang Yunqi didn't expect Brother Xiao to agree. She stamps her feet in anger and takes advantage of the time when no one is looking to glare at XiaoMo with hatred. It's all because of this guy. As for the one being overlooked by everyone, Zhang Lu, his expression is neither happy nor sad. It's just that when he looks at XiaoMo, there would be a hint of envy. He knows there is no use for him to get excited. It is extremely clear in his heart that the black leopard will definitely not be his. After getting everyone to their respective positions, Elder Wang sends Ling Xiao the signal with his eyes. Ling Xiao finds it very amusing. He then enters the cave. It is said that obedient people are suspicious. The ones with suspicions are of course not Elder Wang and company. Instead it is the one that understands Ling Xiao the best, XiaoMo. Earlier, when he heard Ling Xiao agree to lure the black leopard, he already became suspicious. How could this master listen to others? Can he really let Lei Ju push such a dangerous task onto him? Although his strength is way stronger than the black leopard, Ling Xiao is someone that would never agree to something disadvantageous. So, XiaoMo feels that something is bound to happen inside the cave. Just as XiaoMo was popping his head in and out towards the cave, a deafening roar of fury rings out. The sound seems to shake even the ninth heaven, quite simply, a sonic boom. It almost damages his eardrums, but luckily he manages to use his soul force to protect his ears in time. A few seconds later, Ling Xiao flashes out of the cave, followed immediately by a black magic beast with a pair of golden eyes, flying out of the cave. The black fur seems to be standing on end, its golden eyes filled with murderous intent, fixed on Ling Xiao, as if it would at any moment rush over and rip him to shreds. Ling Xiao doesn't delay and immediately leads it to where Elder Wang and the other two are lying in ambush. According to their plan, after Ling Xiao lures the black leopard out, Elder Wang will immediately use his most powerful killing move. And then, in case the unexpected happens, Lei Ju and the other elder will start their attack, to try and bring down the black leopard as quickly as possible. However, it's not clear whether it's because the black leopard is too cunning or if it's because Elder Wang and company are too simple-minded. Elder Wang condenses a third of his spiritual energy into his killing move, but it was actually detected by the black leopard. The body of the black leopard, that is about the same size as that of a blue-blooded wolf, dodges nimbly in mid-air. The killing move that lost its target immediately hits the mountainside, causing the whole mountainside to explode, revealing a huge gash. The other elder is stunned, releasing attacks rapidly. However, the one who should be attacking with him at the same time, Lei Ju, is motionless. He immediately yells furiously, "Lei Ju, what are you doing? Why are you not attacking?" Only then does Lei Ju seem to regain his senses. In an uncoordinated mess, they attack the black leopard, but in haste, how can they match up their moves? Twice in a row, their attacks miss their target. The black leopard acts as if it has eaten a supernatural magic pill. Facing 3-star level fighters, and yet it doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Its extremely agile body dodges the attacks from the three of them, even launching counterattacks from time to time. Probably because the attacks from the three people are taking up his attention, as a result Ling Xiao is overlooked at the side. From time to time, it growls furiously while attacking Lei Ju and company. Lei Ju is so frustrated that his eyes are red with anger. Why is it not attacking Ling Xiao instead of constantly attacking them? He can't figure out, no matter how hard he thinks. It's too bad that his strength is 6 stars, below that of the black leopard. His attacks against the black leopard doesn't even scratch the surface. Instead, he is left dodging himself into a tight corner. Therefore, over 1/2 of the pressure falls onto Elder Wang. Because of insufficient cultivation, the other elder can only share a little bit of the responsibility. As for Ling Xiao, after luring out the black leopard, he would wander around the edge, pretending to launch attacks from time to time to avoid being the target of wagging tongues, showing that he is putting in his best efforts. The men are losing strength as the fight goes on, whereas the black leopard seems to be getting bolder and bolder. Elder Wang finally realizes that the situation is not good. If it continues like this, they will all die under the claws of the black leopard. Lin Xiao, you and the rest keep it occupied and let me prepare for a bit. When I shout, all of you retreat to the south at the same time. A flash of bodily pain flashes across Elder Wang's old face, but he still makes the decision in the end. The corner of Lei Ju's eyes twitches fiercely. He knows what Elder Wang means. Looks like he is planning on giving up on the black leopard. Although he is unwilling, right now, it is the only choice. Otherwise, not a single one of them will be able to escape. Thinking like this, he glares heatedly at Ling Xiao. It's all because of this guy. Although they are unwilling to let go of the golden black leopard, every one of them still acts according to Elder Wang's wishes. Even though this magic beast is very attractive, one must still have life to be able to enjoy it. Half an hour later, somewhere in the Jade Spiritual Cave, a few desperate figures appear. They are none other than Lei Ju and company, chased by the black leopard and fleeing in all directions. This time, it can be considered giving away the bride only to lose one's army on top of it. Not only do they not get the magic beast, each one of them have some sort of injury. Damn it! Lei Ju's eyes are red with fury. The more he thinks about it, the more frustrated he feels. In the end, he just slams his fist into the ground. Elder Wang looks at him venting and shakes his head helplessly. In his heart he admits that they were too conceited. No wonder it's a golden black leopard. Such great potential and even greater force. Even 4 of them joining forces were unable to bring it down. On top of that, they almost lost their lives. The look on Tang Yunqi's face is unsightly. Although the outer appearance is not as beautiful as the blue-blooded wolf, that black leopard's strength is still ranked up there. If she can bond with it, she wouldn't have to rely on anyone else in the future. Never did she expect that it would end in failure. Lin Xiao, aren't you the number 1 of Tianxian sect? Just now when it was time to act, why is it that you seem to not have used all your strength? Did you do it on purpose? Lei Ju gets more and more frustrated the more he thinks about it. With all this resentment, when he looks at the person next to him, Ling Xiao, who acts as if nothing happened, it only drives him to his utmost limit, causing him to lash out sarcastically at him. His words immediately focuses everyone's attention on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glances at him indifferently. I should be the one to ask you these words. I risked my life to lure out the black leopard. And when it came time to act, why was it that when the 2 elders were attacking, you were only standing there like a statue? The moment he brings it up, everyone remembers it. Lei Ju at that time was really very strange. Everyone already discussed it clearly. Why did he not react at all, wasting the opportunity, especially the other elder? His impression of that moment is the strongest of all because he was the one that shouted at Lei Ju to attack. Thinking of that, his face becomes more and more unsightly. Lei Ju's face turns green and then white. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually turn the arrow back at him. But how can he tell them the truth? He can't possibly say that at that time, he was actually hoping that Ling Xiao would be killed by the black leopard, so that's why he purposely didn't do anything. He can guarantee that if he says the truth, even if Ling Xiao doesn't do anything, Elder Wang would probably hate him to death. In the paradise realm where danger lurks from every side, it is better to have one more comrade than one more enemy. Elder Wang's killing move missed the black leopard. I was too shocked, so I didn't react for a while. Lei Ju doesn't dare to appear too guilty, so he puts on a face of chagrin. Elder Wang doesn't doubt his words. After all, he feels that Lei Ju has no reason to risk his life for some trickery, unless he doesn't want to live. Thinking like this, he helps to round out the bumps. Now is not the time to argue over who is to blame. Next, we should think about the journey ahead. Alright, was that level 6 magic herb dug out successfully? Hearing these words, everyone turns to look at Ling Xiao. At that time, he was the one who lured the black leopard out. Later, when they were facing off with the black leopard, Ling Xiao should have gone to pick it. It makes sense that the stock of magic herbs should be in Ling Xiao's possession. Furthermore, the magic herbs in the paradise realm are mostly medium quality and above. If it turns out to be a high-quality magic herb, that would mean a high price. Therefore, there is no one that is not interested. If they managed to catch the magic beast, naturally they wouldn't pay any heed to the magic herb. But since they failed, naturally. How can Ling Xiao not know what they are thinking? The corner of his lips rises up as he says, "At that time, I thought your plan would work. On top of that, the scene was in total chaos, so I didn't go dig up the magic herb. I'm afraid I have disappointed all of you." Lei Ju laughs coldly as he says, "I see, you want to keep that magic herb to yourself, but." Elder Wang frowns but doesn't speak, seeming to agree with Lei Ju's words. Ling Xiao sneers Qi, and stares at him while saying, "I am a martial artist. Do you think I'm able to dig out that stalk of magic herb? If you all are going to start counting, I'm not afraid of counting with you." Speaking about that, we already discussed it clearly beforehand. You want magic beasts. We want magic herbs. Therefore, I went to lure that black leopard out. The result your lack of reaction caused everyone's effort to be in vain. Now you want to accuse me of taking that stock of magic herb for myself. Are you in any position to say that? Lei Ju's face turns purplish black hearing those words. A thread of hate flashes across his glinting eyes. Seeing Ling Xiao looking so earnest and speaking with such righteousness, a certain person who was only too clear about the real situation is having a hard time holding himself back. No one could have known that Ling Xiao actually has the potential to win an Oscar. Notes: give away the bride only to lose one's army on top of it, suffer a double loss. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. Wishing all of you lots of hugs and great company this holiday season. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171. Disharmony. Ling Xiao is naturally deserving of the Oscar with his deviousness. He doesn't say my efforts. Instead, he says everyone's efforts. If you just look at one spot and miss the big picture, it's absolutely devious. This way, everyone's attention will naturally go to the direction of, because of Lei Ju's error, the plan failed. Lei Ju realizes that the look Elder Wang and a few others are giving him are turning strange, so he immediately yells out agitatedly, I see that you are clearly trying to use this as an excuse to change the topic so you can keep that level 6 magic herb to yourself. Didn't I say that I didn't dig out that stock of magic herb? Even if I did dig it out, doesn't that mean that it belongs to me? Ling Xiao asks indifferently in reply. You're finally showing your true face, BA. Sure enough, that stock of magic herb was stolen by you. Lei Ju accuses him angrily. XiaoMo finally can't take it any longer. Big brother Lei, your words are rather too much. At that time we already discussed it clearly. You want the magic beast. We want the magic herb. But because of your mistake, not only was the black leopard not caught, there wasn't even enough time to dig up the magic herb. And now you are actually accusing elder brother Ling of keeping the magic herb for himself. Can it be that you think the fault doesn't lie with you? Or are you trying to shift everyone's attention so that no one will question you about your actions? Why does he have the feeling that Lei Ju's brain is nothing but mush? He himself let the magic beast escape and now he wants to snatch their magic herb. Unbelievably shameless. He doesn't believe that after saying it so clearly, the others would still side with him. Lei Ju is shamed to anger, yelling furiously at him, is this a place for you to talk? Merely a puny mage and yet you dare to interrupt our discussion? XiaoMo shrugs his shoulders innocently, who asked Big Brother Lei to keep harping on the magic herb? Even an idiot can see that you are trying to divert attention, simply not daring to accept the blame for the plan's failure. Bei. He looks at him as if to say that he is the one that is a coward. Lei Ju glares at him furiously and spits out the words ferociously, shut up. However, his manner instead confirms XiaoMo's accusations. Lei Ju was so anxious to point the blame at Ling Xiao because he really had that in mind. Not even having the courage to accept responsibility, this kind of person is undoubtedly a coward. Although no one says anything, it is clear that they already agree with XiaoMo's words. Alright, let's not fight over a little thing. No matter who is to blame, this matter is already over, so let's not bring it up again. Next, we still want to continue looking for magic herbs and magic beasts. In the end, Elder Wang is again the one that becomes the peacemaker. Although his word seems to for the benefit of everyone, it can also be taken as absolving Lei Ju of any blame. The shrewd ones can tell with one glance that he is partial to Lei Ju. That's right, we are all brothers of the same sect. The other elder immediately chimes in. Ling Xiao's eyes is full of amusement as he glances at the two of them. No need. Let's go our separate ways, ba. I don't want to have the same thing happen again, not getting the magic herb and still having to pay with our lives. Lei Ju flares up instantly. What are you trying to say? Ling Xiao laughs and says, what I'm trying to say, you should already understand. I have no interest in working with someone who can turn around at any time and slander someone. I have no confidence in your character. Young Lin, you're going overboard. Before, Lei Ju was careless, that's all. There is no need to haggle over every ounce. Elder Wang says with a frown. Ling Xiao shrugs. He fixes his gaze on him that is full of amusement. Elder Wang, the next time you want to favor Lei Ju, remember to not be too obvious, lest the other disciples suspect that you don't have the integrity to be impartial. But I doubt you can have a next time. Elder Wan's face darkens. Young Lin, is this how you talk to your elders? He is an elder of star level 7 stars actually getting accused by a star level 2 star little devil. Do you really think we are still in Tian Xin sect? The Paradise Realm is a place where strength is king. Ling Xiao doesn't bother with him and walks to XiaoMo's side. Little brother, let's go ba. XiaoMo wanted to leave long ago. He feels that he would probably start to have difficulty breathing if he has to stay with them a second longer. Now that Ling Xiao is finally thinking like this, he is even more eager to leave. Wait for me, brother Xiao. I also want to go with you. Tang Yunqi rushes up suddenly from behind, grabbing Ling Xiao's arm with one hand while looking anxiously and expectantly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao pulls his arm away and is just about to speak when Lei Ju's voice is heard, dripping with sarcasm. Junior sister Tang, I advise you to not follow him. With his star level 2 star strength, he won't make it in the Paradise Realm. I'm afraid he would be dead before he can even find a stalk of magic herb. It's better to follow Elder Wang. At the least, he can guarantee that you will live. Furthermore, there is already a dragging oil pot by his side. If there is any danger, he would definitely choose to save the dragging oil pot. Ling Xiao gives him a meaningful look before speaking to Tang Yunqi. Junior sister Tang, what Lei Ju says is not wrong. Elder brother me, my strength is definitely not high. If you follow me, I won't be able to save you from danger. Therefore, you should follow them ba. After all, if you were to die in the Paradise Realm, they still have to face the wrath of your father when they go back. So, they definitely won't dare to let anything happen to you. You should not worry and follow them ba. Just be like Lei Ju and hide behind Elder Wang and that would do. Of course that would only be valid if they are still alive. Tang Yunqi is very close to him so she can see his expression clearly when he says those words. His indifference when talking about her life, especially when he talks about her death, the smile on his lips seems to be very sincere. Tang Yunqi lets go of his hand in shock and stares dumbly as he leaves with XiaoMo. How can brother Xiao become so terrifying? That expression is really that of brother Xiao? Lei Ju was originally very pleased with himself, but when he hears the last sentence, his whole face becomes distorted. Damn Ling Xiao, still so defiant when death is at hand. I can't wait to see if you are able to leave the Paradise Realm 1 month from now. XiaoMo couldn't understand all along why Ling Xiao wanted to go with him. And later when he decided to just go along with the flow, Ling Xiao instead wants to separate from them. On top of that, it is in such a lay down one's cards fashion, as if he is making sure of something. This makes him even more confused. Elder brother Ling, what is it that you're planning? Now that it's finally just the two of them, XiaoMo can't suppress it any longer and just blurts it out. Ling Xiao turns his head around. The smile on his handsome face turns into his usual devilish expression from before. Little brother, are you very curious over why I did what I did? XiaoMo casts a sidelong glance at him. Do you have to ask? Ling Xiao laughs while saying, actually it's nothing. I just wanted to verify something, that's all. XiaoMo asks, verify what? Ling Xiao says, the time the palace will open, and also if they really knew about the palace. XiaoMo continues asking, and the result any? Do you have the answer? Ling Xiao says, yes. XiaoMo. And the answer is? Does he want me to ask each and every question? Ling Xiao beams as he says, they don't look the least bit hurried, so I surmise that the opening of the palace would be in the latter half of the month. The exact timing, we would have to look for another opportunity to figure it out. As for whether they know about the palace, there is no need for me to answer BA. There really is no need for him to answer. It is clear from the behavior of Elder Wang, Lei Ju, and the others. When Ling Xiao wanted to leave, no one urged him to stay. Obviously they wanted Ling Xiao to leave early on. The reason most probably has to do with the palace. Since Tang Fan actually didn't tell Ling Xiao about the palace, he definitely doesn't want him to find out about it. If Ling Xiao and him were to stick with them, Elder Wang would have to finally find an opportunity to shake them off. Rather than wait for that time to come, it would be better to lose them early on to avoid unforeseen circumstances. So, with both sides wanting to get rid of the other, it was bound to happen. Where water flows, a canal is formed. Then what are we going to do from now on? XiaoMo asks. Next, we are of course going to find that place on the map. Oh, if we had known earlier, we should have sucked up 11th stars and Yi Dan's memory before. Maybe we could have learned something useful. Ling Xiao says rather regretfully. Ugh. XiaoMo subconsciously recalls what happened in the ice cave, the scene where the demon Elder Jian was sucked dry. On top of that, all the bloody scenes that took place these 2 days. Can't do it, I can't think about it anymore. Otherwise, I won't be able to take it anymore. However, XiaoMo is now very curious. At that time, did Ling Xiao really eat up Elder Jiang? Although the scene wasn't very bloody, it was extremely strange. Elder brother Ling, you can't be like those demons, right, eating up those people, BA? XiaoMo feels that this kind of thing would probably happen again in the near future, so he wants to make sure. Ling Xiao's answer is to knock him on the forehead. Such disgusting people, you think I will eat them? If I want to eat. Saying those words, he suddenly looks him up and down and smiles while saying, it would be someone like you, white and tender, the taste would definitely be not bad. XiaoMo was silent for a while before rubbing his arms vigorously. Goosebumps are forming all over his arms. Ling Xiao licks his lips deliberately as if he can't wait to taste it. XiaoMo. Why does he suddenly feel that he is looking at something very obscene? His eyes seem to be glued to Ling Xiao's tongue. He then sees the corner of Ling Xiao's lips rise upwards as he moves closer towards him. Note. Dragging oil pot equals hindrance, stepchild. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. All the best for 2017. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172. Shape-shifting herb. When Ling Xiao leans over, he takes advantage of when he has yet to react to eat a piece of tofu on his lips. A certain someone is caught in a whirlwind for a moment and then his whole face turns red. His first reaction is to look in all 4 directions. Only after making sure that there is no one around does he let out a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao puts his hand on his forehead and drawls, "Little brother, your face is very red. It can't be that you've caught a fever ba. Do you want elder brother me to help you lower your temperature?" XiaoMo's face is bright red. He immediately flings away his hand. "You're the one with the fever, your whole family have fevers." He has no idea that in some way, it can be said that he is also a member of Ling Xiao's whole family. Although Ling Xiao very much wants to eat tofu a few more times, he knows that now is not the time. Tofu ma, naturally it's best to eat to one's heart's content. But of course, stealing a few pieces here and there is also not bad. It takes half a day before XiaoMo realizes that he has been fooled again by Ling Xiao. Luckily he has long ago tempered his heart into that of copper skin and steel bones. Therefore, this time he doesn't make a fuss. But what should be made clear should still be made clear. So, XiaoMo nudges Ling Xiao. "In the end, what is that ability of yours?" Ling Xiao strokes his chin, not answering his question immediately, as if he is having some difficulty. XiaoMo asks with uncertainty, "You can't say?" Ling Xiao glances at him, his expression full of amusement. "It's not that I can't say. It's just that I'm not sure if I want to tell you now or continue whetting your appetite." XiaoMo is speechless. This guy is purposely saying these words to irk him, right? Definitely, certainly, absolutely. He can't go one day without playing with him ba? The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. XiaoMo simply throws down these words, "Do whatever you want, but..." He then turns around and walks off, as if saying, "I'm going to give you the silent treatment." Ling Xiao deftly pulls him back and secures him in his arms. Okay ba. Since you are asking me so pitifully, I'll let you know, okay?" Hearing these words, XiaoMo's ears perk up instantly. Ling Xiao lowers his head and bites his ear. Before saying anything, XiaoMo already yells out, "If you want to speak, just speak ma. Why bite my ear?" XiaoMo holds his ear. He can still feel the dampness and wonders if the ear is one of his sensitive points. Of course he knows. Ling Xiao laughs haha as he looks at him. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Time to get serious." XiaoMo pushes him an arm length away. "You stand there and say that." Ling Xiao spreads his hands out helplessly. Looks like he can't eat him anymore since he is so on guard against him. He continues speaking after a pause. "The reality is, I'm not eating their corpses. To put it correctly, it should be sucking up their soul. Then I recover their memories from their souls. That's all it is. Then why does the body disappear?" This is the point he is most concerned about. Ling Xiao says, "It doesn't disappear. I just threw it away." XiaoMo is stunned for a moment, quickly asking, "Throw where?" Ling Xiao says, "Rubbish heap." XiaoMo, you think my eyes are just for display? Ling Xiao shakes his finger. "Not the rubbish heap you are thinking of. The one I'm speaking of is the rubbish heap that's a spatial black hole. XiaoMo asks, "What is this spatial black hole?" At that time, he saw it with his own eyes. That thing was really a black hole, but it seemed to come from his hand. Since it is an ability of his, does that mean the black hole exists in his hand? Ling Xiao pulls him along and speaks as they walk. The spatial black hole is a peculiar dimension. Inside are immeasurable spatial forces. Even an emperor-level fighter would be torn into pieces in a second. Anyway, you will soon understand. Bluntly speaking, it is a place to get rid of incriminating evidence. XiaoMo subconsciously ponders this point. If this thing was placed on 21st century Earth, it would be an unbeatable killing cheat. Of course, in Longshan continent, the land of killing people and silencing witnesses, it is the essential medicine for daily life and travel. If you put the person you want to kill inside it, it would no longer exist in this world. Even if some interested party wants to investigate, they probably won't be able to find any web of the spider or trace of horse's hooves. But, what level does one have to be able to open the black hole whenever they want? Until now, XiaoMo still hasn't discovered that Ling Xiao is actually not human. Or one can say that he has actually figured out long ago that Ling Xiao is not human. It's just that his level of understanding is not the same, that's all. What I should have said, I have already told you. There are no other questions, BA. Next I'll bring you to a good place. Ling Xiao pulls his hand and walks off, looking very mysterious. XiaoMo opens his mouth wanting to ask, but thinking that he will soon see it anyway, he bears with it. As for DePicio, he has long been neglected into a dark corner by the two people. However, it is still very happy, bounding to its feet, following after them, his tail wagging cheerfully. After a while, XiaoMo realizes that the road they are on is very familiar. So familiar that he recalls certain stones that still have DePicio's bloody paw prints, like a cluster of flowers. DePicio also purposefully runs over to admire his own paw prints, making him unable to bear it any longer, kicking it until it flies away. This number 2, what's there to be in awe of in one's own paw prints? If you want to admire, you should admire him. Cuckoo asterisk, XiaoMo follows Ling Xiao into the cave of the golden black leopard they discovered earlier. After just a few steps, that black leopard runs out. Its eyes are turning round and round while flashing brightly as it prostrates extremely piously before Ling Xiao, as if it is submitting itself to the stronger one, or maybe for some other reason. Witnessing this scene, XiaoMo can already guess what happened. No wonder this black leopard didn't really attack Ling Xiao before. No wonder it could accurately dodge Elder One's attack. On top of that, it seemed to be so familiar with their plan. Looks like it was all due to Ling Xiao's devious plan. Looks like he had already colluded with the black leopard when he first entered. Walking in a few steps further, XiaoMo discovers a stalk of fiery red magic herb. The magic herb is standing still in a small corner of the cave, giving off a thick fragrance. The whole cave seems to be filled with this fragrance. XiaoMo can't help taking in a deep breath, his eyes open wide. This stalk of magic herb is simply not a level 6 magic herb. He can feel the waves from the magic herb. It is higher than a level 6 magic herb by 1 level. Although he can't name this stalk of magic herb, it is clearly a level 7 magic herb. This is the first time he sees a level 6 magic beast guarding a stalk of level 7 magic herb, but... However, what surprises him is that Ling Xiao didn't dig out this stalk of magic herb. He thought that Ling Xiao was bluffing Elder Wang and the rest when he said he didn't get to dig out the magic herb. Looks like he really didn't dig it out. Ling Xiao glances at his expression. The corner of his lips rises slightly. Little brother, do you know what is this stalk of level 7 magic herb? XiaoMo gulps. What is it? Saying something like this, it must be something big. A brilliant smile appears on Ling Xiao's face as he lifts up the hair by his ear. Shapeshifting herb, have you heard of it? XiaoMo's jaw drops open in shock. Although he isn't very familiar with level 7 magic herbs, it's impossible that he hasn't heard of the much celebrated shapeshifting herb, because to magic beasts, the shapeshifting herb is the thing they dream about. With this magic herb, they can assume human form. No matter if it's low-level or mid-level or even high-level magic beasts, the first aim they have from the moment of birth is to cultivate to achieve the ability to shapeshift. Most of the time, the ability to shapeshift is their number 1 priority. That's because the cultivation speed of a magic beast that can shapeshift is faster than that of one that can't. As everyone knows, the ability of a magic beast to assume human form early on signifies that its level is high. As with the blue-blooded wolf, there is a restriction of level 8 and above. If it's not fated, they can't even dream of shapeshifting to cultivate to a higher level their whole life. Therefore, for them, the shapeshifting herb is something they must have, even if it means risking their lives. Of course, there are certain magic beasts with noble bloodlines. They can assume human form from birth. To put it in human terms, these type of magic beasts are equivalent to an emperor's existence. However, this type of noble magic beasts are extremely rare. Even in Longshao continent, an Emperor-class magic beast has never appeared before. Some say that when the Emperor appears, 10,000 beasts will fall silent. If this class of Emperor magic beast really exists, probably all the magic beasts in Longxiao continent will have to obey them. Going back to the point, the shape-shifting herb is able to break through the bloodline restriction of magic beasts. It's another way for them to have the chance to break free from the restraints of their bloodline, to achieve an even higher level. No wonder this golden black leopard is guarding this stock of shape-shifting herb to the death, guarding it no matter what the cost. The allure of the shape-shifting herb is just too great for them. Elder brother Ling, this shape-shifting herb doesn't seem to be mature. XiaoMo gulped strongly. An immature magic herb means there is still a chance it may drop seeds. This stock of shape-shifting herb, although completely fiery red, is certainly not an ultimate red. He has seen the record of the shape-shifting herb on the magic beast scroll. The deeper the color means that the shape-shifting herb is slowly getting more mature. Only when it turns the deepest red will it be really mature. Clearly the shape-shifting herb is still a ways away from maturity right now. First, let's dig it out. Ling Xiao says. XiaoMo was waiting for those words. Without further ado, XiaoMo takes out a little spade from his dimension. The golden eyes of the black leopard lying submissively on the ground suddenly reveals a very human-like, extremely begrudging look. At that time, when it inadvertently discovered this stock of shape-shifting herb, the wild joy that sprang up in his heart cannot be described. And then, in order to protect the shape-shifting herb, he endlessly defeated those magic beasts that were drawn to the shape-shifting herb. A few times he was even teetering on the brink of death but survived by holding on to a singular thought, successfully defending the shape-shifting herb. And yet, it will soon have to hand it over on a silver platter. The black leopard is extremely unwilling, but faced with the tremendous pressure emanating from the bloodline of this man in front of him, he has no choice but to submit. This kind of helpless feeling suddenly leaves it feeling miserable. Discovering his state of mind, Ling Xiao's lips lift up. The shape-shifting herb won't be your contribution in vain. Of course you will receive the benefits later on. Hearing these words, the golden eyes of the black leopard light up instantly. Although the man doesn't say the exact benefits, noble magic beasts loath to lie, especially this man in front of him. His level is possibly higher than it ever imagined. Such a grand person is promising him good things. Of course he won't go back on his words, so it immediately feels relieved. Because the shape-shifting herb is a level 7 herb, XiaoMo digs with utmost care to ensure that it remains intact. He takes almost half an hour before he is successful in digging up the shape-shifting herb completely, including the roots buried below. He then quickly transplants the shape-shifting herb into his dimension. Seeing that he is done, Ling Xiao calls him over. He gestures to the black leopard next to him and says, "Little brother, bond with it." XiaoMo's eyes light up immediately, but as if having thought of something, he says rather awkwardly, "Elder brother Ling, I want to bond this black leopard to second brother or fifth brother." "Can I?" Ling Xiao has long understood how his heart works, but he still shakes his head. "You can't. Lei Ju and the others have seen this black leopard. It's hard to guarantee that they won't recognize it. If you want to find magic beasts for them, we'll look for others." XiaoMo feels that it's very reasonable, so he agrees. Only then does he walk over to bond with the black leopard. Because of Ling Xiao, the black leopard doesn't resist, forming a bond with XiaoMo very quickly, becoming XiaoMo's second bonded magic beast. And so De Pichio finally gets a companion. It has a look of enthusiastic welcome as it very quickly runs over cheerfully to engage it in lively conversation. Notes: Eat tofu, take advantage/flirt. Number 2, stupid fella. Ko, ahem. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173. Life Bond Magic Beast. Depicio, A.O. Wu. Finally there is one more to be controlled by master like me, a comrade, I'm very happy Black Leopard. Depicio, A.O. Wu. You don't have a name, Ma? Don't worry, master will help you choose a name. Black Leopard. Like Depicio? It would rather not. Depicio doesn't seem to receive the meaning from the expression from its eyes. It turns around and runs to the front of XiaoMo, A.O. Wu, calling non-stop. Master, master, my comrade still doesn't have a name. Quick help choose a name. It's best if it is like mine. Black Leopard. Black Leopard thinks, really there are all sorts of bonded magic beasts, hence there will definitely be all sorts of masters, of course, not including itself. So it can already imagine what kind of person its master is. In the end, although XiaoMo doesn't grant Depicio's request to give the Black Leopard a ridiculous name, it is still sufficiently cheesy and at the same time reflects the inability and laziness of the master to pick names. Because it receives the name Xiao, the reason behind it is because its name has the word hey. But the rejoicing leopard has no idea that it's not long before he can no longer escape from the clutches of fate. Xiao accepts this name very solemnly because it feels very lucky that the master didn't acquiesce to Depicio's request to name it Demaucho. Such a stupid name is too disgraceful to its power and prestige as a golden black leopard. If it gets out, it will be laughed to death by those of the same kind. XiaoMo doesn't understand the language of beasts, so he didn't hear Depicio's suggestion. He is even more clueless about the derision his second bonded beast has for him and Depicio. After leaving the cave, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao set back on the road of looking for magic herbs and magic beasts. At first, they could only slowly search around the Jade Spiritual Cave because even though they have a map, it is not possible to list in detail all the areas in the Jade Spiritual Cave. Most of the places are just roughly outlined. But with the addition of Xiao, they no longer have to search blindly. Although Xiao isn't the highest level magic beast in the Jade Spiritual Cave, before it discovered the shapeshifting herb, it already explored all the corners. So it knows where the high-level magic herbs are and where the strong magic beasts are. Jade Spiritual Cave is known as the place where mid-level magic herbs and mid-level magic beasts are found. But that doesn't mean that high-level magic herbs can't be found. The best example is the shapeshifting herb. Xiao just happens to know a place where a stock of level 9 magic herb can be found. Although it hasn't seen it with its own eyes, it could smell it. From the rather nose-stabbing fragrance emitted by that stock of magic herb, it must be a higher-level magic herb than the shapeshifting herb it guarded. But that place is guarded by a level 9 magic beast. But it's still not the strongest high-level magic beast in the Paradise Realm because that level 9 magic beast can only be considered the 5th strongest in the Jade Spiritual Cave. As everyone knows, the strengths of the magic beasts in the Jade Spiritual Cave correlates from outside to inside, from low to high. That is to say, the nearer it is to the center of the Jade Spiritual Cave, the higher the strengths of the magic beasts. However, because of the restriction on cultivation level in the Paradise Realm, very rarely do martial artists dare to venture into the center. Hence, nobody knows that there are magic beasts of those levels in the center of the Jade Spiritual Cave. Elder Brother Ling, the disciples of Qingchang's sect also seem to be looking for a level 9 magic herb BA. Do you think the level 9 magic herb Xiao told us about could be the same one Qingchang's sect is looking for? While on the road, XiaoMo suddenly remembers something. Up till now, they have come across quite a few teams in just a few days. But they didn't hear anything concerning Luo Shuhe. He is Luo Changyuan's son, so he must know about the level 9 magic pill recipe. Therefore the pivotal task of looking for magic herbs very possibly is in his hands. There is a possibility. Ling Xiao answers. XiaoMo exclaims oh, and then reacts suddenly, how do you know, Ling Xiao glances at him and suddenly takes out a small scroll as if performing a magic trick. On it, the fragrance of one of the magic herbs is similar to what Xiaohe described. XiaoMo opens the scroll and takes a glance which leaves him dumbfounded. This is clearly a level 9 magic pill recipe. Ling Xiao actually stole back the level 9 magic pill recipe that was stolen by Qingcheng sect? Then why is it that the people of Qingcheng sect appear as if nothing has happened? Ling Xiao knows that he is very puzzled, so he explains, "Don't worry, this is not stolen from Qingcheng sect." XiaoMo asks, "Then how did you get this recipe?" Ling Xiao laughs, "Such a valuable recipe, do you think Tianxian sect would only have one copy? Not. Regardless of the value, or probability of loss, any sect or force would take precautions against losing recipes, making more than one copy of the recipes. Especially for a level 9 recipe, something that everyone wants. For insurance purposes, there is no way Tianxian sect doesn't have backups. Otherwise, once the recipe was stolen, Tang Fan, that old fellow would have definitely exploded like thunder and cried bloody murder at Qingcheng sect. How could he still be so calmly planning the matters of the Paradise Realm?" At first, Ling Xiao was planning to go steal the recipe from Qingcheng sect, but that would be more troublesome because he doesn't know where Luo Changyuan hid it. Only by searching his soul would he know, but this way, Luo Changyuan's soul would be damaged. It's very possible that he would turn into a mentally broken, useless person from that point on. It would be like getting rid of a formidable opponent on behalf of Tianxian sect. This kind of making a wedding dress for others kind of act, Ling Xiao would definitely not do it out of the kindness of his heart, especially when the wedding dress is for Tianxian sect. Thinking like this, Ling Xiao cancels his previous plan and then uses some sleight of hand to steal the other hidden copy of the magic pill recipe from Tianxian sect. Tianxian sect is worried that the magic recipe will be stolen by other sects, so they only prepared one more copy. Hence there is none left after he stole it. But Tang Fan is not aware because he stealthily switched it out with a fake. As long as Tang Fan doesn't go check, he wouldn't know. At first I wanted to give it to you much earlier, but that time was rather busy, so I forgot. Ling Xiao explains. XiaoMo looks at him in amazement. This time he is very earnest, as if wanting to see what he is really made of. In the end he can only sigh in amazement. This old fellow is too awesome. If Tang Fan were to discover that the other copy of the magic pill recipe was spirited away, he would be unimaginably shocked and furious, probably never to calm down again. XiaoMo then finds the description of the magic herb whose fragrance matches that described by Xiaohe. However, it is only the smell, so there is still a big possibility that it isn't the same. Under Xiaohe's lead, they finally reach the place of that level 9 magic beast after 1.5 days. During that time, they gathered quite a few magic herbs and magic beasts. However, XiaoMo did not bond with those magic beasts. Instead, the magic beasts were all placed into Ling Xiao's dimension. He is definitely not holding their low level against them. Linghe Canyon is one of the Grand Canyons in Jade Spiritual Cave. The 1,000-meter circumference of the Grand Canyon all belongs under the domain of the level 9 magic beast. A lot of the low and mid-level magic beasts are intimidated by its power and strength, not daring to go near Linghe Canyon. Hence, numerous magic herbs grow in the surroundings of Linghe Canyon, including low and mid-level magic herbs. At this moment, Xiaohe, who was walking in front, suddenly stops. XiaoMo takes one look at Xiaohe with its golden eyes surveying the surroundings vigilantly and can't help but ask, "Is something wrong?" Xiaohe turns his head, ignoring his master, and growls softly to Ling Xiao. XiaoMo immediately looks towards Ling Xiao drily. Ling Xiao holds back his laughter as he says, "It says that not long ago, there was a huge battle between something and the 9-winged magic horn serpent. The 9-winged magic horn serpent is precisely that level 9 magic beast. It's very strong, so common sense dictates that martial artists can only think of running when coming across it. Therefore, the one that fought against it is most likely a magic beast of the same level." Ling Xiao takes a step forward and takes a deep breath. The remnants of energy from the battle of the two magic beasts is still lingering in the air. He then says, the one who fought against it was a level 9 heavenly bird of 6 thunders. But it should have just broke through to level 9 not too long ago. Therefore, it is no match for the 9-winged magic horn serpent who has been at level 9 for a long time, so it lost and ran away. XiaoMo blinks his eyes repeatedly. Just one breath and he can tell what kind of magic beast it was. Too much of a cow. But then he seems to think of something else, causing him to swallow repeatedly. 2 level 9 magic beasts fighting. Ling Xiao strokes his chin and suddenly reveals a crafty smile. Both of them are currently injured. Just nice for us to take them in. XiaoMo keenly picks up on the wording of his words. Level 9 magic beasts definitely are able to shapeshift into humans. Therefore, their outer appearance is most likely that of a martial artist. The situation is really like what Ling Xiao said. In order to defeat that heavenly bird of 6 thunders, that 9-winged magic horn serpent didn't hesitate to use moves that cause harm of 1,000 to the enemy while reflecting harm of 800 onto oneself. The result is that both of them are heavily injured. Right now, it is recuperating in its lair. The 9-winged magic horn serpent didn't even have time to resist before Ling Xiao stomped on its enormous head with one foot. Possibly because of too much strength, it fainted right away after being stepped on. Little brother, come over and bond with it. Ling Xiao beams as he speaks to the dazed XiaoMo standing to one side. XiaoMo frowns after coming back to his senses. He says, "Hey, elder brother Ling, right now I'm only a level 3 mage, so I can only bond with 3 magic beasts. If I bond with the serpent, does that mean I can't bond with anything else?" Ling Xiao says, "You don't have to worry about this. The restriction on the number of magic beasts does not apply to mages with multicolored souls. There is no restriction on number, just how much you can bear. But there can only be one life bond magic beast." Life bond magic beast? XiaoMo raises his brows in surprise. This is the first time he is hearing this term. The life bond is an extremely severe bond. Usually, unless the magic beast is willing, there is no way to forcibly form the bond. Furthermore, once the life bond is formed, both parties can be regarded as sharing one life. If one dies, the other one could follow to their death. Although there are some rare occurrences where the other one doesn't die, it would still have to pay an extremely high price. Therefore, there are very few mages or martial artists that would simply form a life bond with a magic beast. Ling Xiao explains. This is really some earth-shattering good news. Life bond magic beast, for now, XiaoMo has no intention of forming that bond with whichever magic beast. However, being able to bond with an unlimited number of magic beasts is already a tremendous pleasant surprise. And so, the 9-winged magic horn serpent that was stepped on by Ling Xiao was bonded by XiaoMo while he was in a daze. Although he would probably explode like thunder when he awakens, the reality is they can just keep telling him that he just has to accept his fate. Thus did Pichio and Xiao He express their deepest sympathies. "Brother, you are not alone." Because there are magic herbs in XiaoMo's dimension, Ling Xiao places the 9-winged magic horn serpent into his dimension. Only then do the two of them advance deeper into the canyon to find that level 9 magic herb. Standing at the top of the cliff, swaying in the wind, is the Emperor's Blood Herb. The Emperor's Blood Herb is precisely one of the pivotal herbs needed in the level 9 Green Cloud's magic pill recipe that XiaoMo has in his hands. It is the most important one and is also the one that is hardest to find. This time, XiaoMo spent a whole 2 hours to finish digging up the Emperor's Blood Herb. In order to dig up this magic herb, he even drank a mouthful of magic water to replenish his almost depleted soul force. Goes to show how out or reach a level 9 magic herb is to a mage of this level. This way, he already has 1 out of the 5 level 9 magic herbs that are needed for the Green Cloud magic pill. He only needs to find the remaining 4 level 9 magic herbs and he would be able to refine 1 Green Cloud magic pill in the future. Speaking of that, XiaoMo realizes that Green Cloud's magic pill cannot really be considered a genuine level 9 magic pill. The reason why it is classified as a level 9 is because its effect comes from 5 types of level 9 magic herbs. This kind of situation reflects the level. Because the requirement for these few magic herbs is like defying heaven, so it barely makes the cut to be classified as a level 9 magic pill. However, it is still merely a mid to low-level low-quality magic pill. It has no use whatsoever to Emperor-level fighters. After retrieving the Emperor's blood herb, the two men and two beasts are ready to leave Ling Canyon and head towards the nest of the heavenly bird of 6 thunders. But just as they are about to walk out of the mouth of the Ling Canyon, a faint yet excited voice can be heard coming from in front of them. Elder brother, that heavily injured 9-winged magic horn serpent is really inside the canyon? That's what the heavenly bird of 6 thunders told me. Furthermore, it also said that the level 9 magic herb that the 9-winged magic horn serpent is guarding is a stock of Emperor's blood herb. Precisely one of the pivotal magic herbs needed for the green cloud magic pill. Notes: Xiao Hei, Little Black. Making a wedding dress for others, doing things for the benefit others. Too much of a cow, too awesome. Yup, the 9-winged magic horn serpent changed from it to he for some reason. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174. Lucky Luo Shuhi. Hearing the words green cloud magic pill, XiaoMo already has no doubt that the one coming is Luo Shuhi. Hearing his tone of voice, it seems as if they had the luck to bond with that heavenly bird of 6 thunders. And the one that bonded with him should be Luo Shuhi. Martial artists can also bond with magic beasts, but they need the help of a mage. Congratulations, elder brother. Congratulations, elder brother. Now we only have to let junior sister Yin bond with this 9-winged magic horn serpent, and that would mean that Qing Cheng's sect will have 3 emperor-level fighters. When that time comes, the lowly Tianxian sect will no longer be a match for us. We could even eliminate them. These things shouldn't be said too early. It's possible that Tianxian sect is also as lucky as us, bonding with 2 level 9 magic beasts all of a sudden. Luo Shuhi chuckles. Although there is faint admonishment in his words, anyone can hear that he doesn't mind it and is actually quite excited. In his heart, he just doesn't think it's possible that the disciples of Tianxian sect can be as lucky as them. That junior brother who was speaking scoffs, what's so great about Tianxian sect? This kind of luck is not something anyone can have. The way I see it, they would be lucky to bond with 1 level 8 magic beast. Big brother Yang, what elder brother said is not wrong. It's too early to decide the outcome. 1 month is not yet over. No one knows how it will turn out in the end. A gentle voice suddenly speaks up. Seems to be that junior sister Yun. I know law. Seems like junior sister Yun speaks up for elder brother every time. Big brother Yang teases. These words seem to anger the junior sister Yun. She can be heard stamping her feet as if shamed to anger while saying, I'm only agreeing with elder brother's view. Don't talk nonsense, big brother Yang. Big brother Yang laughs hey, seemingly not believing her words. Maybe because Luo Shuhi bonded with a level 9 magic beast, so the group of people are no longer as uptight as they were when they first entered the paradise realm. Now they are already in the mood to joke around. After a while, Luo Shui finally opens his mouth. Everyone should not forget themselves. The 9-winged magic horn serpent is not like the heavenly bird of 6 thunders. He has already shapeshifted for many years. His injuries are also not as severe as that of the heavenly bird of 6 thunders. Whether we will be able to bond it is yet uncertain. Furthermore, the canyon is very deep. It is unclear whether there are other magic beasts inside. Everyone be a little more careful, but what young master says is right. The situation inside the canyon is not clear. How about you let old me go first to take a look, ba? Then, we'd have to trouble elderly. Luo Shuhi says. Young master is too polite. If old me doesn't come back out in an hour, young master should lead everyone away from here and find another opportunity to come back later. Elderly says. Luo Shui frowns. If elderly who is star level 7 stars were to fall inside, it would mean that the situation inside is not as rosy as they imagine. He then says, Shuhi understands. Naturally, not one word of their conversation escapes Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao didn't expect that their group of only 3-star level fighters could actually walk up to here. Furthermore, Luo Shuhi has pretty good luck. He chanced upon a heavily injured level 9 magic beast. If he really gets to bond another level 9 magic beast, Tian Xin sect would really be pushed down completely by Qing Cheng sect. It's a pity that their rosy plan is doomed to fail. XiaoMo wanted to catch that heavenly bird of 6 thunders to bond with 5th brother or 2nd brother. Unfortunately, Luo Shuhi was ahead by a step, so he can't help feeling a little disappointed. XiaoMo speaks hastily, elder brother Ling, that elderly is coming in soon. Should we not hide? No need. I thought of a good idea. The corners of Ling Xiao's lips rise up slightly, revealing an especially warm smile, as if he has just thought of some excellent idea. Half an hour later, elderly who entered the canyon comes back out safely, but with a disappointed expression. Luo Shui frowns when he sees his expression but still asks hopefully, elderly, what is the situation? Is that 9-winged magic horn serpent really heavily injured? Elderly sighs, young master, we are one step late. That 9-winged magic horn serpent was taken by someone one step ahead of us. I just went in to take a look. There is nothing left inside. Luo Shua's face can't help but falls as he speaks in a heavy tone, that Emperor's blood herb any? Elderly smiles drily while shaking his head, also gone. In an instant, the very happy atmosphere that was there half an hour ago disappears all at once, replaced with a very subdued heaviness. Everyone is silent. If it was only the 9-winged magic horn serpent that disappeared, everyone would probably not be so disappointed. But that Emperor's blood herb was the purpose of this mission. If it's gone, finding another one would be difficult. After a while, Luo Shui frowns as he says, elderly, who do you think took the Emperor's blood herb? Elderly ponders for a bit. The Emperor's blood herb is a level 9 magic herb. If not careful, or if one's level is too low, it's impossible to dig it out completely without damaging it. Old me saw what was left after the Emperor's blood herb was dug out. Extremely complete. So old me thinks that the person who dug out the Emperor's blood herb must be at least a level 5 mage. Level 5 mage. Only Tian Xin sect and Xing Luo group have that capability. Luo Shuhi speaks solemnly. For second-class forces like Xiao group and the rest, they would definitely not send a level 5 mage to the Paradise Realm. Although the Paradise Realm is a rare opportunity, the element of danger is high. They would be able to bear the loss. It's not the same for Tian Xin sect and Xing Luo group. They have level 8 and even level 9 mages. Why would they bother about a level 5 mage? They have deep resources and deep talents. They just have to pay a little more attention in nurturing and that would do. Tian Xin sect already knows that the magic pill recipe was taken away by Grand Master. If it falls into their hands, it would be very troublesome. As for Xing Luo group, they still don't know about the level 9 magic pill recipe. If we act rashly, it would only cause them to be suspicious. Furthermore, we just don't know who dug it up. The other star level 7 star elder Mo shakes his head and sighs as he speaks. You can't mean just let it go? Brother Yang says unwillingly. They have been looking for the Emperor's blood herb for a long time. They only managed to charge into the Jade Spiritual Cave after much difficulty. It was clearly something that was just before their eyes, and yet they were just one step behind. This kind of feeling leaves them feeling especially helpless and furious. Whatever it is, let's leave here before talking it over, BA. Elderly says. Although everyone's mood is down in the dumps, they know that they shouldn't linger here. Ling Canyon is no longer presided over by a level 9 magic beast. Very quickly, other magic beasts will come over when they get wind of it. Although they have 2-star level 7 starfighters, it's better to take precautions. Very quickly they return to the nest of the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders. Because the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders is heavily injured, Luo Shuhi left it in its nest. Although he is very furious that the despicable human cultivators took advantage of his injuries to act, there is nothing he can do about it. That human cultivator named Luo Shuhi seized the opportunity to form a life bond with him. Killing him would be the same as killing himself. That is not something he's looking to do. Right now, the important thing is to recover from his injuries. If the news that he is injured gets out, the other magic beasts will take the opportunity to seize his territory. As for magic herbs, it's a pity that he only has a stock of level 8 magic herb. The number of level 9 magic herbs in the Jade Spiritual Cave can be counted on one hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go snatch the 9-winged magic horn serpent's level 9 magic herb. The cave of the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders is rather special. It's located on the edge of a very steep cliff. At the precipice of the cliff, there is an enormous opening. The mountain cave is big enough to accommodate his true form. Because of injury, the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders has no way of retaining his human form. He can only assume his true form and rest inside the cave. When Luo Shuhi returns, he catches sight of the human-like flash of anger in the expression of the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders. He knows that he is angry about something. Thinking that they would be partners from now on, he says, "Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders, I know you are very unhappy. But we are now partners, with you being my life bond magic beast. I promise that I won't treat you badly." The Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders rolls his enormous eyeballs and gives him a glance. Although he acknowledges the truth in his words, he still won't accept him right away. It doesn't matter if he is the son of whatever Qing Cheng Sect's Grand Master, or however great his potential. Luo Shuhi knows that he needs to give him a little time so he doesn't bring up the matter about the bond again. Instead, he asks tentatively, "Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders, we want to leave this place." "You? Can you still fly?" At first, the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders doesn't react. After a while, that enormous body suddenly gets smaller and smaller, finally turning into a mini version of the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders. If one doesn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to tell what kind of magic beast he is. The cavernous mountain cave feels extremely wide all of a sudden. Luo Shuhi is struck with glee. The willingness of the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders to shrink himself means that he is already showing some signs of accepting him. At that time, when he was establishing the bond with the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders, he did feel some hesitation. After all, forming the bond by force increases the possibility of lowering the affinity of the bond. Looks like there is some hope. Luo Shui scoops up the mini Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders and places him carefully on his shoulder before leaving the cliff. Seeing the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders, everyone's mood finally starts to lift a little. Although they weren't able to find the Emperor's Blood Herb, having a level 9 magic beast allows Qing Cheng Sect to rise up one level, putting Tian Xian Sect under their feet. Now their mission continues with their quest for other magic herbs and magic beasts. For the moment, the dreams of level 9 magic herbs are put to one side. Because the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders told them that although there really are more level 9 magic herbs in the center of the Jade Spiritual Cave, the magic beasts guarding the level 9 magic herbs are even stronger. Some are almost on the point of breaking through past level 9. They would only be walking to their deaths if they proceed. Although it's too bad, while depending on the Heavenly Bird of Six Thunders, they really managed to find quite a few good magic herbs and magic beasts of acceptable level in the following 15 days. Although their levels cannot match that of the heavenly bird of 6 thunders, level 6 and level 7 is not too shabby. Although some of the magic beasts have already gained spiritual enlightenment, they would still lose when battling with humans. In no time, the contingent that started with 5 people rises like a dragon all of a sudden, with the addition of 7 mid-level magic beasts. Not only that, this lineup can probably be considered the strongest lineup in the Paradise Realm. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175. Shapeshifting and a new team member. 15 days later, the time since they entered the Paradise Realm has already been 20 days. At last, only 1/3 of the time limit of 1 month remains. At this time, a lot of the forces have already started to assemble back together. All of them are headed in one direction. That direction is the Paradise Realm's highest peak, the magnificent palace on top of Magic Beast Peak. It is said that the palace is originally sealed. But for some reason, there is a chance that the palace would open once a month for 1 day. That timing is precisely the latter part of their 1-month time limit. Precisely because that is so, when Ling, Xiao and XiaoMo came across Lei Ju, they were not the least bit worried that they would miss the opening of the palace. Because even if they rushed there immediately, they could only wait outside. Furthermore, it is not certain that they would even be able to make it to the palace on the Magic Beast Peak. The Magic Beast Peak is thus named because it is occupied by countless powerful magic beasts. Not only that, those magic beasts are all the rare kind of grand magic beasts. The lowest is level 6. The highest is said to be level 10. Any higher is limited by the restriction of the Magic Beast Peak, so the strengths of the magic beasts stop at level 10. With these many magic beasts of such formidable strengths, if they really come across them, there wouldn't be enough people for them to trample on even if all the sects are added together. Luckily, if these mighty grand magic beasts are not provoked or alarmed, they are usually holed up in their own territories. They wouldn't venture out for no reason. Because the road to the Magic Beast Peak is arduous with all sorts of obstacles, most of the sects and forces would plan to arrive 5 to 6 days in advance. Although there are numerous Qin Cheng sect disciples, their strengths are all over the place. Groups of 5 charging in is not possible, so they already agreed before entering that Luo Shuhe and them will meet 20 days later at some small valley. Luo Shua's group of 5 is the first to arrive. They first clear the small valley of all the magic beasts and then start to wait inside. However, because they arrived early by half a day, they see no signs of their brothers even after waiting for over 2 hours. When everyone is about to get restless, Elderly proposes that he goes to check out the situation. On the grasslands that stretches as far as the eye can see, a human figure is sitting quietly cross-legged on the grass. This person is XiaoMo. In his vicinity, 3 magic beasts of uneven sizes are encircling him. One looks like he is deep in thought. One is expressionless. One looks indifferent but is rolling his deep green eyes as if saying, "Why do I have to follow you guys doing this kind of stupid thing?" Right at this moment, the one that appeared deep in thought suddenly howls "Aowu," and is the first to jump up. Its white tail wags cheerfully at top speed, while its pair of eyes shine as they look at XiaoMo. The other 2 pay no attention to its excitement, continuing to lie lazily on the ground. However, their eyes are fixed on the one they are encircling, XiaoMo. The spiritual energy surrounding XiaoMo suddenly starts to stir fiercely, as if it can no longer be held back. Faint whitish strands surround him, forming a vortex. All of a sudden, these strands of spiritual energy is sucked into the space between the person's eyebrows. The faint seal that appeared when he was cultivating in the dimension appears once again between his eyebrows. This time, because there are 3 magic beasts watching, they clearly see the seal flash in the space between his eyebrows. However, the seal is still indistinct. But if they had seen the seal when it first appeared, they would have discovered that the seal between XiaoMo's eyebrows this time is a little larger. Furthermore, it slowly expands sideways from the center of his forehead. When the seal disappears once again, the waves of spiritual energy in the air finally calm down. XiaoMo opens his eyes and heaves a deep sigh of relief. Finally, he has broken through the 3rd level to become a level 4 mage. Heaven knows that he has been waiting for this moment for almost half a month. Being stuck at the pinnacle of level 3 left his heart suspended in mid-air. What he didn't expect is that it took more than twice the spiritual energy than it did before to go from level 3 to level 4. Looks like it's not so easy to break through to level 4. As for the 2nd level for the Heavenly Soul Scroll, he already managed to break through. It's precisely because of that he tried to push through to become a level 4 mage. Because he just had a breakthrough, his soul force is full. XiaoMo takes stock of the soul force of a level 4 mage. The strength of the force is much more than that of a level 3 mage. He is confident that, if he were to come across a level 9 magic herb, he wouldn't have to drink magic water in order to dig it out completely. Seeing that the master is not paying them any heed, Depicio howls at him. Only then does XiaoMo react. He laughs as he rubs Depicio's head. I know. Don't make a fuss. Saying this, he stands up and then disappears from the sights of the 3 magic beasts. The 3 magic beasts do not panic because this kind of thing has happened many times. XiaoMo didn't really disappear, he just entered his own dimension. That's right, the place he went to was his own dimension. The place he was before is Ling Zhao's dimension. In principle, the 2 dimensions cannot be superimposed on each other. However, XiaoMo's dimension is not a dimension in the true sense, refined from a spatial rift. His dimension is rather special. If you want to put it into words, it can be explained as a dimension carved out from a spatial rift. So even if he is now inside Ling Zhao's dimension, he can still enter his own dimension. Half an hour later, XiaoMo reappears in front of them. However, this time there are 3 stalks of magic herbs in his hand. These 3 stalks of magic herbs are none other than the shapeshifting herb. Half a month ago, he planted the shapeshifting herb in his dimension. In order to speed up the maturity of the shapeshifting herb and to hasten the dropping of seeds, he watered it with magic water once every hour. He finally succeeded in making the shapeshifting herb mature. Not only that, he also used the seeds that fell to cultivate a few more stalks of the shapeshifting herb, all high-quality ones at that. Thus the shapeshifting herb in his hands is not the fiery red of before. Instead, it is a deep red, as if the color has been precipitating for many years. Seeing XiaoMo reappear, Depicio and Xiao leap up from the ground. A pair of red and a pair of gold eyes fix desperately on the shapeshifting herbs in XiaoMo's hand. There is no longer any resistance left in Xiao's heart because Depicio told him that Master can cultivate the shapeshifting herb, and high-quality ones at that. As one that has grown up inside the dimension, Depicio is the second most familiar with his master's secrets. Once he heard that there would be the shapeshifting herb, and a high-quality one at that, Xiao was very shamelessly bought over by a stalk of the shapeshifting herb. From the heart in his body to his soul, as long as there is the shapeshifting herb, other than handing over his life, everything else, he would do. But, not only does XiaoMo hold the shapeshifting herb, he also brought his enlightened golden cauldron. For magic beasts, once the shapeshifting herb is mature, they would immediately find a favorable time and place to gobble down the shapeshifting herb, because if they delay, it's very probable that other magic beasts will get wind of it and come and snatch it. Therefore, even though magic beasts know that the shapeshifting herb shouldn't be gobbled up carelessly, each and every one of them is too eager to wait. However, even though the shapeshifting herb is a level 7 magic herb, and can't be compared to magic herbs of level 8 and above, the medicinal power it contains is so strong that even magic beasts won't be able to handle it. Therefore, many magic beasts may not be able to shapeshift successfully even though they have the shapeshifting herb. However, this may also be related to the quality of the magic herb. Low and mid-quality shapeshifting herbs are considerably inferior when compared to high-quality shapeshifting herbs. On top of that, magic beasts do not understand the correct way of using the shapeshifting herb. All these result in the high rate of failure seen with magic beasts when it comes to shapeshifting. What XiaoMo wants to do is to help Pichio and Xiao refine the shapeshifting herb into magic pill form. Simply gobbling down the shapeshifting herb will cause the medicinal energy to riot in all directions inside the body. Although the flesh of magic beasts is pretty resilient, they might not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, it may cause the power of the shapeshifting herb to leak out. So, one just needs to refine the shapeshifting herb into magic pill form, gently wrapping up the medicinal power by using the soul force. This way, the chance of successful shapeshifting will be increased. Not long after, XiaoMo succeeds in transforming the 3 stalks of shapeshifting herbs into 3 magic pills. Refining magic pills from a single stalk of magic herb is much easier than blending multiple types of magic herbs. The time he took was less than a quarter of an hour. Pichio and Xiao used their teeth to lightly grip the shapeshifting magic pill that XiaoMo hands to them. They then take off running to find their own place to prepare to shapeshift. After the two of them left, XiaoMo just keeps the other shapeshifting magic pill before turning to look at the 9-winged magic horn serpent. Speaking of the 9-winged magic horn serpent, this fellow woke up to discover that he had been bonded by a despicable human. And that despicable human is the mage in front of him. Not only that, he also found out that his bonded master is actually only a level 3 mage. Most importantly, this puny level 3 mage actually didn't form a life bond with him. He is furious. The dignity of a high-level magic beast is sacred and inviolable, especially when it is a puny mage. However, he has yet to flaunt his power in front of the puny mage because there is an even stronger force coming from a unique blood lineage pushing him down with immense pressure. And so the 9-winged magic horn serpent finally comes to realize what is called, there are heavens beyond heavens, beasts beyond beasts. This puny mage in front of his eyes has such a noble emperor magic beast. No wonder he didn't form a life bond with him who is merely a high-level magic beast. The 9-winged magic horn serpent uses his pair of enormous snake eyes to look at the body of the puny mage. It must be said that this is blinding to his magic beast eyes. A level 3 mage actually managed to bond with an emperor magic beast. And a life bond at that. What the hell, this kind of luck is just an embarrassment of riches. And so, seeing that the puny mage has an emperor magic beast, the 9-winged magic horn serpent no longer quibbles about the matter with the bond. Of course, not quibbling does not mean he identifies with him. However, the problem with the injury on his body was solved by this puny mage in front of his eyes, healing him 70 to 80% in just 2 days. He is beyond delighted that he made such an astute decision at that time. He hardens the resolve in his heart to hang on to the large tree behind this small tree. A certain narcissistic snake harbors that thought. But if you want to talk about some regrettable flaw, that would be. Xiao, why did you become so small again? I almost stepped on you. XiaoMo squats down and picks up the mini version of the 9-winged magic horn serpent. The 9-winged magic horn serpent, also known as Xiao, uses his pair of profoundly green eyes to glance at XiaoMo dispiritedly. Anyone given the name Xiao would also most probably feel unhappy. Furthermore, enlarging and minimizing oneself is an innate ability for most magic beasts. As for why XiaoMo chose the name Xiao, the fault is his own. He should not have curled up into a ball when he woke up, giving him the inspiration. Saying that if his name has the word Xiao, he can be Pichio's companion. Later they can also form a Xiao team. And so, this is how Xiao came to be. His balls are really aching. Furthermore, what is this joke about a Xiao team? The nine-winged magic horn serpent, no, now it's Xiao. Even though his face is rather expressionless, the agitation in his heart is quite spirited. XiaoMo has no idea. XiaoMo has even less of a clue that the reason why he changed into a mini snake is because he doesn't want XiaoMo to find him. It was intentional. The clueless XiaoMo is still thinking that something must have happened to Xiao's body when he had his breakthrough. Just as he was about to examine Xiao, a wave of energy fluctuation can be felt coming from the direction where Xiao is cultivating. XiaoMo feels that this wave of energy is actually rather forceful. Turning around to take a look, he discovers that Xiao's shapeshifting actually caused a turbulence in the energy of heaven and earth. No wonder the hurdle between level 8 and level 9 is known as the hurdle of despair. The turbulence of energy affecting heaven and earth continues for a whole quarter of an hour and still doesn't stop. Before it could subside, something starts to stir in Depicho's direction, a sign of impending success in shapeshifting. For a while, the two energy forces affecting heaven and earth seem to be competing, forces of tremendous strength. Only after an hour do the two waves of heaven and earth affecting energy subside one after the other. Note: Xiao, snake ball. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. Sorry it took so long, but that's how it's going to be. If any of your favorite established translators are willing to commit to weekly releases, I will be happy to hand over the project to them. Please note that I have not had any contact with the author. Happy reading! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176. Ascending Magic Beast Peak. The first human figure to appear is a pretty young man who looks sunny but is actually gloomy. The pretty young man has a beautiful face but not like a flower vase. His figure is rather delicate with a very slim waist that looks as if it won't stand up to a hold. The face of the pretty young boy that should clearly warm the heart and delight the eyes is instead cold, as if everyone owes him a gold coin. This pretty young man is none other than Xiao. Xiao doesn't seem to be too happy with his own human form, cold-faced from the start to the end. After appearing, he doesn't even greet XiaoMo and Xiao, and just sits down in a huff, cross-legged on the ground. But still there is something good that came out of it. His cultivation is now higher than it was before shapeshifting. Originally, he hadn't broken through star level. After shapeshifting, he advanced right through level 6, becoming level 7 in 2 stars. XiaoMo wanted to ask him what's the matter, but he was distracted by Depicho. Right after the appearance of Xiao, Depicho also walks out in human form from the place he was cultivating. A short and stout little fatty is striding over on his 2 stumpy legs. However, probably because he is still not used to walking on 2 legs, the little fatty falls over with each step he takes. This happens again and again until the little fatty finally gets mad and gives up walking on 2 legs altogether. He simply falls to the ground and crawls towards them on his hands and feet. XiaoMo. Xiao. Xiao. What is this difference between now and what it was before shapeshifting? Little fatty crawls up to them with much difficulty. Although it is only a short several hundred meters, he is already huffing and puffing tiredly. He sits on the ground wheezing as he catches his breath. XiaoMo is the first to react, exclaiming happily, "How apt that you're my Depicho, still looking like a ball even after shapeshifting. Looks like you really like the name I picked for you. But I didn't expect you to be so this small after shapeshifting. I see that Depicho doesn't seem to really fit you." Don't look at the huge size of Depicho's actual body. The fact is, it has only been about 2 months since his birth. It's already a miracle that he is able to shapeshift, so one shouldn't quibble about his human form. However, after hearing those words, Depicho's expression lights up in an instant as he looks expectantly at his master. He had wanted to get rid of this ridiculous name a long time ago, but at that time, he was unable to speak, so he had no choice but to accept it. Then XiaoMo claps his hands and says, "From now on, you'll just be known as Picho." Picho, who suddenly lost the word D. Xiao He and Xiao looks at Depicho with sympathy. "Oh wait, now it's Picho, but there doesn't seem to be a difference from before." Picho objects, "Master, I don't like Picho." XiaoMo exclaims in surprise, "Why? Picho is very nice sounding, just like Xiao. Later on you all can form a Xiao team." "How good, ah." "That's right, there's also Xiao He. Since everyone has the character Xiao, it'll be fine if Xiao He also changes his name." Xiao He grinds his teeth as he says, "I don't want to." XiaoMo sees that his face turns black, so he immediately explains, "Xiao He will change his name to Heicho. After all, your fur is black. But since everyone is used to calling you Xiao He, although your real name will be Heicho from now on, everyone still call you Xiao He." Shicho's pair of green eyes suddenly light up, but it was only for an instant. Very quickly the rays of hope are extinguished. Although he really wants to change his name, he might as well not say anything. Why would XiaoMo care if they like it or not? He wants them to form a Xiao team, so it will be so even if they don't like it. Therefore, resisting is completely pointless. Clearly Xiao understands this point. Therefore, he doesn't make too much of a fuss about his name. Although he hasn't been together with XiaoMo for long, he can still tell that this puny little mage is definitely not someone without his own ideas. The things that he has decided upon, unless you can convince him otherwise, he definitely wouldn't care about you. Even if you speak until your lips split, he would still continue on resolutely with what he has decided. And so, a 3-person show team comes out fresh from the oven. XiaoMo smiles in satisfaction. Later, when they gather enough members, they may be able to form a 5-person basketball team or even make up 2 soccer teams. Right at this moment, a hysterical laughter rings out in the sky. When everyone raises their heads, the owner of that laughter has already appeared in front of them. A dashing and imposing old man? XiaoMo pouts, "Elder brother Ling, you look better if you resume your original appearance." He really can't bear to look at Ling Xiao's usual expression on the face of an old man. It makes it seem surreal. Maybe it will even cause him to recall the old man Ling Xiao every time he sees him from now on. The old man laughs sinisterly. "Little brother, do you judge people solely by their appearance?" XiaoMo throws up, "Oh. Picho, Heicho, and Xiao look up at Ling Xiao in worship. After teasing his own little brother, Elderly, who is Ling Xiao, agrees to use XiaoMo's request and finally resumes his original appearance. Of course, this is not his true appearance but Ling Xiao's appearance. Seeing Ling Xiao in his original appearance, XiaoMo feels a little better, saying wearily, "Why did you come in? Were you found out? If I don't let them find out, do you think they can?" Ling Xiao's nose is almost pointed to the sky. These words are spoken with utmost self-confidence, spoken as if Luo Shuhi and company do not exist. XiaoMo is silent. Even though it is rather arrogant, it can't be denied that this fellow has the right to be arrogant. Speaking about that, Ling Xiao had a good idea at that time, to impersonate Elderly. And so, 15 days ago, the Elderly that entered Linghe Canyon simply wasn't able to check on Xiao and the Emperor's blood herb before he was eliminated by Ling Xiao. After eliminating that fellow, he tossed Elderly's body into the black hole. Because he absorbed Elderly's memory, he was able to mimic him very closely. Luo Shuhi and company completely couldn't tell that he was a fake. "Elder brother Ling, are they preparing to head to the palace?" Counting the time, XiaoMo realizes that 2/3 of the month have already passed, so it should be about time. Ling Xiao utters a vague sound of agreement, and then says, I have gotten quite a lot of information from Luo Shuhi and company these few days. However, I still feel that Luo Shuhi seems to be hiding something. He can't even tell elderly? XiaoMo asks excitedly, then what could he be hiding? Can it be that you're overthinking things? According to the situation, it's unlikely that Luo Shuhi would conceal things from his own people, especially from two strong elders. That's because there are dangers upon dangers in the paradise realm. If they don't work as one, many things can't be accomplished. Ling Xiao casts a sidelong glance at him and narrows his eyes while saying, Little brother, do you think I'm overthinking things? That? XiaoMo laughs hollowly, I'm only guessing, that's all. Pichio, Heichio, and Shichio look at him with disdain. So domineering towards them and yet not even daring to exhale when it comes to elder brother. Utmost contempt. After this, Ling Xiao is not planning to follow Luo Shuhi and company anymore. Firstly, they already have enough information, so it's unlikely that they would have to rush around blindly when they go up Magic Beast Peak. Secondly, all of Qing Chang's sect's disciples will be gathered together, so there would be a significant decrease in efficiency. Following them would only be a waste of time. Since he has decided not to follow them any longer, Elderly no longer has to go back there. At the same moment, not long after Elderly left, Luo Shuhi and company finally see the first batch of people they were waiting for. Not long after the first batch reaches the small valley, more Qing Chang sect disciples start to arrive one after another. Roughly throughout the day, the disciples arrive until finally everyone is here. However, there are some casualties. Fortunately, the disciples who are hurt do not have serious injuries. Luo Shuhi takes a head count and realizes that Elderly has yet to return. Elderly is not an irresponsible person. Not returning after such a long time probably means he is met with some thorny issues. However, they do not know where he went, so they can't go look for him. In the end, Luo Shuhi decides to wait for half a day. If he doesn't come back by then, they will set out without him. The result is a foregone conclusion. Elderly simply doesn't come back. On the other side, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, who set out one step before them, rely on the map and very quickly arrive at the foot of Magic Beast Peak. During that time, they came across groups from the other sects and forces. Vast and mighty with a rather imposing manner. Among them are those from Tian Xin sect. Naturally, they have also assembled together, led by a few strong elders. Among the people are Lei Ju, Tang Yunqi, and others. It is worth mentioning that the group of people also contain the few disciples who parted ways with Ling Xiao at the stone platform. Looking at them, it seems as if they have not told anyone about what Ling Xiao told them to do. Other than that, Fang Chenlu and Fu Zilin are also present. The curious thing is, Fang Chenlu doesn't seem to be regarded highly by the few elders as XiaoMo imagined. Especially that elder sure that abandoned him to save himself. He definitely isn't trying to get on Fang Chenlu's good side. Instead, he is with the haughty and pompous Tang Yunqi and Lei Ju. They must have had some lucky encounters these 15 days, actually bonding with a level 7 and level 6 magic beast. As for the poisonous flood dragon that Fang Chenlu bonded with, there is no sign of it. Most probably it is hiding as its mini version. Notes. Flower vase, just a pretty face. Heichio, black ball. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. Thanks for the kind words. Let's plot on in the meantime. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177. Water Demon. Ling Xiao says, I didn't expect that Feng Qianlu would be so shrewd. Really, like what they say, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Although they are brothers and elders from the same sect, they may still harm you because of jealousy. Furthermore, this is the paradise realm. Anything can happen. Even if some people were to do it, they can easily push the blame off of themselves. Therefore, the best way is to keep the matter of having a bonded magic beast to oneself. This is why Ling Xiao says that he is shrewd. Feng Qianlu is much smarter than those two who are currently flaunting their level 7 and level 6 magic beasts. At the least, he understands the principle that one shouldn't let others see one's own wealth. Elder brother has always been rather smart. XiaoMo says while feeling extremely pleased with himself. Ling Xiao glances at him, then who do you think is smarter? Your elder brother or me? XiaoMo curls his lips. He knows that if he says that elder brother is smarter, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. So he has no choice but to say hollowly, of course you are smarter, but if Pichou and the rest were here, they would definitely despise XiaoMo for bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Ling Xiao adds, but your elder brother and second brother don't seem to be in a favorable position. XiaoMo freezes, then asks hastily, what happened? At that time, the distance was far so he didn't get a clear look. Ling Xiao says, all of Earth Peak, including you, is not even 10 people. On top of that, Earth Peak does not get along well with Heaven Peak. Recently, Tang Yunqi and Lei Ju bonded with a mid-level magic beast each. Although the strength is not high, it can still be considered as adding to the combat strength of Tian Xin sect. This way, Earth Peak wouldn't be able to overcome it. Being pushed aside is something that can be foreseen, XiaoMo feels that this matter can't be helped. Choosing to keep a low profile guarantees that you will be pushed aside. Unless elder brother chooses to act like Tang Yunqi and brings out his own bonded poisonous flood dragon. However, that would be akin to putting himself in danger. If Lei Ju knows that elder brother's bonded magic beast is even more powerful than his, who knows if he would do some underhanded thing. So, with regards to this point, even though it results in getting pushed aside, XiaoMo is still very much in agreement with elder brother's actions. After that, the two of them no longer talk about this issue. Although there are many ways to get to the Demon Peak asterisk, there is only one road up the Demon Peak. It's through the Death Valley beneath the Demon Peak. Death Valley is the first dangerous obstacle for Demon Peak. Inside is actually a snake nest. Furthermore, it is said that the snakes inside this nest is the same kind of snake as those found in the 10,000 Python Demon Plain. Therefore, some people have already guessed that the evil heavenly pythons of the 10,000 Python Demon Plain most probably came from the Paradise Realm. No matter what the reality is, Death Valley is definitely not some place to charge into. At least for forces of Tian Xin sect's strength. Luckily they already experienced it before, so they know how to charge through this obstacle while paying the lowest price. However, these things are not important when it comes to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Just as they step into the Death Valley, Ling Xiao summons Xiao. Xiao looks at Ling Xiao questioningly, is something the matter, great leader? Ling Xiao beams as he points to the entrance of the Death Valley, and pats him on the shoulder, go have a chat with your brothers. Remember not to talk for hours and forget to come back. Xiao's face falls, great leader, those low-level creatures are not my brothers. Ling Xiao nods, of course I know. But they are after all your kind. Go quickly. Stop dawdling. Xiao can only swallow the bitterness and go find his brothers to have a heart-to-heart talk. Mother! He is after all a level 9 magic beast. Talking with a group of low-level magic beasts, and most of them have not even achieved enlightenment. What the hell can they talk about? But it's the great leader's orders. He has to go even if he doesn't want to. Xiao disappears quickly inside the Death Valley. Not long after, the faintly agitated Death Valley suddenly quiets down. That noxious unnatural odor also dissipates. Clearly it's the work of Xiao. However, as a high-level magic beast, if he couldn't suppress a group of low-level magic beasts, his life would be too much of a failure. At this point, Luoshua's group has no idea that the 1 hour that they had calculated in their hearts to charge through Death Valley would turn into 3 hours under Xiao's provocation. So, by the time they climbed to the top of Magic Beast Peak, the treasures on the mountaintop seems to have been wiped clean by certain people. Speaking of certain people, after easily stepping over the first obstacle, Death Valley, they simply set out for the mountain peak. The Demon Peak has a barrier. It is said that the palace opens once a month. What actually opens is the barrier of Demon Peak. Actually, other people can still go up when the barrier isn't open because the barrier is actually targeted against magic beasts. But because the top of Demon Peak is flooded with a layer of poisonous gas, only the magic beasts that have grown up in the midst of the poisonous gas do not fear it. Therefore, when the barrier is not open, the top of Demon Peak is filled with a layer of concentrated poisonous gas. Taking in one breath would endanger the bodies of martial artists and mages. When the barrier is open, the poisonous gas on top of Demon Peak would dissipate considerably. If one goes up at this time, although the poisonous gas is still there, as long as one comes back down within the stipulated time, there wouldn't be a problem. The second distinguishing feature of Demon Peak is the shallow shores. It is the most dangerous place in Demon Peak, not just one of the most dangerous. The shallow shores is also called flowers in the mirror or moon in the water. The meaning is to not let appearances mislead you. More often than not, what your eyes see is not what the reality is. Furthermore, although it is called shallow shores, it is not the least bit shallow. It's only a name, nothing more, because of a group of transparent water demons under the surface. Water demons are mid-level magic beasts. Although their strengths are not very high, the underwater is their world. Water demons are not a type of kind and gentle magic beasts. They would willfully attack humans, no matter if they are in the water or up in the air. Usually, those flying on top of shallow shores, if they carelessly fly too low, without paying attention to what is happening under the shallow shores, they would most probably be dragged into the water by the water demons. If no one saves you in time, if you are incapable of saving yourself, you would most probably be divvied up and eaten by the water demons under the shallow shores. However, the most horrific place in shallow shores is actually not here. It is said the surroundings of shallow shores is inhabited by a lot of level 7 and above magic beasts. It's the place in the paradise realm with the strongest magic beasts, more than at the Jade Spiritual Cave. Therefore, if there is too much movement, it would most probably attract those very powerful magic beasts. XiaoMo was carried by Ling Xiao, flying over the shallow shores. However, perhaps because Ling Xiao is being mischievous, XiaoMo keeps feeling that they are flying a little too close to the surface of the shallow shores, so low that he could almost see the bottom of the crystal clear water. However, the surface of the water is extremely still, making it seem as if it is impossible for the bottom of this crystal clear and calm water surface to have savage and cruel water demons. Thinking of how a water demon can suddenly jump out of the water and grab them, XiaoMo feels a cold chill and quickly pats Ling Xiao on the shoulder. "Elder brother Ling, how about we fly a little higher?" When Ling Xiao hears these words, he knows that he is afraid. He turns his head towards him and smiles. Just when he is about to speak, there is movement on the surface of the water. A ripple spreads out from the water surface, as if it is a sign of something. Next, wave after wave starts to spread out violently, faster and faster. Right at this moment, the water surface breaks open suddenly and a shrieking transparent water demon rushes out from under the water. This voice stuns XiaoMo and terrifies him such that he almost lets go of Ling Xiao's arm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacts in time, hugging him tight and immediately speeding up while flying higher. The water demon comes up empty. XiaoMo turns to look. The transparent body of the water demon is rather clearly visible above the water. It looks like a human body made out of water. What's different is it seems to be a different species. Its ears are long and pointed with very sharp teeth. It can't speak, but its mouth can issue a voice that is extremely aggravating to humans. Because it came up empty, the water demon falls back into the water, splashing Pu Tong, but it doesn't dive back to the bottom of the water. Instead, it floats on the water surface and glares at them viciously. XiaoMo looks at it in horror. Elder brother Ling, why does this water demon look like a human? Xiao stops in mid-air while holding onto his waist. He looks down from up high at the water demon that is glowering at them. He laughs. Do you know how the water demon magic beast came about? XiaoMo shakes his head immediately. He didn't see any detailed records of the water demon on the magic beast scrolls. He only knows that it is a type of mid-level magic beast that is usually level 4 to level 5 in strength. Although it isn't very strong, the water demon lives its whole life in the water. Furthermore, they are large in number. Therefore, even if a star-level fighter falls inside, he may not be able to free himself. To be exact, the water demon is a semi-magic beast because its former body is that of a human. Xiao says. Human? XiaoMo jumps in shock. No wonder it looks human. A very long time ago, before this world had this kind of magic beast, water demon, legend says the first water demon came about from the transformation of a martial artist who mistakenly took ice poison. That kind of ice poison can only be found at the bottom of a 10,000-year-old abyss. That martial artist mistakenly entered the 10,000-year-old abyss. As a result, he mistook the ice poison for a magic crystal and consumed it. After that, the ice poison spread very quickly throughout his whole body. Although he didn't die, he changed into a half-man half-demon water demon. Furthermore, he could only survive in the water. Water demons may not be very well known, but ice poison is something everyone knows. As long as the abyss is more than 10,000 years old, it can definitely be found. So all the water demons are people that transformed from mistakenly taking ice poison? XiaoMo asks in surprise. If it really is so, the ice poison at the bottom of the abyss is rather too incredible. Xiao glances at him in amusement, refuting his statement. Of course not. You think there are so many 10,000-year-old abysses? XiaoMo rubs his nose. Then how did the other water demons come about? Xiao speaks. It's infection. After that martial artist turned into a water demon, his whole body, top to bottom, seemed to have turned into ice poison. On top of that, after he turned into a water demon, his strength became stronger than it was when he was human. Most importantly, he had a very high IQ. He spread a rumor to deceive the martial artists of that time, saying that there are magic crystals at the bottom of the 10,000-year-old abyss. Of course, those idiots took the bait. And so an unending stream of martial artists headed for the abyss. The result was as expected. It seemed over half of the idiots turned into his kind. XiaoMo takes in a sharp breath. That water demon was really too much. The most brilliant part was yet to come. Although later on a few mighty martial artists did organize men to eliminate that water demon, it was already too late. Among the previously infected martial artists, some of them that were stronger didn't turn into water demons immediately. But the result is still the same. The bad thing is they brought back their whole body's worth of ice poison to the human population. At that time, a lot of people didn't know that the ice poison is extremely contagious. Not only does it spread by touch, it can also spread through the air. And so it simply lead to a disaster. It is said that the whole population of a town of over 10,000 people were infected by ice poison and turned into water demons. At that time, the news shocked a lot of people. They finally understood how dangerous ice poison can be. After that, although there was a great alliance of practitioners to eradicate the water demons, because the problem was too extensive, there would always be a fish that slipped from the net. Therefore, they couldn't get rid of the water demons completely. Fortunately, the water demons can only survive in water. So, as long as humans don't go near bodies of water that may have water demons, it will be fine. So, before now, the water demons seem to have been half magic beasts that have been stamped out of existence for many years. No one expected that the master of the paradise realm would actually raise a group of water demons in captivity, something that would make practitioners quake in terror at the mention of the name. XiaoMo swallows repeatedly. Elder brother Ling, do you think this shallow shores is a 10,000-year-old abyss? Although a 10,000-year-old abyss will have water demons, there is a saying that with risk comes reward. Before, Ling Xiao said that ice poison can only be found in a 10,000-year-old abyss. It's the same for magic crystals, but it is not for certain. However, it is very likely. Ling Xiao suddenly gives him a strange smile. I forgot to tell you. An abyss that has over 1,000 water demons would definitely be a 10,000-year-old abyss. XiaoMo feels very strongly that if this fellow can say that, there must be 1,000 water demons below. Under XiaoMo's terrified look, Ling Xiao pulls his arm while smiling slightly. Little brother wants to know if they are down there? We'll just have to go straight in and we'll know. Before XiaoMo could let out a scream, he was already diving in head first into the shallow shores with Ling Xiao. Notes: * Magic Beast Peak was changed to Demon Peak because it sounds better. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime, get in trouble because of one's riches. Flowers in the mirror or moon in the water, illusion. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178. Magic Crystal. The ice-cold deep water almost pierces the skin, but it's only for a moment before the feeling disappears, replaced by a gentle energy. That gentle energy surrounds him and spreads out, forming a membrane like a water bubble, gently undulating as it encloses him and Ling Xiao within. XiaoMo takes one look and knows that it is Ling Xiao's work of art. Just as he is about to say something, Pang rings out, and the membrane of the water bubble shakes suddenly. There seems to be something in the ice-cold deep waters. At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice enters his ears. Take your soul force and condense it in both of your eyes. XiaoMo doesn't hesitate and takes a wisp of his soul force and covers his eyes with it. Faint white rays immediately shine from his black eyes. When he looks forward again, he finally sees the water demons dashing against the barrier. 1, 2, 3. Countless water demons surround them, with cold expressionless faces, as if they are already food in their mouths. After the first water demon dashes against the barrier enclosing them, sounds of the second and third hits rise and fall. The water demons are slamming against the barrier frantically as if their lives depended on it. Each and every one not seeming to tire nor bruise, slamming into the barrier such that it rings pong-pang as if it could break at any time. XiaoMo grips Ling Xiao's arm tightly, terrified that they would really puncture the barrier. Although he knows in his heart that it is not possible, he still feels his insides quake with fear. Furthermore, these water demons are just like those described in the scrolls, mostly of level 4 or 5 strength. Based on their strength and power, it is impossible for them to break Ling Xiao's barrier. This situation continues for roughly the time it takes to burn half a joystick. Then the water demons finally stop their self-harming ramming actions. Each and every one of them opens their mouths and let out bursts of sound waves. However, the sound waves do not reach XiaoMo's ears because they are kept outside by Ling Xiao's barrier. Very quickly, XiaoMo realizes why they are roaring. Looks like they were issuing sound waves not to attack them, but to summon their own kind. Ling Xiao had said that this shallow shores is a 10,000-year-old abyss. Over 1,000 water demons lie in its depths. Although the ones here now are really only those of level 4 and 5 strengths, no one can guarantee that there aren't stronger water demons in the shallow shores. A few minutes later, XiaoMo sees a water demon that is different from the others. Its body is still transparent, but there are dark purple rays coming from within it. If ordinary practitioners were to see this, they probably have no choice but to run for their lives, because this water demon is actually a level 9. Unlike XiaoMo's look of horror upon seeing this water demon, Ling Xiao expression turns to joy upon seeing it, his eyes almost shining. Turns out there really is a magic crystal down there. This water demon has a level 9 cultivation, most probably because it absorbed the magic crystal at the bottom of the abyss. Magic crystal is something very different from magic water. Simply put, a magic crystal is almost equivalent to the condensed essence of 1,000,000 drops of magic water. Hence, it's clear how precious it is. However, things like magic crystals are not the same as magic water. Places with magic water may not necessarily produce magic crystals. The formation of magic crystals requires the right time and the right place. Just like the magic water in XiaoMo's dimension, although he has a lake that is completely made up of extremely pure magic water, it doesn't satisfy the condition of the right time. It can only be considered man-made, so it can't produce magic crystals. So to put it more accurately, the shallow shores is an immense pool of magic water, most probably a naturally occurring one. Then the master of the paradise realm decided to rear water demons in it, so it appears here. Furthermore, because there is ice poison below the magic water, no matter how attractive it is to men, they can only look at it from afar, as it is not something that can be touched carelessly. However, the allure of the precious magic crystal is sufficient to drive martial artists and mages mad with desire. Therefore, there are times when, even knowing that the danger is greater than the chance, there still will be people coming to replace the fallen for all kinds of treasures. Hearing that the water demon had absorbed the magic crystal, XiaoMo asks hastily, "Elder brother Ling, we can't be too late ba now that the magic crystal in the abyss has been absorbed by this water demon? If it really is like that, their luck is really too bad." After finally coming across this rare chance of finding an abyss with a magic crystal, they are actually one step too late. Ling Xiao says, this abyss is at least over a few 10,000 years old. There are probably quite a few magic crystals inside. No matter how capable the water demon, it is impossible for them to absorb it completely. XiaoMo tugs on his clothes repeatedly, "Elder brother Ling, then let's quickly go down and have a look." At this moment, that water demon finally starts to act. It raises its head and roars. Its big and sharp mouth seems like a cannon, as it slowly starts to condense energy into a ball. The power in that sphere of energy is extremely violent. Everything underwater seems to be affected. Even XiaoMo, hiding inside barrier, can feel the shockwaves. A moment later, the water demon's energy ball is fully formed. A faint, sinister and ferocious ray flashes in the eyes of the water demon as it gives out a deafening roar and shoots the ball of energy at them. The naked eye can see the ball of energy speeding towards them. The tremendous power seems to cut open the water. In a flash, it envelopes the barrier surrounding them. Logically speaking, having such a tremendous amount of energy hitting the barrier, it should at least shake a little. However, XiaoMo's wide-open eyes can only see that after it hits the barrier, it very quickly gets absorbed. That water demon clearly has very high spiritual intelligence. Seeing that its attack is unsuccessful, and how easily it was neutralized, its pupils widen suddenly. Just as XiaoMo thinks that it's going to continue its all-out assault, the water demon turns tail and runs off. That speed, that action, no matter how you look at it, it looks as if it has happened many times before. XiaoMo had thought it had so much backbone, and was so awesome, never expecting that it would run away just like that. Naturally, Ling Xiao chases right after it without saying a word. The shallow shores is very deep. Looking for it will be troublesome. Ling Xiao has always been someone who likes to get straight to the point. The water demon is only at level 9, clearly no match for Ling Xiao. He catches up to it in no time. Seeing the water demon fleeing at top speed, this old fellow appears in front of it with utmost ease. Stretching out his hand, a formless hand appears outside the barrier. The water demon struggles with all its might, but it is still caught by Ling Xiao's magical hand. Looking at the water demon struggling non-stop, Ling Xiao smiles at XiaoMo. Little brother, do you have any interest in bonding with a level 9 water demon? XiaoMo looks at that water demon and shakes his head vehemently. I don't want. Thinking that the water demon was once human, he feels a wave of nausea. Furthermore, the body of the water demon has the highly contagious ice poison. This plaything sounds very much like the narcotics that drive men to depravity. Just thinking that this thing will be following him around all the time makes him have goosebumps. That's a real pity. Ling Xiao sighs. Not in the least, is what XiaoMo thinks as he clenches his teeth. Ling Xiao then smiles at that water demon while saying, since little brother doesn't want you, the only use left for you is to lead the way. Don't try to refuse me, oh. Otherwise, I can still find the magic crystal after I kill you. But I don't want to kill you, so be good and listen. A faint expression of horror flashes across the purplish transparent face. Looks like it can already imagine what Ling Xiao would do. If it really dares to refuse, it believes that this man in front of it will definitely kill it without the slightest hesitation. After weighing the pros and cons, the water demon finally still takes them to the magic crystal. Not only is the shallow shores deep, the underwater world is also vast. The water demon brings them down for almost 5,000 meters before reaching the bottom. Not long after, an enormous piece of milky white crystal appears before them. At this point, the water at the bottom is clearly divided into two distinct colors. The water surrounding the crystal is faintly milky white, enclosing the enormous crystal at the bottom of the water. The water demon stops in front of this piece of crystal and actually approaches it of its own accord. It even stretches out its hand to touch it, as if telling them that this piece of crystal is the magic crystal they are looking for. Ling Xiao stretches out his hand but stops his hand suddenly just before he touches the magic crystal. At this time, he beams as he raises his head and looks at the water demon with an extremely sweet expression. He parts his lips lightly and says, "Are you hoping that I would touch it?" The expression of the water demon changes abruptly. A fist booms towards the so-called magic crystal. The magic crystal is unable to withstand the force of the fist. In an instant, a huge chunk of it splits with a hong. The fragments of the magic crystal immediately flies towards Ling Xiao, who is the nearest to it. But the result is still the same. The moment it gets close to the barrier, it is repelled outwards. Not the least bit effective. These things are actually not magic crystals. The IQ of the water demon is so high. There is no way it would be willing to give away the magic crystal it has been guarding in preparation to ascend in level. Therefore, it intentionally led them to the crystal formed by ice poison, wanting to deceive these two people with it. It didn't expect that they would find out. Overestimating your own strength. Ling Xiao snorts HNG, I gave you a chance, yet you did not appreciate it. So don't blame me. Then Ling Xiao flicks his finger. The purple flames that haven't appeared for a long time come to live once again. It's just that this time the purple flames seem to be not quite the same. There are traces of other flames in its midst, as if two types of flames are intertwined together. It finally takes the form of a fire dragon that charges at the water demon. As soon as the water demon catches sight of the flames, it feels the burning hot temperature transmitted by the flames, causing its eyes to widen in horror. Finally, it really feels the terror. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179. Battle. The ice poison in the body of water demons looks very awesome, as if no one would be able to deal with it. But no matter how awesome a water demon, there are still things that it fears, such as fire. Naturally, normal fire is of not much use to anyone. But it's not the same with divine fire. The temperature of divine level flames seems like it would melt or evaporate anything, including the ice poison of water demons. Many years ago, the first water demon died under a divine level flame. And so water demons are extremely sensitive to fire, especially divine flames. It is enough to wipe out a whole clan of water demons. Therefore, a water demon would not dare to get close, even a level 9 one wouldn't be able to do it. The water demon can sense that if these flames were to wrap around its body, it would definitely die. The water demon finally feels fear, all thoughts of resistance disappears. This time it really wants to escape, but it already wanted to trick them. Ling Xiao would not let him off again. He is not a benevolent person, and yet he gave it a chance. It's too bad it didn't appreciate it. Very quickly the purple flames engulfed the body of the water demon. The unique divine level flames emit a red-hot temperature as it slowly roasts the screaming water demon. Not long after, the water demon turns into a ball of ashes and is no more. Just like that, the most powerful half-magic beast of the shallow shores is gone. The remaining water demons no longer have something to bind them. Once the leader is dead, they scatter like sand. After the death of the water demon, Ling Xiao goes up to that huge piece of ice poison. He brings his hand down in one swing and that piece of ice poison splits open instantly, breaking into two halves right down the middle. XiaoMo is speechless as he looks at him. This fellow is simply not afraid of ice poison. Before he was only playing with that water demon. Obviously his despicable nature can never be changed. However, his attention is very quickly diverted to the split in the ice poison. A burst of magical blue light radiates from the split surface of the ice poison. The blue light shines at the bottom, turning the water a deep blue. Magical and beautiful. This burst of blue light is coming from a ball of blue liquid under the ice poison. Very quickly, XiaoMo senses a concentrated burst of ultimate spiritual energy. Taking in a breath, his whole body feels lighter instantly, filled with energy. This is the magic crystal? XiaoMo stretches his head out to look at the ice blue liquid covered by the ice poison. If examined closely, one would discover that under this ice blue liquid, the glimmering rays of the crystal is faintly visible. Ling Xiao simply gets rid of the ice poison surrounding it and finally reveals the true face of the magic crystal. Magic crystal is the epitome of crystals. Its value defies the heavens. No matter if it's a martial artist or a mage, especially one of imperial level and above, as long as they hold a small piece of magic crystal in their hand as they cultivate, the results would be twice as good with half the effort. Rather than slowly taking in the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, it is many times more effective because a magic crystal the size of a small child's fist holds an incredible amount of spiritual power. Right now, this piece of magic crystal in the depths of the shallow shores is the size of a soccer ball. Looks small, but the amount of power is already considered not little. For a 10,000-year-old abyss to have a magic crystal is already considered a good thing. Ling Xiao fishes out a complete piece of magic crystal from the ice blue liquid. Careful examination reveals that the liquid is actually milky white. It's just that the magic crystal appears blue, so the light it shines on the liquid turns it ice blue. XiaoMo can't wait to pick up the magic crystal from Ling Xiao's hand. Although the water demon depended on this piece of magic crystal to break through to level 9 successfully, because it didn't absorb the power of the magic crystal directly, this piece of magic crystal did not lose much of its power. Otherwise, that water demon would not be of only level 9 cultivation. After obtaining the magic crystal, the two of them leave the shallow shores. Because of the death of their leader, the remaining water demons don't dare to stop them. And so, the most precious treasure under the shallow shores was easily taken away by them just like that. After coming out of the water, the shallow shore regains its clear and calm appearance once again. XiaoMo lowers his head to take a look. There is no trace of that group. They probably realize how powerful Ling Xiao is, so they dare not appear again. After not catching sight of water demons, XiaoMo can't help letting out a sigh of relief. If not, every time he sees one, he would inevitably think of their former selves. The road of cultivation is really incomparably ruthless. Roar! Right at this moment, the earth and heavens shake suddenly. A few seconds later, another angry roar rings out, followed by another sudden roar. The roars are mixed with faint spiritual assaults. Wave after wave coming from deep inside the thick forest surrounding the shallow shores. Before XiaoMo can settle his nerves, another angry roar comes from deep inside the thick forest. Except this time, it is from a different magic beast. Rays of glee shoot out from Ling Xiao's eyes as he says in utter delight, "There are actually 2 level 9 magic beasts fighting. Looks like our luck is not too bad." Just as Ling Xiao said, there really are 2 level 9 magic beasts battling. By the time they get there, the 2 magic beasts have already fought until there are rivers of blood, their blood and also the blood of the small and weak animals that they affected. The scene is really too horrible to look at. If it continues, they would probably destroy the whole forest. Ing? It's a 6-winged divine tiger and a dead soul beast. High-level magic beasts. Ling Xiao says rather thoughtfully. Hearing these names, XiaoMo feels they are very unfamiliar. Only after thinking it over for a while does he remember that these 2 types of magic beasts are magic beasts of ancient times of rather high strength and potential. Magic beasts from ancient times seem to have disappeared from Longshao continent. It's unclear if they are extinct or they just left. How unexpected for them to appear in the paradise realm. It's unclear why these 2 magic beasts came to blows. Furthermore, they seem to be determined to battle to the end. But from the situation on the battlefield, it looks like the 6-winged divine tiger is at a disadvantage. She received a very heavy injury, especially in the abdomen. The blood seems to flowing non-stop. The spot where she is standing looks like it would soon turn into a pond of blood. In front of her, the dead soul beast does not have as serious an injury. His pair of green eyes are fixed on the 6-winged divine tiger, looking extremely greedy. The 6-winged divine tiger roars at him furiously. Her eyes are firm and tenacious as if it won't give up no matter the circumstances. She seems to be guarding something. Very quickly, XiaoMo catches sight of what the 6-winged divine tiger is guarding. It's a newly born baby 6-winged divine tiger. Even its eyes have yet to open. Looks like the dead soul beast is aiming for this baby divine tiger. No wonder the 6-winged divine tiger is so furious. If someone targets his child, he also would not let the other party go. However, the 6-winged divine tiger is clearly not a match for the dead soul beast. Although both of them are level 9, the level is not the same. The 6-winged divine tiger is level 9 3 stars. The dead soul beast is level 9 5 stars. A difference of almost 2 stars. That 6-winged divine tiger won't be able to hold on much longer. Ling Xiao says suddenly. After his words, that dead soul beast launches another sneak attack. The soul beast is cunning. Even though he is stronger, he still won't engage in a just and honorable battle in the open. This is also the reason why he received less serious injuries. Although the 6-winged divine tiger has the heart, she is powerless. After the successful sneak attack, her body crashes to the ground. Although she is already out of energy, her eyes still carry a look of extreme unwillingness. The greediness is apparent on the dead soul beast as he slowly walks towards the baby 6-winged divine tiger. He then opens its wide bloody mouth. Just as he is about to eat up the baby 6-winged divine tiger, a joking voice suddenly reaches it from above its head. 6-winged divine tigers are so delicious? The dead soul beast is stunned. This person could actually appear near him without warning. Furthermore, he did not detect him at all. There can only be one reason for this. This person must be stronger. Is it a high-level magic beast? Not caring if that's the case, the dead soul beast lifts up its legs and runs. It's not that he is a good-for-nothing coward. The other party is stronger, and he also just fought with the six-winged divine tiger. If he has to continue fighting, the one to die would be himself. Running away? Ling Xiao snorts lightly and reaches his hand out and seizes. It looked as if an invisible hand very quickly grabbed hold of the dead soul beast and pulled it back. When the dead soul beast falls to ground, he immediately adopts a defensive pose and looks warily at Ling Xiao. Who are you? The dead soul beast stares at Ling Xiao in surprise and bewilderment, while calculating in his heart. He really hasn't seen this person before in Demon Peak. Could it be that he is not a magic beast from Demon Peak? Even if he isn't, it is impossible for someone as amazing as himself to not have heard of him. Ling Xiao strokes his chin, pondering for a bit before saying, "Who I am is not important. What is important is that I will give you one chance to save your life. In a while, there should be a group of people coming up the mountain. When that time comes, go find Tian Xian Sex Fu Zilin. He is a mage. After bonding with him, I will leave you a horse. How about it?" Since Fu Zilin will soon break through to level 4, if this dead soul beast is willing to cooperate, his soul force should be enough to conclude the bond. He originally wanted XiaoMo to bond with this soul beast. But he is too ruthless, too deceitful. Ling Xiao feels that the soul beast does not suit XiaoMo, so he forced him to bond with Fu Zilin. This way, they can avoid the danger of them getting found out. "You want me to voluntarily bond with a mage?" says the stunned dead soul beast. Ling Xiao's eyes narrow. What is it? Are you not willing? When he speaks, an immense pressure stemming from the bloodline crushes on the body of soul beast like a huge mountain. The expression of the soul beast changes abruptly as he says in terror, An emperor magic beast?" He finally understands why this man felt very dangerous right from the start. He is actually an emperor magic beast, and one that has matured for a very long time at that. His strength is probably higher than the master of the Paradise Realm. Someone this strong can't possibly be trapped inside the Paradise Realm. Knowing that he is possibly an emperor magic beast, the soul beast gives up all hope of resistance. Someone this strong could very easily track him down, so even if he doesn't want to accept the condition, he can only accept it. Enough. Your answer, NE? Ling Xiao doesn't give him time to think of east and west. The soul beast smiles bitterly while saying, yes. How unexpected that one moment of greed would actually result in this kind of downfall. If he had known of this outcome earlier, he would not have, under any means, come to the territory of the six-winged divine tiger. XiaoMo looks at Ling Xiao in adoration, especially when he heard him let the soul beast go find second brother of his own accord. He could even think of such a good method. This fellow is actually so shameless, yeah, but only after the soul beast leaves, do they go down to check on that level 9 six-winged divine tiger. Unfortunately, the mother divine tiger is already dead. Before leaving, Ling Xiao digs out the core of the mother divine tiger. He then puts the baby divine tiger who has yet to open its eyes into his dimension. Magic beast cores are valuable things, especially to those of the same clan. If absorbed by the baby divine tiger, it would very quickly skip over its immature phase and enter straight into its mature stage. After finishing all that, the two of them finally set off towards their final goal. Not long after, an immense towering palace full of majestic splendor appears in front of them. The palace stands all alone at the apex of Demon Peak. It's unclear what it is made of, but the whole palace would emit bursts of piercingly cold silver rays from time to time. Even though the master is no longer here, the imposing presence of the palace can still be felt. However, the strangest thing is that the palace gates are wide open with only 2 guards standing outside. The guards are obviously not real guards. Instead, they are made out of a silver-colored material. They look like puppets, 7 meters tall with an iron lance in their hands, standing with awe-inspiring presence at the palace gate. XiaoMo stands in front of one of the guards and lets out a heartfelt sigh in his heart. If not for the guard's completely silver face, he would have thought that it is a real human, despite the extraordinary height. Right at this moment, a red flash of light appears in the wooden eyes of the guard. Before he could react, the iron lance in the hand of the guard points straight at the spot where he was just standing. XiaoMo's jaws drop open as he stares speechlessly at the guard as it turns its enormous body. A mechanical voice rings in his ear. Palace trespasser, die. Notes. Leave you a horse, let you off. Think of east and west, think too much. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. Just to clarify, I'm not looking for help/collaborators. I'm looking for an experienced translators to take over the whole project. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180. Palace Statue. Just as they were charging into the palace, Tianxian sect and the other forces were experiencing 1,000 sufferings and 10,000 hardships, finally breaking through the Death Valley. Because there is only one road to ascend Demon Peak, the few sects couldn't avoid coming across each other. Luckily, everyone's goal is the palace on the peak of the mountain. Hence, there were no bloody incidents. Everyone seems to go their own way with very little interaction. When they came, Tianxian sect had 40 to 50 people altogether. But now, all the disciples including the few elders do not even add up to 30 people. Some of them even sustained very serious injuries. In order to not let them hold the others back, the heavily injured disciples do not set off with them to ascend the mountain. Therefore, the number of people going up the mountain is now about 20. Since it is already like this for Tianxian sect, the other forces can't possibly be spared. Among them, the one that lost the most people is Xing Luo group. They were already few in number. After Ling Xiao killed off close to 10 of them, their number immediately dropped by half. However, Xingchang's sect also lost quite a few disciples. Furthermore, one of their prominent members is dead, Yidan. In the beginning, Luo Shui still thought that Yidan was held up by some matter, so he didn't make it in time to meet up with them, just like elderly. Only later did he find out that Yidan is already dead, and the ones who killed him were the disciples of Tianxian sect. Even though he knows that the perpetrators are from Tianxian sect, Luo Shui doesn't let Xingchang sect disciples engage in an endless battle with Tianxian sect. That's because sooner or later, Xingchang sect will go looking for them to settle this debt of blood. It's only a question of time. However, certain observant people discovered that when Xingchang sect disciples look towards Tianxian sect, veiled but determined looks of killing intent are hidden in their eyes. These observant persons are none other than Feng Chenlu and Fu Zilin. They had planned on going up the mountain together with Tianxian sect, but unfortunately, because they lack combat ability, and because Tang Yunqi went against time at every turn, after charging through Death Valley, they were left behind by Tianxian sect at the foot of the mountain with the disciples who sustained injuries from the struggle in Death Valley. The result is easily predicted. The soul beast couldn't find Fu Zilin among that group of people ascending the mountain, so he had no choice but to personally make his way down the mountain to look for him. Luckily, they didn't leave the boundary of Demon Peak. Otherwise, that soul beast, no matter how awesome he is, wouldn't be able to descend from Demon Peak to bond with Fu Zilin. He is most probably the most pitiful magic beast throughout all of history. Other magic beasts are found when martial artists and mages come up to their door. On the other hand, he actually has to go find a mage to bond with out of his own accord. Can there be any other magic beast more pitiful than him? Back to XiaoMo, it looks like the guard is going to poke a hole through his body, but no matter how strong those two guards are, they are no match for Ling Xiao. But he still can't benefit those that come after, so Ling Xiao doesn't just turn them into a pile of scrap metal. Instead, he picks up XiaoMo and charges right into the palace. The two guards fail to find their target, so they stop their attacks and turn back into stone statues. Just as the two men enter into the palace, the grand doors of the palace suddenly close with a pang. The grand doors cut off the rays shining in from outside. However, the palace seems to be built of some special material. The surface emits bursts of light rays. Although it is not very bright, it is enough to see clearly. The Great Hall is extremely capacious. In it, the thing that stands out the most is the pillars made out of a type of white-colored stone because there is a candelabra next to each of these pillars. There are 3 green candles on each candelabra. Not 5 seconds after the doors closed, these candles light up with a hone. In an instant, the entire Great Hall is painted a dreary green. The bleak and shadowy Great Hall looks as if ghosts and goblins would come out at any time. XiaoMo feels like mocking the master of this palace for his exquisite taste. What's up with the green candles? This is the first time he has seen green candles, turning such a nice palace into a veritable haunted house. Elder brother Ling, this place is so creepy. Do you think there are ghosts? XiaoMo asks as he tries desperately to rub away his goosebumps while his teeth are chattering. Ling Xiao lowers his head and looks at him in amusement. Whether there are ghosts, I don't know. Whether there are people up to some tricks, that I do know. Right. The one playing tricks must be the master of the palace, a practitioner that takes absolute delight in the perverse. However, he can't say if there are ghosts in this world. If it was 21st century Earth, he would have to say they do exist rather than not. But he feels that in this dimension, even if there are ghosts, they would be the ones to fear humans. The two of them walk further in, right until the end. Finally, they catch sight of a humongous statue. There are 10 stone platforms lined up neatly in front of the statue. There seems to be something on each platform, but there is an orb of light enveloping the objects, making it impossible to make out what is inside. Ling Xiao says, these things should be the treasures of the palace. XiaoMo's eyes light up, then. Can we take it? Ling Xiao looks at him with eyes full of laughter. You go try off it. XiaoMo's heart thumps. The foot he had just stretched forward is immediately withdrawn. It's better if you go ba. Ling Xiao mocks him, little coward. XiaoMo grumbles softly, this is clearly called being cautious. One look and you can tell that there is a problem with those orbs of light. He is not stupid, so why would he run over there foolishly? His intuition is right. Those treasures look as if they can be obtained as easily as spitting on one's hand, but it is actually a trap. Just a few seconds after Ling Xiao walks over, the few ordinary-looking red candles in front of the statue suddenly light up. The bright red light pushed the green rays of light from the green candles outside and envelopes the two of them. At the same moment, the eyes of the statue suddenly open, shining like 2 gems. The blood-red rays make it seem extremely demonic, with glinting blood red. An ancient-sounding hoarse voice is heard. It seems to have lived through times long enough for blue seas to turn into mulberry fields. It is both ice-cold yet indifferent, slowly ringing out in the grand hall. Since you have come up to here, it must mean you have the destiny. If you want the treasures, you must pass my test. As the voice speaks, the 10 orbs of light on the stone platforms immediately float upwards, revealing the things inside. 10 altogether. If these were to leak out, it most probably would cause all of the big sects to fight over them. When that time comes, there will be rivers of blood. Looking at just one of those things, XiaoMo's saliva already covers the whole floor. The first stone platform, the treasure inside the orb of light, is a stalk of magic herb that is not low level. A preliminary estimate would place it above that of the Emperor's blood herb. The second stone platform holds a volume of martial art techniques. On top is written in gleaming letters, high-level purple cloudwing martial art technique. The third stone platform holds a magic pill. Its level must be not low for it to be displayed inside the palace. The fourth stone platform holds an egg. It's not clear what kind of egg it is. The fifth stone platform holds a bunch of seeds of every color. They seem to be a variety of seeds. The sixth stone platform is also a volume of techniques. Not for martial artists but targeted at the soul force instead. A volume of high-level soul force technique. The 10th stone platform. XiaoMo strains his eyes as wide as he can and finally makes out the words written on the scroll, high-level magic pill recipe. The two eyeballs almost fall out. There's actually a high-level magic pill recipe in this place? XiaoMo immediately becomes excited. He tugs at Ling Xiao with saliva dripping right onto the floor. Elder brother Ling, quick, go take the test. The last one is a good treasure. Ling Xiao glances at him. You only want the last one? XiaoMo wipes the corner of his mouth. Actually, I want all of them. Ling Xiao shows up. I knew you were going to say that expression. The master of the palace won't be so kind. XiaoMo says, it doesn't matter, we can just take them by force. Ling Xiao laughs as he says, you are clearly acting like a bandit. XiaoMo refutes indignantly, nonsense, I just don't want the treasures to lie here all by themselves in this ice-cold palace, that's all. Ling Xiao pushes him forward a step, then you go. XiaoMo immediately retreats back, it's still better if you to go ba. He still feels that there is something up with that statue. At this time, the statue seems to have become impatient from waiting. It opens its mouth without waiting for them to choose. Again, the hoarse voice, my test is for you to kill your companion. Then all the treasures here will be yours. XiaoMo. Ling Xiao laughs sinisterly, little brother, what should we do? He wants me to kill you. XiaoMo turns away, we don't want it anymore. Ling Xiao roars with laughter, just like this and you don't want it anymore? Really? XiaoMo turns his head and looks at him with grief, I can't kill you. Just as he speaks those words, Dong is heard. He was rapped on his forehead again. XiaoMo looks at him with tears whirling in his eyes. Why did this person hit him on the forehead again? Ling Xiao mocks him, at least you know your limitations, but, are you not afraid that I would kill you? XiaoMo's fierce manner evaporates, leaving him smacking his lips. He purses his lips as he says, your strength is higher than the palace master. And you're also not a mage. What the hell would you need these for? Ling Xiao can no longer stand his stupidity, saying, idiot, one look and you can see that it's a trap. And you actually think it is real. Look and see what is under our feet. XiaoMo looks down, isn't it just floorboards? Stealing a glance at Ling Xiao, he sees him smiling gently at him. His neck shrinks, alright ba, there seems to be some kind of formations drawn? What is the meaning of this? Ling Xiao says darkly, you think the treasures on the stone platforms are so easy to get? The palace master is only trying to use the greed of men. When this area is completely splashed with blood, the formations on the floor will activate. At that time, probably no one would be able to escape. XiaoMo swallows repeatedly. This time he really received a scare. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181. Captured. Ling Xiao says it all very clearly in front of the statue. If the one here today is not him, but Luo Shuhi and those people, there would probably be a massacre over those treasures. It's too bad the statue finds itself with the wrong people this time around. The statue that doesn't receive an answer after a long time orders one word, kill, dut. Then the glinting blood-red eyes of the statue suddenly shoot forth 2 rays of red light. The red light shoots right at where they were standing before, but it doesn't pierce through the floor. It seems like the statue can't wait for them to kill each other, so it decided to act. Ling Xiao hugs XiaoMo and dodges the statue's attack. He laughs coldly, finally can't wait any longer? The statue's reaction is to continue attacking. At the same time, sounds can be heard coming from deep in the palace katakata. In the midst of the ghastly green light, a group of puppets that look exactly like the guards outside slowly emerge. If there's a difference, it would be the aura. The strength of these puppets are higher than the 2 guards outside by quite a bit. The weakest one is actually moon level. And it looks like it's not just a few, emerging continuously from deep in the palace. At least 100. XiaoMo jumps in fright. This seems a little too showy. He finally understands the traps Ling Xiao mentioned. There are actually so many puppets hidden in the palace. If it was Tianxian sect and the other forces, they would probably be unable to cope and suffer a terrible beating, akin to losing one's army even after giving away the bride. It's just that there is something he doesn't understand. Since it is a trap, why do they still come up, fully aware of the dangers? It can't be that the stone platforms are that enticing to them, making them willing to forfeit their lives. Ling Xiao thrusts his palm forward and the wind immediately crushes 10 of the puppets into bits and pieces. But the puppets are after all without intelligence and without life. They don't know tiredness. They don't know pain. They only know how to attack blindly, only stopping when they can no longer move an inch. Because Ling Xiao knows this, he doesn't hold back. Right away he turns them to powder. The floor is very quickly covered with layer upon layer of fine powder, really crushed to the extreme. But I see that the puppets are being crushed to pieces, making the statue furious. After getting infuriated, it stands up. In an instant it is standing from its original cross-legged position. Its huge hand swipes down forcefully at their heads, with a force that wants to flatten them. But it comes up empty again, leaving the floor shaking but not split open. Ling Xiao's brow twitches. He sees the intact formation on the floor from the corner of his eye and his lips curve up suddenly. He thrusts out his palm and burning hot flames condense into a fiery ball and slams onto the floor, causing it to rumble hong long long. The intact floor is finally completely ruined, exposing a huge hole in the floor. Naturally, the explosive sound does not escape the sects that have come up 1/3 of the way. They can even feel the ground beneath their feet vibrating. Everyone's expressions change instantly. Luo Shuhi exclaims in shock, "What is the meaning of this? Did someone actually beat us there?" It's not just Luo Shuhi. The people from the other forces also have the same stunned expression. While guessing in their hearts who beat them to it, they quicken their steps, lest the treasures are all wiped clean by the first to arrive. It's too bad that no matter how quickly they move, it won't be of any use. They haven't even passed the shallow shores. If the water demons want to stop them, even if they were given speedy wings, it would be of no use. A guy that only knows how to use brute force won't have a peaceful reincarnation. Ling Xiao dodges the statue's fist as it comes down on his head. He then delivers XiaoMo to a safe spot and brings out Xiao from the dimension to guard him at his side. XiaoMo hugs Xiao that is in his original form and pops his head out from behind the pillar before lowering his head to whisper to Xiao. "Xiao, do you think elder brother Ling will be able to swipe all 10 treasures?" Xiao rolls his eyes at him. How can a mere soul remnant be the great leader's match? XiaoMo pretends he doesn't see it. Suddenly the corner of his eye catches sight that the 10 treasures have fallen onto the stone platforms. Those orbs of light have also vanished. He can't help but suggest, Xiao Hei, how about we go over there while they are fighting? Before he could finish saying, with a hong, Ling Zhao's fist smashes the entire statue. Stone chips fly in every direction. A red soul flies out from the pieces of the statue. Before it could escape, it is engulfed by a ball of flames, turning into ashes. A ghost-like voice suddenly cries out. The sound is so deafening that it hurts the eardrums. It seems to come from the depths of the palace. It is followed by an infuriated voice that is different from the hoarse one before. You actually dare to destroy my spirit double. You deserve to die. I will make you pay the price. The voice howls in crazed anger, shaking the whole palace. Ling Xiao ignores the owner of that voice and moves to the stone platforms in a flash, using the time to put the treasures directly into his dimension. The owner of the soul remnant does not plan on letting him go just like that. After a few piercing screams, all the green candles go out with a Xiao. A gust of spine-chilling cold wind envelopes the whole palace in an instant. Xiao Hei, don't touch me. XiaoMo suddenly feels a rush of cold air rising from his feet. He then feels something touch his arm. He thinks it's Xiao Hei who is standing by his side, so he says that without turning his head. Xiao Hei rolls his eyes at him. When did I touch you? Just now, If not you. XiaoMo turns his head. Before he can say who, a faintly glowing pale green face suddenly appears in front of him. At the moment, the face is looking at him expressionlessly. Ghost XiaoMo screams out wildly. This fellow feints to the east and attacks from the west. Because Xiao Hei's strength is not a match for the other party, and the other party also seems to practice some deviant combat techniques, by the time Xiao Hei reacts, XiaoMo already disappeared, taken away by that lingering soul fragment right in front of his face. When XiaoMo's smell disappeared from the grand hall, Ling Xiao seems to have sensed it immediately. He appears a second later where they were hiding behind the pillar and sees that only a certain magic beast remains. Ling Xiao glances at Xiao Hei wordlessly. Xiao Hei hangs his head in shame. He knows he is wrong. If he had known, he would have dragged Master into his dimension at all costs. Speaking of XiaoMo, who was taken away by the soul remnant, one man and one ghost very quickly appear in a certain corner of the palace. This is a stone room that is not much smaller than the Great Hall. An enormous pool of blood is placed right in front. A human figure is soaking in the middle of the pool of blood. The face of the human figure resembles that of the lingering soul remnant. The soul remnant lifts up XiaoMo and walks up to the pool of blood. He raises his arms and without a moment of hesitation, tosses XiaoMo into the pool of blood. XiaoMo is terrified, leaving his whole body in cold sweat. Just when he is about to fall into the pool of blood, the person disappears in an instant. The pale green pupils of the soul remnant contracts as its extremely hoarse voice is heard once more, mixed with a trace of incredulity. Dimension? The green pupils move about determinedly, rapidly scanning all four corners of the blood pool. It's too bad, since he wasn't able to refine a genuine dimension while he was alive. How can he possibly discover XiaoMo's high-level dimension now that he is dead? When he was searching, XiaoMo already manipulated his dimension to leave the stone room. The stone room made him feel too oppressed, as if it was some sort of sacrificial chamber. Especially that pool of blood. The stench of blood is unbelievably strong. Furthermore, it seems as if it's not just the blood of human practitioners, it looks like even a good many different magic beasts were thrown in there. However, in order to leave the stone room, XiaoMo depleted his soul force in an instant. He is now a level 4 mage, but the most he can manipulate his dimension is about 200 meters. Any more and he would overuse his soul force. Because the speed of the soul remnant was too fast before, XiaoMo has no idea where he is in the palace. He has no choice but to drink magic water while looking for a way out. Just as he is wandering around in confusion, Ling Xiao already reached with stone room with Xiao Hei. Although he doesn't see XiaoMo, he knows that XiaoMo is already out of danger. Naturally, the soul remnant didn't expect that his lair would be so easily found by the other party. The two sides go all out. This time, Ling Xiao no longer stays his hand. He simply smashes the pool of blood, which is also the real embodiment of the soul remnant, into bits. The pool of blood that has been nurtured for over 1,000 years is no more just like that. Negative emotions pour out from the body of the soul remnant, like an enormous black hole. At this time, all the other spirit doubles distributed throughout the palace are called back to replenish the soul remnant. Not long after, an almost complete soul appears in front of Ling Xiao. XiaoMo, who is completely unaware of the showdown happening in the stone room, is controlling his dimension to take a few halting steps at a time, moving forward in small spurts. He really wants to leave his dimension, but he is afraid that that ghost soul would suddenly appear in front of him and cause him to piss in his pants. When it's quiet all around, with not a sound to be heard, XiaoMo finally comes out of his dimension. This is a very long and wide corridor. At one glance, it seems that the end of the corridor is not visible. On both sides are loft-like stone rooms. Some of them have no doors at all, making it possible to walk right in. Others have doors that are tightly closed. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182. The Collapse of Demon Peak. XiaoMo stands outside those wide-open doorways and examines the lofts. He discovers that these lofts seem to be where martial artists practice. Some lofts are so simple and bare that there is only a bed. Some of the floors are in a complete mess with scattered weapons and combat techniques. In order to pass off as a qualified treasure hunter, XiaoMo prepares a magic bag and collects everything in the lofts, good and bad. He then moves on to the next loft. As for the tightly closed stone rooms, he doesn't dare to touch them for now. Who knows if some living thing might suddenly rush out from inside. Just when XiaoMo finishes clearing out the 10th loft, he suddenly catches a whiff of medicinal fragrance. The medicinal fragrance is extremely strong, continuously diffusing out from the neighboring stone room. XiaoMo walks up to the stone room and looks at the tightly shut stone door. The stone door looks as if it hasn't been opened for a really long time, with green moss growing on top of it. Can it be that this stone room is where magic herbs are stored? No matter what the answer is, the presence of medicinal fragrance means that there must be magic herbs inside. XiaoMo rolls up his sleeves immediately and exerts all his strength. The door finally opens a tiny crack. At this moment, the medicinal fragrance emitted from the magic herbs immediately rush out from the cracked door. Breathing it in invigorates the soul. After half of a quarter hour later, the stone door is finally pushed by him enough to reveal a gap that is just enough for his body to enter. After forcing his way into the stone room, panting and wheezing, and seeing the magic herb fields filling the room, he feels that it was all worth it. This place is even more spacious than the Great Hall. Actually, it can't be considered a stone room because this is like a miniature world. Above is not a ceiling but an expanse of blue sky. The floor is covered with magic herb fields. There are those that have matured, those that have yet to mature, and some that are even just germinating. Most are low-level magic herbs, followed by mid-level magic herbs, and finally the high-level magic herbs. What is rather disheartening is that there aren't many high-level magic herbs. By the time XiaoMo finds them, he only sees a small patch of high-level magic herbs lying pitifully in a corner. At a glance, it's definitely not more than 100 stalks. XiaoMo laments as he moves all the high-level magic herbs into his dimension. At this time, Luo Shui and the rest finally reached the peak of the mountain after enduring 1,000 sufferings and 10,000 hardships. If Ling Xiao had not dealt with that level 9 water demon, it would probably be even slower. But what greets them is a great hall that is already riddled with 1,000 wounds and 100 holes. Luo Shui's expression is extremely unsightly. Sure enough, someone beat us here. It's just that the extent of destruction of the Great Hall exceeds his expectation. He had thought that even if someone would beat him to it, their strength wouldn't be high enough to charge past the guards. He didn't expect the other party's strength to be even higher than he imagined. The other forces also arrive. Seeing the condition of the Great Hall, their reactions mirror that of Luo Shui. At this moment, Xingcheng Sect's elder Mo shrewdly notices that Tianxian Sect's Lin Xiao is not here. He whispers into Luo Shui's ear to inform him. Luo Shui looks over to Tianxian Sect's location and, true enough, does not see Lin Xiao. He can't help but have his suspicions piqued. Can it be that the person that beat them here is Lin Xiao? But it doesn't seem right after thinking it through. Lin Xiao's strength is still star level 2 stars. The elders of Tianxian Sect who are stronger are still here. Even if they sent Lin Xiao to go ahead of them, he can't have caused all this by himself. Furthermore, that little mage that was by his side is also not here. Because the condition of the palace is beyond everyone's expectation, the few major forces decide to put aside their differences for now to discuss how to deal with the current situation. Luo Shui glances at the Tianxian Sect representative and remarks seemingly offhandedly, "Eldersher, why is it that brother Lin Xiao is not among you? Could it be that you all let him go ahead, BA?" With his remark, the other people finally notice this bit, all of them turning to look at the rather gloomy-looking Eldersher. Of course Eldersher can't tell them that Tianxian Sect did not tell Lin Xiao anything about Demon Peak. This is an internal matter of Tianxian Sect. If they were to find out, they could use it against them. If Lin Xiao finds out, he may act out in retaliation. Lin Xiao is held up by some matter. He should be on his way at the moment. Everyone knows that there are layers upon layers of dangers in the Paradise Realm. No one knows what can happen. It's only normal that plans change accordingly. Luo Shui pats his sleeve that is a little dirty while laughing. Looks like brother Lin Xiao's luck is not too good. Eldersher narrows his eyes and looks at the Qingcheng Sect disciples behind him and says, putting aside Lin Xiao, there doesn't seem to be any sign of the esteemed Jidan and elderly. It can't be that they are also held up by some matter, BA? Luo Shui's expression darkens. A hardly detectable murderous intent flashes across his eyes. Of course Eldersher doesn't know that Jidan is already dead under the hands of Ling Xiao. And that Qingcheng Sect already knows that the murderer is them. These words are tantamount to a thorn driven deeply into the hearts of everyone in Qingcheng Sect. Clearly this is not the time for them to act out. This is probably what's called the highest state of ignorance. If you all want to reminisce, we Xing Luo group will not keep you company. Looking at the two or them trading barbs one after the other, the expression on Xing Luo Group's 12th star is rather impatient. They already don't get along well with the two major forces. On top of that, they also have another motive this time, so they are even more loath to collaborate with them. They then set off by themselves to charge through the barrier. With the departure of Xing Luo Group, the other people also feel that there is no need to work together. They were originally depending on their own strengths, so in a flash, Eldersher also brings his people with him. The three independent forces follow suit. Only Qingcheng Sect remains in the Great Hall. "Young master, why aren't we taking advantage of the situation to kill off the people from Tianxian Sect?" Elder Mo asks in frustration. Luo Shui shakes his head, "Not now. The injuries of the heavenly bird of six thunders is too grave. Although it has recuperated for half a month, it only recovered 20 to 30%. We have few strong ones on our side. If we were to fight now, the other forces will be at an advantage. Furthermore, Tianxian Sect, that side seemed to have bonded with a few mid-level magic beasts. We can't take their combat ability lightly for now. A dissatisfied disciple speaks up, "Young master, you can't mean to let them go just like that." Luo Shuhi scoffs in disdain, "Of course not. Wait till we leave Demon Peak. I will make Tian Xin sect pay the price." It's too bad that man's plans are nothing compared to God's plans. Just as the various major forces go their separate ways, and prepare to search deep into the palace for treasures, another shockwave travels through the palace. This time, the frequency of the shaking is much stronger than what they felt when they were halfway up the mountain. The ground is shaking non-stop, as if it may split open at any time. At this time, the magic beasts on Demon Peak also suffer a shock. A few high-level magic beasts are shocked to discover that the barrier that imprisons the Demon Peak seems to have gotten much thinner than before, as if it could split open at any time. An immense and limitless power presses down from the top of Demon Peak downwards. All the magic beasts look at the palace on the peak in terror. But a second later, they lose all control over themselves and fall to the ground. Each and every one, their faces are bright red with bulging blue veins. The terror in their hearts can never be eliminated. This phenomenon doesn't only affect the magic beasts at the foot of the mountain. It also includes the magic beasts who have been bonded. Tang Yunqi almost falls to the ground. She kicks the seven-tailed demon fox who is crawling on the ground. "Idiot, what are you doing on the ground? Why are you not hurrying up to protect me?" The seven-tailed demon fox is her bonded magic beast. Its strength is level 7 1-star. It just had a breakthrough not long ago. If it wasn't because it had just had a breakthrough, it wouldn't have been caught by Elder Wang and the rest at that time. After that, although it had a smooth breakthrough, it also lost its freedom. It was bonded by Tang Yunqi and it wasn't even a life bond. However, no matter how Tang Yunqi kicks it, it remains cowering on the ground, shivering as they say. It's not that it doesn't want to get up, it's because that pressure is too terrifying. It simply can't put up any resistance. Lei Ju's level 6 bonded magic beast is also in the same situation. But he is not as brainless as Tang Yunqi. He can feel that there is an immense pressure. Clearly that roar just now from inside the palace is terrifying his bonded magic beast. At the same time, the heavenly bird of 6 thunders almost falls off Luo Shua's shoulder. Although it is a high-level magic beast, under the pressure of an emperor magic beast, he cannot resist. Very quickly, Luo Shua's expression changes drastically as he senses his condition. What happened? The trembling voice of the heavenly bird of 6 thunders is transmitted into Luo Shua's mind. It can't be a mistake. That roar just now is definitely from an emperor magic beast. But how can an emperor magic beast appear on Demon Peak? It's as if he is talking to himself, but it causes Luo Shuhi to gasp. Emperor magic beast, none other than one of the royal class. If he could bond with an emperor magic beast, wouldn't that mean he would be able to march across Longshao continent with nothing to fear? Luo Shuhi can't help feeling a slight twinge of regret at this thought, but he very quickly suppresses it. He already has a life bond magic beast, so he absolutely can't dream of other magic beasts. Furthermore, the majesty of emperor magic beasts will not allow them to bond with martial artists. Even a life bond won't do. Unless there is unbelievable good luck, no martial artists would dare to dream of emperor magic beasts. Just as everyone was still in shock, the palace finally collapses. Not only that, everyone hears a ka-cha sound, and an extremely deep fissure appears in the mountain under their feet. Some people yell out "not good" as everyone tries to get away. A second later, the fissure starts to extend downward from the peak, as if someone split it open with brute force. The Demon Peak barrier is also totally gone. Each and every magic beast flees from the disaster, striving to be the first to escape down the mountain. At this time, XiaoMo was still digging magic herbs in the stone room when it also starts shaking as the ground splits open. Because it happened all of a sudden, in a moment of carelessness, a few of the roots of the halfway dug out stalk of level 7 magic herb in his hand snap, making his heart ache unbearably. This is a high-level magic herb. he still puts it into his dimension anyway. He had wanted to dig up some mid-level magic herbs, but the magic herb stone room is already starting to crumble. The falling stone fragments smash onto the magic herb fields, flattening the magic herbs that have been growing for who knows how long. Before XiaoMo could feel the pain in his heart, an enormous boulder drops down towards him, frightening him such that he quickly enters his dimension. Damn, what a reckless waste of heavenly treasure! It seems that all the magic beasts in the Paradise Realm are able to sense the collapse of Demon Peak. Even the magic beasts that were in the midst of killing and shredding stopped on their own, each and every one turning to look towards Demon Peak. As the palace falls down with a loud hong-long sound, bursts of light streak down from the mountain peak. Those are martial artists fleeing the disaster. Because of the collapse of Demon Peak, the restriction on both martial artists and magic beasts disappear. The martial artists who weren't able to fly earlier all take to their flying swords to flee down the mountain. However, because Demon Peak is too large, and because everyone is fleeing in a hurry, quite a few disciples are separated from their group, such as Tang Yunqi. Under the protection of the seven-tailed demon fox, Tang Yunqi staggers and stumbles down the Demon Peak. Although she could have let the seven-tailed demon fox bring along one or two other people with no problem at all, at the moment of life and death, she only cared about herself. As a result, as the first one to flee the scene, she finds herself separated from everyone else. When she reaches the foot of the mountain after much difficulty, the ruins of Demon Peak is all around. An enormous chunk of the peak blocks the way in front of her, cutting off her line of sight. Tang Yunqi curses the seven-tailed demon fox angrily, "Good for nothing. Quick, bring me to the others." The seven-tailed demon fox glances at her with suppressed anger. Damn human. Actually daring to treat it who has the ancient lineage of the nine-tailed demon fox this way. There will inevitably come a time when you would undoubtedly regret it 10,000 times. Right at this moment, a yelp of pain comes from behind them. Yo, damn it ya. Why are there so many sharp rocks over here? I must have landed wrongly. Who is it? Tang Yunqi is shocked, turning around abruptly. After shouting, she realizes that the voice sounds rather familiar, but that grumbling voice immediately stops. She rushes to the rock to take a look, and her eyes immediately widen, feeling both astonishment and excitement. It's you, XiaoMo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183. Killing Intent. Seeing XiaoMo, Tang Yunqi naturally searches for Ling Xiao's figure nearby. But after looking right and left, and discovering that Ling Xiao is nowhere to be found, a strange expression appears on her pretty face. Tang Yunqi narrows her eyes and looks XiaoMo up and down before saying bluntly, "Why are you the only one here? Where did Brother Xiao go?" XiaoMo glances at the seven-tailed demon fox at her side. This seven-tailed demon fox already has all 7 tails. Clearly it is already of level 7 cultivation. He curses in his heart, damn it, why is it that he has to come across this devious and unreasonable girl when he is with a single spear and a single horse? How terrible is his luck, ah! XiaoMo doesn't dare to say that he doesn't know where Ling Xiao went. Admitting it will only tell her that he is alone. His eyeballs roll one round as he says, "Elder brother Ling is nearby. He asked me to wait for him here for a bit. Do you want to wait with me for elder brother?" The last sentence is definitely not sincere, but he is afraid that Tang Yunqi won't believe him. Brother Xiao is really nearby? Tang Yunqi, who usually looks as if she has no brains at this moment, actually does not show the usual excitement at wanting to see Ling Xiao. Instead, she doubts XiaoMo's words. Her not-so-shrewd eyes reveal a trace of sharpness, as if she wants to skin XiaoMo alive. XiaoMo gulps, of course. This Tang Yunqi, why does it seem that she looks a little different from usual, but... Tang Yunqi suddenly stretches out her neck, and looks at him pointedly while enunciating every single word. XiaoMo, you're lying to me. Brother Xiao is simply not nearby. You got separated from brother Xiao, right? XiaoMo's eyes widen. When did this flower vase get so smart? Actually seeing through his lie. His reaction confirms Tang Yunqi's guess. The smug expression abruptly changes as she lets out a crazed and unrestrained laugh. The pretty face distorts slightly, revealing a hideous look. The corner of her mouth curls up into a sneer. XiaoMo. There is also this kind of day for you. Brother Xiao is not at your side. I'd like to see how you can defend yourself. Actually, he does have a way to protect himself. For real. However, the existence of the dimension must be kept a secret from Tang Yunqi at all costs. However, looking at his current situation, Tang Yunqi seems to have something planned for him, and not a single one of his Qiao team is here by his side. Even the weakest Piqiao was put in Ling Zhao's dimension. You don't get any ideas. Tian Xian's sect forbids their disciples from killing each other. XiaoMo takes a few steps back hastily. Ha, so what? Tang Yunqi throws her head back and laughs out loud before replying flippantly, there is only you and me here. If I kill you, who would know? Even if someone were to see it, do you think my dad would punish his daughter because of you? Of course not. He is only a puny mage, and one that is involved with Ling Xiao at that. Now, Tang Fan has already decided to forsake the fake Ling Xiao. Naturally, he also can't wait to see the both of them die. It's possible that after Tang Fan finds out that Tang Yunqi killed him, not only will he not get angry, he might even praise her. Demon Fox, finish him off. Tang Yunqi can't wait for XiaoMo's answer. In order to avoid a long night fraught with dreams, she wants XiaoMo to die right now in front of her. She has had enough of all of this. Every time she sees that brother Xiao only has XiaoMo in his eyes, ignoring her, she feels as if a knife is stabbing into her heart, making her want to flip out crazily every single time. This time the Father in Heaven is finally on her side, letting her come across XiaoMo when he is by himself. Not only is brother Xiao not by his side, even his bonded magic beast is nowhere in sight. Such an amazing opportunity would even make her laugh out loud in her dreams. The excitement makes Tang Yunqi unable to think of anything else. Therefore, she doesn't consider why XiaoMo, who clearly shouldn't appear in this place, is actually here. The seven-tailed demon fox glances at Tang Yunqi darkly. Although it doesn't know what kind of grievances exist between them, a woman that even wants to kill a fellow disciple simply does not deserve to be its bonded one. But it can't disobey this despicable woman. Otherwise, its bond would rebound and strike it. Looking at the seven-tailed demon fox advancing towards him step by step, XiaoMo retreats with a complicated expression. XiaoMo wavers non-stop between revealing or not revealing the existence of the dimension. If he doesn't escape into his dimension, he will die. If he escapes into his dimension, probably Tang Yunqi will die, because Ling Xiao would definitely kill her to silence her. Choosing between his own death and Tang Yunqi's death, XiaoMo thinks, unless he is a white lotus flower that is whiter than white, even an idiot would know to choose the latter. Wait first. I have something to say. XiaoMo hastily stops them. The seven-tailed demon fox pauses. This human is a little strange. It turns around and glances at Tang Yunqi. Although Tang Yunqi can't wait for XiaoMo to die, she is still very happy to see XiaoMo's desperate struggles before death. So she grants him his wish, smiling smugly, I'll give you an opportunity to have your last confession. If I'm happy, I may even help you convey them to brother Xiao. XiaoMo looks at her with her big show of mercy expression and feels a little peeved. This hateful girl. Who says he wants to confess? Junior sister Tang, I still think it's better for you to run away. What I just said is the truth. Elder brother Ling will be here very soon. If he finds out that you want to kill me, he would really kill you. After saying these words, XiaoMo feels that he has really become a fast talker. Clearly he has been hanging around Ling Xiao for too long, causing him to be infected with his deceitful nature. Shut up, Dot. Tang Yunqi's face darkens instantly as she glares at him. XiaoMo, do you know what part of you I hate the most? It's precisely your self-righteous attitude. What makes you think that Brother Xiao would do all that he can for you? Who do you think you are? I have known Brother Xiao for almost 10 years. As for you, not even a year. What makes you think that Brother Xiao is yours? Tell me, what makes you think so? Speaking up to here, Tang Yunqi is almost screaming hysterically. Green rays are shooting out of her eyes as she glares at XiaoMo with murderous intent. Actually, XiaoMo also really wants to know, but after thinking here and there, he can only come up with one conclusion. It's because he knows that Ling Xiao is not the real Lin Xiao. He knows Ling Xiao's secret and Ling Xiao also knows his secret. But he can't say that. He can only say that love is blind. If that is what you want to say, then you can go and die now. Demon Fox, kill him. After yelling, Tang Yunqi finally regains her balance, smugly ordering the seven-tailed demon fox. The seven-tailed demon fox looks fixedly at XiaoMo. This time, it no longer hesitates. It spits out a fiery red ball of flames. The red ball of flames contain an enormous amount of destructive energy, flying swiftly towards XiaoMo. When it seems as if the only choice left is to expose the existence of the dimension, a black shadow appears in front of XiaoMo just as he is about to enter his dimension. Not only does the ball of flames get blocked, it is actually sent flying back. The seven-tailed demon fox completely doesn't expect that someone would block its move and almost gets hit by his own attack in a moment of inattention. Although it manages to avoid the majority of the impact, a few patches of its white fur that covers its whole body get singed black. Luckily, he didn't go all out before because he saw that XiaoMo is only a puny mage. This is what's called Karma BA. Xiao? So happy to see you. XiaoMo gets a clearer look at his helping hand and is overjoyed and excited. He almost forgot that before they climbed up Demon Peak, Ling Xiao left Xiao in Death Valley. And now that something happened to Demon Peak, Xiao, who just happened to be at the foot of the mountain, would be in the safest position. Xiao, if you don't call me Xiao, I too would be very happy to see you. XiaoMo laughs while saying, clearly Xiao is a very nice sounding name, ma. Who are you? Why are you meddling in our business? At this time, Tang Yunqi, who was neglected by them at one side, finally reacts. Her voice, which used to be very sweet, turns shrill and sharp. If not for her pretty face, if you just listened to her voice, you would think that it belonged to a heinous woman. Xiao scoffs coldly. He really hates narcissistic women. Hateful woman, if I hear that grating voice of yours again, I will cut off your tongue. Tang Yunqi had long lost her cool. Hearing his words, she suddenly can't conceal the fury on her face. Seeing that XiaoMo was so close to dying in front of her before this Chang Yaojin rushed out of nowhere, her heart can't help feeling vexed and impatient. Pointing at Xiao and XiaoMo, her lips quiver as she says, "Seven-tailed demon fox, go. Eat up the both of them. Don't leave an intact corpse." Who would expect that the seven-tailed demon fox, that had just listened to her obediently before, would not react at all in response to her order? Seeing that the seven-tailed demon fox remains motionless for a while, Tang Yunqi glowers at it. Useless thing, did you not hear me tell you to eat them? Hearing her call him a useless thing, the seven-tailed demon fox lowers its eyes. Master, I can't beat him. Tang Yunqi seems to have been provoked. Her eyes open wide instantly as she vents her fury at it, as if trying to cover up her panic and confusion. You're worthless. Aren't you a seven-tailed demon fox? How can you not even beat a human? Get over there right now and eat them. I order you. The enormous body of the seven-tailed demon fox shudders abruptly, but it still says, Master, he is a level 9 magic beast who is shapeshifted. That is only a level 7, going up against a shapeshifted level 9 magic beast, would only be walking towards on the road of death. Although it signed an ordinary bond with Tang Yunqi, it still values this life very much. Otherwise it would have killed off this bonded master long ago. As if her throat is completely blocked up, Tang Yunqi no longer says a word, looking at Xiao with a face full of terror. This person is actually a shapeshifted level 9 magic beast? How can this be? Isn't XiaoMo's bonded magic beast a blue-blooded wolf? How did it turn into a level 9 magic beast? Notes. Flower vase, just a pretty face. Black line equals straight face or Shun Yaojin, Tang Dynasty General, busybody. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184. Fated. This really is wind and water are always flowing, but a second before, Tang Yunqi still confidently thought that she could dictate the life or death of XiaoMo with one word. Her words and demeanor disgusted everyone on the scene, no matter beast or man. As a result, a second later, the appearance of Xiao turned the situation around. The person at a disadvantage is now herself. Towards Tang Yunqi, who always thought of herself above the whole world, this blow was too much for her to take. Not a single word comes out of her for some time, turning the surroundings extremely quiet. XiaoMo sighs, told you to run and yet you refused to run. The corner of Xiao's eye twitches. Master, these kind of words don't suit you. XiaoMo blinks, is that so? Then what kind of words suit me? Xiao says, there are no words that suit you. It's best that you shut up and watch the show. XiaoMo says, Xiao, why are you just like elder brother Ling, so hateful? Xiao answers happily, I'm very honored to be just like great leader. XiaoMo. This fellow is beyond saving. What is so good about that guy? So many people to learn from and he has to learn from him. Xiao points at Tang Yunqi and asks, Master, how do you want to handle her? XiaoMo suddenly remembers that this girl is still here. He immediately puts on an expression of careful consideration. As it is, his dimension was not exposed. To kill or not to kill her? It's really a dilemma. After panicking for a bit, Tang Yunqi finally calms down. Seeing XiaoMo's pensive expression, Tang Yunqi raises her chin and snorts coldly, speaking as if chopping the nail and slicing the iron. XiaoMo, I think you don't dare to kill me. If my dad finds out, you will definitely die without a place for burial. My dad won't let you off. I urge you, it's best to let me go. Young miss, these words are rather too offensive, ba? Right now the advantage is clearly in my hands. And yet this chick is still not terrified. Still acting. I deign to give you a chance to correct your mistakes, damn who wants your mercy ah. Hearing these words, even he, such a benign and benevolent person, can't help feeling a faint bubbling of anger. XiaoMo looks towards Xiao, you say? If? Will people find out? Xiao really wants to copy Xiao He and roll his eyes at him, but he is a noble and refined high-level magic beast. Even if someone finds out, I can kill him before he has a chance to tell anyone. XiaoMo exclaims, you know what I'm saying? Xiao finally can't help rolling his eyes at him. What you want to say is written on your face. XiaoMo rubs his cheeks, it's that obvious? Xiao asks again, so, tell me clearly what your decision is. Although he really wants to kill Tang Yunqi, in order to be a respectable magic beast, he still very much values his master's wishes. XiaoMo tilts his head and glances at Tang Yunqi, then. Act as you see fit, ba. Tang Yunqi's expression that was brimming with confidence slips instantly. XiaoMo, who in her heart had no way of hurting a hair on her head, right now actually tacitly agreed to let his magic beast kill her? This can't be. Finally terrified, Tang Yunqi stumbles back a few steps. She is the young miss of Tian Xin sect. The one who is above everyone else. Her father is the Grand Master. Her future is limitless. How can she die here? You? Tang Yunqi wants to start ranting, but she can only say one word. The rest of the words will never be said, as if something happened in an instant, and a bright red tongue falls at her feet. She wipes the bright red blood that is pouring out continuously from her mouth. Only woo-woo sounds are coming out of her mouth. She feels a piercing pain coming from her cut-off tongue, almost making her want to pass out dead on the spot. But not only does she not pass out dead, she also sees very clearly that her tongue is at her feet. Tang Yunqi's eyes pop out and she almost falls apart. Her tongue has been cut off? She can no longer speak again? XiaoMo shudders and covers his own mouth reflexively. Xiao really does what he says. He had just nodded and he had passed like thunder and moved like wind to cut off Tang Yunqi's tongue, and it even seems to be the whole tongue. Xiao flicks off the blood on his fingernail and glances indifferently at the completely horrified Tang Yunqi. Finally know how to be terrified, huh, woman? It's a pity it's too late. You will pay for your stupidity and the price is simply death. Tang Yunqi regrets. She never expected that she would die. Xiao seems to understand her expression, saying in a sweet voice dripping with poison, laughing, "Actually, you should thank me, because the person killing you is me, and not the great leader Ling Xiao. Because if you let him kill you with his own hands, you would die a more horrible death." Tang Yunqi shakes her head furiously. Impossible. Brother Xiao would never kill her. Xiao laughs while looking at her eyes and says in a low voice, "Do you want to know why? It's actually very simple. Because your most beloved brother Xiao died a long time ago. The one you're pestering every day and every night is an imposter." Tang Yunqi's pupils shrink and shrink. If she could still talk, she would definitely wail and shriek until the end of time, denying Xiao's words. But as it is, she can no longer speak. Instead, her mind very clearly thinks back to Brother Zhao's recent abnormal behavior. If it is really like what he said, wouldn't all the doubts she has been having these days be resolved just like bamboo meeting the edge of a knife? But she has no way of believing the fact that her most beloved brother Xiao is actually dead. Brother Xiao is so formidable. How can he die? Filled with doubt and regret, Tang Yunqi's heart is dug out by Xiao. Opposite them, XiaoMo can't take it anymore and turns away. He is realizing that each and every one at his side are all princes of violence and gore. If it's not intestines and brains, it's hearts and other organs. Can they not leave an intact corpse? Xiao turns his head and sees XiaoMo, who has turned away and is not surprised by his what is unseen is deemed clean behavior. Rather, he had expected that XiaoMo would not have dared to watch the whole process. Of course, he doesn't consider himself violent and bloodthirsty. After finishing off Tang Yunqi, Xiao then shifts his attention to the seven-tailed demon fox that was silently standing by the whole time watching its master getting killed. From its reaction, he can tell that Tang Yunqi was a very selfish woman. The descendant that possesses the bloodline of the ancient nine-tailed demon fox. An unbelievable fortune, and she actually only formed an ordinary bond. And cursing worthless thing every time she opens her mouth. No wonder the seven-tailed demon fox would rather suffer the retribution from the bond and ignore her impending death. Now that the woman is dead, it has regained its freedom. Wei, do you have any interest in joining with my family's master and great leader? Under the guarded eyes of the seven-tailed demon fox, Xiao issues an invitation all of a sudden. At this time, it's not only the seven-tailed demon fox that is in shock, even XiaoMo turns around and looks at them in surprise. After a moment of silence, the seven-tailed demon fox asks, "Why? Why are you, a distinguished high-level magic beast, willing to follow a very weak mage who isn't even capable of defending himself. It doesn't understand. Xiao is all smiles. I can't explain it to you now, but I can promise you that you will definitely not regret it. After saying these words, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitches. The drooping eyes of the seven-tailed demon fox widen in an instant as it tries to hold back an impulse to speak, before transmitting its voice. Is what you said true? Xiao nods. I swear on my name as a nine-winged magic horn serpent that not one word is false. Alright, I agree. The seven-tailed demon fox accepts readily. In XiaoMo's eyes, they only exchanged 3 sentences. 2 sentences from Xiao, 1 sentence from the seven-tailed demon fox. And then the seven-tailed demon fox suddenly accepts Xiao's invitation. Strange, simply bizarre to the extreme. The most hateful thing is, they simply didn't discuss this with him, the master of the bond, deciding among themselves this matter of following along. XiaoMo objected resentfully. Xiao, do you not think you should ask for my approval first? Xiao looks at him with an apologetic expression that is not apologetic. Sorry, I almost forgot about you. So master, your opinion any? XiaoMo grits his teeth. What almost forgot about you? Too hateful. The seven-tailed demon fox walks up to XiaoMo and lowers its noble head. It asks humbly, please, you must accept me. It doesn't matter even if it's an ordinary bond. I'm willing. This word willing is not something that can be uttered carelessly. Although it looks as if it has been taken in by Xiao's words, it really has considered it carefully. It can see from the 9-winged magic horn serpent that his bonded master is someone who is completely without airs. Completely different from that Tang Yunqi woman. Although it is the same ordinary bond, the attitude is as different as heaven and earth. This kind of master, and on top of that, the benefits that Xiao mentioned, it is willing despite being an ordinary bond. With someone so sincere, if he is to refuse, wouldn't that be too hard-hearted? In the end, XiaoMo nods and agrees. Since you are preparing to join my Xiao team, I might as well pick a name for you. The fur on your body is very thick, how about we call you Macho Ba? Seven-tailed demon fox. After a moment of silence, the seven-tailed demon fox looks back at Xiao. Can I change my mind? Xiao coughs. Sorry, no can do. Once master has been put up for sale, absolutely no returns nor exchanges. Seven-tailed demon fox. In the end, it still accepts it. Compared to Xiao, it feels that Macho is already a lot better. Luckily it wasn't called Huqiao. Otherwise, it would have turned into a Huqiao. After confirming the new member, 1 man and 2 beasts simply leave the scene of the crime. Right now everyone is separated because of the collapse of Demon Peak. But after recovering, sooner or later, the search will reach this place. The discovery of Tang Yunqi is only a matter of time. At first, XiaoMo wanted to let the seven-tailed demon fox bond with 5th brother. But, remembering that Lei Ju and rest know that Tang Yunqi's bonded magic beast is a seven-tailed demon fox, if they recognize it, it would bring trouble to 5th brother. Therefore, he dispelled the notion. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao took in a newborn 6-winged divine tiger not long before this. Although it would have to be nurtured while it's still young, the potential of the 6-winged divine tiger is tremendous. Furthermore, nurturing from young may help form a closer understanding. At this same moment, a matter of hard selling is taking place where Feng Chenlo and Fu Zilin are located. Because of the collapse of Demon Peak, the dead soul beast wasn't able to find Fu Zilin in the quickest time. Luckily Ling Xiao had told him that Feng Chenlo's bonded magic beast is a poisonous flood dragon. In order to dodge the collapse of the mountain, Feng Chenlo had no choice but to allow the poisonous flood dragon to assume its original form. It's just that, unexpectedly, they were located precisely on the spot where the mountain split open. Although the poisonous flood dragon is a level 8 magic beast, right now it is only at level 7. In order to protect Feng Chenlo and 2nd brother, they were almost flattened. Luckily, its body was big enough to attract attention, and was seen by the dead soul beast that happened to searching in the area. Otherwise, the 2 men and 1 beast would have fallen into the crevasse. But here is where the problem starts. The soul beast wants to bond with Fu Zilin, but Fu Zilin is cautious by habit. He doesn't believe that he would run over here to bond with him with no rhyme or reason. It simply doesn't make any sense. Although the dead soul beast is their savior, he won't make light of his future just because of a little indebtedness. Just tell me, what would it take for you to be willing to bond with this old one? Asks the dead soul beast woefully. Why must you bond with me? Fu Zilin asks expressionlessly. This old me loathes too much freedom, so I want to find a bonded master. Is that not allowed? The dead soul beast's face is distorted as he forces out a ridiculous reason. Damn it, who would complain of too much freedom? He really hates that he does not enough freedom in ink. Fu Zilin is not fooled. Since it's like that, it doesn't have to be me. Anyone would do. The dead soul beast was never good-tempered to begin with. He already presented himself to the doorstep and he's actually facing push 3, resist 4, so he flips out on the spot. Mother. This old one took a liking to you, so what about it? This old one wants to bond with you, so what about it? This old one is not that patient, so out with it. Are you willing to bond with this old one or not? Fu Zilin. Fong Chunlu. In the end, they form the bond, but only an ordinary bond for now because Fu Zilin says that he doesn't trust him right now, so he wants to evaluate his performance. If there's really no problem, it would be changed to a life bond in the future. The dead soul beast gnashes his teeth while forming the bond with him in tears. If there is a ranking for losers in this world, he would definitely rank at the top. Notes. Wind and water are always flowing, reversal of the wheel of fortune. Chopping the nail and slicing the iron, decisively. What is unseen is deemed clean, out of sight, out of mind. Mauchio, fur ball. Homophones, Huchio, foxball and Huchio, fur coat. Push 3, resist 4, decline with all sorts of excuses. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185. Assembling at the stone platform. Half an hour later, the crumbling of Demon Peak is finally over. Each major sect starts to take count of the dead and injured. One glance and it is too horrible to bear. Although quite a few people were able to escape in time, there were also a few that didn't manage to flee. Some fell into the crevasse. Some were crushed to death by falling debris. The number of men dropped significantly all at once. The people of Tian Xin sect also finally discover that Tang Yunqi is missing. Elder Wang looks over the group of people a few times with an unsightly expression but still finds no sign of Tang Yunqi in the end. Tang Yunqi was entrusted to him personally by the Grand Master. If something happened to her, the Grand Master will definitely hold him responsible when they return. Who among you saw Yunqi? Huang Jie stands up and says, Elder, when Demon Peak collapsed, junior sister Tang seems to have been the first to flee down the mountain. At that time, that 7-tailed demon fox was with her. Although everyone knows long ago what kind of person Tang Yunqi is, to escape by herself in difficult times, not giving a care to the survival of her fellow disciples. If this was done in private, even if everyone is clear about it, no one would say anything, at most grumbling a few words in their hearts. But she did this in front of the faces of all her fellow disciples, abandoning everyone to save herself. This is inviting condemnation. Huang Jie is a person of unremarkable appearance. He is Malefo du Yunkai's disciple, not from the same branch as Tang Yunqi. Therefore, he doesn't have to be too careful with his speech. Furthermore, he doesn't have the slightest liking for Tang Yunqi. There is 1 day left before the barrier of the Paradise Realm reseals. Let's do it this way, BA. I and Huang Jia will lead a few people to find Yunqi. The rest of you will head to the stone platform first. We will meet up at the stone platform 5 hours later. Elder Wang says after some thought. Huang Jia can't help saying, Elder Wang, junior sister Tang has a 7-tailed demon fox by her side. Even if we don't go look for her, she would go to the stone platform by herself to meet up with us. Elder Wang gives him a look. Young Huang, it's not as if you don't know what kind of temper Tang Yunqi has. Moreover, there are all sorts of dangers in the Paradise Realm. What if by chance, something happened? It's better to go look. Since it has been spoken to this extent, Huang Jia doesn't feel he should continue to protest. However, the impression he has of Tang Yunqi worsens a few degrees in his heart. This young miss, not giving anyone peace even to the end. And so, everyone splits up and head in 2 directions. The stone platform is not very far away from Demon Peak. Furthermore, there is no longer any need to look for magic herbs and magic beasts along the way, so even though it took a few days when they came, it only takes half a day to return. At this time, scattered disciples from the other forces are already assembled on top of the stone platform. Elder Shi takes a sweeping look at those people and sees that everyone is feeling run down, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. This is not unexpected. The real treasures of the Paradise Realm are located on top of Demon Peak. No one expected the collapse of Demon Peak. Not only was it a wasted trip, a significant number of disciples were also lost. The price of this trip to the Paradise Realm can be said to be a whole lot costlier than before for all the forces. At this moment, Luo Shui also arrives at the stone platform, leading the disciples from his sect. Compared to Tian Xian's sect, the loss of Qingcheng's sect is undoubtedly much worse. Out of 40 to 50 people, nearly half of them are dead. Furthermore, a lot of the disciples sustained heavy injuries. The casualties are more severe than last time. However, there are those who are worse off than them, like Xingluo group. Adding up the disciples and elders all together, they are only left with 6 people. As for Xiao group and the other 2 forces, except for Xiao group that lost 5 disciples and 1 elder right at the start, killed off by 11 star, the other 2 did not lose too many disciples. As for the independent martial artists, only 3 died out of 10. After taking count of the disciples from his sect, Luo Shua's expression darkens considerably. Until now, there still is no sign of Elder Li. He suspects that Elder Li is already dead, but knowing Elder Li's prudent nature, he can't have just died from one trip. Furthermore, the circumstances of his death is so irregular. Luo Shui feels that there is something strange about Elder Li's death from beginning to end. He glances at the whole group of Tian Xin sect disciples diagonally across from him. Young master, how are the injuries of the heavenly bird of 6 thunders? Elder Mo walks up to him and asks in a soft voice. It sounds like a very casual question, but the implied meaning is only clear to Luo Shui. Luo Shua's lashes flutter with faint traces of vicious intent, already better by almost 50%. Elder Mo says, then is there anything else that young master is worried about? Not. Luo Shui says, there is nothing more to worry about. On the other side, Elder Shi, who was in the middle of checking on the injuries of the disciples, suddenly realizes that someone is approaching them. Before he could turn around and look, Xin Shiyu at his side, who received minor injuries, suddenly speaks up, Elder Shi, people from Qingcheng sect have come over. Elder Shi turns around and takes a look. Sure enough, Luo Shui is leading a group of people over. Each and every one of them is enveloped in a murderous aura. Although some of them are intentionally hiding it, he can still tell. Mo Shang, what is the meaning of this? Elder Shi raises his brows at Elder Mo, who comes over with Luo Shui. So-called friendly ones do not come, the ones that come are not friendly. No matter how you look at it, they don't look as if they are coming over to chat. Luo Shuhi takes out a magic bag. Elder Shi, this magic bag is one of Tian Xin sect's ba? Elder Shi narrows his eyes. He can roughly guess their motives, so he says, earlier, we lost quite a few of disciples from our side. Later, a few of our disciples also had their magic bags snatched from them. How is it that young Master Luo has our Tian Xin sect magic bag in your hands? It can't be that the one who snatched away the magic bags from those disciples of mine is actually young Master Luo ba? You're speaking nonsense. We Qingcheng sect wouldn't even bother snatching your magic bags. This magic bag, When one of the Qingcheng sect disciples heard him turn around and frame them, he immediately refuted anxiously. Enough, don't say any more. Luo Shuhi speaks out to stop him from continuing. That disciple immediately regains his senses. He almost let him succeed in prying the secret from him. His body breaks out in cold sweat as he retreats back into the group in shame. Luo Shuhi looks at Elder Shi calmly as he says, this magic bag was picked up by junior brother Yang at the Green Mountain Stream. If this really belongs to Tian Xin sect, then we would of course return it to its rightful owner. However, the reason I'm standing here now is not to return things to their rightful owners. Elder Shi's brow twitches, then what is the reason? Luo Shuhi throws the magic bag in his hand onto the ground, enunciating each and every word. At that time, the one holding tightly onto this magic bag is one of my junior disciples. And he was already dead for a long time. The expression on Elder Shi's face changes abruptly. Esteemed Master Luo, are you actually saying that we killed your junior disciple? Mo Shang scoffs coldly, saying darkly, the proof is right here. Don't tell me you're still trying to turn black to white, and say that the murderers are not all of you, Tian Xin sect. Today, we stand here to demand a piece of justice for those junior disciples who died. Elder Wang, whose temper is rather irritable, exclaimed pay on the spot, Mo Shang, don't you stand here and frame us. Who knows if you Qingcheng sect people didn't kill our disciples, then make off with their magic bags and then planted the stolen goods to frame us. Don't think that it is easy to bully Tian Xin sect. What dog shit Qingcheng sect, just a bunch of petty thieves. The blunt and brazen words immediately turn all the faces of the men from Qingcheng sect the darkest shade of black. Mo Shang is so furious that his face turns a little green. He knows about the level 9 magic pill protocol, so he knows what he is implying when he said petty thieves. However, the other disciples don't know this. Luo Shua's face darkens, his eyes glinting coldly, shooting out knives. What about Tian Xin sect, cowards that dare to do but don't dare to admit it? These words elicited a strong reaction from all the disciples of Tian Xin sect. The matter has come to this point. Naturally, there is no more hope of reconciliation. Earlier, when Luo Shuhi brought his people over to Tian Xin sect, the other forces already took notice, but each and every one of them maintained a wait-and-see approach. Right now, the one with the most survivors are Tian Xin sect and Qingcheng sect. Even if they want to intervene, they don't have the strength. Furthermore, the two major sects going at each other is only something they would only be too happy to see. They actually can't wait for them to go all out, fighting to mutual destruction. Just as they were eagerly anticipating the two sides starting to take action, all of a sudden, a delighted voice is heard coming from the stone platform. So lively, is this because everyone is welcoming me ba? Hearing these words, most of the people couldn't stop their mouths from twitching. Whose face is it that is so thick? Everyone turns towards the voice and sees that another person is arriving at the assembly point. And this person, to everyone's surprise, is Ling Xiao. With the appearance of Ling Xiao, everyone then seems to remember about his existence. He didn't seem to have appeared at Demon Peak. At that time, the situation was rather tense, so very few people noticed, but now they all remember. Looking at Ling Xiao appearing safe and sound, Elder Shi is momentarily stunned. Elder Wang, at his side, reacts the same way. The two of them even exchange covert looks with each other. Unexpectedly, this action was caught by Luo Shuhi. This reaction doesn't seem to be too happy. Instead, they seem to be very surprised that he is here. Can it be that they thought that Lin Xiao is dead? Looks like the relationship between Lin Xiao and Eldersher is not quite like what he imagined. The whirling thoughts of Luo Shuhe suddenly turn more pensive. At this moment, someone steps out from behind Ling Xiao. That person says in a soft voice, "Elder brother Ling, they don't seem to be too welcoming towards you." This person is none other than XiaoMo. After Tang Yinqi's death, he, Xiao, and Machio met up with Ling Xiao as they were heading towards the stone platform. He clearly caused such an earth-shaking incident, and yet he looks as if nothing had happened. Ling Xiao laughs, "Little brother, some things should not be said too bluntly. You XiaoMo. I will remember the next time. That would be a wonder. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. So this is the last chapter for me. Has already started their translations. Thank you everyone for all your kind words and company. Here's to getting to know all the members of the Xiao team before we turn a decade older. This blog will now go into hibernation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186. The Criminal. T/N. We don't translate the honorifics because it'll be hard to convey the meaning properly. With real siblings or the honorifics that only have one meaning, will it be translated into English? Eldersher was the first to react. Before others had a chance, he hurriedly spoke out, "Lin Xiao, you came just in time. The Qingcheng sect said that we killed their disciples, and now they want to deal with us." If you took a good look, you would notice that when Eldersher looked at Lin Xiao, there was a hint of guiltiness in his eyes that couldn't be concealed by his speech. Ling Xiao acted like nothing had happened, walking over and looking at both sides' murderous intent. Finally he laid his gaze on the Qingcheng sect. Laughingly he says, "It's already the last day, why don't we take a step back? Paradise Realm is really dangerous, something out of our expectations might happen. Someone might have even set up that trap to frame us, wanting to provoke us against each other while they just sit and receive the fisherman's benefit, T/N, third party using the conflict between two parties to gain benefit from it. We are all adults, we have to be careful and think of the consequences." These words were very clear and logical. Seeing Ling Xiao's earnest attitude, many people's anger calmed down. Luo Shuhe and Mo Shan looked at each other. They didn't expect Ling Xiao, with only one sentence, to point out their doubts. The truth is, when he took the magic bag earlier, Luo Shuhe also suspected that somebody might be deliberately trying to put the blame on the Tian Xian sect, because according to the person who found Yidan's corpse, there weren't many traces of fighting on the scene. So you could assume that the opponent's level was above Yidan, perhaps much higher. But for such a high-level master, how could they leave such an obvious mistake? Even though they suspected it, they couldn't just announce Yidan's death like that. So Luo Shuhe instead thought that since the Qingcheng sect and the Tian Xian sect's relationship had reached the point like water and fire, T/N, completely incompatible, and that sooner or later would be torn anyway, they could use Yidan's death to blame the Tian Xian sect, and then the Qingcheng sect could openly take action. But only they knew the truth, not the other disciples, so Ling Xiao's words shook them up. XiaoMo tries to hold back his laughter. Ling Xiao is really good at acting. As the only one who understands this situation, he stated, seeing his pretentious act that was polar opposite of his true nature, he wanted to vomit. Of course, only in his mind. Originally the two sects were already at the flaming point, but thanks to Ling Xiao's advice, everyone's anger had almost died down. The other forces saw that there was nothing to see, got bored, and left. Luo Shuhe and the others seemed to have other plans, but also didn't continue. Even XiaoMo, who had a 2-digit IQ, could see their inner thoughts. Even though Luo Shuhe had contracted with a level 9 magic beast, he also knew that the level 9 magic beast suffered a serious injury. Unless he had the same lake water like he did, there's no way the injuries of the 6th Thunderbird had healed. So he shouldn't start a conflict now. Ling Xiao came up to Eldersher, making it look like it was unintentional, and said, "Eldersher, you all came here at the same time, don't tell me you all already promised beforehand?" This sudden remark made Luo Shuhe, who had already prepared to go, stop in his tracks and look over again with a puzzled expression. Eldersher, worried that he'd continue to speak, quickly dragged Ling Xiao to another place where others couldn't hear their conversation. Making a cough sound, he said, "I accidentally got the information of when Demon Peak would be opened, so I made an appointment with the other elders to go together to Demon Peak. At that time you were still in the north, so I was too late to inform you." Ling Xiao made his *O* sound a little long. Eldersher didn't realize his train of thought, and while patting his shoulder, he faked a big laugh. "But fortunately you didn't come, Lin Shizhi. You might not know, but Demon Peak just collapsed a while ago, and lots of people got injured. Lin Shidi, you really are a fortunate person." Ling Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, just as Eldersher has said, Ling Xiao's luck is really good. If only this old man were to know that the person standing in front of him was the one who caused Demon Peak to collapse, but he wouldn't say that. "That's right, Eldersher, how come I don't see Elder Wang and Huang Jieshidi?" As if wanting to ease the tension, Ling Xiao considerately changed the topic. Eldersher suddenly felt relieved. Yunqi has disappeared, so they are looking for her. After 5 hours, they should be back. There's a proverb that says, when you speak of Chow Chow, Chow Chow will come, T/N, someone appears right after you have said their name. Right after Eldersher said it, somebody arrived at the teleportation point. It was none other than Elder Wang's group, but their expressions looked very gloomy. Eldersher looked over, his sight falling to the stretcher carried by 2 disciples at the back of the group. When he sees the person on the stretcher, he takes a breath, and his eyes darken. What's the matter?" Elder Wang's face also becomes pale. Both of his eyes darkened as he stared at the hole in the chest of the person on top of the stretcher. Tang Yunqi's body is covered in blood, her lifeless appearance indicates that she had been dead for a few hours. Of course, their gloomy expressions were not because of Tang Yunqi's death, but because of the Grand Master's anger once he found out that his daughter had died in Paradise Realm where they had taken responsibility. "Elder Wang, what happened? How come my niece Yunqi is dead?" Eldersher hurriedly went to Wang En's side, who had the gloomiest expression. Wang En was the one who was given the responsibility to ensure Tang Yunqi's safety when they were inside Paradise Realm. Now that Tang Yunqi had met this accident, he was the one to hold the biggest responsibility. The moment he found Tang Yunqi's body up until now, you could say that Wang En's facial expression had not gotten any better. In fact, it had only gotten worse. His icy cold gaze looked as if he wanted to devour a person. After he heard Eldersher's words, he coldly says, "I don't know what happened either. By the time we found her, she was already dead." He also wanted to know who had killed Tang Yunqi. Although he couldn't protect Tang Yunqi, if he could have brought back the murderer, at least the punishment would have become lighter. However, the murderer's work was too clean, he couldn't find any clues about while he was at the crime scene. When Elder Wang saw that they were getting nowhere, he couldn't help but wonder, "Elder Wang, where is niece Yunqi's contract beast?" Upon hearing this sentence, Wang En's facial expression became gloomier. "It's gone. I suspect the murderer might have been after Tang Yunqi's contract beast, that's why she was killed. It is not uncommon to kill people just to rob them of their treasure, that's why everyone didn't doubt this reason. But Tang Yunqi's contract beast was a level 7 1-star. The star rank 7-star beasts are really powerful, despite even being in the Paradise Realm. When compared to the level 7 demon beast, the strength gap was still very big. No matter how they thought about it, there was no way that a practitioner would just kill her to rob her of a treasure in just a few hours. Unless it was planned, like for example if more than one star rank 7th star joined forces, then it might be possible. However, this theory didn't have any evidence. The collapse of Demon Peak wasn't something that everyone expected. Tang Yunqi getting separated from them was also accidental, so they could rule out the possibility of a planned murder. If they thought about it like this, there was only one possibility. The killer might be a person who owns a contract beast, and his contract beast's strength is likely above Tang Yunqi's contract beast's. Only this way could they explain Tang Yunqi's death. Stronger than a level 7 demon beast. Wang Yan said this to himself, his fierce eyes instantly looking towards all of the practitioners and mages who owned contracted demon beasts. With this as the key, the scope for the potential murderer had narrowed down a lot, because not everyone had the chance to get a contract with a level 7 demon beast and above. They could even say that this kind of person was absolutely like a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn, T/N, extremely rare. Besides, if the murderer really had snatched Tang Yunqi's contract beast, then that person was most likely a mage, because only mages could get a contract with more than one demon beast. With this, the scope had narrowed down even more. But they still could not rule out the possibility that the murderer might be 2 or more people. Having said that, Wang Yan still couldn't risk to offend the other parties by confronting them. No one would like to be suspected as Tang Yunqi's murderer. Besides, not everybody was like Tang Yunqi, who flaunted her demon beast for everyone to see. The stronger the demon beast, the more they'll hide it, otherwise they might be the one who gets killed and robbed of their treasures. So in the end, Tang Yunqi ending up like this was completely because of her own actions. Nevertheless, Tang Yunqi's death still caused an uproar among the crowd. The murderer suspects were not only Wang Yan and his people, everyone here was sharp. Although some may not show it, but secretly, they must have told their own contract beasts to hide. However, there was one person whose contract beast was very eye-catching. That person is Feng Chenlu. At that time, in order to save people, Feng Chenlu was forced to bring out the poisonous flood dragon. The consequences were that some people ended up seeing it. Some people were the disciples from martial arts, and their friendships were not deep enough. Even if Feng Chenlu had asked them to not tell, there ought to have been some disciples who spilled it out. Elder Shi, who XiaoMo guessed had abandoned Feng Chenlu before, was showing an utterly unhappy expression, because he found out that the poisonous flood dragon was the demon beast that was from the lake before. Apparently, not only had Feng Chenlu survived, his luck was also large. He didn't know how he had managed to get a contract with the poisonous flood dragon, but after that, Feng Chenlu also didn't tell them about the poisonous flood dragon. He clearly must be cautious of them. After they met, Feng Chenlu was surrounded by a group of disciples asking him this and that. Fortunately, there was Fu Zilin. His expressionless yet as cold as an iceberg face scared people off. When XiaoMo walked out, his cold face melted a little. De Shi Xiong, congratulations! XiaoMo, ignoring Ling Xiao who was busy playing innocent in front of Elder Shi and the others, immediately ran towards Feng Chenlu who was surrounded by a crowd before, sincerely congratulating him. Upon seeing him, Feng Chenlu's face finally revealed a sincere smile. He pulled XiaoMo to his side, checking over his body. After he was sure that he didn't have any scratches, he finally sighed in relief. Feng Chenlu says, De Shi Xiong wants to congratulate you too. I heard you managed to get a contract with a blue-blooded wolf. Not bad, oh? XiaoMo immediately laughed cheerfully. He De Shi Xiong's luck is better than mine. I heard that the poisonous flood dragon has dragon's blood inside its veins, and someday we'll get to breakthrough into level 8. Feng Chenlu pointed his finger towards his forehead. Poisonous flood dragon is only level 7 right now. It'll be a long time before he can break through into level 8, and besides, do you think a level 9 shapeshifting beast could break through that easy? Speaking of shapeshifting, XiaoMo's eyes sparkled. De Shi Xiong, can I see your contracted demon beast? Of course. Feng Chenlu couldn't help but agree. The poisonous flood dragon didn't like being watched by humans, so it changed into mini-size and hid inside his clothes. If other people asked him, he wouldn't let it, but XiaoMo was different. XiaoMo took the poisonous flood dragon from inside Feng Chenle's sleeves, and touched its mini-body, whispering, "Poisonous flood dragon ah, poisonous flood dragon ah, I'll leave Disher Xiang's safety to you, you can never let me down oh, or else I will ask Ling Xiang to beat you." Poisonous flood dragon, After he talked in a manner that looked like he was talking to himself, XiaoMo gave the poisonous flood dragon back to Feng Chenle, and then casually mentioned, "Second Xiang, you didn't contract a demon beast?" In fact, he only wanted to know whether the dead soul beast looked for Second Xiang to form a contract. When they heard this sentence, both of them went silent. Although he was silent before, Feng Chenle finally opened his mouth. "Xiao Shidi, we will tell you after we get back." It seemed like he had formed a contract, so XiaoMo nodded immediately. "Xiao Shidi, look at Lin Xiao over there." Fu Zilin don't always open his mouth, but when he did, he only said such a shocking thing. XiaoMo turned back to look and found out someone very familiar was walking toward Ling Xiao. T/N. Demon Beast, formerly translated as Magical Beast. Considering that it'll affect the impact for the next arc, not to mention that its literal translation is Demon Beast, and they don't have any magical abilities, we decided to change it into Demon Beast. Practitioner, formerly translated as Cultivator. Disher Xiong, the eldest senior brother / the first to become the disciple. Xiao Shidi, the youngest junior brother / the last to become a disciple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187. Xiao Long pick up. That person wasn't a stranger, it was Jiang Lu. Speaking of him, XiaoMo found that Jiang Lu appeared to be very low profile. From the time they entered Paradise Realm until now, he hadn't heard anything about Jiang Lu, or whether he had a contract beast or not. XiaoMo turned towards his two seniors and said something, then walked toward Ling Xiao. When he got near, he heard Jiang Lu, whose back was to him, say to Ling Xiao, in a slightly cheerful tone, "Lin Xiang, congratulations on coming back safely." Ling Xiao slightly raised his eyebrows, looking somewhat surprised that he came over to talk to him, and immediately smiled. "You are Jiang Shidi, aren't you?" XiaoMo almost spit. Ling Xiao's words were a little bit too cruel. Just by looking at Jiang Lu, you could tell that he is the smiling Lin Xiao fan. It might be difficult for him to take this chance to talk to Ling Xiao, but not only did the other party not remember him, he even almost forgot his name. Truly tragic. Jiang Lu's whole face almost changed color, but his ability to endure was not low. He immediately recovered, and put on a smiling face. This guy was tougher than the previous one. "Yes, Lin Xiang, you might not really remember me. Tang Shiji and I are sure Jia T/N, big sister and little brother, disciple relationship only, he is her junior, we share the same master." Ling Xiao knocked his head. Look at my memory. I remember now. During the big competition at Wushuang Mountain last time, I remember that it seemed like you went to my room looking for Shidi, right? Jiang Lu's face changed a bit. He didn't know why Ling Xiao suddenly mentioned this matter again. He suddenly didn't dare to keep staying here, and quickly found an excuse to go away. Up until the end, Jiang Lu still hadn't found out XiaoMo had been standing behind him all that time. Seeing Jiang Lu stuck on his own words, XiaoMo almost laughed out loud. Regarding Jiang Lu, XiaoMo already discovered his true nature. Not only that, he remembered he was so dumb before, like the Wushuang Mountains incident that Ling Xiao had mentioned just now. At that time on the Wushuang Mountain, Jiang Lu tricked him to go with him. Although he was exposed, Jiang Lu still deceived him by telling him that he was threatened by Tang Yinqi. Now that he thought about it, those lies were really flawed, but he still didn't realize it. Jiang Lu was Master Feng's Heavenly Peak's top disciple. With Master Feng putting a high value to Jiang Lu, there was no way Tang Yinqi had bullied him. Even if Tang Yinqi's father was Tang Fan, with Master Feng from Heavenly Peak's identity, Tang Fan was the one who must bow down to him. So there's no way she'd bullied him. He must have been really stupid to believe that. Now the more he thought about it, this guy really had too many faces. He looked harmless on the surface, but he was actually the most wicked person out there. Disguised as innocent and harmless, but he was actually very narrow-minded. The treacherous and cunning type. Fortunately, he was not too late to realize it. Ling Xiao patted his head. Have you finished laughing? XiaoMo nodded and said, Ling Xixiang, did you really forget Jian Lu? Ling Xiao raised his brow. He harmed you 3 out of 4 times, how could I forget him? XiaoMo's face reddened. The one he harmed was not you, I should be the one who remembered him. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. From your head to your toes, which part doesn't belong to me? Harming you means harming me. Why shouldn't I resent him? He said this firmly, absolutely without rhetorical question. XiaoMo stared at him. Damn him, from head to toe, which one belongs to me? He really wanted to shout that back at him, but seeing Ling Xiao's don't you dare say no expression, he could only swallow back his words. After 2 hours, almost all the people who came into the paradise realm had arrived at the teleportation point. Although nearly half of the people were dead, there were many people who had survived. When the number of people had increased, the teleportation point started to give off a faint smell of blood. Finally, the spell that was under their feet began to glow and the transmission started. One by one, the people at the teleportation port began to disappear. Since the transmission circle on the other end wasn't very big, it could only transport around 5 people at a time and it transferred randomly. When the people on the teleportation port lessened, XiaoMo screamed. He felt that there was some kind of force grabbing a hold of him just before he got transferred. Just when he started to lose consciousness, his waist was hugged tightly. Wanmang Yao Yuan borderline. A month had passed, the people who protected the transmission circle saw a light that kept on glowing, and the people continued coming out from the transmission circle. All they saw were the pale faces that continued to show some lingering fear. And then, someone suddenly made a *** sound. Why are there 6 people this time? His words suddenly caught the attention of most people, and everyone went to the transmission circle to see. This turn's transmission circle actually transferred 6 people, it was really unusual. 6 people came out of the transmission circle. The people who walked out last were surprisingly Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. XiaoMo, who heard these people's whispers, suddenly looked up towards Ling Xiao. Don't tell me the 6th person that they mentioned was Ling Xiao? Luckily, the people didn't look into this matter. The transmission circle probably could send out an extra person sometimes, and soon, everybody's attention was drawn towards the people who just came out of the transmission circle. Ling Xiao looked around, he didn't find Tang Fan's figure. Not only that, Qingcheng sect's leader Luo Chang was also not there. Originally, since a month had already passed, the people from the 2 sects who were waiting shouldn't be this little. Now there were so few and scattered, surprisingly not that many, something big must have happened. Ling Xiao caught a young martial arts disciple from the Tian Xin sect, and casually asked, why is it only you guys who came here, and the leaders didn't? When the young disciple saw that the one who asked him was Ling Xiao, surprisingly he didn't tell him at once. Instead, he hesitated a bit, and then his eyes flickered before saying, the leaders are having an issue, so they told Xiao Shishu to come first and greet Xiong, but... Ling Xiao made an O sound and asked, what issues are they having right now? The young disciple smiled reluctantly. Xiong asked the wrong person, my status is not high enough to know this matter clearly. Ling Xiao asked, then who knows about it? The young disciple suddenly choked up. Xiong was usually not someone who loved to investigate things thoroughly, but thinking about the teacher's warning, he decided to hide it. Seeing that he wouldn't say anything, Ling Xiao didn't ask again. The disciple immediately sighed in relief, and fled away. If he were to say something again, he'd definitely spill the beans. Not long after, everyone had finished transferring back, they destroyed the small transmission circle. After that, everyone went away from Wanmang Yuan. When Ling Xiao and XiaoMo were just about to go back, they saw Luo Shui, along with the disciples from Qingcheng sect, leaving in a hurry. Their expressions appeared to be very anxious, and they didn't even say any greetings. Lin Xiao. Just then, Lei Ju's master came over and called Ling Xiao, and talked to him in an unusually polite manner. There is a big problem in the Tan Xin sect. The Grand Master asked you to come back with me at once. Let's go back now. He didn't deliberately urge him, and without sarcasm in his words. This kind of manner made Xiaolong look so fake, that even made XiaoMo suspicious, not to mention Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, let's go, be it. Then he took XiaoMo's hand, prepared to go together. Wait. Xiaolong suddenly opened his mouth and called them. When they looked at him, he explained, this time, we have to go back immediately to Wushuang Mountain, and we don't intend to stop halfway because it is urgent. Your junior shouldn't come back with you. Let him go back with the people from the same division. Their destination is the same anyway. Ling Xiao paused, and then raised the corner of his lips, that's fine. Then Xiao Shisu, please wait for me a little. Unexpectedly, Xiaolong didn't make it difficult for him, and just let him go. Lei Ju saw his leaving figure from behind, looking somewhat dissatisfied, and said, Shifu, why did you let Lin Xiao go? He bullied me in Paradise Realm. Xiaolong sneered, don't worry, he won't be able to keep his cockiness for too long. Although Lei Ju didn't know what had happened, he knew his Shifu couldn't be wrong, so he became happy. On the other side, Ling Xiao handed XiaoMo to Fong Chenlo and Fu Zilin. When both of them came closer, the poison flood dragon that always lazed around on Fong Chenlo's shoulder suddenly behaved like it was afraid of something. However, because it was too small, there were not many people who realized it. However, because Fong Chenlu had become his contractor, he realized it. Before he even opened his mouth, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo had arrived in front of them. Ling Xiao said, Fong Chenlu, please take care of Yushidi. Fong Chenlu was surprised that he handed XiaoMo to him, but nodded anyway, don't worry, I am his Deshir Xiong, of course I will take care of him. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, and went away. When he looked at his back, XiaoMo wanted to say something, but stopped. He felt that there was something weird about the whole situation. The pressure of the atmosphere around the people became vicious. T/N. Shirshu equals uncle in teacher-master form. Disciples call masters other than their own master as uncle. Deshir Xiong, the eldest senior brother / the first to become the disciple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188. Zhou Peng's Incident. By the time XiaoMo was just about to climb the winged bird, Xiaolong had already flown away. Fong Chenlo, who was beside him, patted his shoulder, signaling him to sit down because the winged bird was about to fly. Although it was impossible to get information from other people, the one who picked them up at the summit was XiaoMo's fourth Shiji, Nan Gonging. When they asked, although Nan Gonging was hesitant, she still told them anyway. Actually, something big had happened at the Tian Xin sect. A month ago, all the major forces and the demons had been in constant dispute. Both sides had many casualties. The bad relationship had continued to get worse, but not that long ago, just around half a month after they entered the Paradise Realm. The Tian Xin sect dispatched several armies against the demons' attack, only to be caught in a surprise attack by the demons and were totally annihilated. Among these people, there was Xiaolong's best disciple, Wang Yufei. He was the one who mocked XiaoMo at the library because of the Lei Ju's incident. Actually, the demons' attack toward the Tian Xin sect was something that they had expected. But the problem was that the Tian Xin sect's armies were something that was temporarily because of the conditions. They still hadn't fixed any schedules yet for the shift changes, and it changed almost every day. Somehow the demons looked like they knew when and where the shift changed. Not only did they manage to sneak into the Tian Xin sect's territories, they also managed to kill 2 patrols. When he found out about this matter, the Grand Master became furious and ordered the matter to be investigated thoroughly. To be able to know the exact time and place clearly, there were only two possibilities. One was that there was a spy from the demon's side hiding inside Tian sect. Second was someone was working together with the demons, and that's how the information leaked out. And thus, Tang Fan gathered all the people who knew this information and investigated them one by one. In the end, they found a suspect. That person was Zhou Pang, Ling Xiao's closest junior. Actually, there was no clear evidence about Zhou Pang teaming up with the demons. He couldn't tell them his whereabouts that day, and no one could give any testimony for his alibi, so he became the suspect, and was put on death row by the Tian sect. As to why they took Ling Xiao, that was because Zhou Peng and Ling Xiao's relationship was as close as brothers, and Zhou Peng usually obeys Ling Xiao's words. Moreover, Ling Xiao's behavior for the past year was very unusual. So the Grand Master suspected there was something wrong with him, and asked Xiaolong to bring him back to the Tian sect. XiaoMo became speechless. You can arrest people without evidence? Tang Fan clearly wanted to control Ling Xiao, so he took this opportunity to make Ling Xiao become powerless. Nan Gonging was actually really puzzled too. Lin Xiao is the Grand Master's top student. He's powerful, kind towards people. All disciples, whether it's junior or senior, put their trust in him. You could even say that he had the possibility to become the Grand Master's successor. Usually, the Grand Master should have had a proper investigation done before ordering people to take Lin Xiao back. His way was not the proper way to treat the future heir. Then again, no one could ever guess what was inside the Grand Master's head, so even if they puzzled over his actions, the most they can do was just observe from the side. Anyway, I believe Lin Xiao should be okay. We just have to wait for him. The Grand Master might release him in 2 days. Fang Chenlu said while looking at XiaoMo. He obviously said this to relieve XiaoMo, because he assumed XiaoMo would be very worried about Ling Xiao. In fact, XiaoMo never worried about him. On the contrary, he only hoped that this matter won't become serious, or else it would be over, especially if they ended up provoking Ling Xiao. On the third day the sun began to rise. They finally arrived at the summit. Due to the demon's attack, the atmosphere at the summit was much more oppressive compared to a month ago. When the 5 of them got to the summit, they received so much attention from all disciples. Actually, there was one more disciple that should have been there, and that person was Zhao Zhang's nephew. Unfortunately, his luck was not as good and he had died in the Paradise Realm's territory. Fang Chenlo, while leading his juniors, walked towards Kongwen. Shifu, your disciples have come back. Kongwen showed a comforting smile, his gaze falling towards the poisonous flood dragon which was on Fang Chenlo's shoulder. As expected of my disciple. The poisonous flood dragon is not a normal mid-level demon beast. Pretty good, pretty good. Shifu didn't raise you as my disciple all these years for nothing. And Zilin, even though you only got a contract with level 6 demon beast, it's better than nothing. Please continue to work hard. He talked while looking at Fu Zilin. This second disciple of his, although he didn't really like his cold demeanor, he had the skill that could only be found 1 in 100. That made him proud. The level 6 demon beast that he talked about is the Dead Soul Beast, which was on top of Fu Zilin's shoulder. This Dead Soul Beast is a high-level ancient demon beast, and there were no records about it in the library scrolls. Besides, it concealed itself on purpose, so even Kongwen couldn't recognize it. After that, Kongwen called the other 2 elder disciples over. Their luck was not as good as Fang Chenlu and Fu Zilin, each of them only able to obtain a level 4 and level 5 demon beast. Other than the demon beasts, some people got many spirit grasses in the Paradise Realm, especially Fang Chenlu. He contracted with the demon beast quite early. The poisonous flood dragon was a beast that guarded many spirit grasses. Since these kind of things were done individually, no one had to seek permission. There were 5 people, but he only called and praised 4 people. Kongwen left out XiaoMo, either consciously or unconsciously. Fang Chenlo, who didn't seem to realize it, used all of his strength to bring out XiaoMo, who was hiding in the crowd, to the front. He happily said, "Shifu, there's still XiaoMo. He is the same as Zealand, he contracted a level 6 blue-blooded wolf at the Paradise Realm." Kongwen's smiling face immediately shrank. He answered drily and didn't say anything after that, as if he'd lose something if he said more. Before this, even if he didn't really like XiaoMo, he wouldn't obviously show it, but now he did it in front of a lot of people. Fu Zilin, who usually doesn't really talk, softly said, "Shifu, you don't feel happy for Yushidi?" Kongwen took one look and immediately choked on his words. He breathed in quickly, and then gazed at his two students' faces, said, "Of course not, as a teacher, I'm really happy for him." Fu Zilin nodded, "That's good, then. I'm also happy for him." Kongwen stared at XiaoMo, drily laughing. Who is possessing second Xixiang right now? This made him extremely unhappy. Kongwen became angry at his two disciples. He didn't say anything again, and just found an excuse to leave. After Kongwen left, XiaoMo immediately felt that the pressure had reduced a lot. He left after he talked with the other disciples. As soon as he arrived in his room, he went to his bed and quickly fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. During the whole month in the Paradise Realm, he didn't get decent sleep. He slept through the whole day until the next morning, and felt refreshed after he woke up. Just when he opened the door, he ran into Yang Yi, who lived next door. Yang Yi was the same as ever, still loving to gossip with his talkative mouth. If he stopped gossiping for one day, he would feel uneasy, and to think that his practice was still progressing well while he gossiped. It was good to have a senior who loved to gossip. He could ask him about everything happened that he didn't know. The news about Tang Yunqi's death in Paradise Realm had become an uproar in no less than a day. However, because she did so many evil deeds while she was still alive, many people didn't really like her. So the people who secretly took joy in the calamity and delighted in the disaster, T/N, to rejoice in other people's misfortune, were quite a lot. Tang Fan demanded that they investigate it thoroughly. But after much discussion, most people believed that the murderer was most likely from the Qingcheng sect. The Qingcheng sect and the Tianxian sect hated each other. Besides, the only one who wasn't afraid of the Tianxian sect was the Qingcheng sect. Other factions, although they wanted to kill her to take her treasure, they still had to consider the one who was backing up Tang Yunqi. So even though they said that they wanted to investigate thoroughly, in fact they had already determined that the Qingcheng sect was the one who had murdered Tang Yunqi. According to the most reliable information, Tang Fan had already given an order to not hold back the next time they ran into any Qingcheng sect disciples. But XiaoMo didn't care about any of that information, he only cared about Ling Xiao's matter. When Yang Yi heard him question about Ling Xiao, he wasn't surprised, but he looked at him apologetically. "Actually, myself don't know anything regarding Lin Xiao. This matter is in the Tianxian sect's classified information. No matter how much I asked, they won't tell me anything. But if it is you who wants to know what happened with the person who is the strongest after Lin Xiao, I can give it to you." XiaoMo thought about it for a minute, and then asked, "That Zhou Peng?" Yang Yi was surprised, immediately looking around to check, and when he was sure that no one was around, he whispered, "Yushidi, regarding Zhou Peng's matter, please keep it a secret. The Grand Master already gave an order to forbid anyone from talking about this matter." XiaoMo was surprised. "Why is that?" Yang Yi whispered, "You still asked why?" Grand Master and the others apparently have already determined that Zhou Peng was the one who worked together with the demons. I heard that the Grand Master has already decided to expel Zhou Peng, but... XiaoMo's eyes widened. "What do you mean by decided?" Yang Yi sighed and said, "I mean it as it is. I feel that Zhou Xixiang is really pitiful." Although he was not familiar with Zhou Peng, but he had heard many things about Zhou Peng. He is a straightforward and tough guy, generous, and never speaks arrogantly. There was no way that this kind of person could work together with demons. Furthermore, working together with the demons wouldn't give him any benefits. Even he could guess it, how could the Grand Master not? Moreover, Zhou Peng is his disciple. Now he even dealt with his two most outstanding disciples. They really couldn't guess what was inside the Grand Master's head. XiaoMo reluctantly shook his head. No matter how he thought about it, actually Tang Fan wasn't clever enough. The demon and the human conflicts were getting more serious each day, and on top of that, they still had issues with their relationship with the Qingcheng sect. The war between these two sects could break out at any time, yet he still detained his own disciples during this crucial time. Was he not afraid that other people would object him? After Yang Yi left, XiaoMo went to the dining hall. He realized the seniors and juniors who weren't that close to him during peaceful times were now acting cold towards him, some even avoiding him. How puzzling. Even though he didn't know why, he preferred it this way. When he went back to his room, he ran into Zhao Dazhu, who was looking for him. Zhao Dazhou actually had come yesterday, but XiaoMo was sleeping. Knowing that he must be tired, he didn't disturb him and just went away. He just came and went away by himself, even Yang Yi didn't know about it. Zhao Dazhou apparently had heard about how Kongwen treated him yesterday. He looked at him up and down in a glacé, and carefully asked, "Seventh Shitty, are you okay?" XiaoMo raised his eyebrow and looked at him. "What's wrong with me?" Zhao Dazhou thought that it seemed that he didn't lie, instantly sighing in relief. "If you think that there's nothing wrong, then it's okay." "All right, I've heard about Lin Xiao. You don't have to worry, Lin Xiao is very outstanding, and he has large potential. The Grand Master won't make things difficult for him. Why did you guys think that I'd be worried about him?" XiaoMo became depressed. If they heard this tone, it would look like he was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to sleep or eat. Even heaven knows that that guy is tough. That kind of guy doesn't need his little mage to worry about him. But of course, he couldn't say it out loud. When he looked at him, XiaoMo suddenly remembered one thing. "Fifth Xixian, please come with me, I have something for you." Zhao Dazhou suddenly realized that they were still standing outside his room, but he was very curious about what XiaoMo had for him, so he followed him inside. XiaoMo turned towards him and said, "Please wait here for a while." After he said that, he went behind the changing screen. When he was sure that Zhao Dazhou wasn't peeking, he secretly took out the small six-winged divine tiger demon beast from his space. The little six-winged divine tiger opened its eyes, both of its paws holding its mother's condensed spirit, and looked at him rather dazed. XiaoMo immediately looked at this Meng face that was still covered in blood. This small fellow was too cute. Although he hated to part with it, but beside this little one, XiaoMo had no other choice to pick. Zhao Dazhou wondered what took him so long, and then he saw him coming out from the screen. Just when he was about to talk, attracting his attention was the small demon beast. "Seventh Shitty, this is, XiaoMo carried the six-winged divine tiger demon beast in front of him, excitedly saying, "Didn't you ask me to help you find a demon beast the other day? I found this to give it to you. How is it? Cute, isn't it?" Zhao Dazhou gaped, too speechless, and only said, "nah star." He had long forgotten about that. At that time, although he had asked XiaoMo to find him a demon beast, he didn't really say it seriously, and he didn't think that he would really find one. Moreover, he never saw this type of demon beast species. After the long silence, Zhao Dazhou finally couldn't help but ask him with trembling lips, "Seventh Shitty, is this demon beast really for me?" XiaoMo nodded, "Really?" Zhao Dazhou, "Really? XiaoMo nodded again, and said patiently, Really? Zhao Dazhou, really? XiaoMo. T/N, Meng equals Mo, in Japanese. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189. The Ruse of Self-Injury. After XiaoMo repeated it so many times, Zhao Dazhou finally believed him. Zhao Dazhou was giggling hey while holding this six-winged divine tiger. He always thought that the possibility of him having a demon beast would be after a few hundred years. For that opportunity to happen, he was to become a level 6 or level 7 mage before his father would let him to do as he pleased, and then, he and his fellow disciples would leave the Tian Xian sect to go on an expedition. After that, he would finally be able to make a contract with his first demon beast, so it was totally unexpected for him that his seventh shitty would give him this demon beast. After he finished giggling for a long time, Xiao Dazhou suddenly thought of a question. He put both of his hands under the little six-winged divine tiger's arm, looking at the confused little demon beast, and asked, "Seventh shitty, what is this little demon beast species? Is it a low rank or a middle rank?" XiaoMo said without hesitation, "Isn't it supposed to be a high-level demon beast?" He even said low level. Does he look like the type that would use a low-level demon beast to impress his senior? Xiao Dazhou laughed at him, not believing his words. "You have a small body, how would you even manage to capture a high-level demon beast so easily? Don't think that I know nothing. If this little demon beast is a species that was just born not too long ago, its parents would definitely be by its side." What he said was right, but... XiaoMo shrugged and said, "But it really is a high-level demon beast, Ha ha. I was only..." Xiao Dazhou wasn't really clear about what he said, so after he laughed halfway, he stopped suddenly. He immediately turned his head so fast, it made XiaoMo think that his head would come off, and then stared at him with wide eyes. "What did you just say?" XiaoMo repeated patiently, "I just said, it is a high-level demon beast." Xiao Dazhou immediately shook his head. "It's wrong, you didn't say it like that before." XiaoMo, where did I say it wrong? Xiao Dazhou said, "Just a moment ago, you clearly said, but it really is a high-level demon beast, I absolutely didn't mishear that." XiaoMo, you deliberately want to find a fault, don't you? Xiao Dazhou didn't notice his expression. He just stared at the little six-winged divine tiger that he was holding, hardly believing it, and said, "Seventh shitty, how did you get this high-level demon beast while no one else found it?" XiaoMo expected that he would ask about that, so he already prepared the excuse to answer him. "At the Paradise Realm, I encountered two demon beasts that were fighting intensely, then they both died, leaving only this little demon beast, so I just brought it with me." Xiao Dazhou showed a complicated emotion while looking at him, and said, "Your luck is really great." XiaoMo laughed, "Now this luck is yours. Xiao Dazhou became silent for a while, and then opened his mouth and said, "I heard you contracted with a level 8 blue-blooded wolf. Why didn't you take this high-level demon beast for yourself?" XiaoMo became awkward. What should he tell him? That he actually didn't get Paiqiu at the Paradise Realm? After he quickly thought of a reason, he explained, "This little demon beast was born less than a month ago. Even if I took a contract with it, it hardly has any use to me for the time being. It is not as good as the blue-blooded wolf that can fight. You might not know, but I found many mature magic herbs thanks to this blue-blooded wolf. Matured magic herbs and the ones that were still growing were two different things. If he didn't say that they were matured magic herbs, people would find out and come up to him, asking whether he had a field to grow those magic herbs." Xiao Dazhou looked at him with half-believing eyes, watching him for a while until he believed that he didn't lie, and then he admiringly fondled the little six-winged divine tiger's soft fur. "Since you say it like that, then I should accept it." "Oh right, the thing that's on top of his claw, is it its parent's concentrated spirit?" He had noticed it since before. The little demon beast had been holding the concentrated spirit tightly with its two paws. XiaoMo nodded. "That is its mother's concentrated spirit. If it can absorb this concentrated spirit, its early stage of cultivation should be higher than other demon beasts of its kind. By the way, you shouldn't let other people know about this demon beast, by all means." Xiao Dazhou said, "Don't worry, I know what I have to do." Since this little demon beast was too rare, XiaoMo let him form a contract in his room because he had the experience of forming a contract several times. He could then guide him. Although the little demon beast is a high-level demon beast, its spirituality hasn't developed yet. So even though the aura of a high-level demon beast gives off an unusual pressure, for Xiao Dazhou, who's already a third-level mage, it was not a big problem at all. Half an hour later, the contract was finally finished. Xiao Dazhou and the small demon beast's bond is a life contract, so it takes longer, and they stayed for a while before leaving. After sending Xiao Dazhou off, XiaoMo tidied up his room briefly, and then he went into his dimensional space. He already planted the magic herbs near he got at the Paradise Realm. In fact, most of them were qixing herbs, and it has the ability to produce around 100 seeds. Now that most of the seeds had fallen off, both of the qixing yin-xiang insects were flying happily around the magic herb field. XiaoMo walked towards the lakeside and looked around. Aside from Xiao and Xiao, who don't really like water, the other two are at the lake playing around. He couldn't help but getting a headache. Come to think of it, the real reason he formed a contract with these demon beasts was so that he could get them help him from time to time, such as watering the magic herbs with the diluted spirit water and gathering the seeds. The magic herb seeds that he planted grew up at an incredible speed, and there were many of them. If he didn't gather them for a while, it would pile up. He originally thought that these guys would help, but they were just lazing around. XiaoMo walked over, looking at Xiao and Xiao who were lazing around, and then said to the two of them who were at the lake, Xiao, didn't I ask you to help me pick up the seeds? Why are both of you swimming in the lake instead? Xiao turned into a ruthless, beautiful young boy. He rarely spoke and he often ignored him, just like now. Even though he heard his words, he didn't care, and just hid in the water. Xiao was better. He emerged from the lake, showing his white and tender face that looked like steamed buns, naively said, Xiao and Xiao said that it is your business, it has nothing to do with us. Xiaomo's delicate and pretty face suddenly darkened. Xiao splashed out from the water, staring at his face, and said, Idiot, do you want to get spanked? Xiao got scared, and immediately dived into the water. XiaoMo became angry. No matter what anyone said, he was the one who raised Xiao until he grew up. Although it was only for a few months, he already considered Xiao as his own family. He didn't expect that Xiao would deceive Xiao. There were many magic herb seeds, and he usually was busy, so he didn't have time to collect it. Even if he asked them to help, it was a task that wouldn't take too much time. They played water, slept, and lazed around in the space, yet they didn't have time to help him pick up the seeds? He didn't know why, but XiaoMo suddenly felt so irritated. As if responding to his feeling, the space that was peaceful before suddenly blew a strong wind. The blue sky turned dark and thundered instantly, along with lightning that lit over half of the sky. The gloomy space suddenly became oppressive. This phenomenon immediately woke Xiao and Xiao who were taking a nap at the lakeside. Xiao and Xiao who were inside the water also came out from the water, going back to the lakeside, and looking at the sky along with Xiao. They guessed that it had some connection with XiaoMo's body. XiaoMo didn't realize it at first, he only started to realize it after there were few lightning sounds. His irritable mood suddenly turned into a scared one. He looked around blankly, everything around him was blown upside down. After a while he suddenly remembered and he ran towards the magic herb field, and after he saw that all magic herbs were planted securely on the field, he suddenly relieved. The four beasts didn't say anything, but they could vaguely guess what happened. Xiao looked at his master's figure from behind, and then looked at Xiao, and Xiao. He then shook his body of the water drops, then his two little legs ran off towards his master. Master, I'll come to help you. XiaoMo turned back to see the Xiao hurried to come to his side. Compared to the time he couldn't walk after transforming, this was really an improvement. He can't help but laugh. Xiao is a good kid. I didn't spend the several thousand of gold coin to buy you mutton for nothing. Xiao grinned instantly, revealing 2 rows of baby teeth. His spirituality formed early, so he knew that his master was really good to him. Both of the master and servant looked at each other and giggled for a moment, and then began picking up the seeds. Both of them worked together continuously, each of them carried a magic bag and each worked on one block of the magic herb field. No matter if the seeds were good or bad, they put it into the bag. The mood was so comfortable, as if nobody could get in between them. When XiaoMo was just about to pick up a seed, he suddenly felt that there were 3 more breaths. He turned his head to one side and saw that the cold-faced Xiao was squatting on the magic herb field beside him. One of his hands was holding the magic bag, while the other hand was picking up the seeds that fell on the ground. In front of him was Xiao's lazy figure and Xiao's silent figure. He took a glance and then withdrew his gaze, bowing his head, the corner of his mouth slowly curving up. What a bunch of awkward guys, made him have to use this self-injury ruse. However, the change in the space was really unexpected. He himself didn't realize it, but the space changing to follow his mood was greatly beyond his expectations. T/N, Xixing herb, previously translated as 7-star herb. Xixing Yuxiang insect, previously translated 7-star hidden fragrance insect. The 7-star here is an astronomical term, not as in the ranking system. Thus we will keep its name in Chinese, in order not to confuse with the other one. Since this beast will play an important role later on, we decided to change it now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190. Death Prison. After that day, XiaoMo didn't have to worry about picking up magic herb seeds any longer. Because of his self-injury ruse, Xiao led the other 4 demon beasts to initially help pick up the seeds that fell in the magic herb fields. Furthermore, they even started to help water them with spirit water. XiaoMo wrote down all the kinds of magic herbs he had, how frequent they should water them, and when they would mature, then pasted it on the board. So if they found something they didn't understand, they could just look at it and they didn't have to look for him. After he finished, he felt that he was so clever. Led by Xiao, not including Paiqiu, all 3 of them feel that they've been deceived. Ever since they helped to collect the seeds, XiaoMo handed them this task. It was originally his task, but now it was all their tasks. Even though they knew they'd been deceived, they still complete it. Otherwise, if XiaoMo became unhappy, the thunder would be waiting for those who lived in the space. In the blink of eye, it had been half a month since they came back to the Tianxi insect. Although it looked like the breeze was still, and the waves quiet, T/N, tranquil environment, everybody could feel it, whether it was the Tianxi insect or the other sects, their relationships were reaching the limit. The relation between the Tianxi insect and the Qingcheng sect is the most vulnerable. But the Grand Masters from both sides were not just leaders by name, they already had problems with constant disputes between the human practitioners and the demons. If they were still killing each other, then the demons would just take advantage of it. On top of everything, a serious thing had happened a few days ago. It was related to the people from Xingluo. Rumors said the people from Xingluo were working together with the demons. The reason was that when the Paradise Realm had only been open for 5 days, at the Wangling Cave, beside Xiaoxi's group, everyone had been killed mercilessly. There were also 5 unidentified bodies. Later people found out those bodies belonged to those who hate practitioners deeply. Demons. From the traces of the fights at the crime scene, it looked like the people from Xingluo worked together with the demons to fight their enemies. But these were not the reasons they doubted whether the Xingluo sect was working together with the demons or not. The real reason was that there was a practitioner who came with them to the Paradise Realm, and he made a contract with a demon beast. That demon beast said that before they made a contract, it saw some people from the Xingluo sect walking together with an extravagant person, and then they killed the people from the Xiao sect. As for how they died, and who killed them, the demon beast didn't see it, because it was blown away by a powerful force. This really was the biggest news. For one of the big sects to join forces with the demons, it was disastrous. For a while, apart from the people from the Xingluo sect, they temporarily compromised to set aside the prejudices between the Qingcheng sect and the Tianxi sect, and they formed an alliance to oppose the Xingluo sect. The result was that the master from the Xingluo sect, Shintu Dao, was forced to come out from his seclusion. Shintu Dao stated that the people from the Xingluo sect absolutely never worked together with the demons, and that everything was framed by that practitioner. For a mere independent practitioner, who doesn't have any backup to protect him, and who is without any resentment towards the Xingluo sect, would he just suddenly frame the Xingluo sect? This argument didn't make any sense. Not long after, the elder from the Xingluo sect explained that the said practitioner once had a conflict with the disciples from their bamboo group, and then he held a grudge long enough to frame the Xingluo sect. He even brought a witness. At first, some people believed it because after they checked it out, that practitioner really did have some grudges against the disciples from the Xing Luo sect. But not long after, this lie was revealed. To confront the accusation towards the Xing Luo sect, Shen Tudao of course couldn't let him off the hook, and thus sent people to hunt him down. Fortunately, that practitioner's demon beast has the ability to conceal their breath, so he didn't get caught. Later, when that practitioner was driven into the corner, he ran into the Qingcheng sect and made an oath in front of many people, then he disappeared. Because of that oath, the people who half believed and half doubted him, finally believed him. Led by the Qingcheng sect and the Tian sect, both big sects forced Shen Tudao to take an oath. If Xing Luo sect really didn't join forces with demons, then he should take an oath. Of course Shen Tudao couldn't take an oath, so it meant that the Xing Luo sect really was working together with the demons. Working together with the demons meant that they had betrayed humankind. This round of events, even the notably cunning person like Shen Tudao wouldn't expect that things would develop like this. Ultimately, the Tian sect worked together with several other sects to oppose the Xing Luo sect. In less than half a month, the situation had changed dramatically. Now, several forces were discussing how to deal with the Xing Luo sect. Shen Tudao's strength is at the emperor level. Luo Changyuan and Tang Fan have to participate. After Tang Fan left, the matter about Ling Xiao and Zhou Ping were set aside for the time being. XiaoMo got all the news from Yan Yi. Before, XiaoMo didn't understand why Tang Fan didn't release Ling Xiao and Zhou Ping, even though it was already late. Now he knew that things had changed. Later, he asked around where the death prison's location was. Everything comes to the person who waits. He finally found him. The Tian sect's death prison has a long history. It's located at Wanyi Forest, behind the Tian sect's mountain, but was heavily guarded. The guards were silver armor guard, and they all were star-level guards protecting the place. Besides, there was a barrier surrounding the Wanyi Forest. If you touch it, the silver armor guards would come. The death prison was heavily guarded because they put all the prisoners inside, from way long ago until now. There were the Tian sect's traitors, moles who spied on the Tian sect, some famous villains, and so on. Up until now, the people inside had reached a large number, so it was necessary to keep many guards outside. Not only that, there was the Tian sect's elder who was very famous a long time ago. At this time, from the inside of the endless darkness, there was a flicker of fire, continuously giving out a sound, a very heart-wrenching one. That was a sound of grieving anguish, followed by the sound of beating. The painful sound becomes louder and louder, but as time goes by, the sound becomes numb. This is the current situation of the death prison, the hidden world that resides beyond the Wanyi Forest, while at the same time, it's a world that looks like purgatory. Just by staying at the death prison for a day, anyone could become insane. It is said that even when your good friend was standing in front of you, you wouldn't be able to recognize them. Asterisk kata kata asterisk, light footsteps could be heard, coming from the death row entrance. There was a light coming out of the flame, and the reek of fresh blood perforated the air. It smelled salty and humid. Soon it spread to the tip of the nose, enough to turn a normal person's expression into a frightened one in an instant. Instead, there wasn't any slight of reaction. A slow step coming out from upstairs, drips of blood flowing down from the edge of his feet. From the side of the river of blood, there was a mountain of bones piling up, and these bones looked fresh. The bones still had some residual flesh, hundreds of them were piling up alongside the river of blood. If it wasn't at the death prison's underground, which was dim enough to limit one's vision, anyone will be scared to death just by a glance. However, the man looked at the piles of bones at his side as if it was nothing, and continued to walk until he reached the end of the river blood. As far as I could see, the death prison was dyed in a deep red color. The iron bars looked as if they were burned by a mortar. Each was scorching hot, enough to burn and tear down the flesh and blood. Inside this prison, locked individually, people were bound to change beyond recognition. No one could see the appearance of a single person. From inside the cells, several people looked at the man who was walking in front of them. Among them, there was an old man who has a distorted look and suddenly dashed out. Both hands held the iron bars tightly. He wasn't afraid of the pain from the burning irons, and uttered a mournful scream, "Tangjin, you demon. Just wait until the day where you and Tang Fan die mercilessly." Hee hee, the man laughed softly, stopping in front of the old man's cell. He turned around to see the old man, showing a cheerful expression with a hidden joyful smile. "Old man, it seems like your life will only last for a few more days, soon it'll be your turn." After saying that, he ignored the old man and continued to walk. 15 minutes later, he reached to the end of the cells. The few cells at the end were built differently from the front ones. These rooms don't have hot iron bars, instead, the surfaces used a black spar. Although it looked like an ordinary thing, the black spar can suppress practitioners greatly. Inside here, they couldn't use any of their power. The man walked by, and stopped at the last two rooms. He turned his body and looked at the dark cells on his right side. There was a silhouette of a slender figure that seemed to become one with the darkness. That man stared at the person inside, and smiled. "Lin Shiji, how do you feel, confined for half a month?" The owner of that slender figure walked out of the darkness. Surprisingly, it was the one XiaoMo hadn't seen in the last half-month, Ling Xiao. Although he was imprisoned, there wasn't a hint that he had any difficulties. On the contrary, he still had the aura of elegance, just like a handsome and refined noble son. Looking at his hypocrisy, he pondered for a while, and nodded, "I'm fine." The man thought that he was only boasting, and said, "Lin Xiao, your qualifications are excellent, you'll make an excellent successor. It's a pity that my eldest brother doesn't want a rebellious disciple. You surely know what kind of place death prison is. If you enter here, you won't be able to go out for the rest of your life. T/N. Shiji, please look at our post for honorifics." Ling Xiao said, "I indeed didn't think that the Tian Xin sect, although it looks like a prestigious sect from the outside, unexpectedly did these kind of things from behind. Are you not afraid that if this information were to leak out, it would damage Tian Xin sect's reputation?" The man was laughing *he star. "You don't have to worry about this. Ever since the death prison was established, nobody has escaped and gotten out of this prison." Ling Xiao answered back, "Don't be so sure about that." The man said, "I can prove whether I was only bluffing or not to you. Next time, it will be your and Zoshidi's turn. Enjoy your last few days." After saying that, he went away, and it soon became dark again after his figure disappeared. The black-colored cells soon become silent and grim again. Suddenly, there was a soft voice coming out from inside the darkness. From inside the cell in front of him, Zhou Pang, whose voice were choked with sobs and full of desperation, said, "Xiong, I'm really sorry. If I wasn't being so stupid, you wouldn't be dragged into this and taken to the death prison with me." Ling Xiao smiled, and suddenly said, "Joshidi, I already said this before, but this isn't your fault. Tang Fan was already dissatisfied with me before this, and you're the closest to me during normal times, so it's natural for him to put his hand on you. Actually, I was the one who dragged you into this. You don't have to blame yourself anymore, you should just think about how to escape from this place instead. Xiong, you don't have to comfort me anymore, my heart has understood this matter clearly." Zhou Peng said while shaking his head. He thought Xiong said that because he wanted him to stop blaming himself. Ling Xiao laughed while scolding him, "Who want to comfort you? Don't tell me you didn't believe my words?" Zhou Peng choked back a sob. He couldn't explain it properly and could only make a ** sound. Ling Xiao said, "Joshidi, if one day, you found out that I wasn't the Xiong that you knew, would you regret doing all these things for me?" He finally asked him about this. Zhou Peng was suddenly stunned. After a while he became silent, and then he shook his head firmly, "I won't." Ling Xiao asked, "Why?" Zhou Peng hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Actually, I feel that the you right now has become much more humane. The you before, although you appeared to be kind to everyone, I feel that you still distanced yourself at one point. Although you understand them, you didn't believe anyone, you only believed in yourself, and you never opened your heart to me. To tell you the truth, I used to feel uncomfortable before, because you always used the similar tone to order as it should be by rights, T/N, proper and to be expected as a matter of course, to let me help you do things. But I feel that the you right now has changed a lot. You have become much more cheerful, you can share lots of things with me, and you even helped me improve myself. Although it was completely dark, Ling Xiao clearly saw in a split second that his face didn't show any sign that he was nervous or any kind of unnatural expression. Upon hearing his reasoning, he couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time for him to hear from other people that he was sociable and cheerful. He laughed really hard. It was killing him. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao never thought that Zhou Peng could see clearly through everyone, and he always thought about so many things deep inside his heart even though he never said it. He really couldn't hold it back. Since Zhou Shidi really believes me, then I shall reward you with a huge gift. Just when he finished this sentence, the old man at the cell next to Ling Xiao suddenly made a sound. Little brothers, do you have any interest in making a deal with me? T/N. Please look at our post regarding the honorifics for the following honorifics. Shidi. Disher Xion. Note from Addis. Sorry for the split chapter of 190. I accidentally released it without realizing it wasn't finished due to the increased word length. So that is why you have a split chapter and also why this second half is so short. Please forgive me. We will try to get chapter 191 out as soon as possible. However, our translator Yuan Yulin is going to be going on vacation in a couple of days and will not be able to translate while she is away. She is trying her hardest to stock up as many chapters as she can before she leaves, but there is no guarantee that we will be able to release one chapter every other day like we have been doing. Sorry for any inconveniences this causes. May our works always bring a smile to your face and laughter to brighten your soul. Until next time. Exiled Rebel Scanlations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191. Secrets and the Transmitter Stone. Tangjin is Tang Fan's biological little brother. There is only a 5 years difference between them. During their younger days, you could say that both of them were the most talented people in the Tian Xin sect. During Grand Master Yu's reign, they caught his attention, and he personally trained them. At that time, many people were guessing around to who would succeed the Grand Master, because both brothers were the best in the last 3 generations. Everyday people would discuss who was better between Tang Fan and Tangjin. Some people even believed that they would end up against each other. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectation, because Grand Master Yu had an accident. Grand Master Yu's strength was at spiritual level 7 star rank, and he almost had a breakthrough into Emperor level. But when he went out to do some work, he and other elder disciples encountered the demon's attack and died. Losing a spiritual level 7 star rank, and a Grand Master to boot, was a really big blow for the Tian Xin sect. Luckily, according to the Tian Xin sect's inside information, there weren't any other forces that were involved in this accident. During the critical moment, there was a great elder protecting the Tian Xin sect using his enormous strength. He had incredible strength, and he fought back those who tried to provoke them. A country should not be without a ruler even if it's just for a day, and that included the Tian Xin sect. Later, that great elder became the one who made the decisions and arranged a new grandmaster. The candidates were Tang Fan and Tangjin. Because of their good characters, innate talents that could only be found 1 in 100, and the fact that they were hard-working practitioners, this made them the best candidates to become a grandmaster. But if there were 2 candidates, of course they should compete with each other. But the day before the competition, Tangjin decided to withdraw, giving up the position of Grandmaster to his big brother, Tang Fan, and voluntarily went to protect Tian Xin sect's death prison. Nobody knew the reason he decided to withdraw, and the only thing they knew was from then on, Tang Fan had become the Grand Master for several hundred years. This matter wasn't really a secret, because all the predecessors who from the same period as Tang Fan, those from a few hundreds years ago, knew about this. Yang Yi only had to ask a little to know the story roughly. A little brother who could sacrifice himself for his brother's future. In the whole continent of Longxiang, if there was somebody who could believe Tang Fan unconditionally, it was only his little brother Tangjin. After he heard about this from Yang Yi, XiaoMo felt that there was something wrong. Tangjin gave up the Grand Master's position to Tang Fan. It means that the two brothers' relationship was very good. But then again, Tangjin didn't really have to protect the death prison. Staying in the death prison for too long would make you develop neuroticism. Furthermore, it wouldn't be any help for a practitioner. The air at that place was very heavy. If the practitioner was not strong enough, the odds of being possessed by a devil was very high. So if their relationship was really good, Tang Fan should have called Tangjin back after he succeeded the Grand Master title. But not only did he not do it, he ignored it for a few hundred years. Could it be that there was a special place at the death prison? XiaoMo really wanted to go to Ani Forest and take a look, but the guards there are exceptionally strict. He might even get caught before he went near it. He asked Xiao, but Xiao simply rolled his eyes and said that he would only hinder Ling Xiao if he went there, and just told him to relax. It's not easy for him to worry about Ling Xiao, but once he did, he was told that he would only become a hindrance. Someone is being really arrogant. 3 days later, XiaoMo saw Fang Qinlu, who he hasn't seen for many days. This time, Fang Qinlu didn't look for him to chat around. A month ago, he promised XiaoMo that he would give him some high-level magic herb seeds, and not long ago, a small high-level magic herb field recently dropped some seeds, so he finally had the opportunity to enter the seed house. After he got a hold of the seeds, Fang Qinlu especially came here running to give him the seeds, and after talked a bit, he hurriedly going back. XiaoMo brought the seeds and gave it to Xiao and the others, let them soak the seeds in the spirit water until they became puffed up, set up the magic herb fields, and then planted them in the fields. Because these were high-level magic herb seeds, the growth time for these seeds was much longer, so they needed to prepare them beforehand before they could plant them. In the afternoon, XiaoMo went out from the space, and then he went to meet Zhao Dazhou, who was in a rush looking for him. When Zhao Dazhou saw him, the first thing that he said was, "Seventh Shitty, I'm really sorry." Saying that all of a sudden, XiaoMo didn't know what he meant. After he panted a few times, Zhao Dazhou began to explain, "Last time, didn't you say that I shouldn't let other people know about Meng Meng's existence? I wasn't careful enough, and my dad found out, so I had to tell him about it. Meng Meng is the little six-winged divine tiger." XiaoMo just wondered about what was he going to tell him, but it was actually about this matter. He already expected that Fifth Xixian wouldn't be able to deceive Zhao Shibua, so he already expected that Zhao Shibua would find out. Zhao Dazhou saw his flat expression and couldn't help but be surprised. "Don't tell me you already guessed it?" XiaoMo patted his shoulder and said in an understanding tone, "Fifth Xixian, to tell you the truth, I feel that with your IQ, it's impossible for you to deceive Zhao Shibua." Zhao Dazhou twitched his mouth. "Should I thank you for being so understanding to me?" It sounded like he was praising his father's high IQ, but it clearly means that his own IQ is low. XiaoMo laughed. "You don't have to, Zhao Dazhou rolled his eyes, while keeping his face close to him, but the worries in his heart had finally lifted. He was afraid that XiaoMo would be mad at him. XiaoMo didn't get angry at all. In fact, he felt that it was better for Zhao Shibua to know the truth. Since he is much smarter than Fifth Xixian, he knew that such a treasure shouldn't be exposed to other people, and with his harsh language, he could help but keep the secret, so it would lessen the chance that Meng Meng would be found out. Zhao Dazhou said, "There's still one other thing. Have you heard about Xing Luo's matter?" XiaoMo asked back, "I've heard about it. Why did you ask?" Zhao Dazhou said, "I heard my father say that Grand Master would go to the Yun Canyon tomorrow and meet with other forces, and afterwards they will go looking for the Xing Luo sect. They estimated that this war would last for several days." XiaoMo nodded his head. "I know about this, ah." Zhao Dazhou rolled his eyes and said, "I know you do. What I want to say next is the thing that you don't know. Please listen until I finish talking." XiaoMo rubbed his nose. He felt that recently he received so many eye rolls. Zhao Dazhou said this in the mysterious way, "There is something that you absolutely don't know. Actually, not everybody in Tian Xin sect listens to what the Grandmaster had said. My father said that inside the Tian Xin sect, there is a group of strong people that can't be controlled by the Grand Master, so he really wants to eliminate them as soon as possible. Sadly, their strength is too strong. Unless he breaks them one by one, it would be impossible even for Grandmaster to remove them. XiaoMo thought about it. Don't tell me they used to oppose the Grandmaster to succeed the previous Grandmaster? Zhao Dazhou praised him and said, "You're correct, my father told me. Actually, during the time when the current Grandmaster succeeded the Grandmaster title, there was a hidden story behind this, although it wasn't very clear specifically." XiaoMo wasn't a fool. When he had heard Zhao Dazhou mention his dad a few times, he knew why he told him about this. This kind of matter concerning Tang Fan was an absolute Tian Xin sect secret. You couldn't obtain it just from Yang Yixixiang's gossip. Since Zhao Shibo asked Fifth Xixiang to tell him this, it was clearly his way of thanking him for the high-level little demon beast that he gave to Fifth Xixiang. Zhao Shibo couldn't interfere with Ling Zhao's matter, but the people who opposed Tang Fan could do it, so Zhao Shibo wanted to warn him that he could look for those people. After sending Zhao Dazhou off, XiaoMo stayed inside his room all afternoon. When he got out of his room, apparently he already had some determination. His expression looked firm. The next day, Tang Fan and others left Tian Xin sect for Yin Canyon. The reason he could just left the Tian Xin sects were because the person who temporarily filled in his position was the Great Elder who helped him succeeded the Grand Master position. That Great Elder was already very old, and of course it's been a long time since he handled things, so nobody know how strong he is now. In XiaoMo's space, on the second day Tang Fan left, he gathered up all the Qiu team members to start a secret discussion. "You want me to infiltrate the death prison at Wanyi Forest and look for boss? Only me?" Xiao frowned while looking at him. He doesn't understand this way of thinking. In the end, who's the one who has to listen and do the work? XiaoMo nodded. "I didn't ask you to bring me and look for Ling Xiao, but I want you to help me tell Ling Xiao about that matter. I think we can make use of it. Who knows, maybe we can even get Zhou Peng out." Xiao made a complicated expression while looking at him for a long time, and then looked at Xiao He and the others. Xiao He and the three others who were beside him turned their heads away, not looking at them. The four beasts' reactions immediately made XiaoMo confused. He thought that his plan didn't have any problems. He had confidence in this plan, even just a little, so why did they have those kind of reactions? Besides, it made him feel that somehow they were feeling somewhat guilty. After a while, Xiao made a coughing sound, and then took out a luminous stone from his chest and gave it to him. XiaoMo took the stone. "What is this?" "This whitish stone, the interior has milky white color, it is a very beautiful stone." Xiao's eyes were sparkling, and then said, "This is a transmitter stone." XiaoMo asked, "What is a transmitter stone?" Xiao mumbled, "It can let two people to talk with each other even when they are not at the same place, as long as it's not exceed 10,000 miles. XiaoMo nodded. "It's similar to the 21st century's telephone, but the distance is longer, and there's no limit for the signal or particular place." Of course he knew that, and then, he asked in a very gentle tone, "Then, who are you usually talking to using this stone?" Xiao imitated Xiao He and the others, turning away his head, not daring to look at XiaoMo. XiaoMo. Transmitter stone, ha. Dash. T/N. Shibo equals uncle, in teacher-master form. The bow, literal meaning is paternal older uncle. Disciples call masters other than their own master as uncle. In this case, the other master is older/senior than your own master, or he is your senior's master. Asterisk in this case, Momo calls Zhao Dazhou's father as Shibo because he is Zhao's father, and Zhao is Momo's senior. PPS, those of us at XR call XiaoMo, Momo, and Ling Xiao, boss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192. Bottleneck. Following the ha-ha sound, the atmosphere instantly quieted down. 5 seconds later, someone got pissed and jumped up from the ground, brutally throwing the transmitter stone away, while furiously shouting, "Ha ha! Ha, your sister, you all deceived me, spun me around and around like a toy. XiaoMo was deathly angry, and to think he wasted all those times withering away from worrying about Ling Xiao. In the end, that bunch already had been in cahoots with each other, all except him who had been utterly fooled. He felt abandoned. What a bunch of assholes. The stone transmitted Ling Xiao's voice with a laughing undertone. Xiao shitty, don't be mad, there is a reason I didn't tell you right away, but I'm really happy to see you worry for me. The moment Ling Xiao said this, the Xiao group understood and quickly dispersed. Even the little innocent Paiqiu was fast on his legs, although he went to pick up the transmitter stone that was thrown earlier. XiaoMo rolled his eyes toward Paiqiu. Who wanted you to meddle in my business? Paiqiu pretend he was blind, can't see anything, and then *pi ** ran away. XiaoMo fiercely said, you better have a reasonable explanation, one enough to convince me, or else, I won't refine any magic pills for you to eat anymore. Ling Xiao, ha ha. Ha, your sister ah. Hurry and tell me quick. Ling Xiao seemed to receive XiaoMo resentment, so he started to explain, actually, Tang Fan arranged people to monitor you. Fuck, XiaoMo realized that this couldn't be any shorter and simpler of a sentence to succeed in persuading him, and he was hoping for a longer explanation. In the end, the first sentence explained everything. XiaoMo suddenly remembered all the stuff he had done, anxiously saying, you said Tang Fan arranged people to monitor me, which means he already learned everything I have done this past half-month? Ling Xiao saw him getting frustrated and calmly said, no, rest assured, Tang Fan didn't send his men to monitor you side by side. Only when you leave the peak, his men will follow you. But XiaoMo silently let out a sigh of relief. Then it's okay. He calmed himself down. He knew that he was making a fuss. If Tang Fan really sent people to closely monitor him, Ling Xiao would have certainly warned him beforehand and told him to be careful. But then, since he didn't say anything, it was probably because that spy was not a threat. Ling Xiao gave a ha-ha laugh. Not angry anymore? Dropping a bomb like that, XiaoMo lost all his energy to get angry. Are you still in the prison? When will you leave? Ling Xiao teased, miss me? XiaoMo pouted, who would miss you? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his mouth says one thing but heart speaks another, softly saying, Xiao shitty, I miss you so much, but... XiaoMo heart went on a rampage. How can he say something so easily? But he had underestimated Ling Xiao's thick skin. What Ling Xiao said next made his pink blushing face quickly go red from anger. I really miss you, when you are naked from head to toe, such meticulous fair and smooth skin rubbing my body, so soft and delicate that it makes me horny every time. When that happens, what goes down there can't help but go hard. Xiao shitty, what should I do now? I suddenly want to eat you. Ling Xiao's vulgar voice slowly transmitted through the stone. Every word seems to be bewitched, softly coaxing into XiaoMo's ear, making him unconsciously remember the skinship of those nights when Ling Xiao embraced him. This is absolutely a restricted image. XiaoMo shockingly threw away the transmitter stone again. Ling Xiao's laugh spread through the air, and then a plunk sound and the stone dropped into the lake, the sound also disappearing. Xiao kicked little Paiqiu into the lake. Paiqiu bitterly looked at them, accepting his fate and dived down to pick up the stone again, giving it back to XiaoMo. XiaoMo's mouth twitched. He took the stone, then patted Paiqiu's little head, calmly saying, Paiqiu, you don't have to pick it up next time. Paiqiu looked at him, then silently ran away. XiaoMo swore. He could read the meaning in Paiqiu's eyes. As long as you stop throwing it, I will stop picking it up. This was literally threatening him. The angry XiaoMo directly averted the anger toward Ling Xiao. If you don't speak to the point, I won't make any more magic pills for you. Ling Xiao held in his laughter, saying, okay, here is the issue. For the next month try not to leave your room as possible. No matter what happens, keep hiding inside. It's safer. Also, let Xiao out to protect you. XiaoMo excitedly said, don't tell me you are ready to do something big? Ling Xiao said, you can say it that way. XiaoMo continued, are you plotting to overthrow and claim the throne? Ling Xiao said, you can guess. XiaoMo. That moment someone nearly blew his fuse again. Ling Xiao said, you don't have to ask anything, when the time comes you will know, the less people who know, the better. XiaoMo reluctantly accepted. So when will you escape the death prison? Ling Xiao paused a little. Probably not that far. Actually the death prison is very fun to play at. XiaoMo blankly said, oh, then you might as well stay in there a few years, go and have a blast. Ling Xiao laughed, I would like to but this death prison doesn't have your milky smooth body, and also your squishy soft butt. The fun will soon be boring, and I still longing for your body. XiaoMo finished the sentence for Ling Xiao inside his mind, wanting to faint. Can this guy be any more vulgar? Although he succeeded in contacting Ling Xiao, XiaoMo once again got vulgarly roasted by Ling Xiao. Simply speaking, this is literally give Lady Lu but gain nothing. T/N, to throw money down the drain. As for the transmitter stone, XiaoMo didn't return it to Xiao, but straightforwardly confiscated it, and then he ignored the four that ganged up to deceive him. Don't think that because Ling Xiao said a few words that he would drop the charge. XiaoMo is a very petty man. The next few days, the Xiao group especially was very cautious and careful, especially in front of XiaoMo. Sometimes they even had to look at his mood. Looks like the master finally stood up and sang. T/N, stand up to fight for his right. Then 3 more days passed. The outside finally came with the news. Tang Fan and Lu Chengyuan had joined forces. After paying a small price, they finally succeeded in killing the imperial level Shintadao. As for the demons, originally they were cruelly beaten by the major forces and suffered from heavy casualties. Moreover, the demons were already wicked in nature. Working with them was like a double-edged sword, so even though they had an alliance with the Xingluo clan, in the end those demons didn't send their men to lend a hand. Since then, the 3 major forces now lost to the Xingluo forces. The southern area was finally under the absolute reign of the Qingcheng sect and the Tianxian sect. Originally this should have come to the end, but conflicts happened at the time when they were sharing the goods. Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan couldn't agree with each other, resulting with breaking up and conflict. The situation in the south was again turned into a tense atmosphere. Their common enemy, the Xingluo group, had disappeared. The demons also went back into the dark to recuperate, so there wouldn't be any storms coming up in this short period of time. But predictably, the Tianxian sect and the Qingcheng sect conflict ions quickly rose up. Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan turned their backs against each other. All the old debts were being brought up one by one. The Tianxian sect had their own reasons, the Qingcheng sect had their own right. One side accused the other of his daughter's murder and stealing the magic pill recipe. The other side asked for justice for his disciples and his elder's death. Even Elder Li's death was grouped into the Tianxian sect's crime, although, in a way, it was not wrong. Of course, they would never have thought, in a sense, all of them had been killed by the very same man. No matter what the truth was, the Qingcheng sect and the Tianxian sect had already made up their minds. In 2 or 3 months' time, the southern forces were likely to go under a big reform, with the Qingcheng and Tianxian sects both being stubborn to death, afraid that another major force would end up crumbling. In the next 2 weeks, there were various small battles between the two. XiaoMo listened to Ling Xiao's word and holed up in his room. He either refined magic pills or harvested his magic herbs. But to have a gossip lover Xiang, he was not completely clueless even though his ear never stuck outside the window. Sometimes he even knew sooner than others. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Dezhou came to visit him again. This time he brought good news. His Meng Meng, after nearly a month of efforts, finally succeeded in absorbing the concentrated spirit. The results were, even though he was not born more than 2 months ago, Meng Meng's strength had already surpassed Paicho's. His level is now level 6 3-star, even a rocket wasn't that fast. Zhao Shiboy is also very happy, and when he was happy, he pulled some of his authority to give him more magic herbs. XiaoMo could not refuse, and had no choice but to accept. After that, XiaoMo found an excuse to see Meng Meng, and then secretly stuffed a shape-shifting pill into his mouth, and asked him not to tell Zhao Dezhou and Zhao Shiboy for the time being. Meng Meng had gained his wisdom, vaguely remembering this person as the one who had saved him before, so he promised, because it's just temporary anyway. And so, XiaoMo would practicing from time to time, occasionally talking with Ling Xiao through the transmitter stone, leisurely passing through the month. But today, XiaoMo finally met his first obstacle in his cultivating. Today, just like every other day, he stayed inside his space to practice the heavenly soul scripture. Usually he absorbed the spiritual energy pretty smoothly, each time his soul power would improve, but this time he could not feel anything. XiaoMo originally wanted to use the space's dense spiritual energy, to try whether he could break through to heavenly soul scripture's second level. He could feel that he was only a thin layer away from the second level, but he didn't know why. He felt like he had gotten stuck at some part, he could not move forward or backward, and was stuck at a standstill there. XiaoMo knew he was being hasty, and you cannot hastily eat hot tofu. Before his practicing was smooth sailing, perhaps too smooth and lucky, so it should be normal to encounter an obstacle now. Don't get anxious ya. Even though he understood it clearly, he was still a bit impatient. But soon, the news that Yang Yixisiang brought next made his impatience disappear. It had been a month since the Tian Xin sect set against the Qingcheng sect. Through all the small and big battles, victories and defeat, both sects still equaled in strength, but today the Qingcheng sect had flashed out their hidden ace, instantly taking all the advantages to their side. The hidden ace was Luo Shua's level 9 contract beast, a real imperial level warrior. The Qingcheng sect's young master Luo was lucky enough to have a contract with a level 9 beast, no wonder they dared to challenge the Tian Xin sect. As such they had already expected it, and held it to the present, perhaps they had already been well prepared. At this point, all the neutral bystander forces, one after another, stood to the Qingcheng sect's side. Now the wind had turned, the Tian Xin sect was quickly pressured. It was said that the Qingcheng sect was organizing their people, preparing to attack the Tian Xin sect in 3 days. The news Yang Yi told was neither earlier or later. After all, their battles had already attracted a lot of attention, some even received the news quicker. So, when XiaoMo got the news, the Tian Xin sect was already in chaos, people started to panic, everyone was talking about this matter. Until the next morning, Tang Fan finally came forward to appease people. He assured all that the Tian Xin sect would not lose. Tang Fan has already been the Grandmaster for hundreds of years, his power and trust is still very high. Many disciples and elders panic eased after hearing his assurance. 3 days later, Qingcheng sect brought their men to attack. In addition to the Qingcheng sect, there are other forces and lone practitioners who also came to watch, because this battle marked a big turning point of the major forces in the south. Many people wanted to use their own eyes to witness this piece of history. Give Lady Lu but gain nothing. This is a story about Zhou Yu told Sun Quan to marry his sister to Lu Bu, in order to trick Lu Bu to get the Paizhou land back. But God no, Lu Bu in the end got married to other woman. Zhou Yu plan failed, and even fell to Zhuge Liang's trap, cost him to lost his army force. Surf Stand Up and Sing is a song sung by a Tibetan singer. In 1959, after China's democratic reform in Tibet finally freed from 100 years of slavery, this song was composed, 1965 to 1966, in order to celebrate this day. It also goes under the name Liberated Surf Song. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193. Showdown. As the sun gradually rose, the mountain where the Tian Xin sect was began to light up. On the road that lead to the Tian Kan sect square, if the Qingcheng sect and the Tian Xin sect were to confront each other, this square was a perfect battleground. The square has been filled up with spectators since dawn, but most of them were standing rather far away from the main ground. After all, a battle between two imperial-level martial artists was usually very gruesome. Anyone could accidentally be caught up in the waves. Under the expectations of the crowd, suddenly dozens of wind-slashing sounds approached from the distant. The momentum was large, making the people gasp in surprise. Not long after, the leader of the group had arrived at the square, accompanied by very rude laughter. Tang Fan, I, Luo Chengyuan have come forth. Stop being a turtle hiding in your shell, come out and fight. All the eyes in the square switched to where Luo Chengyuan standing. Afterward, another wind-slashing sound stopped by his side, dozens of figures floating behind his back, including his son, Luo Shui. Some people opened their eyes widely in order to see Luo Shua's level 9 beast, and they finally found it on his shoulder, but the beast was in its mini size so the people couldn't see it clearly. Although they could not see the sixth Thunderbird, the Qingcheng sect's strong troop had made a lot of people gasp in fear. The crowd was faintly disturbed. A 1,000-year-old sect is so distinctive, second-rate forces cannot compare to them. The Qingcheng sect sent out 60 strong martial artists, the lowest at the moon level. The star and spiritual level cultivators were everywhere, like a sail of bok choy. Just for this one battle, the Qingcheng sect sent out many strong martial artists. It looked like Tian Xian sect couldn't avoid this fight. On the other side, even after Luo Changyuan had led his men to line up while waiting, Tang Fan still hadn't showed up. Luo Changyuan wrinkled his eyebrows, loudly shouting, "Tang Fan, are you so afraid of us in the Qingcheng sect that you have to hide your tail and can't come out?" His voice was deliberately loud, almost spreading thousands of miles away, like he was afraid that Tang Fan couldn't hear him. "Oh, Luo Changyuan, don't think that because you have a level 9 demon beast that it can help you reign over the south." The words spilled out of the mouth of the one who has been number 2 for thousands years is literal nonsense. Let me clarify this today, right here. A 1,000-year number 2 will forever be a 1,000-year number 2, even no matter how hard you climb, you can never become number 1. Up above the Tian Xian Seifor CT's peak, Tang Fan let out a cold sneer, his blunt words causing an uproar among the people standing by the square. Who would have thought Tang Fan would say such an arrogant thing? Luo Changyuan's face suddenly intensified, his eyes quickly becoming gloomy. "If you don't try, you won't know who is the eternal number 2, but I think you have no other choice now, because right now, me, the Grandmaster, will send the Tian Xian sect to destruction." As soon as he finished his sentence, on the opposite mountain came dozens of silhouettes. The wind slashing sound once again approached. Not long after, people had arrived on the opposite side of Luo Changyuan. They were led by Tang Fan, and behind his back were the Tian Xian sect warriors whom, just like the Qingcheng sect, the lowest in strength was also a moon rank. Both sides lined up were the millennium rare of the rare. All the people gathered at the square couldn't help but widen their eyes to engrave this picture in their hearts. At the same time, XiaoMo, who was still hiding inside his room, could also heard those two voices. To think that he had thought he would need someone to report to him the battleground situation, and yet he didn't expect to hear it live. Those two must have used a lot of power to talk this loud. Xiao, who was lazily lying on XiaoMo's bed, suddenly came out from behind the screen, unexpectedly proposing the idea. "Master, want to go and see?" XiaoMo froze as he was holding a book. He tilted his head. "You are willing to take me out?" He thought that Xiao wished he would never leave this room, to think that Xiao would take the initiative to bring him out. Something was absolutely wrong here, but he was really interested in viewing the battle scene with his own eyes. Xiao nods, of course. Although he couldn't figure out what he was thinking, XiaoMo didn't care. Maybe he could see Ling Xiao if he went to the battlefield, so he agreed. Following along them also the Zhou team. They didn't want to stay inside the space, of course, because they couldn't see the fun if they stayed in there. XiaoMo had no choice but to let them out. Then they all turned to their mini-size, hiding inside his clothes. To leave the peak, he must avoid Tang Fan's men who had been sent to monitor him. However, this is not a big deal to XiaoMo. Tang Fan thinks he's just a weak little mage, so the spy he sent out is only a star rank 3 stars. As long as he entered the space, and controlled the space slowly, moving to the mountain foot where the Tian Xian sect S square lies, he can reach there in no sweat. But right at the moment XiaoMo is ready to go out, a disciple of Earth Peak suddenly came for him. XiaoMo recognized this guy. He is the one who swept Kongwen's courtyard. The last time he went to meet Kongwen, he also saw this man. Seemed like he was called Zhuan something. Zhuan said, "You shitty, sorry for bothering you, but I need you to come with me. The Peak Master wants to see you." XiaoMo difficulty wrinkled his eyebrows. Kongwen asking for him right at this period probably didn't mean any good. He asked, "Zhu, Xixiang, do you know why Shifu wants to find me?" Zhuan emotionlessly says, "I don't, you shitty, just follow me and you will soon know." Ending his sentence, he seems to be certain that XiaoMo can keep up with him. He turned around and walked. XiaoMo hesitated for a moment. He reluctantly shook his head and followed him. His relationship with Kongwen really needed to work out, or else he would inconvenience his two Xixiang who would get caught in the middle. Besides, he had a feeling, if he missed this chance there wouldn't be any more opportunities. The courtyard inside the compound is still the same as ever. Unfortunately, after a few months, the surrounding remained but the people were gone. T/N, it means that everything have changed, some remain, some lost. Zhuan walked to the door, speaking with respect. Peak Master, I have brought the one you asked for. After a while, inside the room came out Kongwen's gloomy voice. You go outside and keep watch. Unless I have granted permission, don't let anyone enter here. Zhuan replied, yes, Peak Master. XiaoMo pushed the door open and went in. He saw Kongwen standing beside the window with his hands behind his back, just like the last time. The only difference was that beside the window, the level 8 magic herb, Blazing Flower, was no longer there. XiaoMo walked behind his back, carefully asking, Shifu, what do you need me for? Kongwen turned around, his usual cold face now unexpectedly covered with a gentle smile, looking at him with eyes full of kindness, as if he had always been a kind elder. XiaoMo suddenly had goosebumps all over his body, an alarm triggered inside his brain. Something was wrong with Kongwen today. Kongwen laughed, don't be nervous, little seventh, the reason I need you is mainly because I want to have a chat with you. XiaoMo's mouth stiffened, he tried to put on a smile. Shifu, what do you want to talk about? I must be dumb enough to believe you, chat? He can't feel anything good about talking with Kongwen. Kongwen said, little seventh, you have been in the Tian Xin sect for about a year now. As your Shifu, I haven't been able to teach you much. You won't blame me, ba? XiaoMo lowered his head, no sir, I know you have been busy. As he spoke the last word, XiaoMo deliberately increased the tone of irony inside it. Kongwen acted as if he didn't understand. Then it's okay, but I didn't expect that in less than a year. Your relationship with De Xixiang and second Xixiang is even closer than the others. Not only did De Xixiang disobey me for you, even the ever-cold second Xixiang spoke out for you, which really gave me a surprise. Little seventh, can you tell the Shifu, what benefits have you offered to your two Xixiang, so that they would start protecting you? XiaoMo couldn't read Kongwen's deep dark eyes. He took a step back and said, Shifu, what kind of person do you think De Xixiang and second Xixiang are? They are your personally trained disciples. You must have been the one who was most clear about their personalities. Do you think that they would throw away their life code just for some random benefit? Kongwen laughed, of course I should be the most clear about them, that is why I feel that it is so strange. Why you, out of all the people, make my two pride disciples take your side, even to the point of disobeying me? XiaoMo said, Shifu, you asked me, why don't you ask yourself first? At first you took me in as your disciple, and yet you ignored me. De Xixiang, because he noticed it, he started to look after me more frequently. Later you started to make things difficult for me as much as possible. You have never treated me as a proper disciple, and what do you think about that? Kongwen noticed that his you had gone from formal to informal. His expression went grim in a blink. Are you complaining about me? XiaoMo shook his head. No, I'm not, I'm just speaking the truth. Kongwen said, the thing I regret most, the worst thing I have ever done in my life, is that I accepted you as my disciple. XiaoMo said, me too. Kongwen's eyes went cold. XiaoMo, I won't beat about the bush with you anymore. As Ling Xiao was imprisoned by the Grandmaster, since you have a relationship with him, the Grandmaster will certainly not let you get away. If you want to survive, as long as you hand over the items, I will guarantee you can safely leave the Tian Xin sect. T/N, in Chinese, the pronoun is much more classified than in English. The Umomo used to call Kongwen before as a formal you, mean, which is a polite way to address someone with respect, like how a waiter addressed customer as sir or madam. Later Momo addressed Kongwen as you and I, but this pronoun is much more informal, as this it used to address stranger or someone is on the equal with you. This pronoun is very impolite if you use this toward your elder, parent, teacher, etc. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194. XiaoMo's soft spot. Motherfucker, finally he spilled the beans. XiaoMo had soon figured out that Kongwen had another purpose for calling him here. After a long wait, finally the cat was out of the bag. Although XiaoMo was caught by surprise as Kongwen's words seemed to imply he is after something he owned. Has Kongwen found out about his secret space? Impossible. He has been extra careful up to now. Besides, Ling Xiao had also said before that he already set up a barrier around his room. If Kongwen secretly monitored him, Ling Xiao should have found out. XiaoMo couldn't determine whether Kongwen had learned about his space or not. He had no other option but to say, "What do you mean, but?" Kongwen squinted his eyes. "You don't have to pretend, I already knew. With your qualifications, if it not for that item, it would be absolutely impossible for you to gain 3 levels in just a year. I am now giving you a choice. Do you want to take it out yourself or do you want me to do it for you?" XiaoMo's heart suddenly beat really fast. Kongwen really is a sly fox. He had long suspected him but still pretended as if nothing had happened. It seems that he really has found out about the existence of the space and wants to claim it for himself. That's why he stayed quiet about his discovery until now. At this moment, interrupting his thoughts was Xiao's anxious voice. Xiao said, "Master, you must not believe him. He is deceiving you. He doesn't know about the space existence is all. He is literally setting you up with words. Don't fall into his trap." XiaoMo finally reacted in time. He lifted his head as he saw Kongwen's eyes sharply stare at him, as if he was trying to find some clue from his expression. XiaoMo was surprised a little, but then quickly calmed down. XiaoMo said, "I also cannot fathom what you're saying." Kongwen laughed, his smile hidden with a creepy chill, solemnly saying, "I have given you a chance. Since you didn't cherish it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You are about to die anyway. Even if you disappear, no one would investigate it. Maybe Tang Fan would even send his gratitude to me as I help him finish you." Even though XiaoMo denied it, but from his reaction, Kongwen finally got the answer he wanted. This XiaoMo, as expected, he is hiding a secret, a quick level-up method. If he could have it, those geezers of Heaven Peak would have to be humble before him. Think of this, Kongwen didn't give XiaoMo any chance to dispute. He had already decided XiaoMo is holding a sacred treasure, which is enough. Afterward, he raised his hand toward XiaoMo, grimly smiling. "Behave and take out that item, then I will see you as my used-to-be disciple, and spare you from the hurtful death." But XiaoMo wanted to take a step back, but then he found out his body couldn't move. He couldn't help but panic. Kongwen really did have some underhanded tricks. No wonder he decided on this day to finish him off. Just right about when Kongwen nearly caught him, a green shadow climbed out from XiaoMo's clothes. This shocked Kongwen and he wanted to take his hand back, but it was too late. On the back of his hand there now appeared 2 small bloody holes. As his red blood spilled out, it slowly had become a greenish color. Kongwen screamed. He drew back a step and hit the desk beside him, which made all the pen brushes on the table fall off and scattered on the floor. He panicked and looked at the green shadow on XiaoMo's shoulder. He found out that green shadow is a green snake in mini size curling up on XiaoMo's shoulder. Its bright red tongue flicks toward him. Kongwen raises his hand to take a look. He's frightened to find out that the venom has extended to the whole arm. If not for his quick action of protecting his inner core circulation system, he was afraid that this venom would have spread further. What kind of snake is this? Kongwen's pupils constricted and he glanced toward the thing on XiaoMo's body. You didn't contract with just one demon beast, right? This is also your contract beast. If this was the level 6 blue blood wolf, Kongwen himself could deal with it. He is a level 8 mage, his soul is capable of attack and defense. That is why he has confidence in dealing with XiaoMo. Unexpectedly, XiaoMo didn't contract with just one beast. Since this snake could easily break through his defense, this one is absolutely above level 8. Thinking about this, Kongwen knew things had gone out of his control. At the moment he shouted those words, he immediately rushed to the window. Before they had time to react, he had to run to where there were lots of people. But his intention is destined to fail. The windows that were previously open suddenly slammed down. A black shadow appeared in front of it, blocking his escape path. Kongwen was startled. He hurriedly rotated his footsteps to another direction to escape, but as he turned around, the way was already blocked by another bewitching face person, Mao. All of the escape routes had been cut off. Kongwen's heart sank, his facade couldn't conceal his terrified expression. Being a level 8 mage, naturally he had recognized their true identity as demon beasts, but what scared him was that most of these beasts here hadn't reached level 9. Yet they are all in human form, which indicated one thing: XiaoMo must have the shape-shifting herb. Not herb, but herbs. Kongwen quickly shifted his intention. This was not the time to seize the treasure. Protecting himself is the first priority. The whole process only occurred in a brief moment. Kongwen, with his escape route being blocked, blatantly shouted, XiaoMo, what do you want to do? You want to disgrace your teacher and annihilate your ancestor? T/N, do disrespect things toward the person who raised you. Because Kongwen deliberately shouted loudly, acting as if he did it unintentionally. Even Zhuan, who was standing outside, would definitely hear it, even the nearby people most likely could. If he had expected the appearance of the demon beasts, how could he have not taken the time to prepare? That's why, the moment XiaoMo came to the courtyard, they had already cooperated. Mao, with a bewitching face as she gave away a sneering smile, you don't have to shout, this room has been covered by my psychic spell, outsiders won't be able to hear anything. A demon fox is best known for its confusing trickery, and psychic spells were one of their specialties. Although he had expected this outcome, but when he heard the answer, Kongwen can't help but feeling disheartened. The hunter now had become the hunted. Who would have thought that this used to be weak little mage now had become so powerful? In just a short year, not only had he become a level 3 mage, but he had also contracted with 4 powerful demon beasts. Really, this was a didn't see for 3 days and have to change the treatment, T/N, have to see in a different light as nothing stayed the same, situation. With this kind of fighting strength, he could easily take over the south. Kongwen regretted this, but the dignity of a level 8 mage didn't allow him to bow down to his disciple. When he thought of his 2 favorite disciples, his fear suddenly decreased little by little. XiaoMo, if you let me go free today, I will treat it as if nothing has happened. Of course, you can also choose to kill me, but in the future when your 2 seniors learn about this matter, you think you can continue your relationship with them? Your brotherhood shall never be reparable again. Kongwen coldly hung a sound. When he finished his sentence, Kongwen's face had already calmed down by a lot. He believed XiaoMo's relationship with his 2 disciples is his last card from being killed. He had no choice but to admit, Kongwen's words indeed had caught XiaoMo in his soft spot. Until now the reason XiaoMo hadn't spoken a word was because of this thought. Kongwen can kill him without hesitation, but he can't. It not that he was afraid of accepting that Shifu murder's sin, it was because he didn't want to put those who were nice to him in a tough spot. In this life, he might not have many friends, but his Xiang, 2nd and 5th Xiang had always been sincere to him. Seeing him not uttering a word, Kongwen knew he had hit the right spot. XiaoMo really cared about his brotherhood with his seniors. This way, although Kongwen might be at a disadvantage, but in the emotional aspect, he still has the initiative. Kongwen couldn't help but put on a contented smile. XiaoMo, take away your demon beasts, I will ignore what happened today, and you shall still be my good disciple. Xiao, Mao, and Paicho immediately rolled their eyes at him. This old coot really is a give him an inch and he will take a yard type. This egotistical man, he thought that their master would be dumb enough to believe in his words? Unfortunately for Kongwen, XiaoMo was not dumb. However, he was still having a hard time. To kill or not to kill is the hardest choice he had ever encountered since he came to this world. The atmosphere went silent for a while. Xiao, who had been staying on his shoulder, now suddenly said, Master, let me say a word, I think you treat your 3 seniors way too nice. Even though they also take care of you, but on the scale speaking, they haven't had a chance to treat you better and yet you already gave them your best. Just think, is there any shitty with this greatness? Out of worry for their safety you even found 3 high-level beasts for each of them. Although I haven't seen many different people, I can assure you, you are definitely the foolish one. You have given them too many blessings, even gone way past the borderline of brotherhood. If later they sever their relationship with you as they blame you for killing their Shifu, then I think they are not worthy of your goodwill. The Shifu has abandoned the teacher-student bond to kill and steal, and you as the disciple have to just stand still and let your Shifu kill you? Moreover, this Shifu never gave you any affection. He even accepted you as disciple only for a personal purpose. That is why, if they cannot sympathize with your situation, you should just let the relationship die. Don't feel regret about it, and I believe, if Boss Ling Xiao is here, he would also say the same thing. After listening to Xiao's analysis, XiaoMo's hesitation had disappeared and now he became engrossed in something else. He looked at Kongwon with the eyes full of thought, as if he is judging what Xiao said about Kongwon, and whether it is right or wrong. Kongwon, standing on the opposite side, saw this face. His heart suddenly sunk low, his facial expression becoming extremely unsightly. XiaoMo's resolve had been shaken by just a few sentences? If XiaoMo really listened to the snake on his shoulders, then Kongwon was in a very dangerous situation. T/N, the Chou teams always used Ren to call Ling Xiao. Ren is a honorific given to those superior than you, or the person you respect, with the meaning literally translated as big man. So rather keeping the same Chinese term, we changed it into boss. Note from R.A. Whisper Momo was the first to call Ling Xiao boss, not us, and he even used it twice in English. While boss would always, He flirtily called XiaoMo as XiaoMomo, or sometimes MOMO, so we shortened it to Momo. This can also mean peach in Japanese, and a peach emoji looks like but and boss likes Momo's but. And I have lost my point again. Viva la Baka couple boss X Momo forever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195. 195, Kongwen's death. Kongwen's complexion kept getting worse over time, the fear in his eyes becoming more and more revealing. That damn beast, did he just say XiaoMo, for his 3 seniors, even went through the trouble and found 3 different high-level beasts for them? How could this be possible? But he immediately thought of Fu Zilin and Zhao Dazhou. Beside Feng Chenlo, those 2 also had close relationships with him. Kongwen's mind instantly filled with anger. Fu Zilin, his good disciple, even dared to hide the truth about his contract with a high-level demon beast. No wonder that day he publicly disgraced this Shifu in the face. Turned out he had already been bribed. Very good, very good. What a waste, he spent nearly a decade to teach them wholeheartedly, and yet this is how they repay him, but. Kongwen's eyes suddenly filled with hatred to the bone, his eyes focused on XiaoMo as his face couldn't help but twitch. All because of this person. If it wasn't for him, his 2 beloved disciples would never betray their Shifu. XiaoMo, the damn XiaoMo, if he had known that things would have come to this point, he should have just one-hit killed him before everything began. XiaoMo let out a long sigh. He had to admit, what Xiao said kinda made sense. Kongwen wanted to kill him, and he can't just stand still. Moreover, Kongwen had learned about some of his secrets. If he let him live, it would only bring more trouble for him and Ling Xiao in the future. Kongwen is a peak level 8 mage. With his appeal, if he wanted to put a bounty on XiaoMo with a level 8 magic pill as the reward, there would be tons of experts that would risk their life for him. If that really happened, then they would have endless troubles following along. As for the 3 high-level beasts he found for his seniors, he didn't want them to repay him or some sort. He had done it voluntarily in the first place. But he was amazed. Kongwen intentionally chose this day to take action, because all the powerful martial artists of the Tian Xian sect wouldn't be here as they are at the battle to fight. So even if he laid his hand on his disciple, there will be no one here to find out. This moment was indeed a perfect chance, but he didn't know this could also be his one-way pass to hell. The war between the Qingcheng sect and the Tian Xian sect. This day is not only a good day for Kongwen to finish him, but this could also apply to XiaoMo, because he could push this crime onto the Qingcheng sect. He realized, ever since he got together with Ling Xiao, his heart has sunk darker and darker. Should he say that Ling Xiao's strategy is a complete success? XiaoMo can't help but facepalm. This action indirectly told everyone the answer in his heart. In addition to Kongwen's horrid face, the Xiaohe bunch also got excited. Their master should be cruel when the time called for it. Finally they were willing to help their master. You XiaoMo, go and die for me. Kongwen knew he had resolved to kill him. He took the risk and formed a massive soul force above his head. When they thought that he would attack you XiaoMo, that soul force went straight to the roof that was covered by barrier. This is truly of make a sound in the east, then strike in the west, T/N, to make your enemy think of another direction while you attack in another way. All he needed is his soul force to escape here so that the people outside would find out. Xiao kept his eyes on every move Kongwen made, so he didn't panic. He transformed from his mini size to his bigger size. His tail quickly wiped toward Kongwen. As his tail is his best and hardest part of his body, even if faced with another level 9 beast, this tail could easily whip them and make them fly. The defense of the mage that had yet to reach level 9 is not worth mentioning. Kongwen's soul armor, that he casted onto his body, in a blink has been torn apart. It made a *Poochie* sound. The tail accurately pierced through Kongwen's chest. The blood splashed everywhere. The soul force that was charging toward the roof, since there isn't anyone to control it anymore, it immediately dispersed. Kongwen spat out blood and staggered back 2 steps. His body leaned on the wall as it slipped down. The white walls now painted red by blood. Even looking at it could give you a shock. After a while his green robe also turned deep red. A peak level 8 mage like himself, if he hadn't harbored any evil intentions, he could have lived a glorified life for many years. But now this man has fallen. Once again it reflected how cheap a human life can be. Yu Xiaomo's face wrinkled like wasted paper, and ultimately gave out a reluctant sigh. If Kongwen hadn't been greedy about his treasure and provoked him, Yu XiaoMo would never have thought of taking his life. Life is so unpredictable. Xiaohe came forward. He furrowed his sharp thin eyebrows. What, soft-hearted? Yu Xiaomo's mouth twitched. Who needed to be soft-hearted over a dead corpse? That seems too hypocritical, and he is not one like Ling Xiao. I'm just thinking, if De Shixiang knew about this he would be very sad. But Xiaohe hung as he said, so what, you just need to get rid of this corpse, and make the Tian Xi sect think that Kongwen has just gone MIA. Yu XiaoMo thought a little. This idea is not bad, okay, but how do you plan to deal with this body? Xiaohe said, let me devour his body. A level 8 mage body is certainly a very nutritious thing for me. Maybe I can even gain a star after eating him. As he's saying it, his body already in the position ready to come forth at any time. Yu XiaoMo got scared by him, quickly pulled him back. No. Xiaohe is dissatisfied. Why not? Yu XiaoMo said, no means no, there is no why not. He was already dead, and Yu XiaoMo was already burdened with the teacher murder sin, although the one in the wrong was this Shifu first, but if he also let his contract beast eat his body, then this would be no different than a wild animal. This is not just for his own sake, but also for his seniors, as they are in debt with Kongwen's years of effort of raising them. If they knew even his body was not even in one piece, don't even think about continuing to be a brother in arms anymore. Having said that, the problem is still there. He could throw the body into his space, but he didn't want his space to be stained with blood, but if he buried it here then it would be easily discovered. Xiao could see through his troubles and said, Master, you don't have to be troubled so much over this body. Just let one of us take it away and get rid of it. We will find some faraway place and bury it there. There wasn't any other option, so Yu XiaoMo immediately said, Xiaohe, you go. Xiaohe unwilling said, why me? Yu XiaoMo said, I will give you another chance to thirst for this nutritious thing. Xiaohe. This is definitely holding a grudge against him. Minority obeyed majority. In the end Xiaohe against 4 people is undoubtedly defeated, and he had no choice but to take the black bag with Kongwen's body inside away. He then used the fastest speed to leave the Tian Xi sect, with the hope he could get back in time to watch the battle. After he finished cleaning up the holes in blood, Maoqiu finally took off the hallucination spell outside. Zhuan is the only one left in the courtyard. Xiao proposed to kill Zhuan too, but Yu XiaoMo didn't want to stain his hands further. Moreover, Zhuan so far hasn't done anything to him. That's why if you can avoid killing then avoid it. After that, Mao Xiao used one of its spells to trick people into thinking Mao Xiao was Kongwen, waiting inside the room. After XiaoMo left, Mao Xiao called Zhuan inside, and made an alibi. XiaoMo left while Kongwen was still dowdy as a dragon and lively as a tiger, T/N, full of vim and vigor. When everything was in order, they finally went to the foot of the mountain. In order to avoid the supervisor, XiaoMo deliberately hid inside his space, moved the space toward the foot of the mountain. Then he found a secluded place and finally came out of the space. XiaoMo had to disguise himself so people wouldn't be able to recognize him. He changed his original blue robes into a black coat. He even let down his bangs. Even though there isn't much change overall, his aura has become more unrestrained and casual, a very heroic manner. Paiqiu stuck his head out of his clothes and said, "Master, you've become so handsome." XiaoMo broadly smiled, "Really, I also feel like that." Xiqiu lazily scolded, "A flatterer and a narcissist." Mao Xiao also nodded. When XiaoMo reached the square, fortunately, the fight had just begun. The edge of the square is filled with lots of practitioners that came here to watch. Constantly whispering voice came from the crowd. Almost everyone's eyes are focused on the people from the two sides. Who would have thought, the Qingcheng sect and the Tianxian sect had just a few days ago joined forces to eradicate the third largest force of the south, the Xian Luo sect. They had even managed to damage the demons hard. Although people had expected that their cooperation wouldn't last long, they did not expect that they'd tear off the skin so fast. T/N, to reveal facade, to betray. Today, the story about how Luo Changyuan brought his disciples to destroy the Tianxian sect had almost caught the whole South's attention. Even though the Xingluo sect has been destroyed, but the Xiaodiao sect and various other forces still remained, even though they are second-rate sects, but to draw them here they needed a lot of effort. Therefore, Luo Changyuan had a few days ago handed out the olive branch to them, T/N, to ask for ceasefire/peace/alliance. Only the Xiexia sect accepted it. The Xiaodiao sect and the Jilu sect just gave neutral responses. XiaoMo walked to the center. He saw a familiar face among the warriors for today's battles, but he didn't have deep impression of him. He vaguely remembered this one was also Lin Zhao's shitty, Luo something, as his relationship with Xiao Peng is neither good nor bad. This Luo Shixiang is still at moon level 3 star, his strength is nothing special, and yet he appeared on the battlefield, so probably he's just a dummy. Not long after, this Shixiang quickly got beaten. His loss was not unpredictable. After all, his opponent was a moon level 4 star martial artist. But those two levels were still too low. Their fight didn't attract much attention. After the opening fight finished, immediately various people cheered and shouted for the real strong martial artists to step out. The Qingcheng sect didn't let them be disappointed. Between the people stepped out a dignified man. A guide to how sect work. Wonder why the Ross said, Xiaodor, but we translate as sect? Here is why. When a sect is made, they need a land to build they sect on. One can refer to their sect depend on their land, location, architecture structure, their martial art type, etc., or you can just use sect. The Tianxian sect and the Qingcheng sect, they refer to themselves as sect, a very common use. The Xingluo sect, the Xiaodiao sect, they refer themselves as, aka gate equals their sect is a big palace/building, the type of structure that has a very big gate. Not all sects like to build a big door, some sects even go deep inside caves. Inside has plenty of houses and compound. The Xiexia sect, they refer to themselves as, aka school/ancestral hall/family. This indicates their sect's disciples must follow the sect's ancestor tradition. They even have to worship them as their own ancestor. A little different from a clan since clans only consist of family bloodlines, is for everyone. The Jilu sect, they refer to themselves as, aka storied building/pagoda equals this indicates their sect's building is the type of structure that has many stories, like this. https://en.m.wikipedia.org/wiki/Chinese_pagoda. There are many more, but we will update as plot progresses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196. 196, 3 Imperial Martial Artists? The man gracefully appeared, his vigorous heroic posture floating above the center square as his robes leisurely floated along with the wind. Such a dignified and outstanding appearance surely has captured everyone's hearts. He had just appeared and yet he immediately got all the cheers from the practitioners at the square. This is the real battle everyone has been waiting for. Compared to those minor brawls earlier, the upcoming battle is undoubtedly pushing the atmosphere to the highest. That Mas was Luo Shui, as his recent limelight was even higher than his father's. Although he is only at the star level 2 stars, his life contract with a level 9 demon beast quickly made him jump up to the same table as Tang Fan, an imperial level martial artist. If he came out to fight, then the Tian Xin sect is bound to send out another imperial level warrior. But as people saw on the surface, the Tian Xin sect only had Tang Fan as an imperial warrior, so everyone continuously made guesses of who the Tian Xin sect would send out to fight. As he listened to the whispers getting louder and louder, Luo Shua's face showed a faint smile, his eyes swept across the Tang Fan side, and he slightly provoked, "Tang Grandmaster, I shall come forth in the third fight. I don't know whether Tang Grandmaster has any interest to consult with me a little, but..." Tang Fan's complexion was still as calm as ever. Even after hearing those words, he still casually said, "Young Master Luo, you are too confident about yourself. Your 6th Thunderbird has just stepped into the level 9 realm not long ago. If you want to challenge me, you're still not qualified enough." Those frivolous words suddenly caused an uproar among the crowd. But this is not surprising. Tang Fan, after all, has been famous for many years. His fame for his fighting prowess and his strength compared to Luo Shui, who had just leveled up, is much stronger. Those words are not an exaggeration. Although he was publicly disgraced, Luo Shui didn't get angry. On the contrary, he even slightly smiled. "Whether I am qualified enough or not, it is not up to Tang Grandmaster to decide. I'm okay with it. You are not the one I want to challenge today. By the way, your eldest disciple Lin, it seems like he hasn't appeared for a long time now. I heard that he was locked up by you, is it true?" Tang Fan's expression got slightly heavier, as if he didn't want other people to mention Ling Xiao. He coldly said, "This has nothing to do with your Qingqing sect." Luo Shui ignored his words and continued to say, "I heard that Tang Grandmaster locked away Lin Xiao because of his shitty's mistake. Since the incident might be about Lin Xiao being an accomplice, that is the perfect excuse to get rid of him, right?" Tang Fan eyes flashed with frosty intention. "Young Master Luo, where have you heard such a fictitious thing?" Luo Shui answered, "You should know better than me if it is a true story or not. Tang Grandmaster, I quite sympathize Lin Xiao, showing actually, that heaven's prideful child, T/N, outstanding man, gifted man, is now being harmed by his Shifus jealously, such a pity ah." Tang Fan's face twitched a little, he glanced at Luo Shui as his eyes gradually got colder and he then shouted, "Nonsense!" However, regardless of what Luo Shui said is true or not, the people gathered at the square already were enticed by Luo Shui's words. They gave out a few criticisms. Could it be? Isn't Lin Xiao Tang Fan's eldest disciple? These past few years Lin Xiao has brought him a lot of reputation, and his talent is also first class, which certainly would be a great help to the Tian Xin sect one day. Tang Fan should have no reason to frame his own disciple, right? PFT, like you know everything. Lin Xiao is the best candidate for the next Grandmaster seat, and as his power gets stronger, he would certainly gain even more supporters. Which also means that Tang Fan, sooner or later, will have to step down. Try seeing things further. If Tang Fan is still in his prime time right now, do you really think he would be willing to abdicate? Every man for himself, or else heaven shall destroy you. T/N, in a particular situation, one should do what is best for oneself but not for others. Looks like Tang Fan is not a good person after all. He has even laid his hands on his eldest disciple. I heard that Tang Fan accused Lin Xiao of colluding with demons and put him in prison, but then Lin Xiao was at the Paradise Realm for a month at that time. As if he had the damn time to work with demons ah. Yes, I remember the first person to discover Luoshan was a demon was Lin Xiao. The public's opinion gradually leaned over to Lin Xiao's side. A lot of people glimpsed at Tang Fan with sneering eyes, even some of the Tian Xian's disciples and he elders also wavered. They had long been curious why Grandmaster had locked Lin Xiao away for no reason. Suddenly a hint of suspicion toward Tang Fan arose. One of the elders looked at Tang Fan with complicated eyes. "Grandmaster," they said. "Shut up." Tang Fan didn't wait for him to finish the sentence, he coldly scolded, "That is Luo Shua's provocation plan, and yet you even believe in it. Don't say you believe in everything other people say." The elder quickly turned red as he was scolded, he retreated back in line. Indeed, those doubtful words came from Luo Shua's mouth. He is the young master of the Cheng sect, of course he would want the Tian Xian sect to be at 6s and 7s. T/N, to split up, or be torn apart. Tang Fan withdrew his line of sight, he took a step forward, his eyes coldly swept through the square. "Lin Xiao colluding with the demons is our sect's scandal, which has no relation to anyone else. Which means to the Qingcheng sect as well, not even a tiny bit. If the young master Luo has enough free time to worry about this consequence of sins, T/N, sinful person, safety, you might as well worry about yourself first. Great elder, I sincerely have to trouble you this time." His sentence referred toward the senile-looking old man standing between the people behind his back. The old man, with his hair and beard all white like snow, who obviously had a lot of age, had skin like a 17 or 18-year-old boy, glossy and snow-white like it had been rejuvenated. This old man is the same guy in the past that supported Tang Fan's descent to the throne. He was the great elder XiaoMo. It had been a long time since XiaoMo had last appeared in front of people. Many people had long forgotten his appearance and reputation. Even Tang Fan had to ask him respectfully, it was then obvious this person is not an ordinary one. Everyone followed Tang Fan's line of sight, but in the blink of an eye, too short for their reactions to keep up, XiaoMo had already disappeared from where he stood, and he instantly appeared in front of Luo Shui. XiaoMo's muddy eyes stared at Luo Shui, a mature yet melancholy voice flowed from his mouth, "Youngling surpasses the old, T/N, younger generation will surpass older generation in abilities, Luo Chengyuan really is lucky to have such a talented son. This old man won't blabber anymore, come forth." XiaoMo's current level, even though it was 100 years ago, his level was at the 7-star spiritual level. The path from spiritual to imperial is indeed a rocky road, but after all, 100 years have already passed, no one knew whether he had breakthrough into a full-fledged imperial yet. Among the people at the center, Xiao's green eyes emitted a radiant glance, "This old fart, he is also an imperial-level martial artist, but he only has 1 star. If he fights with the 6th Thunderbird, it will probably be a tie." XiaoMo was surprised. "How do you know?" Xiao said, "He has been at a standstill at the 1 star for 100 years now, and the 6th Thunderbird has just had a breakthrough to level 9 recently. His strength hasn't stabilized yet, not to mention he was also seriously injured not long ago. Thankfully that bird is physically stronger, so it can make up at some parts. In the end, those two should be equal. If you don't believe me, just look at them yourself." As XiaoMo just finished his sentence, Luo Shui also pardoned himself, immediately calling out the 6th Thunderbird. The human form of 6th Thunderbird is a handsome man, his facial features gave people lots of feelings. Between his eyebrows, he gave out a ruthless and tyrannical aura of a demon beast. Since he is a thunder property demon beast, his fighting capability is much stronger compared to other beasts. That is why even though he just leveled up a while ago, just like Xiao said, he probably evenly matched XiaoMo. However, a battle between 2 imperial-level warriors cannot compare to other fighters' battles. Rock and dirt scattered throughout the grounds, the atmosphere got so tense, and even the thick ground got blasted into a big pit. Hidden between the crowds, XiaoMo under Xiao protection could still feel the aftermath of the big battle. While the others were focusing on the fight, XiaoMo took out the transmitter stone. Unfortunately, the stone didn't light up, which indicated Ling Xiao didn't contact him. XiaoMo didn't know where he was right now. Did his plan proceed smoothly or not? Machio next to him seems to recognize his thoughts. Master, rest assures, boss is a very formidable man. XiaoMo heard Macho's consolation, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You haven't seen him yet, how do you know he is formidable? Macho was silent. Of course an emperor beast is formidable. XiaoMo didn't hear Macho reply back, so he stopped asking. 2 hours later, on the square, the two figures that had been non-stop fighting finally separated, the outcome just like Xiao had predicted. One man, one beast, both tied. Their injuries were neither light or heavy, but if they dragged out this fight, then both sides would suffer, and have no choice but to stop. Luo Shuhe called back the sixth Thunderbird, his face turned grim. Even though he had soon predicted the result, he didn't expect the Tian sect to really have a hidden trump card. If so, then the Qingqing sect had no more advantages in their hand. It would be best to say that they were evenly tied. On the side where the Qingqing sect's party stood, Luo Changyuan was proudly standing in front of people. His expression became unfathomably deep, no one can measure it. His abstruse eyes moved towards his son standing, and he slowly sighed. Tang Fan, the Tian sect will soon have 2 imperial-level martial artists. You purposely hid this fact because you have been waiting for me to come straight to your door, right? Tang Fan, who was standing on the opposite side, suddenly showed a sneering smile. His voice slowly transmitted throughout the square. Who said that the Tian sect only has 2 imperial warriors? T/N, Xiong, brother/bro, have various use, can be used toward your real brother, your homie, or even strangers, but you have respect for them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197. Chapter 197, A Big Storm is Coming. Only? Luo Changyuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He blurted out a voice that went hoarse all of a sudden with a hidden trace of incredible shock. Don't tell me, the Tian sect has a 3rd imperial martial artist? Following this sentence, all the noise among the square instantly went silent as their eyes trembled with an extreme horrified astonishment. They looked at Tang Fan, who had a calm expression on his face. After a brief silence, the crowd instantly burst out with the sound of fear. A 3rd imperial warrior? How can it be possible? Since when did the Tian sect have a 3rd one? How could I have never heard of the news about the Tian sect having a newly leveled up imperial warrior? When a spiritual level martial artist breakthroughs to the imperial level, a big momentum would have been greatly erupted. If the Tian sect has a 3rd one, there should have been a big sign that had shown up. I'm afraid this time the Tian sect might become the one and only sect in the south. If what Luo Changyuan said was true, that the Tian sect really did have a 3rd imperial martial artist, with Luo Changyuan's current level, he wouldn't be able to handle 2 imperials as once. If he can only tie with Tang Fan, then if there was more than one person, as long as Tang Fan held him down, then all the people he brought here today would die. Luo Changyuan's face instantly became unsightly to the extreme, as he didn't expect the situation would have reversed. The spy he sent to the Tian sect did not have a low position. If the Tian really did have another imperial level warrior, there was no way that person couldn't have learned about it. Tang Fan's expression didn't look like he was lying though. There was only the explanation that the existence was a 3rd person that only Tang Fan knew. He could guess this through the Tian's disciples and elders' expressions, which obviously proved that even they didn't know about the 3rd presence. Behind Tang Fan, not far away, XiaoMo gazed at Tang Fan's figure. He suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows, because he didn't know whether what Tang Fan said was the truth or not. Even though he was a great elder himself, he was also clueless about it. Tang Fan slowly walked a few steps forward, his eyes swept through the people inside the square and finally landed on the people of the Qingqing sect, but it was only just a quick glance. The way he acted almighty and looked down on people like they were ants made a lot of people furrow their brows. After today, in this land, there won't be an existence of the Qingqing sect anymore. In the name of Tang Fan, I ensure that to everyone, and the other forces, surrender or face your demise. The choice is in your hands, But I only give you 1 day, by tomorrow. If no answer is given, then I shall see all of you as an enemy. The atmosphere was lost in silence, only Tang Fan's arrogant voice echoed throughout the sky, slowly transmitting to everyone's ears, as if everything had been decided for them. Motherfucker, this Tang Fan guy is getting too cocky. Among the people, XiaoMo whispered a sentence, but it seemed like someone had forgotten the square wax dead silent right now, and his voice is not that small either. To say this Tang Fan guy is getting too cocky in front of the person himself, it seemed like his nerves were not small as well. Not only the people gathered here could hear it clearly, but up above in the sky, even Tang Fan's group could hear it. A pair of eyes filled with surprise looked toward XiaoMo's direction, wondering who dared to be the leader bird at this important moment. T/N, when a flock conducting a flocking behavior, there is one bird who will stand out as the flock leader to lead them. XiaoMo was so embarrassed that he wanted to join his ancestors. Hidden inside his clothes were the 4 beasts who also had no words to say. It seems like a big storm is coming. Because XiaoMo was in disguise, even his bangs were down, not many people recognized him. 2 months ago, outside of Demon Peak as he and Ling Xiao kept fooling around, a lot of people had seen his face. However, a real strong martial artist, such as Tang Fan, with one glance, he could tell that this one is XiaoMo. This little mage should have been monitored by his men, and yet he appeared at the square. Probably, XiaoMo had escaped the surveillance and ran here. Tang Fan faintly squinted his eyes, those eyes flashed a deadly intent. As a disciple of the Xian sect, he dared to say the Grandmaster's name plainly. This XiaoMo really cannot stay. Tang Fan felt a little regret that he didn't finish this one off sooner. Hidden under his sleeve, his fingertips suddenly shot out a secret attack. Before Xiao took action, that secret attack was soon discovered by Luo Changyuan. Luo Changyuan also recognized XiaoMo's identity. Even though he had only seen him once, his impression of this little mage was quite deep. As he saw Tang Fan attack this mage, inside Luo Changyuan head popped up a plan. He immediately blocked the secret move, and not only that, he deliberately created a big impact. When the people's attention had averted towards them, Luo Changyuan immediately shouted, "Tang Fan, such a waste for you to be the Grandmaster, to think you don't mind attacking it, too weak to truss a chicken, T.N., weak and inexperienced, mage. You really have given the Xian sect some face." A little mage had no value of strength. Even if that sentence was likely to be unintentional, the fact that Tang Fan wouldn't let a little mage off the hook still remained. Such a narrow-minded person, how could he be qualified for the Grandmaster position? If people worked under him, wouldn't that make every day a day they were living in fear? In the moment, those forces which originally intended to surrender to the Xian sect side, suddenly hesitated. Tang Fan read through all the expression of the people, his face suddenly sunk. Being preempted by Luo Changyuan, he couldn't say XiaoMo was a Xian sect disciple, or else the people gathered here would know he wanted to kill his own sect's disciple. He was afraid that other disciples and elders would harbor doubt toward him. But if he could think to this point, then how could Luo Changyuan also not think of it? He didn't wait for Tang Fan to speak, he continued. Others probably don't know, but this little mage is a Xian sect disciple. He only unintentionally let out some words and now Tang Fan wants to kill him. Try to think a little, if such a man rules over you, what will happen to you all in the future? Again an uproar broke out among the people. Even the Xian sect side was also shocked by Luo Changyuan claim. This little mage is Xian sect disciple? He had succeeded in becoming the focus of attention. XiaoMo face-bombed, he was so done for. He just wanted to secretly slip away. He did not expect Luo Changyuan to expose his identity like that. Won't this just push Tang Fan into murdering him sooner? As expected, he immediately felt a gaze as sharp as a knife freeze him all over. He looked up, obviously it was Tang Fan, his deadly stare filled with killing intent that even an outsider can notice. After a moment, he moved his line of sight toward Luo Changyuan, coldly lifting up the corner of his mouth. Luo Changyuan, after I finish this one, it will be your turn next. After he finished his sentence, his eyes returned back to XiaoMo, who just let out a sigh of relief, casually saying, "You as a disciple of the Tian Xian sect, publicly insulted the Grandmaster. You're such an unfaithful person. With my position as the Tian Xian sect's Grandmaster, from today on, XiaoMo is expelled from this sect." XiaoMo pupils ferociously constricted. Tang Fan actually kicked him out. Did he hear it right? The crowd once again started whispering. Tang Fan seems to be the type who puts his face above all others. Lots of people looked at XiaoMo with sympathy. XiaoMo's eyes filled with tears. "Xiao, what should I do? I got kicked out of the sect." Xiao twitched his mouth. "He kicked you out of the door. His loss. There is nothing to grieve about. Moreover, you and boss will soon leave the Tian Xian sect. Isn't this a much better situation? But of course, he won't tell XiaoMo anything." XiaoMo cried, "But I never thought about being expelled, and this was too sudden. He had lived here for almost a year now, his seniors were all here, and he couldn't abandon them." Xiao was speechless. "Didn't you already kill 2 important people of the Tian Xian sect? Even though it was indirectly, to think you haven't thought about being expelled one day, sir, you must be really dedicated toward the Tian Xian sect. But fortunately Tang Fan was blind, or else, later if boss wanted to take him out of this sect, it would require some work. This incident, he liked it. But Xiao didn't intend to tell him the truth. He beat around the bush and said, "Then there is no way. Tang Fan, this senile old fart, really kicked you out in front of all of these people. Just accept the fact, but you should pity him a little. He's already too old, inside his head is probably filled with poop. Maybe the poop has blinded his eyes." Every sentence came out was poop this poop that without hesitation. But most importantly, his voice is not small as well, especially when people's attention was still focused on XiaoMo. His words were just like thunder strikes to the ear. To think someone, in front of Tang Fan, would not only call him old, but he even said the inside of his head was filled with poop. Who is this man? These words were too domineering. They felt the need to bow down before him. Underscore 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 underscore. Addis editor note: this last sentence is kind of hard to translate into English. The original Chinese is, "This sentence is a famous Chinese gag line." The literal translation would be "must worship" or "must prostrate." However, even though this saying is not actually referring to anyone, to translate it into English and have it sound better to non-Chinese speakers, we had to change the context slightly. It's like saying that someone unexpected took control of the situation and astonished them so much that they felt the need to treat them with more respect. And, of course, with more respect in Chinese terms, this usually means to prostrate themselves as someone who is not as superior as that individual they admire. One of the reasons I did not use prostrate while rearranging this sentence was because Kay and I agreed that it looked too much like prostate, and we couldn't stop laughing. Because, must prostate, yeah, poor Yuke. This is what looks like. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. Tang Fan is an idiot. Tang Fan's face turned purple with rage. He has been Tian Xian sect's grandmaster gloriously for hundreds of years, no one has ever been disrespectful or impolite to him before, let alone publicly disgracing him in front of so many people. Even though he could tolerate it, his expression said otherwise. Tang Fan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down the anger raging inside his heart. As his eyes rose with a killing intent, it was like a sharp arrow pierced through XiaoMo and Xiao. Being disgraced by his own disciple in front of a crowd, if he didn't give them a lesson today, even if he won today's war, he would still be the laughingstock of this continent. Who do you think you are to come here and cause a fuss, XiaoMo? You bear a grudge against me for expelling you. You even allowed your friend to speak such gibberish. If today I let you two go, this Grandmaster title of mine will be nothing but trash. Tang Fan stared at them. He no longer cared about how a Grandmaster should behave anymore. Even if it resulted in him being criticized for bullying the weak, he still wanted to kill both XiaoMo and the man next to him. Oh ho, that old fart is so ashamed that he got angry. Xiao laughed without any fear. Tang Fan's eyes instantly flashed with killing intent. He turned over his hand and blasted out a palm force toward XiaoMo. The power of this technique took half of his spiritual power. The huge palm was surrounded by a raging flame, carrying the pressure of an imperial warrior as it blasted down from the sky. In the eyes of many people, XiaoMo and that man wouldn't be able to survive. If they dared to challenge an imperial warrior, they must dare to accept the rage of an imperial warrior. The existence of an imperial warrior is rare, like a phoenix feather and unicorn horn. Half of their strength could easily kill a peak 7-star spiritual level, let alone a small mage like him. But surprises always come unexpectedly. When all the people thought that the two would die under Tang Fan's palm force, the man who was just mocking Tang Fan earlier suddenly stood in front of XiaoMo as he quickly punched out a fist. A weird green aura was suddenly emitted. A poochie sound, and the shot went straight to Tang Fan's palm force. In a blink, it heavily hit the force, and all of a sudden, a big explosion came out from the collision of the two energies. The aftermath caused the atmosphere to ripple. Above the sky, Tang Fan's expression suddenly changed and he immediately took a step back. At the same time, that strange green aura turned into green arrows as it came out from the explosion, targeting Tang Fan with super speed, in just a blink of an eye. Tang Fan crazily pushed the spiritual power to flow inside his body. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand. He quickly formed a thick shield made from condensed spiritual power in front of him. However, when that green aura with a poochie sound struck his shield, it made many small holes on it. In the square, people went completely silent. Although no one knew what happened, those with sharp eyes saw it clearly. Tang Fan used half of his energy, and yet that man could easily dispel it, and even make a hole in his spirit shield. Everyone was horrified looking at the holes in Tang Fan's shield, which was the shield made by an imperial-level martial artist. A few seconds later, the sound of gasping continued one after another. To break that kind of defense, unless he were also on the same level, this unusual-looking man, was he also a genuine imperial warrior? Some people couldn't hold back and let out foul language. Fuck, that guy is too buff. Since when did imperial warriors start spawning everywhere? Ah, to think another imperial warrior appeared again. It seems like they have become bok choy at it. I bet Tang Fan is definitely crying inside. Me too. I bet Tang Fan is bleeding inside his heart right now. He just kicked out a disciple that has an imperial level friend. Such an idiot. People started to discuss one after the other. Even Luo Changyuan was also in shock as he looked over at that guy. His eyes were filled with surprise. As for Tang Fan, he was terrified from the inside out. XiaoMo has an imperial-level man to protect him? No wonder the aura surrounding him was a bit strange. He didn't expect that man would turn out to be an imperial warrior, and not mention his strength is no less than his. I don't know who you are, but this is a matter between me and that Tian Xin sect's disciple. I have to ask you, sir, not to intervene. Even if you are an imperial-level martial artist, fighting against two other imperial at once might still be too much for you. Tang Fan, although he was endlessly astonished, he was, after all, still the head of a sect. He had to quickly calm down. At the present, the Tian Xian sect was still at the biggest advantage. If he angered this man, causing him to switch sides to the Qingqing sect, then the scale would tilt and the gains would not make up for the losses. Only, Luo Chengyuan didn't wait for that man to answer and he burst out laughing, a very apparent satirical laugh. Tang Fan, your skin is really thick. This little friend here just got kicked out of your door, and now you said he is a Tian Xian's disciple? Must be a talent to say those words with your eyes wide open. As he ended the sentence, Luo Chengyuan immediately turned around and said to Xiao, my friend, this lower man, Luo Chengyuan, as the head of the Qingqing sect, if you are in a dire situation, I'm very happy to help out. Tang Fan's face suddenly got colder, and he gloomily looked at Luo Chengyuan. Xiao slowly smiled, these two sly foxes' intentions, how could he not know them? Ha, you two can say such nice words. Too bad you asked the wrong person. Ask the wrong person? Including Tang Fan and Luo Chengyuan and the people in the square, everyone started asking themselves this question. Xiao pushed XiaoMo, who didn't want to see anyone, forward. Xiao evilly laughed, he is my master, so naturally he has the final say, but... Everybody immediately rolled their eyes as they stared at the uneasy XiaoMo. This little mage is the master of an imperial warrior? Since when were imperial-level martial artists so cheap to be this little mage's bodyguard? Right away, a voice of anger suddenly shouted out. It's really you, Nine-Winged Unity Serpent. Everybody felt a buzz inside their ear, Nine-Winged Unity Serpent? Isn't that a high-level demon beast? Following the direction of the voice, everybody recognized this sentence was said by the sixth Thunderbird. At this moment, the sixth Thunderbird was already in his human form. His angry face stared at the man behind XiaoMo. If he hadn't had such a bad injury in the first place, his freedom wouldn't have been grabbed by chance by this practitioner. Chaos. Too chaotic. So that man is not a practitioner, he is a level 9 beast. Xiao has soon guessed that Bird would recognize him, and he didn't deny it. He even generously admitted, didn't expect you to still be alive. Sixth Thunderbird grinded his teeth, since you haven't died yet, then how can I die soon? No one noticed that Luo Shua's face became excited. He has been suspecting that the Nine-Winged Unity Serpent probably was contracted to at least a level 5 mage. He never thought that it would be this little mage. If you put it that way, then that Emperor Blood Herb definitely was also taken by him, and not only just that, he probably also has something to do with the missing elderly too. Well, but then, he didn't have any evidence to prove it was his doing. XiaoMo listened to their conversation and he began to feel a headache coming on. Xiao, don't quarrel with him. He only came here for the fun. Until today he had never thought that, one day, he would be in the spotlight like this. He couldn't digest this fact at all. Xiao also didn't intend to make a fuss any longer. He promptly took a step back. This action answered everyone's question. This man truly was this little boy's contract beast, seeing how obedient he is toward him. As for Tang Fan, his expression is like it had gone deep into a different world. There is a big difference between having an Imperial warrior friend and a level 9 contract beast. Your friend can ditch you, but a contract beast cannot. As both lives between the beast and its master were linked, it is absolutely impossible for a beast to leave its master. My little friend, you, with my position as the Great Editor, I have decided to annul your expulsion from Grandmaster Tang. You are still a Tian Xin disciple. The Great Elder took this moment to suddenly open his mouth. His sudden words were like dropping a stone onto a calm lake, causing a ripple among it. This made people break out in shock. Even though XiaoMo rarely appeared in these past 100 years, his prestige is much higher than Tang Fan. No one would dare to disobey his word, even Tang Fan had to give him face. Today, in front of all the people, he publicly degraded Tang Fan. Although it may lead to Tang Fan harboring resentment, it was worth it if he was able to grab a level 9 beast to their side. Before the sentence was even finished, Tang Fan's expression turned gloomy like water. While people were waiting for XiaoMo's answer, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Great Elder, I don't want to return to the Tian Xian sect. Why? XiaoMo asked. If it was because of Lin Zhao's lockup, then I shall free him. XiaoMo was surprised by that acknowledgement. Tang Fan's face became more and more twisted. Dash. Nine-winged unity serpent, previously translated as nine-winged magic horn serpent. The previous translation is not wrong, because really translate as magic rhino horn. But this term is a metaphor for reputed to confer telepathic powers, figure mutual sensitivity, tacit exchange of romantic feelings, a meeting of minds, tacit understanding or comprehension, or explain in a simple way, the unity/understanding between one mind to another. No, Xiao doesn't have a horn. It means that his species is an intelligent type that you feel like he can read your mind or like your mind is in unity with his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. You dare to make a move on my man. Rara, the title has said it all. // Addis, I can hear all the girls and boys screaming happily. Great Elder. Tang Fan didn't expect XiaoMo could slaughter his face like that in front of so many people. He looked at XiaoMo unbelievably, his eyes saying everything. You shut up. XiaoMo didn't let him finish his sentence, loudly shutting him down and coldly looking at him. Tang Fan, don't you feel enough shame? Tang Fan's face turned red from embarrassment. This is the first time XiaoMo scolded him, not only in front of people, not only that but also because of this little mage. Tang Fan lowered his eyes as they flashed with a hint of shivering bloodthirst. XiaoMo replied, no, that's not the reason. XiaoMo was a little surprised, then why not? Grandmaster Tang is a narrow man. For now, he will stop at kicking me out, or framing his eldest disciple, Lin Xiao. However, in the future, he probably could go beyond that boundary. XiaoMo responded. Even though I just joined the Tian Xin sect less than a year ago, I do have some lingering feelings for the Tian Xin sect. Although, Grandmaster Tang's compassion really can't give it any compliments. XiaoMo didn't realize that the transmitter stone inside his clothes had been lit up for a while. Being told like that, Tang Fan screamed, XiaoMo, you really are looking for to die. XiaoMo used a lot of guts to say those words, as he boldly faced Tang Fan's sharp stare. Actually, he'd rather be hiding behind Xiao, those eyes are way too scary, but Xiao is holding him down right now, he cannot run away. XiaoMo, who hasn't said anything for a while, says Tang Fan's misconduct and bad deeds really do not suit the Grandmaster title. Old geezer, in the end who are you helping? Tang Fan stopped him right in the middle of his sentence, as his voice became more twisted and gruesome, his face wrinkled up like an earthworm. It was a very unsightly expression. XiaoMo's face instantly sunk. Tang Fan, do you know who you are talking to? Even though 100 years ago, he was the one who had helped Tang Fan ascend to the Grandmaster seat, that didn't mean he will support every decision Tang Fan makes. In fact, even before he had felt that Tang Fan was not suited for this seat because his heart is too dark. In order to get rid of the thorn in his eyes, he was very likely to sacrifice any Tian Xin warriors. Everything was for his own benefit. This time was even more outrageous. After all the trouble of raising two exceptional disciples, he couldn't even distinguish between red and blue or black and white. T/N, can't distinguish between right and wrong. He had locked them in the death prison, and obviously he didn't want to set them free. Now he even kicked out a disciple with a level 9 contract beast. How could XiaoMo not know about Tang Fan holding a personal grudge against this little boy? He was very disappointed. Well, old geezer, except you, who do you think I'm talking to, huh? As he had decided to tear off his mask, Tang Fan decided he no longer needed to hide his true face anymore. He has never been an upright type of person. The thing so-called justice, that was just a facade he put on. No one expected that the situation would get worse and that it would turn into this kind of scene. XiaoMo's face filled with anger. Tang Fan, today I, the Great Elder, in the names of all the elders, remove you from the Grandmaster seat. From today on, you are no longer the Tian Xin sect's head. Ha ha ha. Tang Fan boldly laughed out loud with an ear-splitting tone. It echoed throughout the square. Those people with lower power even had to cover their ears to protect themselves, as their faces filled with pain. After a while, that wild laugh ended, and then a brutal voice spoke as it was directed toward XiaoMo. Hey, you old geezer, you really think that the Tian Xian sect today is still under your control? Let me tell you, dead bones like you have no right to speak. As the Tian Xian sect is already in my palm. These many years I still gave you my respect only because you used to help me, or else I would have killed you a long time ago. You. Such major immoral betrayal. Disgracing your predecessor. XiaoMo was so angry he couldn't speak properly. So what? Tang Fan softly said, today no one shall leave here alive, be prepared to become the first offering. Offering? This sentence suddenly caused a big disturbance. They couldn't make sense of what Tang Fan had just said. XiaoMo's face twisted. Tang Fan, you really have a problem after all. When the second elder told me, I still didn't believe it. The third imperial warrior you just spilled out, in fact, it was your brother Tangjin, correct? Old geezer, you still have some brains left, ah. Tang Fan sneered, but it is too late. No one can stop me from dominating the Long Tian continent now. In you dreams. XiaoMo coldly shouted. Dream or not, you just need to wait to find out. Tang Fan, after coldly finishing this sentence, he also stopped bothering himself with XiaoMo. He suddenly screamed out. In an instant, his energy power rose up insanely. That vigorous energy slowly drifted out from his body, and warped the atmosphere around non-stop. Even with naked eyes, people could see the spiritual energy rapidly flowing into his body. He then ripped off the fabric on his left hand, revealing a dragon tattoo wrapped around his arms. As if it came back to life, the little golden dragon flew out of his arm and shot straight up into the air. What happened next was a one-in-a-lifetime scene no one could forget. Originally Tang Fan's level was at 2-star Imperial level, but then his strength crazily shot up with a maddening speed and made its way to 3-star. But it didn't stop there. By the time it reached to 4-star the speed started to slow down, and then stopped at peak 4-star. Not a single witnesses understood what it meant. Tang Fan really had hit his real strength. His true level is a peak 4-star Imperial level. At that moment, people couldn't say a word. All the people from the Qingcheng sect were overwhelmed with shock as they stared with eyes wide open, especially Luo Chengyuan. His eyelids trembled with fear. Tang Fan closed his eyes to enjoy this comfortable feeling of gaining back his strength. He let out a sigh. He had been suppressed it for so long. To finally release it, this feeling was too awesome, and not to mention, he also enjoyed all those horrified expressions. Tang Fan opened his eyes and he leaned his head to glance at XiaoMo's shocked face. He laughed evilly. Old geezer, rest assured, after I finish XiaoMo and his contract beast, I will take care of you. Having said that, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared in front of XiaoMo. Xiao had set his eyes on Tang Fan since the beginning, and after hearing his declaration, he had firmly stayed alert. So when he saw Tang Fan disappear, he first pushed XiaoMo away, then he looked up to the sky and hissed a sound as his true form was revealed. A big 9-winged unity serpent almost covered half of the sky, with its dark green body rolled into a circle. Such a magnificent sight. Demon beasts can level up fast in human form, but in the end the original form is still more powerful. Since Xiao's level is level 9 3-star, it was less than Tang Fan by a star. In the case he couldn't control the situation, he won't take the risk. XiaoMo shockingly looked at the war between man and beast. Mao Qiao and Xiao He had turned back to their human forms. Each person took an arm and immediately took him away from the battlefield. Although XiaoMo could hide inside the space for refuge, that's just plain dumb as it would expose the space existence to everyone. You should know, when it comes to benefits, any practitioners would go crazy with madness for it. So they decided to drag their master to an unoccupied field, so he could enter the space. But the ideal is rich while the reality is weak. Tang Fan was determined to kill XiaoMo, that why he didn't need to confront the nine-winged Unity Serpent, even though his strength is higher than him by 1 star. The nine-winged Unity Serpent is a rare lineage of high-level demon beasts. If that snake went all out, even he probably can't deal with it that easily. Xiao made a miscalculation. He didn't expect that Tang Fan would think like that. Since Xiao's true form is not as quick as his human form, plus Tang Fan's strength is higher, Tang Fan easily shot past Xiao. XiaoMo, die. Behind his back, Tang Fan proudly laughed. XiaoMo turned around to see and saw Tang Fan's sarcastic face as he dived down from the sky, rushing straight toward him. He was only a few kilometers away, and yet in a blink, Tang Fan appeared in front of him. Tang Fan fiercely laughed. Under every person's shocked eyes, Tang Fan pulled a fist toward XiaoMo. A fist from an imperial martial artist, even Xiao He and Mao Qiu cannot withstand, not to mention XiaoMo. He didn't even have the time to blink. As he saw Tang Fan's fist ready to fall on him, a shocking thing happened. A giant fire pillar rumbled from the ground and rushed out to the sky. All of a sudden that soaring fire swallowed up the fist force, and it shot straight to the sky. Its heat and power submerged the whole area in bright red. Everybody was terrified. Why are there flames from below the square? But what shocked them more was that inside that scorching flame appeared a slender figure floating in midair. His face wasn't clear, but his body let out a strong aura of a martial artist that make everyone's hearts palpitate. With his proud posture and his white robes elegantly drifting among the flame, it made everyone see a god high above in the sky, noble and elegant. At this moment, the man stretched out his hand from inside the flame, casually catching Tang Fan's fist. His domineering voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. You dare to make a move on my man? Do you have a death wish? T/N. T/N, major immoral betrayal equals to commit treason and heresy. Disgracing your predecessor equals do disrespect things toward the person who raised you. Random addis note a dot. So this entire chapter, I was seeing Tang Fan like an evil Super Saiyan. I mean, who else screams and powers up at the same time? A Super Saiyan, duh. Can't you just see him standing there with his fists clenched in the air, screaming, as if he's super constipated? All you need to do is fart, Tang Fan. Come on. Bonus, Xiao fan art by Rara. Follow her on Tumblr at Rara0587. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200. Chapter 200. Revealing the identity. A domineering voice spread throughout the area from above to the very bottom corner. The square sunk deep into silence. The whole vast sky now felt like there was only the man's voice. Time seems to stop at this moment. Dare to make a move on my man. Don't say that this my man is the expelled XiaoMo, BA. Before it was the level 9 beast 9-winged Unity Serpent, and now appeared another man that could catch Tang Fan's fist force with no difficulty, which clearly indicated his strength is higher than Tang Fan. This XiaoMo, what kind of god are you, to have imperial level martial artists appear beside him one after the another? Tang Fan's face completely distorted as if he still couldn't hide his horrified expression. The other may not notice, but Tang Fan is only one arm away from that man, so he could see the face clearly, plus that familiar voice. Tang Fan immediately recognized the identity of that man. You are, Lin Xiao? Tang Fan frighteningly shouted. This sentence was like dropping a stone into calm water. Everybody stood petrified as if they were struck by lightning. They maintained their posture for 1 second, and then stiffly looked toward Tang Fan's direction. Everyone went silent for another few seconds, and finally their inner thoughts escaped. No one knew who was the first one to curse. Fuck, am I having a hallucination right now? Am I having an hallucination also? Did Tang Fan really just say Lin Xiao? Fucking damn it, what with today's events? The later ones are even more shocking than the previous ones. This is too much info for me to consume. But can someone tell me the truth? Isn't Lin Xiao only a star level? Since when did he become more powerful than Tang Fan? Mother Lord, those teacher-student duo. One compared to the other is even more bizarre, both have hidden their own strength, but the true dreadful one is Lin Xiao, jumped from the star level to even pass his own Shifu. He has not yet reached 100 years old, right? No, you are not Lin Xiao. Tang Fan tried to convince himself in order to break that unreal image, violently shaking his head. His eyes shine like a torch as they scorched Ling Xiao. With a twisted face, he said, Lin Xiao talent is not bad, but it is absolutely impossible for him, in a short period of 10 years, to achieve imperial level. A dozen months ago I already felt something was not right. No matter how much one person can change, it is impossible to change their personality completely. Hearing Tang Fan's words, Ling Xiao raised his lips and showed a freaky smile. When he tried to speak, Tang Fan suddenly used his other hand to attack him. Ling Xiao followed along the action and loosened his restraint. Once his hand was set free, Tang Fan immediately retreated like a frightened rabbit, until he felt the distance was safe and then he stopped. Ling Xiao, from the beginning to the end, didn't take any advantage to chase Tang Fan. Whatever happened, he was still nonchalant and superiorly still. Ling Xiao's smile didn't fade, as his unchanged face jeeringly looked at Tang Fan, as if he was watching a dancing clown. As for the flame that surrounded him, when he raised his hand, that flame seemed to be called back. It slowly faded until it completely disappeared, revealing a very familiar figure and face. Standing not far away, Luo Chengyuan stared at Ling Xiao for a while, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Luo Shui came to his side and whispered, Dad, is he really not Lin Xiao? Luo Chengyuan shook his head, said, Yeah, I have met Lin Xiao a few times before. There is a big difference between this man's aura and Lin Xiao's aura. Before I couldn't recognize it, probably because he was deliberately holding back his aura. I'm afraid that this one's strength is even way above me. The color on Luo Shua's face changed even more. However, for now we don't have to worry. Tang Fan and this person seem to be in a not-so-small dispute. We should observe the direction of this situation first. If I'm not wrong, this time Tang Fan is probably trapped in a big disaster now. Luo Chengyuan spoke those words with a face that couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy. I hope so. Luo Shui looked at that man with his eyebrows slightly furrowed. On the opposite side, Tang Fan was standing with a frozen expression as he looked at Ling Xiao. It was not like he never thought about the fact that Ling Xiao was an imposter, but he never thought that Ling Xiao's ability was higher than his. Such a strong warrior like him, why did he have to pretend to be Lin Xiao and lurk in the Tian Xian sect? Tang Fan couldn't think of any reason, so then, maybe, there was something inside the Tian Xian sect that had attracted him. Tang Fan took a deep breath. He forced himself to suppress his anger down, and he looked at the man before he slowly asked, In the end, who are you? Why are you hiding inside the Tian Xian sect? Ling Xiao laughed. Who I am is not important. As for the purpose, well, why should I tell you? Tang Fan gloomily asked, The grudge between you and me is only because of Lin Xiao. Strictly speaking, you and me, we basically have nothing to do with each other. I know you must be looking for something here. I am the Grandmaster of the Tian Xian sect. If you are willing to leave now and not take part in today's war, I shall give you the things you want with my own hand. But Ling Xiao pft a sound and laughed. This old fart really is self-righteous, but he did guess it right though, Ling Xiao generously admitted. Indeed, I'm looking for a person. Inside, Tang Fan was joyful, but it didn't show on his face. His tone is a little eager. Who are you looking for? As long as you say the name, I shall immediately send him to you. Furthermore, I shall make that one not dare to resist. Ling Xiao had yet to make a sound and Yuan Mo quickly shouted out loud, Tang Fan, you are not the head of the Tian Xian sect anymore. You have no right to decide the disciples of the Tian Xian sect's life or death matters. Shut up, old geezer. Tang Fan angrily turned around and shouted, this geezer dared to destroy his call for business. Out of all the things he need to resolve, he must erase this old man first. After he finished the sentence, he turned back to Ling Xiao, and said, well, who is it that you want? Ling Xiao jokingly looked at him. Under everyone's curious gaze, he looked down at XiaoMo, whose eyes were wide open. He gave him a smile and instantly stretched out his hand. Some kind of energy was released from his action. That energy lifted XiaoMo up and brought him in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao reached out and held XiaoMo's waist. With an intimate gesture he brought XiaoMo to his chest. Under XiaoMo's stare, he slightly smiled at him and then looked at the anxious Tang Fan, sneering, "Grandmaster Tang, this little mage is the one I'm looking for." Tang Fan's eyes twitched a few times, his old wrinkly face suddenly cracked. The audience down below watching this scene, some of them could held in their laughter. Then one laughed out loud, and if there is one, then there will be second and third, and so the whole crowd burst into laughter. That ever-serious face XiaoMo, this time he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Tang Fan, the moment you kicked him out, you probably didn't expect that you would have cut your last life-saving straw by your own hand. What retribution, Shut up! Tang Fan angrily roared at him. He finally understood that the man is simply playing with him. No matter who he wants, he did not intend to reconcile. If things have come this far, Tang Fan knew this fight was inevitable now, so he didn't hesitate for a moment. He clenched his fist and let out a big shout. Next, an enormous aura burst out from his body. This aura caused the whole spiritual energy of the area to become turbulent. Under this pressure, the people in the square felt a lag in their breathing, like a 100-ton boulder dropping onto their body. They couldn't help but be terrified. A peak 4-star imperial level martial artist was really dreadful. If it not for the unforeseen event earlier, perhaps they wouldn't be able to avoid this calamity. I don't know who you are, but those who go against me, I shall not let them pass. Even you also, wait for your death. Tang Fan grinned as he looked toward Ling Xiao. Before, he thought that rather than having an imperial-level enemy it was better off to be without one. That was why he had to ignore his anger and had offered a condition, but he didn't expect this person to not even care an inch. He didn't excuse himself anymore, even though he was indeed afraid of his strength. It was not like he didn't have any trump cards. When he reached this thought, Tang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Tangjin, come out now, let these people here witness the power of us brothers." Luo Chengyuan's group immediately raised their guard as they looked around. After a few seconds, there was still no one in the square responding to his words. The square was so quiet that you could hear one's breathing, but soon a whisper broke out. "Don't say, perhaps, Tangjin was so scared, he didn't dare to come out?" "Impossible, I heard that the Tang brothers are very close to each other, to the point of giving up the head seat to the other." "Who said it was impossible? To lose the title and to lose your life is a big difference." Tang Fan was angry. He absolutely didn't believe that Tangjin would leave him alone to escape, not to mention they even have a bigger hidden trump card. This fight is not a fight that they didn't have a chance to win. That was why he didn't resign and called out a few times more. Opposite of him, Ling Xiao was stroking the bristling XiaoMo while he lightly laughed. "Don't bother calling, no matter how hard you try, he won't show up. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."